And welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. It's Major League Baseball's trade deadline today, and we're going to see a number of activity around Major League Baseball. We'll get into all those different trades that we've seen already in the deadline, give you some World Series predictions after the trade deadline, go through every single division, what's going to ultimately happen, and what happens in the wild card races. But there's a lot of names that are still yet to move here at the deadline that we are still watching for, most notably Justin Verlander from the New York Mets. He's got the possibility to be the most impactful pitcher moved here at the deadline. The Dodgers and Astros are said to be interested. We thought that other teams might at least check in on him, and it seems like the Baltimore Orioles are at least the team right now that after they've continued to try to get the Tigers to lower their price on their starting pitchers, might just turn around to the New York Mets and say, hey, if you guys are willing to eat a significant portion of money, would you accept this prospect package for Justin Verlander? But it sounds like the Baltimore Orioles might be the latest team in the market for Justin Verlander. But it's not just Verlander or bust here on the market. There's a number of other people that could move here at the deadline. Washington Nationals have a good slugger out there, Joey Manassas, who could be moved, along with a corner outfielder in Lane Thomas. You look at the St. Louis Cardinals anyway. They've already traded away 3 different players off of their Major League roster. They are still expected to move a number of other people as well, including Jack Flaherty, who's in the final year of his deal. Sounds like the Dodgers are another team that's in the market for him. The Diamondbacks and the Reds are also interested in another starting pitcher as well. The Marlins have been looking for a starter as well and have been connected to Jack Flaherty in the past. They also are in the market for a guy like Gleyber Torres from the New York Yankees. The Yankees at this time are at least conditional sellers at the moment. Seems like they're willing to move guys in the last year of their deal. They are looking to possibly get a guy like Cabrera from the Marlins in the Torres deal, but I think they're going to have to give up something more than just Gleyber Torres in order to get something like that done. But the Yankees, for the first time in a while, are at least looking at the possibility of selling here at the deadline. We saw the game last night with the Red Sox and the Seattle Mariners. Seattle just traded away their closer, Paul Sewald, to the Arizona Diamondbacks as the Diamondbacks try to make a nice push here to win one of those wild card spots. We'll be curious to see what they end up looking like after the trade deadline. Teoscar Hernandez is available here at the deadline. He's not a really good high on base percentage guy, but somebody who needs some power out of that DH corner outfield spot could go for a guy like Teoscar Hernandez. The Phillies have been connected to him before, but I'm not really sure about his fit because he is not a very good defender. Philadelphia already has a number of corner outfielders right now who are not very good defenders, and I'm just not sure he's a perfect fit there. The Boston Red Sox are expected to trade away a couple of pieces here at the deadline. They have too many pieces for their Major League roster right now, so they're going to have to move probably Adam Duvall and James Paxton. Now, they're said to also be looking at starting pitching, but I'm not buying them as a buyer in this trade deadline market. I don't think they have that kind of team this year. They've gotten really good performances from guys kind of playing above their heads so far this year, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to do that in the second half of the year, especially with the way other teams in the American League certainly have loaded up. Looking at the Texas Rangers and Anaheim, or the LA Angels anyway, I don't think anybody's really going to make the moves that those teams have already. Now, whether or not the Angels made the right move, not trading Shohei Ohtani and investing, some of the upper levels of their farm system at the trade deadline for rentals, is that the right move for them long term? As I told you guys, the last couple of days, I really think that's kind of one of the downfalls here of the LA Angels. I think they're going to be one of the worst teams in all of baseball next year. I think they're going to continue to be that way for at least the next 5 or 6 years after this year if they don't get Shohei Ohtani to return. So Angels really making a big-time gamble on convincing Shohei to stay this season, or stay after this season, and I'm not sure it'll pay off. And even if they do get a wild card spot out of it, I'm still not sure it's enough to convince Shohei to stay, especially when you consider that he's probably going to get bigger offers from teams like the Mets, teams like the Yankees. The Dodgers, I think, are going to at least give him $60 million a year, and I just don't think the Angels are going to be able to play in that type of pond. So we'll see what happens here at the deadline, but there's a lot of activity that's expected to happen today. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe if you guys are new here to the Upside. We cover Major League Baseball, the NFL, the NBA, and the NHL. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Follow us over on Twitter at UpsideSN and over on Facebook, Upside Sports Network. But let's kind of get into some of the headlines from early here in the morning. Get this one popped up for you guys. All right, welcome in, Willard. Houston, in my opinion, should trade for Verlander. I think they need to get a starter like Verlander, but like I said previously, it's going to come down to whether or not Verlander is okay going back to Houston. Basically, after helping them win World Series and so forth, the comments Jim Crane said after the season that he wasn't worth $25 million a year, let alone 43. You also have to factor in the money, the prospects, the vesting option for 25, and I'm just not sure from a money standpoint and from a prospects perspective that the Astros are going to be able to get it done. That's why I say the LA Dodgers look like a fit for him as far as the team with the ability to give up the prospects and allow the Mets to eat the money and still make a run at Shohei after the season. That kind of would be the win now move for the Dodgers while still allowing them to maintain their flexibility to go after Shohei this off season. The Baltimore Orioles need a starting pitcher. A little bit surprised that they're going after Verlander, just because I thought the price might be a little high. But apparently the Tigers have just set such a high price on it that they've had to circle back to the Verlander discussions. Maybe Detroit will lower their asking price as we get close to the deadline. We are about 10 hours, 9 hours away from the deadline right now, so we shall see what ultimately happens. He would bring stability to your staff, though. I agree. I just think Houston's going to end up going a little bit cheaper here at the deadline. I think the prices will drop on those Tiger starters. Most notably, probably Michael Lorenzen, because he can be both a starter and a reliever. Still a very good pitcher, but I don't think he's going to necessarily command the prospect package Eduardo Rodriguez or Justin Verlander will require here at the deadline. Alrighty, so MLB Trade Rumors is a great site to kind of keep up on all the rumors as they kind of trickle in throughout the day. As we mentioned off the top, Verlander is kind of what the entire market's watching for. You're going to have to see the Verlander probably get a deal agreed to here in the next couple of hours, because then the money and the waiving his no trade and figuring out the vesting option, that's going to take time. Like we saw with Max Scherzer, we saw the deal for the Texas Rangers really occur around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then by 5 o'clock they had the no trade waived, but then it took another 12 hours to discuss what they were going to do as far as the money. And then getting him to opt into that option year, it took time to get all those types of things figured out. And there's more money on the Verlander deal than there was for Scherzer. That's kind of what things are waiting for right now. Tigers, like we said off the top, they're inevitably going to trade those two starters, and I think they could trade a couple of bullpen pieces as well. We touched on the Cardinals. Flaherty, we touched on him as well. DeYoung is likely gone. I speculated that the San Francisco Giants might be a fit there. I wonder after the trade for Matthias and for Pollock if they're still in the market for DeYoung. I still think he'd be a good depth addition here at the deadline. I wonder if a team like Toronto now reaches out about Paul DeYoung because of the injury to Bo Bichette, if they're not able to go after a guy like Tim Anderson. So I think DeYoung will still be gone. I just think his team has now moved from San Francisco to now Toronto as the fit there. And St. Louis and Toronto have already had discussions around Jordan Hicks as to what it would cost to bring him in. And so I wonder if they just pick up on those conversations about the prospects they were interested in and just run with something quickly here. Prices are going to drop today. We will see a fair amount of activity today. Do you think Houston could trade Chas McCormick for Bader? I would not do that if I'm Houston. Chas McCormick is having a breakout year for you guys. Bader, he had a little bit of a breakout last year for the Yankees, but that would be a downgrade, in my opinion, for Houston. Chas McCormick looks like he's finally unlocked something over the last month or two, and I think you're looking at a player who's really taking a step forward in his career. I would not trade Chas McCormick right now here at the deadline if I'm Houston. The one piece I'm interested in seeing if they get moved out of Chicago is Dylan Cease. Do we see Dylan Cease get moved here at the deadline? His value is a little bit lower than that of Luis Robert. However, the availability of both Robert and Cease on the market is a little bit surprising to me. Ken Rosenthal reported that late Sunday night and early Monday morning that the White Sox were willing to discuss any of their players, including Cease and Robert, on their roster. Robert has just so much value left on him, though. 4 years left to control after this. He isn't exactly the healthiest guy on the roster. When you look at his last couple of years, he just hasn't been that available. Really great player, but I'm just not sure any team's going to be able to pony up the price necessary for the White Sox to give up on him or at least trade him away, just because his availability is going to be a little bit of a question mark, and I think teams might have that same question mark about his availability once he comes to their team. Now, as far as Dylan Cease, his value is a little bit lower than that of Robert, but with the starting pitching prices being so high across the market, for example, the guys from Detroit and for Verlander, maybe they just turn around and say, hey, I'd rather go ahead and get the guy that has maybe the higher ceiling out of all those guys. But even though he's having a little bit lower or a little bit less of a successful season, I still see that high ceiling, and I can work with him even after this season. So teams that are invested here at the deadline who might want some controllable starting pitching, thinking of the teams like the Reds who have some middle infield talent that they can trade away, and the White Sox certainly are interested in middle infielders right now, especially if they're going to trade away guys like Tim Anderson, etc. But I'm very curious to see if Dylan Cease's move, just because the asking prices for starting pitching right now, and for the sheer amount of teams looking for starters right now. I think there's a really good chance Dylan Cease has a chance to get moved here. I would have said probably before the deadline a week ago, his chances of getting traded probably 10, 15, 20% at best. Right now, I'd have to say it's pretty much an even coin flip because I think the offers are going to come in for Dylan Cease that are at least legitimate offers that the White Sox are going to have to turn down and at least contemplate. Now, are they going to be able to be overwhelmed? That's the question mark. Are teams willing to invest in a guy who's having a little bit of a down year when they're trying to compete for a pennant? That's the question. So we shall see. But the White Sox are one team I'm watching today. St. Louis, as you can see on the screen, they've got some pieces to move. Carlson, I don't think is going to get moved. The market for him really was the New York Yankees and a couple other teams that needed some outfielders. With the Yankees not likely to buy here at the deadline, I think Carlson ends up staying in St. Louis. Mariners, like we mentioned, they're going to try to trade some pieces here at the deadline. I think the last two pieces they're going to move are going to be Teoscar Hernandez and maybe Ty France, but I don't think they're going to get they're not going to get a bite on him for Ty France at the moment. I think his value to the Mariners is higher than what it might be to other teams. Hernandez, though, is in the final year of his deal. I think there's at least a good chance he gets moved. Maybe a team like the Diamondbacks could use a bat like that. How about Chas McCormick, Pedro Leon, Drew Gilbert, and Hunter Brown for Cease, Roberts, Tim Anderson, and Eloy? Not a chance of that happening. I don't think even if you put that package together, Houston would do that. I don't think they're trading Hunter Brown at all. So you have to remove Hunter Brown, in which case that takes out the Roberts Jr. You're not getting Eloy Jimenez for that package. Chas McCormick, Gilbert, and a couple of other prospects for Cease. I don't think that's enough to get it done either. But I get where you're at, Willard. I just don't think that's I think Houston's going to make a move, but I don't think they're going to be able to play at the top of the market for Cease or Verlander. I think you're going to be looking a little bit lower in that starting pitching market. And Dana Brown, the GM for Houston, said they're looking at relief pitchers, but they could circle back to some starting pitchers before the deadline if they can't find something to their liking for their pen. One other spot to really look at right now is the San Diego Padres. What are they going to do? They just swept the Texas Rangers over the weekend. They started their 1-2-3, and they really got great performances out of all three starting pitchers this weekend. Josh Hader was on display in a couple of those games as well. We thought that they're probably going to stand pat after sweeping the Rangers, but you look at what happened last night. They lose 4-3 in 10. They found a very curious way to lose once again, and it's just the same old story with the Padres. They get in their way one night, they get out of their way the next. I'm curious to see what they ultimately do. They have a very high asking price on Josh Hader, so I wonder if teams really start to meet that price now, because he would be the best closing option on the market right now. Teams who are heavily invested here at the deadline, looking at the Texas Rangers, looking at teams like the Baltimore Orioles, the Atlanta Braves, the LA Dodgers, teams like that could go after a guy like Josh Hader. If I had to handicap it as far as which team would probably have the best chances of getting Josh Hader, I'd put number 1, the Rangers, and probably 2, I'd probably go the Atlanta Braves, but Dodgers would be waiting in that 3 spot. I just don't think San Diego would trade him to the Dodgers. So we shall see what happens. Welcome in Jordan. Teo coming home. Is he going to go back to the Jays? Possibly. With the injury to Bo Bichette, that could open a spot up in the lineup, but I think they could go after a guy like Paul DeJong instead. Teoscar Hernandez is not having a good year this year. Maybe going back to familiar confines in Toronto could be good for him. Would really help out his free agent profile when he hits free agency after the season. But I'm just not sure that's a perfect fit for them either. But as I said, I'm really watching what happens here with the Chicago White Sox and the San Diego Padres to what they decide to do with their key pieces. Looking at Blake Snell and Josh Hader for San Diego, Cease and Robert for the White Sox. Another team out there that might actually sell here at the deadline is the New York Yankees. Brian Cashman said as much in a post-game interview the other night. Said basically they're willing to discuss guys who are in the final year of their deals, talking about Severino, Donaldson, Montas, IKF, etc. I think IKF is probably going to be traded just because he's got some good defensive versatility. Donaldson could be a good bench bat, DH type hitter for a team out there. He does strike out sometimes, does ground into a pretty significant amount of double plays as well, but he is a good playoff performer. So if you're needing a good bench bat, low cost option, maybe the Yankees could offset some of that money there for you. Welcome in, Matthew. Does Tim Anderson go to Jays since Bo Bichette got hurt? I think there's a very good chance of that, actually. Tim Anderson has had a down year, finally got the monkey off of his back for the home run drought that he had. 348 at-bats, was it, between home runs, but he finally knocked one out of the park the other day. Maybe that's a good sign for things to come for them, but right now, if I had to put a number on it, I'd say Tim Anderson's chances of going to Toronto probably around 30 to 40%. I'd say DeYoung probably around 50 to 60%, just because the Jays have already discussed prospects with the Cardinals. They already have a rapport with the team. They know what they're looking for on each side. So a deal could come together very quickly for Paul DeYoung. I think they're waiting for the medical to come back on Bo Bichette after his injury, after rounding first base in the game the other day. And I think once they get that medical as to how long he's going to be out or if he's going to be out, that's when they make the decision to make the trade. So I think they're going to go after a guy like Paul DeYoung before they go after Tim Anderson, just because I think they've already got that dialogue set up with the Cardinals. But the Yankees will sell. We touched on Gleyber Torres to the Marlins already. Padres doing a little bit of buying and selling here at the deadline, looking for what they can do here in the market. I didn't think they would really go out there into the market and buy. I thought that they had a really nice series against Texas, but they were still far enough back in the wild card that I didn't think they would make some big-time additions. If you look at their run differential so far this season, they have one of the better run differentials in all of baseball, especially on the National League side, behind the Braves and Dodgers. I think they're third right now. But they just haven't found a way to get the end result that they need. The wins just haven't been there, and I'm just not sure, what happens. Do we know the extent of the injury? Not yet. Gavin, welcome in. I just got here. Do you think the Padres are going to be buyers or sellers? I think they should stand pat, but Preller, I gotta love him, man. He comes from Texas originally, goes and gets his first GM job with the San Diego Padres, and every single year, every single offseason, every single deadline, he's got to make some type of a move, and that maybe just is what he's got to do. Kind of reminds me a lot of Jerry DiPoto in his role with the Seattle Mariners, but Preller likes to do big type of acquisitions, big time sell-offs like we saw when after he acquired all the pieces for Craig Kimbrell and Justin Upton when he first got into the job, and then by trade deadline he realized, this isn't working, and traded all those pieces away to recoup some of the prospect capital that he lost. I still think the Padres are a very good team. They spent all the money for Xander Bogaerts, made the prospect capital, the big time trade for Juan Soto. They brought in Manny Machado. They brought in all these different starting pitchers as well. They've had a good team. Their run differential tells you they're a good team. But the win-losses just haven't been there for them this year. And I just wonder if now's the time Preller, realizes, hey, it's time to clear the decks once again. Let's at least trade these guys that are in the final year. There's a deal in Josh Hader and Blake Snell. Or do they add here at the deadline going after some more offense and bullpen? Well, Padres, I think, could do a little bit of both just because of A.J. Preller. If I were the Padres, I would probably either stand pat or sell the two guys that are going to hit free agency after the season. But welcome in, everybody. Make sure you hit the like button. Really does help us out. Send us a super chat if you'd like to support the channel. We're going to be live all day long for you guys all the way through the deadline. So those of you who may be at work, say hello. We're going to be live for you guys. So while you're stuck at work, you can't watch, MLB Network, or you just want to join us here on YouTube, we really appreciate it. We'll keep you guys updated on every single thing that happens around the market. But that's kind of where things stand here in the morning. We touched on the Yankees selling already. Diamondbacks made a late-night trade anyway, bringing in Jace Peterson, kind of a depth move for them. They already made the move to bring in Paul Sewald. I think now their attention absolutely turns to the starting rotation. Do they go after one of those guys from the Detroit Tigers? Do they go after Mike Clevenger from the White Sox? Do they go at the top of the market for Verlander? But they will make some addition to that starting rotation. I am absolutely certain of it. The question will be, how much do they really want to invest in this team, a team that's really struggled over the last few weeks, but still is in the wild card picture. So just to kind of show you guys where things stand in the wild card. Let's kind of update the standings for you guys. On the American League side, you got Baltimore, Texas, and Minnesota in the driver's seat for those divisions. Interesting note on Minnesota is they're actually fielding calls on Sonny Gray and Kenta Maeda, even though they're a first-place team. But take a look where they're at in the standings. They're clearly not going to win one of the byes in the wild card round, so they're going to be stuck playing the best of the wild cards, or they're going to be stuck in that wild card series, probably against either Toronto or the Angels. And I don't think Minnesota actually wins that series, even though it would be in Minnesota. And if by some miracle they do, then you're facing, one of those other two teams there, Texas or Baltimore, and I just don't think it's going to work out for Minnesota. So them trying to do a little bit of selling here out of their rotation, while it's surprising for a first-place team to do it, I get the move for them if they ultimately move it. I think we could see a buyer-for-buyer type trade. I don't think they're necessarily going to trade them for prospects. They do need some offense this year, and they're probably going to need somebody to jump back into the rotation if they lose one of those two starters in trade. But interesting to see the Twins possibly be in a kind of a trading one of their starting pitchers that's performed very well for them so far this season. You look at the wild card right now, you've got Tampa Bay in the top spot, Houston in that second wild card, and the last wild card spot right now is Toronto. Outside of the wild card, there's really three teams that are really in contention right now. Boston, the Angels, and the Yankees. I'm not buying Seattle as a contender right now. They've already declared themselves as a seller, even though they're 3.5 out. We talked about the Yankees selling their guys, even though they're 3.5 out. The Angels really have invested heavily into this season. I think their future is absolutely screwed. But they're 3 out right now. They have a really good chance to win that wild card, but I think Toronto still has the best of them, at least right now. But they were 5 out of that final wild card spot a couple of days ago. A couple of losses by the Blue Jays, a couple wins by the Angels, and now they're back within 3. So it's still doable, but I think the Angels have absolutely screwed over their future because of what they decided to do here at the deadline. Boston, while they're only 2.5 back, I don't really see them as a huge buyer. They've overperformed pretty much across the board. Got a really good performance last night out of Nick Pivetta and ended up blowing the game out of the bullpen anyway. They are expected to sell at least James Paxton and Adam Duvall just to kind of create some roster flexibility for the end of the season. I wonder if they end up trading some other pieces. They're going to get some reinforcements back in Trevor Story and Chris Sale. But I don't think Boston has the horses to be able to compete in this wild card race, not with the likes of Toronto and the Angels, at least as currently constructed. If they decide to go out there and make a big-time addition here, I don't think they're going to do it. But if they do add a starter, I know Jim Bowden said that they might be able to go after a starter like Michael Lorenzen. That doesn't make sense because he is a rental here at this time of year. While they could use a starter, I just don't see them going after a rental-type option or even investing really at the deadline here because of how good the teams at the top really are. The Baltimores, the Texas, the Houston, the Tampa Bays of the world. Tampa Bay got a really good starting pitcher the other day with Aaron Savali going to Tampa Bay for their number 4 prospect, number 39 prospect, number 37 prospect in the game anyway, first base prospect. Guardians really kind of improving their team for the future. They haven't really had an answer at first base outside of Naylor. Josh Bell, they tried bringing in, it didn't work, and they're going to try to do it differently the rest of the way. If they if they get into the postseason, great, but their goal right now is to get better for 2024. Tells you Minnesota's probably got the division sewn up, which tells you if Minnesota doesn't think that they've got a chance to beat those teams like Baltimore, Texas, Houston, or Tampa, tells you that's why they might be willing to move guys like Sonny Gray and Kenta Maeda and still win the division. Kind of crazy in the American League Central how bad it's gotten. And it sounds like they may even get a losing record and get into the postseason. On the National League side, you got the Braves on top, Dodgers, and then Cincinnati. Then you got a whole glut of wild card teams. You got the Cubs, the Milwaukee Brewers still vying for that division crown as well. Giants made a couple of additions with A.J. Pollock and Mark Mathias. They're said to be in the market for a guy like Justin Verlander. I'm not sure he ends up waiving his no trade to go there ultimately, just because how good of a World Series chance do they have even with Verlander? You look at the Philadelphia Phillies, they're looking for a corner outfield bat. They're looking for a back end starter and a reliever. Do I think they go at the top of the market for those types of things? No. But I think Adam Duvall, Teoscar Hernandez, that type of player, Tyler O'Neill, is probably the best case scenario here at the deadline for the Philadelphia Phillies. The best addition, though, that the Phillies can make is just getting Trey Turner sorted out. They're 8 games above 500 right now and sit in a pretty good spot here at the wild card, in my opinion, just because a lot of inexperience around them. You look at teams like Cincinnati, Arizona, Miami, Chicago, teams who haven't really been around in the playoff picture are all vying for either the division in the Central or for a wild card spot. Not all those teams are going to get in, and I think the teams of veteran leadership, Phillies have gotten some really good pitching performance out of Taijuan Walker so far this year, among others. I think they've got a good enough team as currently constructed to win one of those wild card spots. That means it's going to be up to San Francisco, Arizona, Miami, Chicago, or San Diego to win one of those final wild cards. If Chicago can continue their hot play that they've had over the last couple of weeks, I think Chicago might ultimately sneak in there. Miami, if they add Gleyber Torres without trading away some of their starting pitching, I think Miami could be another team that's in there. San Francisco, I just don't think has enough. If they make the move for Verlander, I think they get the spot. In the Central, I'd probably still pick Milwaukee to win that division. If they trade away Corbin Burns, like they surprised everybody last year and traded away Josh Hader, then I think Cincinnati or Chicago wins the division. But as things currently stand, I think Milwaukee ultimately wins the division. The day is finally here. I agree, Jose. Let's look at the fun going. I know it's early in the morning for a lot of you guys, especially on the West Coast. It's only, 6:30 out there. On the East Coast, it's 9:30. It's going to be 6 p.m. Eastern deadline anyway on the East Coast. Anyway, you got 5 p.m. in the Central. We're going to be live all the way through the deadline, about an hour and a half after the deadline as well. So make sure you join us for the entirety of it. Hit that like and subscribe button. We really do, really do appreciate all the support we've gained over the last couple of days. Gained about 25 subscribers. Last year we gained in the neighborhood of 200 subscribers on deadline day. So I really appreciate those of you who joined us last year and kind of joined us once again. We're going to do this every year for you guys. So every single deadline, we're going to be here doing a live for y'all. Aaron, Twins, who on earth can they trade for to help them offensively, and who will they have to give up? Steer for Maley, now giving me nightmares. Well, I think they're going to trade away a couple of they could trade some of their starting pitching. I don't think they're going to be big-time buyers here at the deadline. There's not a whole lot of offense on the market anyway. They're not going to make the trade within the division for Luis Robert either. So if they do decide to trade Sonny Gray or Kenta Maeda, who are the two names that they've actually offered on the trade market right now, there's not really a guy out there for me that's going to move the needle for them offensively. Now, could they add somebody, around the periphery? Absolutely. But I just don't think there's really anybody out there that's going to move the needle significantly like a Pete Alonso for them. I just don't think they'd go after a Pete Alonso first and foremost. But if he was available, if he really was on the market, I think the Twins should at least check on it. I just don't think they'd do it ultimately for Sonny Gray or Kenta Maeda. I think the Mets wouldn't accept that as a trade return anyway. I think they'd want higher end prospects instead rather than some of the starting pitching coming back that's on expiring deals, etc. But the Twins do need to improve their offense. But as far as the big-time buyers here at the deadline, the Texas Rangers probably the biggest winners so far here at the deadline, bringing in 2 front-of-the-rotation starting pitchers. We'll look at the top 50 trade candidates here, the list here. Number 1 on this list for MLB trade rumors was Jordan Montgomery. They also brought in Max Scherzer, playoff performer. I think he'll really have a nice rebound here in the second half of the season. The question will be, will he have enough gas to get through the rest of the season and into the postseason? Getting into another pennant race, getting traded here, possibly will rejuvenate him. We'll see what ultimately happens with Max Scherzer and the Texas Rangers. But the Rangers are certainly all in right now. I think if Josh Hader is moved, he ultimately will go to Texas because they absolutely need some more bullpen help in my estimation. That would kind of be the finishing piece for what they've done with their pitching staff. And oh, by the way, in case you guys thought the Rangers had already added 2 starting pitchers, they've got 7 already on their roster. What in the world are they going to do with all this pitching? They may still add another starting pitcher. They've still checked in on Justin Verlander from the New York Mets. That news coming from Sunday evening after they completed the trade for Montgomery and Scherzer. They still checked in on the price, not just doing due diligence for Justin Verlander. Then they turned around the next morning and followed up just to kind of really see if there was any movement on there, see if they could come to a deal. They're still in there for Justin Verlander. Right now, there's about 8 teams, according to John Heyman, that are in there for Justin Verlander. Do I think the Rangers are favorites by any estimation? No. I just think it's very interesting that Texas is still in the market for another starting pitcher. I think it's more because they want to get another frontline starter, and 2, it would keep him away from going to a team like Houston or even the Dodgers, a team they could face in the World Series. So this, I think, would be a great move for Texas if they're able to get it done. I think it would cost something similar to what they did last with Luis Angel Acuna going to the Mets for Max Scherzer. I think that if the Mets are willing to eat, say, $36 million again of the Verlander deal, maybe another $20 million of the deal if he gets that option vests, you could see them include some of their top prospects out of their system. We floated the idea last night about them possibly going after a guy like Evan Carter. If you're a Mets fan, that's the number 1 prospect in the Rangers system, number 6 in all of baseball, but it's going to cost the New York Mets dearly to do it. What do I mean by that? You're going to have to eat almost all of that Justin Verlander money, and you're probably going to have to include a guy like Pete Alonso to do it. Do I think there's an outside chance of it happening? I do, because I think the New York Mets really want to reset things for 2024. Pete Alonso is only going to be on the Mets for a year and a half, and then he's going to be a free agent. Now, of course, they could try to extend him or re-sign him at that point, but if they want to do what they did with the Max Scherzer trade and really ramp up their farm system, their Evan Carter would be a piece that could be in their starting outfield on opening day next year. Low-cost option, and that would allow Steve Cohen to go out there and spend even more money on a guy like Shohei Ohtani. Now, of course, they've got a great starting pitcher in Kodai Senga right now, but Verlander could be on their roster after this season, absolutely. They could have Alonso on their roster after this season, absolutely. But for a chance at a top 10 prospect, one of the guys who's probably going to be a very good high-end role player to a top-end superstar in Evan Carter, that might be what it would take to get a guy like Justin Verlander and Pete Alonso out of New York. I'm very curious to see what happens there. Just for the fact that the Rangers were still interested and not just doing due diligence on Justin Verlander tells me that something like that could actually happen. And I would have probably put the percentage on something like that around 2 to 5%. But just the fact that they're still talking about it or even mentioning the idea, hey, we're interested in Justin Verlander, even after acquiring Justin Verlander and Jordan Montgomery, tells you the Rangers are absolutely all in. Now, as far as something that might be more likely, if Josh Hader is ultimately moved from the Padres, I think the Texas Rangers, like I said, are going to be the hottest team after him. I think the Braves will be right in there as well. I think the Braves really need one back-end bullpen piece. I thought Paul Sewald from the Mariners might be the perfect piece for them. However, I kind of picture Iglesias and Sewald as kind of similar type of pitchers as far as the arm slot and all that kind of a thing. Maybe that's the reason why they didn't go that direction. But Josh Hader would be just a different animal for that Atlanta bullpen. Right now, Atlanta looks like the best team in the NL. They played like the best team in all of baseball for like the last month. They've been fantastic. And they lost last night in a tough one to the LA Angels, at home anyway, after sweeping the Milwaukee Brewers. I'm just curious to see what Atlanta does today. Are they going to continue to kind of tinker around the edges of that roster, bringing in a guy like Adam Duvall? It seems like the front office there really likes the production they've gotten from Kevin Pillar. Anthopoulos might not ultimately make the addition of Adam Duvall like he has the last 2 deadlines, but we shall see. I still think they need one more bullpen piece, but it'll be between Texas and Atlanta for Josh Hader if he ultimately is moved. Now, the Padres haven't declared themselves as buyers or sellers. They, in fact, could do a little bit of both. If they trade Josh Hader, maybe they go out there for one of those rentals that might not cost quite as much and add to their bullpen. So, for instance, say they trade Josh Hader, maybe they turn around and go to the White Sox and get Middleton for their middle relief or a kind of a setup guy. You know, there's a lot of capabilities for the Padres as far as what they could do. Josh Hader would certainly command a hefty package back in return. Blake Snell would be in the same category. Really good starting pitcher so far. Blake Snell, really good pitcher so far this season anyway. Brewers in free fall. Funny. How do you think they will win the division? Well, I think the Brewers still have a very good team. They've lost only a few games now in a row. They were hot before they hit Atlanta, but every team who hits Atlanta right now really struggles against them. They played well against Atlanta. They just didn't get the result. They lost last night, I believe, to Washington. Tough break anyway. They had their number one starter on the mound in Corbin Burnes, and the Nationals ended up beating him. And by the way, in case you haven't been paying attention to Nationals baseball like I haven't all year, C.J. Abrams has really taken a step forward in his career. He looks like a really good young shortstop, stealing bases left and right over the last couple of weeks. He really looks like a player who's taken a step forward. And the Nationals played really well against the Brewers last night. However, the Brewers are still a very good team. They got some good energy coming up from the minors. They've made a couple additions here at the deadline now. And I think the Brewers should at least win the division. They have the best starting pitching in my estimation. Once they get Woodruff back in there, I think they'll be able to sort things out and be able to get it done. The question will be, do they ultimately hang on to Corbin Burnes, or do they surprise us like they did last year with Josh Hader? That's why I'm not taking my eye off the Brewers until after the deadline actually passes. I think the Brewers have a very interesting situation coming up, not after the season, but after next, when all three of their top players hit free agency, Adames, Woodruff, and Burnes. They're not going to be able to re-sign all three and keep Christian Yelich. So I think it'd be great for them to be able to find a team to eat all of the contract of Christian Yelich. Then they could try to re-sign Burnes and maybe one of the other guys. I don't think they'll be able to keep all three on their best day, but if they're able to get somebody to bite down on that Yelich contract, $26 million for 5-6 years left with a full no trade, I think the the Brewers would be great to try to get that contract off their books to be able to re-sign those guys. I just don't think a team's going to be willing to bite down on that contract. So that leaves you with Corbin Burnes, who already has a sour relationship with the front office after his arbitration process after the season last year. I wonder if they end up moving Corbin Burnes because he would give you the biggest package back. He's got a year left to control after this. You could probably get a package similar to what you got to Josh Hader, maybe even a little bit better, and still be able to maintain competitiveness in that division. Do I think you win the division if you trade Corbin Burnes? I do not. I think you're pretty much doing what you did last year with Josh Hader and ultimately missing the playoffs. I think the very similar thing would happen here with Corbin Burnes. But the Brewers have to do things very differently than any other team would. So if you're a New York Yankees fan, you're like, why on earth would a division winner or a division leading team like the Brewers or a team that's in playoff contention trade away their ace? Well, it's because they're in Milwaukee. They don't have the budget of the New York Mets or the New York Yankees or the Texas Rangers or even the Houston Astros. They have to do things very differently. And it's tough to judge them as an outside market team when you're like, oh my goodness, this ace, this is the guy you lock up. You don't trade him away. Well, if he's the guy that's going to reset your timetable, keep your championship window open. By championship, I mean division championship window open. I don't think they're in the World Series class yet. I don't think they're anywhere close to that when you look at the Atlanta Braves and the LA Dodgers, the Texas Rangers, the Houston Astros, Baltimore Orioles, Tampa Bay Rays. I don't think the Brewers are in that class. They're a very good team, yes, but they're not in that upper echelon of Major League Baseball, and that's why they have to do things a little bit differently. So maybe they catch lightning in a bottle, maybe they prove me wrong, but I'm not taking my eyes off of what the Brew Crew is going to do the rest of the way. Let's kind of check in on some of these rumors, see if anything's flying around here early this morning. We talked a little bit about the Orioles interested in Justin Verlander. I already touched on that one already, and then nothing else there. Let's check in on Twitter, see if anything else is breaking at the moment. Update on the Teoscar Hernandez market. Phillies, Jays, and Giants appear to be fits. Yankees also could be a fit as well for their need for offense, but it looks like the Yankees are honestly looking to sell. So looking to sell those expiring deals. I don't think they're really going to ask, or they're not really going to add anything here at the deadline. Doesn't look like anything else is happening at the moment. Here's the news from Mark Feinsand right now. The Tigers are expected to trade both Eduardo Rodriguez and Michael Lorenzen before the deadline, but sources say the asking prices remain quite high for the two starters. Will the Tigers lower their price, or will a contender feel the pressure as the deadline approaches? I think both can be true. I think the price will drop a little bit as we get closer to the deadline, and I do think teams will overpay for both of those starters in the end. It seems like the interest in both players is extremely high. Which is why I still think that the need for starting pitching as a whole on the market right now leads me to believe that there could be a chance guys like Corbin Burnes, guys like Dylan Cease, could ultimately be moved. Same thing for Justin Verlander. Pitching is pretty much at a premium right now on the market. There's not really enough offense on the market for anybody to really make any major additions. The best of the offensive side of the market right now looks like Teoscar Hernandez, Joey Manassas, Brent Rooker, Paul DeYoung, Tyler O'Neill, pieces like that. Are they really moving the needle for anybody out there? I don't think so. O'Neill's probably the best hitter of that bunch. Has a year of control left. But I don't think anybody's given up, a top 5 prospect for him. But if, players like Luis Robert came on the market, which I think he is actually on the market right now, the question will be, will the White Sox actually move him or get an offer worth bringing him in? That remains to be seen. I don't think they will. Players like Pete Alonso, players like Paul Goldschmidt, Nolan Arenado are players that would really be, the best offensive option on the market right now, and those teams could really get a pretty penny for them. I just don't think they ultimately get moved. I still think it's an outside chance that Alonso does. I think there's an outside chance that the LA Dodgers circle back to the St. Louis Cardinals and say, hey, you want to get some young starting pitching, have a couple of good young starters in your rotation for the rest of this season and next? Let's talk about Nolan Arenado. If they are willing to do something like that, I don't think the Cardinals are at this point, but if they do, if they decide to reset their clock a little bit, get a little bit younger, Nolan Gorman moves over to third, allows him to play his natural position, kind of solves their defensive issues, which is part of the reason why the Cardinals struggled this year. Not to mention their catching issues behind the plate. Wilson Contreras really did no favors for that pitching staff. I think that's the reason why they were so inconsistent, is the difference between Yadi Molina and Wilson Contreras. So we'll see what happens in St. Louis, but offensively, we'll see if some of these teams kind of jump out there and decide to trade some of these top-end pieces, because there's really nobody on the market right now that moves the needle offensively. It's all pitching right now. So until one of those guys decides to move them, we shall see. John Heyman saying that the Pirates are weighing multiple offers on Rich Hill and Austin Hedges, also getting inquiries on Bednar, Keller, Holderman, and Choi. Bednar and Keller obviously have big price tags, not surprising. I don't think they'll move Keller here at the deadline, even though the price for starting pitching is so high. They could get what they actually want here at the deadline, because of it's just the sheer interest in starting pitching right now. But Bednar, I think, is going to, if Hader is not moved, then you've got a guy like David Bednar, who'd be the top closer on the market. They'd probably be able to get a hefty package for him. I think they would be overwhelmed for him if they really were interested in moving him. I think the Texas Rangers, same thing for Josh Hader. The two teams I expect to be in on Hader, I think would be the hardest in on David Bednar. Braves and Rangers, I think, would be the two teams in on there. I think the Dodgers would also be another team in there in that Bednar market. So let's see if anything happens there. Rangers, I think, are going to add one more bat. Jim Bowden of MLB Network and The Athletic believes that they could go after a guy like Brent Rooker as the deadline kind of ticks down at the very end of the day. I think that's actually a logical fit for them that doesn't cost them too much, could give them some decent production out of that DH spot. Before May and June, he was really one of the better hitters in all of Major League Baseball. Had that big-time slump, and it looks like he might finally be getting a little bit better. Not sure he'd be a big improvement for the Rangers overall, but if you're needing a bench bat, you're needing a DH-type hitter, Rooker would be a good option for you, for those of you who are Rangers fans. And that's kind of where the market sits right now. Let's see, doesn't look like anything else has happened in the last couple of minutes. So let's kind of check in on this top trade candidate list from the MLB trade rumor site. We've already seen a couple of these guys go. We've already seen Jordan Montgomery go, Texas. We've seen Candelario go, Cubs. Michael Lorenzen is their number 3 on here as far as top trade candidates. Not sure if this would be the number 3 most impactful player here in the market, but I think teams like the Orioles, teams like the Reds, and Astros are the most likely fits for him. The Rays, before the Savali trade, I would have said been in there, but after bringing in Aaron Savali, I don't think Lorenzen's a fit for the Rays anymore. Tommy Pham, I think he's likely to move today. There's just a lot of outfield options that are on the market, like Teoscar Hernandez, like Tyler O'Neill. I'm not sure if there's enough chairs to go around, but he would be a good bench addition for somebody who needs a 4th outfielder, 5th outfielder type. Then you get to the Cardinals guys. Jordan Hicks has already been moved to the Jays. Jack Flaherty is probably the top starting pitcher that they have to move here at the deadline. If the market doesn't trade guys like Cease or Verlander, then you're looking at guys like Jack Flaherty, who will very likely be the top of the market right now. Where could he ultimately go? Reds seem like a very logical fit. He could really kind of solidify that starting rotation. Hunter Green is expected back in a couple weeks for them. Abbott's been fantastic for the Reds as well. Getting a guy like Jack Flaherty, somebody who's got the potential to be a Cy Young type pitcher. We'll see if he ultimately gets to that point this year. He's been inconsistent, just like every other starting pitcher for the Cardinals this year. But the Cardinals should be able to get a pretty prospect package back for him in return, and the Reds have the ability to put together a very nice package for him. Eduardo Rodriguez, much like Michael Lorenzen, expected to be moved today. High prospect cost, though, for him. Dylan Carlson, I don't think he's as likely to move now that the Yankees are taking a little bit of a step back here at the deadline. He does have some controllability left here at the deadline, though, or controllability after the season. So maybe the Yankees take the flyer there and just put him in the lineup and see what they have. But I think the Yankees are going to trade some of their back end pieces off of their roster. I think it's more likely that the Cardinals will move a guy like Tyler O'Neill instead. Scott Barlow from the Royals is another guy who could be moved here at the deadline. Royals have already traded a couple of pieces out of their bullpen, a middle infielder as well. Royals are not going to be competitive for probably the next 3, 4, 5 years, and they really need to get some young prospects in there. So maybe a young lottery ticket type of prospect package could get a guy like Scott Barlow in. Has a high walk rate though, so teams that are contenders might be shy away from him just from that concerning aspect of his repertoire. But he is a really good strikeout pitcher. But the walks are the thing that would concern me for Scott Barlow. Canha's already been moved. He's gone to the Brewers. DeYoung, as we mentioned, is very likely to move. I'd put the chances of DeYoung being traded here at the deadline at 95%. Stratton's already been moved from the Cardinals, but DeYoung, I would have told you yesterday, before the Bo Bichette injury, the Giants would have been the most likely team after the trade for Mathias and for Pollock. I think that might have dried up one suitor for DeYoung. Now I think the door has opened in Toronto to where maybe they bring in Paul DeYoung if that Bo Bichette injury is significant, which I'm worried that it might be. So we shall see. Paul Sewald has already been moved on to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Healthy prospect return for them. Then you get to the Padres guys, Blake Snell and Josh Hader. Like I said earlier, A.J. Preller is going to do something here at the deadline. Is he going to add here at the deadline? Is he going to trade some of these guys? I think he might do a little bit of both. I think Hader would be able to make the most impactful return as far as a prospect package, even though Snell would be one of the better starting pitchers on the market right now. I think there would be a hotter market for a guy like Josh Hader because he could impact more games for you guys here at the deadline. I think you could probably get a top 50 prospect in the game for Josh Hader, and that's a pretty decent prospect package back for Josh Hader. When we're talking about the sheer value of Josh Hader, on the baseball trade value site, his value is only in the single digits. A top 50 prospect would get you another $10 million more in value, but I think teams that are all in right now might actually give you that type of return. They might ask you to eat some money. They might ask you to do other things. They might ask you to even include Blake Snell in the trade. But whatever they do here at the deadline, I think the Padres, I think they'll end up buying and selling just because of who their GM is and A.J. Preller. Would I do that if I were them? I would have already sold Hader earlier before the trade deadline. I know they put themselves in a tough spot right now. The Cubs and the Padres really kind of messed things up for other teams here at the deadline, along with the Angels, because they decided to either add here at the deadline or they got on big-time winning streaks that kind of muddy the field and take a few sellers away here at the deadline. They took some of the top pieces off of the trade market. You look at the Cubs, who would have had Stroman and Bellinger. You look at the Angels, who would have had Ohtani on the market. Lucas Giolito probably would have gone elsewhere. Candelario would have gone elsewhere. You look at the Padres, they would have had Snell and Hader. They might have even had discussions on Soto, even though I don't think they would have moved him. But you look at all the pieces that were taken off of the market just from those three teams, either A, winning, or B, deciding to go ahead and make a run at it. And that's kind of where we're at with the trade deadline. Not a lot of top-end options left, especially on the hitting side. But the pitching side, we might see some surprises, like a Dylan Cease trade, like a Justin Verlander trade, maybe even a Corbin Burns trade. That's kind of the big fish that are out there. What are the chances those guys move? Very, very slim. Verlander probably the highest chance of all of those. I think Cease could possibly be moved because of the high asking prices for starting pitching right now and the sheer number of teams that still need some starting pitching. The Rangers and the Angels really scooping up a few of those starters right now, I think, is making a big impact on the other teams that were looking to get some cheaper deals on starting pitching, looking at the Reds, the Marlins, the Diamondbacks. The Cubs are even looking for a starter right now. The Red Sox are said to be looking for at least a controllable starter. Every team around this time of year is looking for a back-end starter or maybe even a difference maker. But the Rangers really scooped up two of the top options in Scherzer and Montgomery. Lucas Giolito going to the Angels, another top option off the board. And that's kind of what's really driven up the prices. Haven't even mentioned the Orioles and their need for starting pitching. But that's kind of where the market sits right now. We've touched on Teoscar Hernandez quite a bit already. Seth Lugo had a good start last night. 7 innings. I believe he gave up 1 run in that start to the Rockies. But ultimately, they ended up losing the game. So that's kind of, again, where the Padres are right now. Kind of in limbo as far as whether they should buy, they should sell. If their GM is going to do what he always does and tries to make an impact move here at the deadline. We shall see. I think he's going to do a little bit of buying and selling. If he does move a piece, I think Hader would probably be the first one to go. Middleton for the White Sox is probably the last reliever they have left to move. He's had a good year this year. Would be a good middle relief option out there. Rangers, I know, need one more bullpen piece. If they're unable to get Hader or Bednar, one of those top-end relievers, I think they could circle back here to the White Sox and get Middleton. Grichuk's already been moved from the Rockies. Cron's already been moved. Both of those guys going to the Angels. Rockies, though, have a couple more bullpen pieces. Suter has been connected to the Rangers. I'm not sure he's a fit, though, after the addition of Stratton. Hand could go back to the NL East, possibly the Phillies. Has been connected there. Brooks Raley is having a good year, but is struggling with walks. He has a 2.43 earned run average for the Mets. As far as where could he go, any team that needs a lefty reliever, kind of a short-term option for him. I'm curious to see what the Mets ultimately do with the rest of the roster outside of Verlander. Do they go ahead and try to, trade the rest of it? I know they're going to look to try to trade some bullpen pieces like Ottavino, like Raley. I know they could trade guys like Alonso, but ultimately, what does this team look like in 24? I know they're going to spend money this offseason. I know they already made the trade for Luis Angel Acuna. This team could look very different in the next 24 hours, or the next 12 hours at this point. But they have some options to trade, and they have some top-end bullpen options that could be nice additions, middle relief, setup relief type options out there. Mets, I think, are going to look very different the rest of the way, and I don't think they're going to ultimately be in contention, obviously, after trading away Scherzer. Will they trade Verlander is their biggest question mark, though, on their starting staff. Tim Anderson has a little bit of a down year this year. I don't think he ultimately gets moved. That's why I mentioned Paul DeJong instead of Tim Anderson possibly going to Toronto. Prospect cost probably be a little bit less as well. Giovanni Gallegos, as much as the Cardinals have invested in him, I don't think they're likely to move him, although a team could always overwhelm him. For instance, the Rangers pitching coach, Mike Maddox, has already worked with him. Maybe the Rangers see him as the difference maker in their bullpen instead of guys like Middleton, and they don't want to pay the prospect price of a Hader. Maybe they could go this direction for a Gallegos. Paul Blackburn, I don't think he's a difference maker for any organization out there. I would not make a trade for him. I don't think he's a good enough pitcher to really add here at the deadline, but we've seen pitchers with less value be moved already. So A's are willing to talk about literally everything on their roster right now. So if you're interested in something on their roster, I'm sure they'd be more than willing to engage you in discussions. I'm not sure he would do anything to really move the needle for any team out there, though. Welcome in, Evan. Should Angels try to trade for Mitch Keller? They don't have the pieces to do it. They already traded their number 2 and 3 prospects for rentals. Traded another couple of prospects for another couple of rentals. And they just don't have the ability to do something like that. So are the Angels going to make additions? Sure. Are they going to be able to make top-of-the-market additions? Absolutely not. They don't have the ability to do it. They don't have the money to do it. It's not going to happen. Sorry, I got an announcement from Shams anyway about a changing jersey number. Don't care. We're watching baseball today. 27 and 28, the New York Mets starting pitchers. Scherzer's already moved. We talked a lot about Verlander already. We'll get into his market as far as what could a package coming back look like for him shortly. Cody Bellinger and the Stroman have both been taken off of the market for the Cubs. Then you get a couple of relievers from the Tigers. Obviously, those could be attached to those starting pitchers as well. Kind of give them a starting pitcher and relief type trade as well. Rich Hill, we've talked about a little bit, could be a veteran presence for a young rotation. Looking at the Cincinnati Reds, that could make some sense. Jose Quintana, if the Mets are willing to eat some money there, maybe they could move him, but he hasn't been healthy enough. Is Chris Bryant eligible to be traded to Minnesota? Chris Bryant is eligible to be traded, sure, but he hasn't had a good enough year. He's been hurt too much this year. I don't think he'd be enough of an impact bat for them as well. And there's so much money left on that deal. Chris Bryant hasn't been the same Chris Bryant of old. If you look at his numbers over the last year or so, since he's been in Colorado, played 40 games last year, missed over a month of the season already this season now, and his offensive numbers this year just are kind of middling. There's not really an impact bat there right now, even if you were to trade for him. And that's in Colorado, that it's a middling bat. The Rockies would have to eat a significant portion of that money, like they did in the Nolan Arenado trade, and they aren't getting the prospects that they got back in that type of a trade. Chris Bryant is staying in Colorado at least through this season. Hopefully he gets healthy for the second half. Hopefully he starts hitting the cover off the ball, and then after the season, after his value's been recouped a little bit, maybe that's when the market for Chris Bryant could develop. I thought before the season Chris Bryant would have been a great addition because his value was really low before the season began. I thought there might be a chance teams would buy low on him because he'd only played 40 games. He is Chris Bryant, had that name cachet, but you look at another season with the Rockies and what his production has been in Colorado, and it hasn't been good. So if I'm a team that's looking for a bat, I'm not looking at Chris Bryant and saying, he's my answer, especially with that money. It's just way too much money to move here at the deadline. Then you get into some relief options here. Carlos Hernandez from the Royals, I guess they could move him, I suppose. The Alex Lang package would probably be a pretty nice package. Tigers are said to want to hang on to him, though. I'm not sure he would ultimately move, but I'm sure the Tigers would be willing to move him if they're overwhelmed. Finnegan will move from the Nationals. Will it cost anything serious? No. Probably looking at a top 25, top 30 prospect, but not anything better than that. Aaron Bummer, that's the one guy the White Sox would like to keep in their bullpen after this season. He's got control for at least 4 more years for them as well. He's pitched very well for the White Sox. I think they would have to be overwhelmed, but I think he would probably be more likely than Lang to move here at the deadline if I had to pick between the two. Then you get into a couple more guys from the Mets. Carrasco hasn't played well, has a lot of money left on his deal. Could be a reserve kind of reliever for him if a team wants that type of experience out there. Maybe the Guardians, who need some starting pitching after trading away Aaron Savali, say, hey, Mets, eat all that contract. We'll give you not one of our top 30 guys, but we'll give you an A-ball prospect who's 19 years old. Something like that. Just to get him back with the Guardians and see if they can catch lightning in a bottle. But like I said, the Guardians aren't going to be buyers here at this deadline. Only reason why I'm even mentioning it is because of the familiarity with the player. But outside of that, Carrasco just doesn't have value right now, period. Adam Ottavino's had a decent year, should be able to command a decent return for the Mets in a trade for a middle reliever. Has a lot of money left on that deal, though. Welcome in, Nick. I think the only way the Mets trade Verlander is if they plan to actually go hard for Ohtani. I think they're going to go hard for Ohtani either way, whether they've got Verlander or not. I think if they're keeping Verlander, they have to go for Ohtani at that point because they are not going to be able to maintain that team without adding another starting pitcher. They've already traded away the guy that Verlander came to the team to compete with at the top of that rotation in Scherzer. But I'm very curious to see what the Mets ultimately do with him. If they move him, I think that signals that this team is kind of rebuilding a little bit for this season, trying to bring in some top prospects. And then I think they do what they did last offseason and just spend, and try to make this team as competitive as possible. However, there's not going to be the offensive pieces out there like there were this year. So that's why I'm wondering if they ultimately trade guys like Pete Alonso or if they hold on to them. I made a mock trade with the Dodgers, trading some young talent for Carlos and Adam from the Mets. Is that reasonable? Carlos Carrasco to the Dodgers, I don't think would make any sense. Gives them some depth, sure, but the Mets would have to literally eat all of that deal. Relief option in Ottavino makes some sense as far as how much young talent. I don't know, a couple of middling talent type of, or middling prospects for them. 15 to 20 guys might make some sense. But I don't think that moves the needle enough for the Dodgers to really make that type of move outside of the addition of Adam Ottavino. Lane Thomas has been discussed as a trade possibility for the Nationals. He had a great April, looked like a breakout candidate, looked like he really got things going in the right direction. Then over the last couple of months, he's regressed. He doesn't look like the same player. Nationals might view him as a long-term piece for the future. He's got some control left on his deal. A team would really have to overwhelm the Nationals, I think, to do it. And I don't think the price for what the Nationals think he is and the price for what the market believes Lane Thomas is lines up. A lot of catching needs out there on the market right now, and not a lot of catching that's available. Salvador Perez sounds like he would waive a no trade anyway to go to Miami. Teams like the Rangers could use some catching help. Omar Narvaez of the Mets is another possibility that could be out there. Wilson Contreras, I'm sure the Cardinals would love to get off of that money, let alone just getting him out the door so their pitching staff can have somebody else who's a better receiver, can work better with that pitching staff. I think the Cardinals would love to do something like that. They're kind of stuck with him right now. The injury to Jonah Heim in Texas makes me wonder if they're going to go after a catcher here at the deadline. I'm not sure if they're a believer in Sam Huff. Maybe a trade for a catcher would include him going the other direction as the primary piece of that type of a return. Diaz was the All-Star Game MVP, but he's had a decent year. He's played in Coors, though, so that helps his numbers. But we shall see, if the Rockies end up trading him. I think he's been good for that team. The Rockies, though, are not going to be competitive for at least the next couple of years, in my estimation. They don't really have the prospects that are coming to really turn this thing around for them. So I wonder if now's the time where they just try to get the best of what they can for the pieces they have here at the deadline. We've already seen Aaron Savali move to the Rays for their number 4 prospect in their system, number 37 in the game, a first base prospect. It's basically the Twins division to lose right now. Guardians have basically already thrown up the white flag. They're not really trying to win as far as making additions here at the deadline. Joey Bart, another catcher who could be had, hasn't really taken the opportunity in San Francisco and seized it. It looks like he could be a change of scenery type of candidate. We shall see where he goes. Teams that need catching could be another obvious fit for Joey Bart. As I mentioned, the Cubs are not trading from their team right now. They're looking to make additions, not subtractions, so Leiter and Fulmer will stay. Jonathan India just landed on the injured list, but the Reds are looking for controllable starting pitching. He would probably be one of the best pieces for them to trade in that type of return. A little bit older, but he's still young for that team, or still young for baseball overall, but he's older than the core that they've got coming. So I wonder if they move on from Jonathan India, bring in guys like maybe a Mitch Keller type of a trade. That would make a lot of sense for them. But I'm not sure the Pirates would want position players back in return. I think they want pitching first. So if they do want to get a controllable starting pitcher, you look at the Chicago White Sox and Dylan Cease, maybe a package headlined by some of that middle infield talent that they have in the minors. And India could get something like that done with the pitching prices being so high on the market right now. I think there's an outside chance to get Dylan Cease traded, to get Corbin Burns traded, to get Justin Verlander traded. I think those prices are so high right now for starters. We could be surprised by some of the top-end starters that could be moved here at today's deadline. Adam Duvall is one of the outfield options here on the market right now. Welcome in, Morgan. Any Blue Jays trade news? It's all about Bo Bichette right now. They're waiting to get some news back on him. I have yet to see what his health status is. Curious to see if they go ahead and add here at the deadline. We mentioned Paul DeJong as a possible fit there. Since they just got the trade done for Jordan Hicks, they already know what each team wants to do from a prospect perspective. So if they decide, hey, we need to bring in somebody in for the short term to at least solve the hole for Bo Bichette, maybe Paul DeJong would be the fit there. There was some discussion that we had last night about possibly going after a guy like Tim Anderson. While he's a better player, I think, than Paul DeJong, he's having a little bit worse of a year, and I think the White Sox would rather hold on to him and try to trade him in next year's trade deadline season or in the off season because they've got that club option after the year on Tim Anderson, and his offensive numbers haven't been what they were last year. So as I said, I think the Blue Jays could try to err on the side of caution here and do what they did with Jordan Romano. Add a closer in Jordan Hicks. They might circle back to the Cardinals and say, hey, what can we do for Paul DeJong? Heard Dylan Cease could go to the Giants. Any thoughts on this rumor? Dylan Cease would be a great fit. They already had some success with former Chicago White Sox pitchers. Look at Carlos Rodon last year. Dylan Cease is going to command a pretty healthy package, though, for him. So you're going to have to give up something of value. The Giants' farm system is pretty thin after you get past the first 2 or 3 prospects. After that, it gets so thin, I'm not sure they could do something there. But if I'm looking at the San Francisco Giants and what they could add, if they're able to add a frontline starter like a Verlander, like a Cease, surprise some people for Burns, whatever they decide to do, if they're able to add that type of starting pitcher, I think they lock up one of those wild card spots. But do I think they make any noise in the postseason even after they make that type of move? No, I don't. They remind me a lot of the Rays of the West, anyway, as far as how they play the game. Dodgers do something very similar with the platoons that they utilize in their outfield. But the Giants really implemented that really well. They pinch hit for their best hitter the other night. The pinch hitter came in, hit a 2-run home run. It's just I just don't see the Giants as being the team that wins the World Series this year. But if they add somebody like Cease, maybe they're able to build around it and make an intriguing case for free agents after this season to sign there. Because they really need to put something positive forward for this organization, especially in free agency after the swing and misses that they've had out there. You know, most notably probably Aaron Judge. Then you look at Carlos Correa, players they really had a legitimate shot to sign and ultimately disappointed their fan base. And it's been multiple off seasons where they've had disappointment after the season. Then you get into the Pirates guys here to kind of round out the MLB trade rumors list. David Bednar, I think, is probably more likely between the two. Asking prices on starting pitching are so high, though, maybe Mitch Keller gets moved. But the Pirates need starters. They're not looking to trade away one of their better young ones. I agree, Jordan. The Giants are not sustainable right now. If they did add one of those top starters, they could be, though, at least for a wild card spot. Bednar, though, I think is the more likely of the two to go between Keller and Bednar, just because more teams could use a relief option. Plus, Bednar would have more impact on more games than a guy like Keller. So, Bednar, I think, has a better chance to go. What would I say the chances are for Bednar to be traded today? A couple of weeks ago, I probably would have said around 5 to 10%. Right now, I'd raise that up to about 20% just because teams are that desperate for a top-end relief arm right now. Looking at the Rangers, looking at the Braves. I think the Braves really missed an opportunity there with Sewald. The Rangers did really great option bringing in Aroldis Chapman for the low cost they did, jumping before the market really got there and making sure they got their guy. If you look at the numbers for Aroldis Chapman this season, he's one of the top relievers in all of baseball, and they got him for a song. Sorry, Royals fans, you could have done better in that Chapman trade. And Chapman's been really good for the Rangers. Only had one bad outing against the Houston Astros. Outside of that, he's been nothing but pure dominance. Absolute spectacle to watch every time he's been on the mound for the Rangers so far this season. If they're able to add somebody like a Hader or a Bednar at the back end of that bullpen, wow. They add to the front end of that starter. They got some good options. They can now move into the bullpen in that long relief type role. The pitching for the Rangers is going to look superb if they add somebody like that. They really would have no flaws from a pitching staff standpoint at that point if they added Bednar or Hader. I still think they could use one more top-end relief option, but they've done a great job rebuilding that bullpen after they've struggled all season. The starting rotation was great in the beginning of the year, really struggled over the last month or so. They needed some reinforcements, clearly. They weren't getting DeGrom back. Eovaldi's expected back in a week and a half, more precautionary for him to make sure his arm's fresh for the postseason, but they needed Scherzer. They needed Montgomery. They did great to bring him in, and yet they're still looking for more pitching, even starting pitching, like we mentioned at the top of the video, that they were also looking at Justin Verlander after they made the trade for Jordan Montgomery and Max Scherzer on Sunday. That evening, Ken Rosenthal reported the Rangers reached out to the Mets and the Verlander camp just to see what the asking price was and see if they could get to some type of agreement on what they were looking for. Then you saw them circle back again the following morning and do the same kind of thing and have even more advanced discussions. But I still think the Dodgers are in the driver's seat as far as the Verlander discussions. If I had to handicap it right now, as far as the odds on where Verlander goes, I'd say Verlander to the Dodgers 1. I'd say Verlander to Houston 2, a very distant 2 though, because I don't think he really wants to go back there unless things are smoothed over with the owner Jim Crane. 3 would probably be a tie between Baltimore and Texas, though, in my estimation. The Reds on the periphery kind of circling, and the Giants as well. Do you think there's any chance the Mets deal Buck Showalter before the deadline? I like that one, Joe. I don't think a team that's in contention is going to add a manager. So if you're looking to trade Buck Showalter, if you could, what team would say, hey, we'll trade our manager in for Buck Showalter right now here at the deadline? That's an interesting thought. I actually kind of like that one. Let's have a little fun with that one just for a second here. What teams in contention right now would trade their manager for Buck Showalter? I would say the Reds probably. Bell's a good coach for them, but I think he's not going to be long for them, even though he just signed that extension. Welcome in, JG. I took the day off. I'm my own boss, so I told myself it's a holiday. Yes, it is. That's why I took off today, too, for you guys as well. So I really like trade deadline day for pretty much any sport. Baseball's probably my favorite. I know last year we gained 221 subscribers on trade deadline day, so that would be very interesting. if we get that trade there, Buck and Verlander for Bochy. But as I said, I really like trade deadline days. Hopefully we can beat the 221 subscribers we gained last year. So make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We appreciate it. But welcome in. Good morning, Nick. No, it's really early on the West Coast. For those of you just joining us, it's 7:15 out there. East Coast, it's 10:15. So we're several hours away from the deadline. So we're going to start to see some rumors here in just a moment. We'll check in on Twitter here in just a moment. But just kind of kick around the idea just for a little bit of fun early here in the morning. Where could Buck Showalter go? Which manager of the contending teams would trade their manager for Buck Showalter? My guess would probably be Cincinnati. Welcome in, Anthony. Good morning. You'd trade him for Skip Schumacher? I'm sure the Marlins would say no to that one right now. Skip Schumacher's got that team going. Before the season, though, I would have guaranteed you, I would have bet you money they would have traded Buck Showalter in a traded for Buck Showalter in a heartbeat over Skip Schumacher. Would a team like the Yankees, who seem to have run their course with Aaron Boone, make the trade for Buck Showalter? Maybe. Nevin from the Angels, would they make the move for Buck Showalter? Possibly. All right, we've had a little fun with the manager discussion. Let's get into some news, see if there's anything breaking on Twitter. Let's go ahead and refresh our page here. Only says, one staffer says there will be a barrage of starting pitcher deals completed today, maybe in the last couple of hours before the deadline, as desperation begins to factor in buyers and sellers. Verlander, Flaherty, Erod, Lorenzen among the names in play at the corner of the in that corner of the market. Braves, Dodgers, Reds, Astros, Orioles, primary buyers. Most fun destination for Verlander would be Baltimore, according to Feinsan. Jays expected to get more info about Bo Bichette's injury at noon today. So that'd be 11 o'clock Central Time. So we're a couple hours away from getting some Jays news on Bo Bichette. But like I said, they could do what they did with the Jordan Romano injury and go ahead and add that closer option to kind of give them some depth options. We mentioned Paul DeJong as a very likely candidate to go to Toronto if that were to happen. As of last night, the Yankees were not close to any moves to a move from, according to Buster Olney. I still think the Yankees are going to trade some of their expiring contracts. I don't think they're going to do anything major outside of a Gleyber Torres trade to the Mets, or to the Marlins, But we'll see. Nick G, on a serious note, Mets would need to get a deal done sooner rather than later. They'd probably have a lot of hurdles to deal with, and they can't risk not getting it done before the deadline. I agree. That's why the Verlander trade would probably have to get agreed to here in the next few hours, so probably by noon Central. Would give them about 5 hours to, one, get Verlander to say yes to the trade, two, to figure out their vesting option, and three, all of the money and prospects and all that has to be agreed to before the deadline. So if they're going to move Verlander, we're probably going to see his be the first domino that goes here at the deadline. If he doesn't get moved, that might push all those other starting pitchers all the way up until right before the deadline before they get moved, because Verlander, I think, is going to hold up a lot of this market right now, especially with the Dodgers. And the Dodgers are in the mix for a lot of these other starters as well. So I think Verlander is kind of the key to how the starting pitching market will play out today. If the Mets decide to hold on to him, great. If they don't, I think we're going to have to see that type of discussion really start to happen here in the next couple of hours. According to John Heyman, mystery teams emerging for Justin Verlander. All right, drinking game. Mystery team has been said. Gotta take a drink. One potential issue here is the Astros and Dodgers are thought to be preferred teams for Verlander, who has a full no trade. But keep in mind, last time Verlander was on the market, he was said to prefer the Dodgers or Cubs, but at the last second accepted the Astros. It turned out pretty well for him, obviously. Anthony, how about DeJong to the Marlins? I like Torres at second base, but not shortstop. I think the Marlins have liked Gleyber Torres more than pretty much any other player on the market right now, which is why, Gleyber Torres is the player I expect to be traded to the Marlins. I don't think they're really interested in DeJong. I think he's more likely to go to Toronto because of the injury need there. Joe, do you think the Cubs made a mistake being buyers after a recent good run against bad teams? Mistake, no. I like the addition of Candelario. I think they might actually have a chance to win the division, especially if the Brewers do something funny and trade a guy like Burns to kind of retool like they did with Hader last year. I still think there's an outside chance the Brewers do something wacky like that here at the deadline. That literally came out of nowhere for Josh Hader last year. Just think back to the deadline, 365 days ago. Last year we were talking about all these other trade possibilities at the deadline, and then out of the blue, after years of speculating about Josh Hader getting traded, we finally expected Josh Hader to stay with his team, and just like that, he was on another team. So maybe we see something like that again from the Brewers. If that's the case, then the Cubs, I think, are right there with the Brewers and the Reds to win that division. I really like the addition of Candelario. I like the addition of Quas to kind of help out their bullpen. Do I think they made a mistake not selling earlier, though? Yes, because then they forced their hand, because then they had the win streak. They could have moved a guy like Stroman, 2-3 weeks before the deadline, really told everybody, hey, we're selling, and then I don't think they would have had the momentum that they did over the last couple of weeks. Sure, they would have lost more games, the fan base would have been disappointed, blah, 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 but I think it would have been better for the long-term future of the Cubs if they were sellers here at the deadline. Bellinger, I still don't think is long for the Cubs even after this season. I think he ultimately signs somewhere else this offseason, to a team like the Mets, to a team like Philadelphia, to a team like the New York Yankees. Those are some big budget teams that I don't think the Cubs are going to be able to compete with financially for Bellinger. Mystery teams emerging for Arson Judge. Well, we saw that this offseason for, Aaron Judge as far as mystery teams being involved. I know the Rangers were in there. The Dodgers at one point were in there. I know the Giants, of course, really thought they had him. But you're going to see mystery teams dangled about today quite a bit. But John Heyman forever will be known for that tweet saying Arson Judge was going to the San Francisco Giants. He's a great reporter. I know everybody gave him a really rough ride, and rightfully so. But everybody still needs to recognize John Heyman's one of the best in the business. So he has good information. Just the sheer stuff that he has. I remember they were discussing something on MLB Network during the hot stove season this offseason, and John Heyman was in the background just having a discussion with a couple of fans because they stopped to say hi to him at the hot stove, and while he's just sitting there talking with fans, he's just sitting there tweeting out deals left and right while he's in the background of the shot for MLB Network. It was something special to see. So he's a gem, and got a little lambasted for his Arson Judge thing, but he's a very good reporter and deserves some credit as such. Could the Yankees get Flaherty and Carlson? No. In a word, I think the Yankees might try to do some additions around the periphery, but I think they're going to look to sell some pieces. I think they see the writing on the wall. They don't really have the talent to hang in the wild card race. They don't really have the talent to hang in the division right now. And I think they're going to take a big step back as far as buyers here at the deadline. I thought they could go after guys who have control, in which case that would fit Carlson. They're not going to go after a kind of a rental type option, in my estimation, for Jack Flaherty. If they do, I think it's a mistake. I think they're more likely to trade to guys like Severino, Donaldson, IKF. Those are the guys the New York Yankees are likely to trade here at the deadline. Got 30 of you guys with us, pretty strong. Really appreciate those of you who have joined us. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Got some good baseball this afternoon after the deadline as well. We're going to be live with you guys all through the entire day, so make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It really does help us out. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN and on Facebook, Upside Sports Network. Clayton Beeter seems to be the most likely prospect to be dealt if anything major happens. I agree. I just don't think anything's going to happen major for the Yankees right now. I think Cashman basically said as much after the game the other night, basically saying, hey, we realize we're not one of the top teams in baseball right now. The issues we've had in the postseason with the Astros the last few years, we are not a better team than we were at that point. And even if we were to add some of the pieces right now to the pitching staff, our offense really is the issue right now, and there's nobody who's going to make that type of difference offensively on the trade deadline or on the market right now. And so they might punt on the season. Punt being trade some of their lesser options on their roster, expiring deals, see what they can get, and still try to, kind of scoot into the very last spot in the wild card. I just don't think they have the ability to do so. Welcome in, Paul. First time I've seen you. Appreciate you for joining us. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Braves rumors They're looking at corner outfield and they're looking at bullpen. There were some rumors about them being interested in Adam Duvall. Jim Bowden of MLB Sirius XM Radio said that they really like Kevin Pillar, though, this year. And while Adam Duvall has finished the season the last 2 years with the Braves after being traded for at the deadline, he doesn't think it'll happen for a third season just because how much they really like Kevin Pillar. I believe Adam Duvall would be a great fit for them, but we shall see if they decide to stick with what they've got in the outfield. As for what they could do in the bullpen, I think they're looking for a top-end option at the back end of their bullpen. Like Dan O'Dowd said from MLB Network, that's really the one thing that would really help them here at the deadline. So if Josh Hader is moved, I think the Braves and Rangers will be the two teams hardest in on that market. If David Bednar is really available, I think the Braves and Rangers, again, the hardest in on that market as well, and the Dodgers as well. Michael, that Marlins deal could bring back something significant. Prospects could sweeten the deal. Sure, but I think that Cabrera is the better player of the pieces in that type of a trade, so I think it would be the Yankees who would have to include prospects to get that deal done ultimately. That seems to be the target the Yankees would like. I think the Gleyber-Torres deal for the Marlins ultimately gets done. I just don't think it's going to be necessarily the trade the Yankees are looking for. James, Adam Duvall or Lane Thomas for the Phillies, your thoughts? I like Adam Duvall, rental option. Lane Thomas, I think it's going to cost too much, but Dombrowski's not really going to care about the value of his prospects. He's never cared about that. He doesn't care if he's got the number one prospect in all of baseball. He wants to win that specific year. So Lane Thomas, could he go to the Phillies? I think Dombrowski is the GM, possibly. Anybody else as GM? Probably not. Because I think the market realizes that Lane Thomas had a great start to the season, really has regressed. Nationals view him as kind of their everyday answer in the outfield right now, and that's going to cost a pretty significant package to get him out of get him off of the Nationals, especially because he's got a couple years left to control after this one. As for the Phillies, they're looking for a corner outfield bat. Lane Thomas would be a great addition for them defensively over a guy like Teoscar Hernandez from the Mariners. But if I'm the Phillies, I would rather go for Adam Duvall, playoff performer, all those types of things, professionalism, and he is a good defender out there as well. Nationals probably won't move Thomas within the division. Sure, but I don't think they're really in a position to care about whether or not he's in the division or not. He's not a superstar level player. Now, if we're talking about a guy like Trey Turner back in the day, I don't think they would have traded Trey Turner to the Phillies. I don't think they would have traded Bryce Harper to the Phillies. But they ended up going elsewhere or hitting free agency first before they ended up there. Check in here. Marlins and Cardinals have been good trade partners in the past, according to John Paul Morosi. They have the connection there between Skip Schumacher and the Cardinals organization. St. Louis has some bats, and the Marlins need some bats, so could be a guy that would be interesting. Phillies could use a guy like Mickey Moniak. Hope they thought Syndergaard was worth it. Nobody saw this coming for Mickey Moniak ever because of how low his prospect status had really gotten. He never really latched on with the Phillies organization as a whole. Really underperformed as a number one overall pick. Now that he's on LA, I mean, this literally came out of nowhere. The Angels got really lucky in that one. He's performed really well. Logan O'Hoppe, their catcher, who's out right now, top prospect, etc. He's another really good piece for the Angels' future right now. But nobody saw this coming for Mickey Moniak right now. Nobody. If you're saying you saw this coming for Moniak, you're kidding yourself. Check in one more time, see if anything else has happened. Not yet. Let's flip over to trade rumors. See if they've got anything else. Mets getting interest on Pham and Raley. Shocking. We've only known about that for the last 2 weeks. There's the Bo Bichette headline. Suffers knee injury. Could affect Blue Jays deadline plans. That's not surprising either. Bo Bichette, one of the best young shortstops in the entire game. I think Bo Bichette is probably the engine of that Toronto offense. Not saying Paul DeJong will be able to fill in, at that same level for Bo Bichette, but at least could keep them afloat until he returns. But the Blue Jays have to be holding their breath right now that it's not something significant. They're still waiting on news as to what ultimately as to where his health is. Michael, with a weak pitching market, dealing Severino could get back a decent return. I think so too. Severino would be a decent piece here on the market, but I think he's one of those interchangeable, number 5 type starters, long reliever type options. I don't think, he's going to get back, a top 15 prospect. I think you might be able to get a top 25 prospect, maybe a couple of lottery tickets in return, but I don't think you're going to get anybody's, top 100 prospects in the game. So Severino, while he's on the last year of his deal, I think they could move him. Would be one of the better pitching options that they have to trade for New York, but we shall see. If Bichette is hurt, I think they could go get DeYoung. That's where my thinking is as well. Verlander. Is that who you're hoping for, Anthony? Heyman and Feinsand talking about Eduardo Rodriguez on MLB Network right now. But again, the Tigers have that really high asking price. Both will likely get moved. If I had to pick a destination for both of them right now, I would say Rodriguez to the Diamondbacks, Lorenzen to the Orioles. See if anything else they have here. Orioles and Mets have discussed Verlander. We touched on that earlier. Are you saying that the Jays could be interested in Verlander, Anthony? I don't think they're going to be in the market for that level of starter right now. I think they're going to be looking for Bo Bichette replacements and maybe another bullpen piece. That's it. They're going to get Ryu back here. We shall see. All right, let's kind of have some fun here. We haven't done any trades yet today, so let's go over to baseballtradevalues.com. In case you guys are unfamiliar with the site, gives you a good idea of what players might be worth here on the market right now. We've talked a lot about Justin Verlander, about where he could possibly go. We've done a few of those in the past. So let's kind of start with him, just so you guys can kind of get a refresher as to where his market might lie. We'll go with the favorite for Justin Verlander right now, which would be the LA Dodgers. The Marlins are targeting Justin Verlander? Absolutely not. The Marlins are not targeting Justin Verlander. I think the Marlins are looking for some borderline starters to kind of help round out that rotation, but I think they're looking for bats more than anything else right now, and that's it. I don't think the Marlins could use, a guy like Justin Verlander right now. I think they're really hoping for their pitching that they already have in-house to perform. They have got some good starting pitching already. Got Alcantara, who's had a down year. Perez has been called up and been great. Johnny Cueto's back up with the Major League club. He's been up and down at best anyway. Do you think there's any way the Jays could dangle Manoah in a deal? Hard to figure out where his value stands. I agree. His value is way too much of a yo-yo this year. That's why I don't think he gets moved, Nick. But as far as Verlander to the Marlins, I don't think that would happen at all. I think they're looking strictly at some starting pitchers. So let's kind of dig in on some starters here. Let's go with Verlander, since he's kind of holding up the starting pitching market going to the Dodgers. And we'll scroll all the way to the bottom here, and we're going to add what they did in the Rangers trade, $36.5 million going to the Dodgers, because they don't want to go above the tax threshold so that they can reset it, which was their whole goal. The reason why they didn't bring back Trey Turner, the reason why they didn't bring back Seager, the reason why they didn't re-sign Scherzer, all those guys, Kenley Jansen, all those guys they let walk, was to reset their tax, and that's where they're at right now. So that's their goal. If they're going to do that, they're going to have to get the Mets to eat a pretty penny, and they're going to have to fork over the prospects if they want to get him. So looking at the value here, 25.5, you're going to have to include some top-end prospects here. We're going to start the package with Sheehan because Mets are going to want some starting pitching back. You're at 22.4. And I think you're going to have to probably include one of the better prospects down here to outbid some of the other teams for him, like Stone. So for right now, let's look at what that package would look like. 35 to 25 as far as total value of the deal anyway, according to the site. I think this is actually a pretty fair deal here at the deadline for Justin Verlander. Verlander would probably be a game 1 or 2 starter for the Dodgers. Meanwhile, the Mets get some really good prospects, rebuild their prospect depth, and will probably go out there and try to sign Julio Urias from the Dodgers this offseason, or try to go after Shohei Ohtani and steal him away from the Dodgers in the offseason. But this would be the type of trade we could see for Verlander. here at the deadline. Michael, how about Mitch Keller from the Pirates? That would be an interesting piece here at the deadline. Again, I don't think the Fish are going to trade for a big-time starter on the market right now. If they do add a starter, I think the best starter they might go after is Jack Flaherty. And that's because, again, the familiarity between the two organizations, the low cost compared to a guy like Keller or Verlander. I think Flaherty will still cost a pretty penny, but they could get a bat like Tyler O'Neill from the Cardinals as well. They could get DeYoung, etc. I think the Cardinals and Marlins match up fairly well as trade partners. I just don't think the Marlins are going to go after a top-end starter. I think they're looking to make some additions to that offense. That's been the issue for the last several years for the Marlins. They've had good pitching. They've got all this pitching over the last couple of years. Now they need to add some hitting, which is why we saw Pablo Lopez get traded for Luis Arraez from the Minnesota Twins. Cardinals willing to move DeYoung, Burleson, Carlson, per Morosi. Stance on Edman is unknown. I agree on DeYoung. They will move DeYoung. I don't think it's they're willing to. I think they will move DeYoung. Burleson, they've been getting calls on. He doesn't have too much of a bright future anyway with the Cardinals. They have too many outfield bats anyway. Carlson's got probably the highest price tag of the guys they might actually move. The Yankees were thought to be the number one team for him, but with that market drying up a little bit, I wonder if other teams who need some offensive production from a corner outfield bat might turn to Dylan Carlson. Looking at the Texas Rangers, they could use an everyday left fielder, but they've got a couple of outfielders of their own that are coming up through the system in a couple of years. Looking at guys like Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford, their number 4 draft pick this year. But we'll see what they do here at the deadline. How about DeYoung and Paul Goldschmidt to the Marlins? That would be a difference-making type of move. Do I think that the Marlins will ultimately be able to pry away Paul Goldschmidt? Probably not. They have the starting pitching to where they could send it back the other way, but then I think that creates another hole for the Marlins in return. DeYoung would probably be the more likely of the two, but I think he's probably ticketed to go to Toronto after the injury to Bo Bichette. I think that's really what the Cardinals are waiting for right now, is once they get the bad news on Bo Bichette, they pick up those conversations about the prospects that they could have gotten from Toronto earlier and get one or two more guys that they really liked. I think that ultimately is where Paul DeYoung will go. As for Goldschmidt, I think it's very unlikely that he is moved. I think if they do decide to move him, it's going to be for a pitching-heavy return. I just don't think the Marlins are willing to give up the pitching prospects necessary to bring in Paul Goldschmidt, even though he'd be a really good veteran for that locker room as they head towards a pennant race. Willard, do you think Houston could trade Chas McCormick for Carlson or Tucker O'Neill? I wouldn't do that if I'm the Astros. I wouldn't do that if I'm St. Louis. St. Louis wants starting pitching back for Carlson. Chas McCormick, I think, is really starting to blossom as a player with Houston. I don't think they move him, at least right now. Alfonso, Halo's looking to add one more pitcher. Who you think it would be starting pitcher or relief pitcher, and who? I would lean more reliever just because they're going to get a lot of relievers traded today. If I had to guess, I'd go with one of the Tigers guys, maybe a Chasen Shreve, low-cost guy here at the market. And the Angels really don't have the prospect wherewithal to go out there and get into these top-end relievers out there on the market. Nick G, I think Cohen might feel like he looks weak after sending Verlander to the Dodgers. Think he more likely goes to the AL. I don't think Cohen cares where Verlander goes, honestly, as long as he gets what he wants back in return, which is going to have to be something overwhelming for him to have to eat all of that money. The issue for Verlander's trade is more about his contract, how much they're going to have to eat, if the vesting option ultimately turns into a guarantee, all of those types of things. Besides Paul DeYoung, are they any good shortstops that the Marlins can trade for that have a few years of control that don't want to be with his current team? Well, the only one that's really on the market outside of that would be Tim Anderson, and I don't think he dislikes playing in Chicago. I just think he's having a down year. He's got 1 year of club control left with an option anyway. Do I think he would be a fit for a guy for the team like the Marlins? I don't think so. I think what they'll ultimately end up doing is bringing in a guy like Gleyber Torres, and then I think they'll add around the periphery of that team maybe an outfield bat, maybe a guy like Tyler O'Neill if they can't get a deal consummated with the Philadelphia Phillies for Tyler O'Neill. But that's where I think we could see some movement. Let's check in on Twitter real quick just to see if anything's happening. Sounds like the market on Teoscar Hernandez is starting to pick up a little bit. A little bit surprising because of how much of a down year he's had. Not a good defensive player, not a good on-base guy, strictly power first. So teams looking for some power could look towards Teoscar Hernandez, but I think his price has got to be in the sewer right now, so it's not going to cost a whole lot to bring him in. There's the Morosi comment that you talked about there, Michael. You think if at all else fails, Houston do a package for Mitch Keller? They don't have the ability to go for Mitch Keller. They don't have the ability to go for Dylan Cease. They don't have the ability to go for those types of arms. I know you really want to see your team get better, Willard, but you're going to have to lower your sights just a little bit. Think more in the lines of Michael Lorenzen, guys like Jack Flaherty, Miles Michaelis, Mike Clevenger, those types of starters. You're not going to get top-end starting pitching there in Houston. The only one you really have a shot at is Justin Verlander, and that's because of his familiarity with the team. And if your owner can kind of smooth things over with him after his comments after Justin Verlander literally won him a World Series, basically saying he isn't even worth a $25 million contract for 1 year. And we'll see if they can mend fences. Welcome in, Fabia. What possible trade for a pitcher do you think the Angels will try to go for? As I just talked about anyway, I think they're going to go for a relief pitcher more than anything else right now. If I had to guess, I'd think something small like a Chasen Shreve, maybe a Middleton from the White Sox, probably maybe even a guy like Hernandez from the Royals. There's some options out there that they could go for. The Mariners have a couple of late inning guys that could be moved, low-cost guys here at the deadline. Mariners and Yankees are in the same mode right now, buy and sell. I'm not really buying that, really. I think the Mariners are really looking for opportunity more than anything else. I think they're clearly in the selling side of the camp. I don't think they're trying to add in order to become one of the wild card teams this year. I think they don't want to give up on the season, really. But I think the trade of Paul Sewald, anyway, was a clear indication the Mariners are done. They're waving the white flag. I think the Yankees, I don't think they're going to trade anybody with club control after this season, at least yet. But it sounds like they're going to move on from guys like Donaldson, IKF, Severino, guys who are in the last year of their deal as well. Logan, welcome in. Appreciate you for joining us. James, appreciate you for coming back. If you guys haven't hit that like button on the video, hit that subscribe button. Send us a super chat if you want to help out the channel. We're going to be live for you guys. We started a couple hours ago. We're going to be live all day long for you guys. So if you guys want to help out the channel, we'd really appreciate that. I know we had Connor send us one yesterday anyway. Thank you for that. What are the odds the Rangers add a bat like Brent Rooker? That was kind of mentioned in the Athletics podcast anyway about the trade deadline with Jim Bowden mentioning the Rangers as the most likely fit for Brent Rooker. He's really had a down couple of months now, though. He's starting to get that bat to come alive like it was in April. If they get the first month version of Brent Rooker, that's a great bat for them here at the deadline. They do need to add one bat, and I think they will. You already have great shortstop prospects, but they're too young in our system. They're not ready. Yet they have two guys, 18, 19 years old, talking about the Marlins. I agree. The Marlins, I think, will add here a middle infielder. We shall see if they decide to include one of those top prospects, but I don't think they will. I think they'll go more cheaper here at the deadline. I think Gleyber Torres is probably the biggest piece you'll add. Maybe another bat like a Tyler O'Neill as well would make some sense. I think there's been a lot of players... I think there's going to be a lot of players traded that we haven't talked about. Exactly. Seth Brown, for instance, Michael just mentions, is another bat that could be moved from the A's. I think if anybody has interest in any Oakland A's player, there's a very good chance the second you call them about that player, they will probably say yes to the deal because none of those guys have really high value. So if you don't get a yes immediately from the Oakland A's, they're going to move on. And the teams are going to try to get other pieces that have maybe a little bit better value from other places. So Oakland, I think, if they get any calls today on any of their players, should try to work out a deal on that same phone call as quickly as they can because there are better options out there than the Oakland A's players. None of them are Teflon Don in the playoff picture, I'm not mistaken, but you can't really say Houston doesn't have a chance to get Keller and Cease because stranger things have happened. Sure, strange things have happened in baseball, but the White Sox are not going to give away Dylan Cease. The starting pitching market is really high right now, which is why I think there's a chance teams could turn to Dylan Cease and say, hey, if we're going to pay this for a guy that's a rental from the Detroit Tigers and Eduardo Rodriguez, why don't we go ahead and have a little bit more prospects to this package and get Dylan Cease, who has another year of control and is a better pitcher overall. Do the Houston Astros have that type of package that they could trade? Not without including major league talent, and they're not going to do that. That's the reason why I think Houston's going to have to play in the lower pool there for the starting pitching market. They're not going to be able to get those guys. Unless they include guys like Hunter Brown, which they will not do. Can the Marlins pull off two separate trades, one with the Cardinals for Flaherty and one for Salvador Perez from the Royals? I think Salvador Perez would actually welcome a trade to the Marlins. He actually said as much to the front office of the Royals, but it sounds like the Royals really value his handling of the pitching staff. He really likes it there in Kansas City. It's not like Salvador Perez wants out of Kansas City. I think if he made a trade request today, the Royals would probably honor it, but I think he ultimately stays there after the deadline, even though I think Salvador Perez would be just what the doctor ordered for that Marlins team. Athletics are bound to trade an impact player to the Braves for a bag of balls. Impact player is a little bit much. The A's don't really have impact on their team, so we shall see. Welcome back, Sub-Zero. Anything on the Yankees yet? No, it sounds like they're going to sell here at the deadline, though. Some of those expiring deals, etc. They're not going to really trade anybody beyond that, but Gleyber Torres is the one piece they may actually move to the Marlins. Outside of that, they may end up standing pat. I don't think they're a team that's really going to make a push for a wild card or even a deep run of the postseason. They're a worse team than they were the last year. They're even a worse team than the year before that. They're worse than the year before that. Aaron Judge basically is what's carrying this team. Outside of that, their offense has been terrible and continues to be terrible outside of Aaron Judge. If they don't do anything, I guess their season is done. I think their season's done already. Just looking at the wild card standings on the American League side, are they going to pass Baltimore for the division crown? No. Are they going to pass Tampa Bay to get the top wild card spot? No. Are they going to finish better than the Houston Astros? No. Then you get to the wild card teams that are really for that last wild card spot. Toronto, Boston, LA, the Yankees, and maybe Seattle. Seattle's already declared themselves a seller. They're not going to get the wild card. You look at Boston, they're going to sell a couple pieces. I don't think they have the ability to go out there and make the right addition, and I don't think they have the team that's going to win a wild card spot. I think they've been playing above their heads, and they've played really well so far. 6 games above 500. I think they're going to play below 500 ball the rest of the season. I think they're going to fall out of the race. That leaves you with Toronto, the Angels, and the Yankees for that final wild card spot. Toronto's a much better team. The Angels, as currently constructed, are a better team. And I think the Angels are still going to add one more piece to their team. Now, can the Yankees do something similar? Sure. Say they go out there and they convince the New York Mets to eat all the money on the Verlander contract, and they get Verlander, and they convince them to give them, Pete Alonso. Sure. They could be right there. Will that happen? Absolutely not. The New York Mets are not going to trade Justin Verlander to him. They're not going to trade Pete Alonso to him. There's no impact player that's going to be coming the Yankees' way to really change their fortunes at the trade deadline here, which is why I think Brian Cashman came out and said what he said the other night, is that they see the writing on the wall that they're not exactly a team that's going to make the postseason this year. That's why they're going to sell the guys on rental contracts. They could still buy some guys with some control, like Dylan Carlson, sure. But is that going to change their overall fortunes as far as getting above Toronto, getting above the Angels? I don't think so. I would love Verdugo to the Astros. I think that would be the type of piece that would be perfect for the Astros. Verdugo, it sounds like, is going to stay with Boston, though. It sounds like they're right after they said that they were going to put him on the market and see what they could get for him. They turned around immediately the next morning and said, "Hey, we're not really interested in trading Verdugo. We see him as a future piece for our team, even though he doesn't necessarily have a starting spot on the roster." Willard Wright, what is Houston going after Oakland's Luis Medina? I haven't heard anything on that one anyway. But as I said, anybody that calls Oakland should pretty much try to get the deal hammered out right then and there. If they can get it done, try to do it, because there's not a lot of talent there in Oakland, not a lot of good players there in Oakland. Brent Rooker, probably the best offensive player. Seth Brown has been mentioned in the past as well. Shane Langeliers is a really good catching prospect, but they're waiting to see if he can really catch on at the major league level. They're not really going to trade him away. They could trade some more pitching. They traded away Sam Mole to the Cincinnati Reds in exchange for Boyle, the prospect. They also got slot money out of it, did Cincinnati as well. So we shall see. It's going to be an active trade deadline today. Appreciate you guys joining us. Got 46 of you guys with us right now. Thank you guys. Make sure you say hi. Join us. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Send us a like button on the video. Really helps us out. And you can subscribe to us on Twitter at UpsideSN as well. We're going to be live for you guys all day long through the MLB trade deadline. So hopefully we get some activity here in the next couple of hours. It's still early out there on the West Coast. Really curious to see what the Padres' position is after they lost a tough one last night to Colorado 4-3 right after sweeping the Texas Rangers, and this continues the up and down season of the San Diego Padres. I think Preller is going to be the GM that's going to be very active here at the deadline. He always likes to have his hands in a little bit of everything, a little bit of buying, a little bit of selling. I think there's a chance that he could move his guys who are on expiring deals at the end of the season, guys like Josh Hader and Blake Snell, and then turn around and add at the deadline to fill holes by those two guys that are leaving, and see if he can make his team a little bit better overall. I think they've got a really good mix of talent right now. It's just a matter of getting the result that they need. That's been the issue for them all year long. Their run differential right now is third best in the National League. However, they sit, four back in the wild card on the National League side? 5 back on the National League side. They're 6-4 in their last 10, though. They're 3 games under 500. They're a good team. They just need to start winning some games, and they started to show that maybe they could do that against the Rangers, and then, boom, right back to reality. They lose to the Colorado Rockies. It's a tough way to go right now. I mean, they're playing in Colorado, altitude, I get it, but it's the Rockies, man. It's the trade deadline. You're supposed to be trying to win these games. You got Xander Bogaerts, who's supposed to be a leader. You got Manny Machado, who's supposed to be a leader. You got guys like Joe Musgrove, who's a leader on that team. Juan Soto, Fernando Tatis, all this talent. Josh Hader in the bullpen. Suarez in the bullpen as well. And they just haven't been able to get the results they need. I'm just curious if the Padres end up punting on their guys who are on expiring deals, try to add some other guys with some control here at the deadline that aren't necessarily as highly thought of. For instance, you look at Josh Hader, the top bullpen option on the market, if he's indeed put on the market by the Padres. It's said that they have an extremely high asking price. So let's just play devil's advocate. Say they get way more than what he's worth on the open market. Say they end up getting a top 100 prospect and another piece back in return. Then they turn around and trade that other piece back that they got in return, keep that top prospect, add another bullpen piece, and they still keep a very good team together for the stretch drive here while making their prospect pool a little bit better. Would their chances be a little worse to win one of those wild card spots? Sure. Josh Hader's the better bullpen piece, but they might be able to do something different than other teams would here at the deadline. I think A.J. Preller really likes to have his hands in both sides of things. So, for instance, I like your tweet there, James. Do you think the Phillies could acquire Blake Snell or Kyle Finnegan of the Nationals? In regards to the conversation I was just having, say they trade Josh Hader. They could go out there and bring in a guy like Kyle Finnegan to take over that 8th inning role, move Suarez to the 9th. That would be something for the Padres that they would be better as far as after they traded Hader, add in Finnegan. Not saying they'd be better than having Hader. I'm just saying they'd be better than not having Hader and having nothing there. Finnegan would at least give them another bullpen piece to at least keep them with a productive back end of the bullpen while still recouping some prospect status for Josh Hader. Anthony, are the rumors true that the Padres are thinking of trading Juan Soto? Thinking of trading and actually trading are two very different things. Preller wants to be active in these negotiations, and that's why I think his name was brought up. Will he be moved? Absolutely not. Will there even be a real serious discussions about it? No. But as for your question, James, do you think the Phillies could acquire Blake Snell or Kyle Finnegan? Finnegan, absolutely. I think that would be the great kind of small cost of an addition that they could do. They could even do a package deal with Lane Thomas because Dombrowski might be willing to give up the prospects other teams would not for a guy like Lane Thomas, who's shown that he had a great April, but that regression there is real. And I think the value for the Nationals is really high for the other teams to meet, while Dombrowski might not care what the price is and just say, hey, I get a good defensive, versatile outfielder in Lane Thomas. I add to my bullpen in Finnegan. Shopping done. That would be a great trade, I think, for the Phillies here at the deadline. Would it help them in the long run as far as, their future prospects, all that kind of thing? Probably not. But you don't hire Dave Dombrowski and think prospects. You think, what am I going to do to try to win this year? You saw that with the last year's team, getting all the way to the World Series. I think Dombrowski is going to try to do everything he can to get there once again. They've got some good returns on the investments they made this offseason. Taijuan Walker, etc. comes to mind. Trey Turner has not performed very well, but if they can just get him to play like the Trey Turner of old, just like the Trey Turner we saw right before the season at the World Baseball Classic, that's the best trade deadline addition anybody's going to make from an offensive perspective, period. With the Marlins having a surplus of pitching in their system, is there a team that is willing to trade for some hitting prospects for the Marlins pitching prospects? I think the Marlins aren't necessarily looking for hitting prospects per se. I think they're looking for hitters, period. That's what we saw at the trade with Pablo Lopez going to the Twins and Luis Arraez going to the Marlins. I think we see something similar right now for the Marlins as they try to add some hitters on the active roster. Now, will they try to trade pieces from within their system or on their active roster? I think they'll probably try to trade some of their system guys rather than guys that are on the Major League roster. Offensive guys, period. Looking at Gleyber Torres, pitching side, maybe a Jack Flaherty, but I think offense is their biggest need in Miami. Check in on Twitter, see if anything else is happening. Orioles checking in on Verlander, no sign of progress. Shocking. Just saw that, JG. Appreciate you guys joining us, though, today. Let's flip over to MLB Trade Rumors, see if anything else is happening there. Yeah, just the same update there on Bo Bichette. They're still waiting on more information. So we're probably going to get more information on Bo Bichette within the next hour. If he's going to be out for any time, if he's going to miss significant time, that obviously would really hurt the Blue Jays' chances here as they try to make the postseason. I think if he's out for any significant time, even if they make the trade for a guy like Bo Bichette, I think that really gives the Angels a good chance to win one of those wild card spots right now. Really curious to see if that makes them one of the favorites to win that wild card spot. I want to see what the Vegas odds do as far as how the shift is after the Bo Bichette injury once they get some clarification. Say Bo Bichette's out 15 days. I don't think that makes a huge difference as to where teams finish in the wild card on the American League side. If he gets, say he tore his knee or tore a ligament, he's out for 60 days, then we're going to be looking at, a real change in that wild card picture. Then you're looking at the Yankees saying, hey, maybe since the Bo Bichette injury, now we can, stand pat instead of trading some of these guys and just hope for the best. But we'll see what ultimately happens. Sub-Zero, what time does the deadline end? It's going to be 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 Central. So make sure you guys stay with us through the entire deadline. We're going to break down every single deal here at the deadline and discuss who wins, loses the trade, where they stand, what's going to happen with the team that sold the player. Are they better off in the long run? Did they get enough back for the pieces that they sold? And then the buyer, are they making the right move for their organization? Does this make them a wild card contender? Does this make them a World Series contender? Those types of things. So make sure you stay live with us all day long. Hit that subscribe button. Really does help us out. So thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate those of you who have joined us early today. We started at 8 a.m. and already we've got 35 of you guys watching, and it's not even 10 a.m. Central Time. So appreciate you guys waking up and joining us here. I know a lot of you guys are at work and can't watch MLB Network or listen to the MLB Sirius XM radio or whatever the case may be, where you may have gotten your information before we became created our YouTube channel here. But appreciate that you're taking some of your time here on a busy Tuesday morning here and enjoying some trade deadline discussion with us. So appreciate you guys for joining us. Let's go ahead and refresh the pages once again, see if anything else is happening. Not as of yet. So let's have some fun. We were talking about the Mets possibly trading Verlander to the Dodgers earlier, what a package might have to look like for them to be able to get that deal done. They would possibly have to include a guy like Sheehan as kind of the front line of the package, and then maybe one other prospect, and still get the Mets to eat about $36 million of this for this trade to make sense for both sides. So that's one possibility. Let's go ahead and clear the decks here, and let's have some fun with some trades here. Now, as I mentioned, the hitting market is really thin right now. There's not a lot of hitters to look at here on the market. So let's just look at some different makers that actually are out there. Not that I think that they could be moved, but let's look at the Chicago White Sox and what the value is right now for some of the top hitters on the market. You look at Luis Robert, who is known to be available on the market, but look at his value, 99.1. That's at least what BaseballTradeValues.com has his value at. He would be the biggest addition any team could make here at the deadline. But look, that is 4 years plus of control. That also includes all the injury issues that you've had with him. Teams are going to have to take that into account. Are you going to get Robert, and then the second you trade for him in his first game with you, is he going to pull a hammy? Is he going get injured? Is he going to take a baseball to the hand? Those types of things you really have to worry about. Robert does seem to get more injured than some of the other players in Major League Baseball, so you have to worry about that. Heard Josh Donaldson tore his quad, but was moved to the 60-day AL, but looked perfect yesterday hitting. Do you know anything about Domingo Germán was scratched from his start, but came out? I have not heard anything as far as injuries on either of those two players. As I mentioned, Josh Donaldson, even if I'll put it this way. Say Donaldson's out for an extended period of time, I don't think that impacts the Donaldson market one way or the other. I think he'd be a bench bat at best here at the trade deadline, or a DH type hitter for whoever decides to trade for him. Donaldson, I think, may end up having to finish the season with the Yankees. As for the other pieces the Yankees could move, I think the most likely is probably IKF because of his defensive versatility. Gleyber Torres as well, likely to the Marlins. And then you look at Luis Severino and Germán. But that's kind of where things stand for the Yankees. But as far as value for where these pieces are right now, the top couple of pieces on the market that I'm keeping my eye on are the Chicago White Sox. You look at Dylan Cease, about half the price of a guy like Robert, but you also have half the control. He's got 2 years left after this year. He's having a down year right now, so you're not necessarily adding him for this pennant race, but you could be adding him for next year and the year after that. So teams looking for controllable starting pitching, that includes even selling teams who could look towards Dylan Cease as an addition to their club. I think the market right now is so high for starting pitching right now, I think there's a legitimate chance Dylan Cease gets moved. I haven't seen anything on him as far as this morning, as far as what could ultimately happen with him, but I find it hard to believe that Chicago White Sox, as of a couple of days ago, said, hey, we're willing to talk about this. Ken Rosenthal lets the world know that they're at least talking about Robert and Cease. That alone, for them being willing to talk about them, I think that opens up the possibility that the floodgates could open and they could move Dylan Cease. Robert, I think, is just too hard of a trade for a team to try to square that type of thing off. So, for instance, Texas Rangers could use a corner outfield bat. They could use a DH. You got the control there. Sure, you could include your top prospect, Evan Carter. That's half the value of Robert. But then you have to worry about the injury issues. You still have to add another $40+ million in trade value to this type of a deal. So you'd have to include your top pitching prospect in Owen White. You'd have to probably include a middle infield prospect like Justin Foscue, and then another outfield prospect in Gutierrez. Is that worth 4+ years of Robert? If you're a Rangers fan, probably not because of the injury. But it's such a big deal and such a risk from an injury perspective, I don't think teams risk it here at the trade deadline. Now, I agree with Nick. Robert seems like a winter meetings deal, not a deadline deal. I agree. Cease, however, is the one I think could be moved because of how sky high the pitching prices are right now. I think the White Sox might actually get their price met here at the deadline because of how high the cost is for rentals right now, specifically looking at the Detroit Tigers, since they have kind of all the balls in their court along with Justin Verlander of the Mets. If the Mets are truly willing to hang on to Justin Verlander, then the top starters left are going to be Dylan Cease. You're looking at Mitch Keller of the Pirates if they're willing to move him. You look at Jack Flaherty of the Cardinals, Eduardo Rodriguez, and Michael Lorenzen. Dylan Cease is arguably the best of that bunch, so we shall see who ultimately gets moved. Any catchers available? There's a few. Salvador Perez, I think, would welcome a trade to Miami. Not that he's looking for one, but the Royals are said that they're not going to move him. Elias Diaz from the Rockies makes some sense as being a catcher that's available. Omar Narvaez of the Mets. Yasmani Grandal of the White Sox. Those are some catchers that we could see moved here at the deadline. Just crossed the 10 o'clock hour Central Time, 11 on the East Coast. Now's when we're really going to start to see some trade discussions pick up, I believe, around Justin Verlander here within the next hour. So for those of you hoping that the market starts to move on these starting pitchers, keep your eyes peeled on Justin Verlander here within the next hour, see if anything happens, because it's going to take time for that Verlander deal to get done. Not only do you have to get the players agreed to, like the Rangers did for Scherzer, then you have to get Verlander to agree to the trade. You have to figure out what you're going to do with the vesting option. And oh, by the way, how much money are the Mets going to eat? Are they going to eat another $36.5 million like they did in the Rangers trade for Scherzer? We shall see. But let's look at what a trade like this could look like for Dylan Cease. I think a team like the Cincinnati Reds makes way too much sense right now for this type of trade. So let's go ahead and pull the Reds up right now. They get a controllable starting pitcher is what they really want, so let's go ahead and include him in the deal to the Reds. You look at the other side of this, what could the Reds give up? Well, they have a ton of middle infield prospects. That's kind of what the White Sox are looking for right now. They could always use some starting pitching as well. they're not going to trade Abbott. As far as pieces that they can move, I think Noelvi Marte could be the headliner of this trade. I think Jonathan India would be a nice piece, but he just got injured right now. He has a good value there. They just called up Strand. I don't think they're going to move him. I think Collier would be a good bet to be in this type of a move here. Let's go ahead and include those two pieces. And then I think they need to include some starters. So let's include Petty down here. And another starting pitcher. Let's go Young. Nobody really standing out for me. Let's go a little bit higher. Ashcraft is about to come back from the injured list as well. You're not trading Cruz, obviously. Or De La Cruz. There he is at the top. Let's go ahead and throw Phillips in here, just as another starter. Just look at what the package would be for Dylan Cease. I know trade prices right now are really, really high, but look at what the trade value you could get back for a guy like Dylan Cease right now. If I'm the Cincinnati Reds, I put this offer in front of the White Sox, I wonder how fast the White Sox say yes to something like this. I think they'd probably hem and haw for about 5 minutes and they'd say, yep, sounds fair to me. Let's do it. I think that's a pretty great package for Dylan Cease right now, and that would solve the needs for the Reds here at the deadline as far as starting pitching. White Sox really reset the timeline for their team, get a couple of good starting pitching prospects in, but it's really about those middle infield prospects for them. Marte and Collier for them are exactly the type of pieces they're looking for here at the deadline. The biggest deadline acquisition would be Trevor Bauer, but we all know that won't happen. I actually haven't looked into how he's been pitching over there in Japan. Seems like they have been welcoming him with open arms. With his off-the-field issues, I'm just not sure any team is still willing to take the risk of a Trevor Bauer. Now, would he still be able to pitch very well? Last time he was in the majors, he was very good, but it's been a couple of years now. Does he still have that same effectiveness? He hasn't pitched against big league competition in a while. It's going to take him time to acclimate once again. He's going to have to fit in that clubhouse. That's way too big of a proposition to really throw into your mix in the clubhouse. Say a team like the Reds wanted to go out there for Trevor Bauer. How exactly would that team react to that guy coming into their locker room, let alone how he performs on the field? I think that would throw a complete, bowling ball at what they've done so far this season. David, welcome in. Appreciate you for joining us. Does Cardinals make any big moves today? Big depends on the eye of the beholder. Are they going to make an Arenado-sized move? Probably not. Are they going to move guys like Flaherty, O'Neill, bullpen arms possibly as well? I believe so. I think the Cardinals are going to be one of the most active teams today. I'm picturing 4 trades right now for the Cardinals. Flaherty is 1, DeYoung is 2, O'Neill is 3, and then either Carlson or one other piece would be 4. I think the Cardinals make 4 trades. I know, Sarah, you're a big Cardinals fan out there. I'm not sure if you're with us yet this morning, but I think your Cardinals make 4 more trades today. Harrison Bader, Domingo Germán, Gleyber Torres are getting calls. I hope they sell off expiring contracts. I absolutely agree with you, Sub-Zero. I think Yankees fans, I know you're used to buying and adding pieces at the deadline. You're the Yankees. You're the champions. You go for the World Series every single year. It's not in your MO to sell. Remember what you did the last time you sold? You sold Aroldis Chapman. You had a really great piece and were able to re-sign him. You don't really have a piece like that this year, but when you do sell, you usually get good prices for the pieces you got. So we'll see what happens, but I think Gleyber Torres is all but gone. Bader, I think, could get a nice prospect back in return. He'd be a nice bench outfielder, or 4th outfielder type for whoever decides to get him. But I think they're looking at expiring type deals right now that they're trying to offload from their team. So I don't think they're looking at anything major. I don't think Rizzo's gone. I don't think, obviously, Aaron Judge is going anywhere. I don't think LeMahieu's going anywhere. They're going to keep that core of the team intact. But I think they still could add a corner outfielder and kind of sell one of those pieces like Torres, and then bring in a long-term piece for a corner outfield spot like Carlson. But what do you guys think of this trade possibility here for Dylan Cease? I think with the trade costs around Major League Baseball right now, how high the price is for Verlander, Rodriguez, and Lorenzen, teams might just say, the heck with it, I want a controllable starter, and go after Dylan Cease. I think this is the type of trade that would work great for the Reds. I think this is the type of trade the Orioles, if they're going to go for the top-end starting pitcher, if they're going to trade some of those top prospects that the Tigers are wanting for their rentals, I think they immediately go to one of these other teams with controllable starters like the White Sox and Dylan Cease and get something done. Welcome in, John. Appreciate you for joining us. Let's check in on some of the Twitter out here. Come on, O's. Well, hopefully your O's get a starting pitcher. Like I said, my guess right now would be that the Orioles will end up with Michael Lorenzen. News from John Heyman. Dodgers are in hot pursuit of Eduardo Rodriguez and have been discussing Verlander. Very interesting. Rodriguez, I'm not sure how he fits with that team. He is a rental option, much like they did with Lance Lynn. Lance Lynn's got a club option anyway, I believe, for the next season. That obviously won't be picked up with how he's been pitching so far this year. Eduardo Rodriguez, as high as the price is, I wonder if the Dodgers are taking advantage of the market right now, not already coming to an agreement with Rodriguez or with the Tigers to get him done. Verlander's price, I'm sure they don't want to add too much money to their books right now, and they say we'd rather go for Eduardo Rodriguez, a guy who would probably cost less to be able to re-sign in the offseason, to be able to get something like that done. But they could add one more starter here. A little bit surprised that they're not going Verlander first over Rodriguez, but that seems like they're still in on both. I could see White Sox rather having India in the deal. I agree. It's the only reason why I didn't put him in the deal is because he's on the injured list right now. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything for the future of the White Sox. They don't care about the season, but they still want players who are healthy, going to have long careers ahead of them. That's why I went with the younger prospects instead in that type of a deal. Looks like the Yankees asked the Marlins for 4 prospects for Torres and Peraza. Makes some sense. Torres, I think, probably gets you 2. Peraza probably gets you 1. I think they ultimately settle on 3. But hopefully the Tigers start moving some of their pitching because it's holding up the market a little bit. Feinstein reports the Pirates are continuing to get hits on their catcher, Austin Hedges. There's not a whole lot of catchers on the market, and there are several teams who could use some catching help. Rich Hill could be a veteran addition for a rotation. G-Man Choi, that's not going to cost much to be able to bring him in, though. But I think the biggest piece the Pirates could move would be a guy like David Bednar. I don't think you're going to get anything better than that. Check in on MLB trade rumors, see if anything's breaking. Doesn't look like anything as of yet. Evan Grant with the Go Alana Rizzo Go. She is currently on high heat with Christopher Rizzo anyway. There's the tweet from John Heyman, hot pursuit of Eduardo Rodriguez. If you guys are watching on MLB Network, they're kind of catching up on some of these tweets anyway. Welcome in, Declan. Anything yet today? Not yet. But right now, as I'm expecting the market to start to get going, it's 8 o'clock now on the West Coast. Teams are up and at 'em. I'm expecting trade discussions to really start picking up in the next hour for Justin Verlander. That's why we're getting the Dodgers news right now about them being in on Eduardo Rodriguez and Justin Verlander. I'm expecting Verlander and Rodriguez, the two guys that are really holding up the market right now on the starting pitchers, to go next. Huge Teoscar Hernandez rumors by CBS Sports. What you got for us, Declan? You mean East Coast there, Declan. 11-13 East Coast. There you go. Got 40 of you guys with us right now. Appreciate it. Going to keep you guys updated throughout the entire day as far as what's happening at the deadline. We're getting really close to when we could see some deals moved or start to happen here in just a moment. For those of you guys who are new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the like. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. We'll be sure to break down every single deal after the deadline as well. We'll have a recap show tonight at 8:30. We'll be live with you guys tonight through about 6:30. So we're going to be live for over 13 hours with you guys today. So make sure you stick around, hit that subscribe button, send a like if you appreciate the video, if you appreciate the stream. I know we had a couple of super chats from Connor. Thank you for that, by the way. Teoscar Hernandez, Mariners, Phillies, Dodgers, and Astros. That was the tweet from earlier anyway. That was from probably about 45 minutes ago. We saw the market around Teoscar Hernandez was starting to pick up. That was coming from John Heyman and John Paul Morosi, if I remember correctly. All right, let's take just a second, get a drink real quick. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. Hopefully you guys are having a great Tuesday morning. Trade deadline is here. It's 11:16 on the East Coast, 8:16 on the West. So it's going to be a great day for baseball as far as trades. Hopefully we get some activity. Sounds like we're going to get some movement on some corner outfield bats. Teoscar Hernandez, like Declan mentions there, is getting some movement this morning. The Mariners are seen as sellers right now after they traded Paul Sewald yesterday to the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks added Jace Peterson as well. They are still looking for one more starting pitcher as well. But really appreciate you guys joining us today. If you guys haven't hit that like button or subscribe already, make sure you do so. It really does help us out when you guys do that. If you guys wouldn't mind doing that. Last year, we gained over 221 subscribers during trade deadline day. I want to see how high you guys can make that number go this year. We've already got 43 of you guys watching this second right now on the video. So we'll see how high it goes as we get later in the day. I remember this time last year, we only had about 19 of you guys watching at this time last year. Let's see how high we can get that by noon. Let's see how high we can get it by the deadline at 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock East. So make sure you hit that subscribe. Tell your friends, let them know, hit that subscribe button, and join us as we enjoy some trade deadline coverage. MLB Network's got you covered for those of you who have cable, etc., satellite, etc., but I know a lot of you guys are working today and don't have access to watch it. I'd be more than happy to keep you guys updated. I know a lot of you guys can't exactly have everybody followed on Twitter and get those notifications and still work, so we'll try to keep all that information for you right here. We'll break down every single trade as it happens, every single rumor as well, so make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Hey, Michael, what's your most exciting deadline moment in recent memory? Ooh, okay, so bear in mind I am a Rangers fan. It would have to be Scherzer and Montgomery coming to the Rangers. As far as period over the last, since I've been watching baseball, I remember the discussions around Cole Hamels the last time the Rangers were in contention. That was kind of crazy. The Yankees trading Aroldis Chapman to the Chicago Cubs as they tried to push towards a World Series and ultimately win it that year, which they did, breaking that long curse. That was a crazy time at the trade deadline. Cubs were literally pulling out all the stops. That's got to be up there as far as trade deadline acquisitions. I think if Ohtani was actually available at this deadline, that would probably be the biggest one. You said John Paul Morosi just tweeted, sources say Astros, Dodgers, Braves, and Orioles are all involved on Verlander. Same four clubs engaged on other rotation options likely come to a point today when Verlander suitors pivot and find their pitching elsewhere. I agree. I think the Verlander news with the Mets, it sounds like the Mets really are playing hardball. I'm not sure they ultimately want to move him. I think it'll really be up to teams overwhelming them for Verlander. I think it might take an owner-to-owner type call for Verlander to be moved. I think that's the type of move that would get it done. So, for instance, a team that I mentioned that was actually checking in on Verlander from Sunday evening and even Monday morning after they had already acquired Scherzer and Montgomery was the Texas Rangers. Just think of what that rotation would have gone through over the last 48, 72 hours, bringing in Scherzer, bringing in Montgomery, bringing in Verlander, if they get that type of deal done. But it would have to take an owner-to-owner type deal. It'd probably cost a top prospect like Evan Carter, top 10 in the entire game, and it would cost the Mets eating almost all of the Verlander money and adding a guy like Pete Alonso to it. Am I saying that it's going to happen? Absolutely not. But I'm saying a trade like that, where you're getting a top 10 prospect in the game, would be a difference-making conversation to where then Cohen really has to think about, hey, do I hang on to Verlander? Do I hang on to Alonso? I'd really be able to get a star-type player in the making in Evan Carter from the Rangers, number 6 in all of baseball according to MLB Pipeline, but it's going to cost you to get him. And would the Rangers even do it for a year and a half, 2.5 years of Verlander and Pete Alonso? Remains to be seen, but that's the type of trade I think ultimately might get Verlander to the Rangers. Now, for the Astros, I don't think they have the prospect capital to really get it done. I think they'd really have to gut their system from what they have left. Plus, it would take a conversation from the ownership of Jim Crane to Justin Verlander to say, hey, I'm sorry, I know you won me a World Series, and literally not even 2 weeks after you win me the World Series, I say you're not even worth $25 million on a one-year deal. That was pretty damaging for Justin Verlander. He said so at the time. There's going to have to be some fence mending. Not to say it can't be done. It's not a huge problem, but it is a problem. Meanwhile, the Dodgers don't have that same problem, and they have the better prospects, and they have the wherewithal to be able to include those prospects and get the Mets to eat the money. The Braves, I don't really think they have the wherewithal to get something like that done. I think they're only in there because he's that much of a difference-making piece, but I don't think they ultimately go that route. I think they're holding on to their pieces in case Josh Hader or David Bednar's price actually comes down or it moves or the market starts to move a little bit on them. Orioles, meanwhile, I think could be in there for Verlander. I think they'd be a nice fit. I'm not sure they would give up the top prospects to get it done because, again, he's a 41-year-old pitcher, has a lot of money left on that deal, and I think there's other starting pitchers that they could go for, like a Dylan Cease, who would cost more, sure, but they would have control and be able to sign them for the future after that. So I think it's pretty much Dodgers or bust right now in the market, but there are some surprises we could see on the Verlander trade market, like the Rangers going out there and adding a third starting pitcher here at the deadline. As a fan, what would your potential World Series excitement be if the Rangers land Verlander? Already my excitement's like at a 9. I think they need to add a hitter more than anything else. If they added Verlander, great. But if they do Verlander, if they're including the trade package for like Evan Carter, it would have to include Pete Alonso. Then I'm at a 50 out of 10 if I'm a Rangers fan. But if the Rangers land Verlander, it'd be through the roof. Declan, I think the Braves are going to do exactly what you said and make a move for Verlander. I don't think they're going to make that type of a move, though. I think they're going to hold and hold and hold and hold. By that time, I think the market's going to move on all these other starters. So they'd be one of the last teams still at the table for Verlander. I think the Dodgers, if they make the move for Rodriguez, step out. But if they don't make the move for Rodriguez, say the Orioles end up getting their guy in Eduardo Rodriguez, then the Dodgers could circle back to him. And I think the Dodgers are still the best bet for Justin Verlander by far of any team. If I had to put the odds of where he plays next season, I'd put Verlander's odds at being a Met next year, 40%. Dodgers, 30%. And then the rest of them probably split up equally between the Rangers, Braves, Orioles in that order. See if anything else is breaking at the moment. Doesn't look like it yet. Rangers, as we mentioned, are still looking for a bat here at the deadline and a bullpen piece. Nightingale says both Rodriguez and Lorenzen are going to be traded. Feinstein says the Tigers are expected to trade both. The question is when. That's really what's holding up the market right now from a pitching side. We talked a little bit about Bo Bichette for the Toronto Blue Jays today about his injury. We're expected to get news here within the next half hour on Bo Bichette. Is his injury short-term or is it long-term? If it's long-term, then I think they go out there and get a guy like Paul DeJong, but that throws a real wrench into the wild card for the American League. At that point, if Bo Bichette's expected to be put on the 60-day IL, do the Yankees decide, hey, let's go ahead and hold our pieces and not sell here at the deadline and try to make a run for the final wild card spot? If they decide to, if Bo Bichette's out for 15 days, I don't think this really changes anything in the American League wild card picture. I think the Yankees still decide to sell. Angels, I think, are all in. Red Sox, I don't think have the pieces to be able to make a run, even with bringing back guys like Trevor Story and Chris Sale from injury, even if they added another starter via trade. I don't think they're going to be able to make a run. Then you look at the Mariners. They're on the outside of the picture looking in. They already traded away their closer. They're clearly selling, and they're expected to trade Teoscar Hernandez. They're also looking at possibly trading guys off of their roster like Ty France. They need more high on-base percentage guys. That's what they're looking for, that and middle infielders in trade. So we shall see. Nick, breaking my heart if the Mets trade Alonso. Well, Alonso is a fan favorite. He's one of the best power hitters, possibly the best power hitter in the game. When healthy, he's had an injury that he's had to deal with for most of the season. Has had a really low BABIP all season, really bad luck on batting average on balls in play anyway, hitting around 195 for the better part of the season. He's really started to crank up that production over the last week, though. He's starting to look healthy again. It's going to take an overwhelming package for the Mets to even consider moving him, let alone to actually get it done. We shall see. Declan, as a Phillies fan, it's trading Shane Victorino. Shane Victorino was a fan favorite for the Phillies, yes, but when you look at what the Verlander is and Alonso are to the Mets, I mean, they say they're going to try to compete in 24, but how exactly are they going to compete in 24? They're going to have to go out there and get another starter right now just to replace Max Scherzer. There's no guarantee you bring in Ohtani, even though I'm sure you'll be right in there all the way to the very end. I think the Dodgers will end up getting him. Then you look at Julio Urias, who may be the odd man out if the Dodgers bring in Ohtani. Then you're going to be competing with a bunch of other teams who need front-end starting pitching. I'm not sure you're going to outbid all the other teams because of how young a pitcher he is and how long of a deal he's going to want to get. Mets like to do short-term deals with their starting pitching and give him a higher AAV. I'm not sure Urias does that type of move, especially with some of his injury history that he's had. Yankees just called Padres about Matt Carpenter. Would that be a good move? It'd be a depth move more than anything else. I don't think the Padres are necessarily sold on keeping him around. But Carpenter would be a nice fit in New York. He was great last year for them when he was healthy. And Padres could sell a couple of those expiring type contracts like Hader and Snell, and then turn around and add some controllable pieces back to try to keep this team afloat as they try to compete for a wild card. But Padres are going to be in on pretty much everything, buying and selling. So you're going to see a lot of rumors about them in the next couple of hours. So we'll see what happens. Let's refresh our page, see if anything is happening here. Guardians could look to add another starter. We talked about them trading away a starter in Aaron Savali for the number 4 prospect in the Rays system, number 37 overall in all of Major League Baseball. Reminds me a lot of the Yandy Diaz trade. Guardians could add another starter, but I don't expect them to really add here. I think they're going to look around the periphery of their team, if at all. I think they realize they're not exactly winning the World Series, but they could make a run at a postseason as far as the crown of the division, especially with the Twins willing to discuss guys like Sonny Gray and Kenta Maeda. I think the entire Central knows that the rest of the league, the rest of the American League, is much better than what they are this year, and I think the writing's on the wall that the Guardians need to invest in next year's team rather than this year. Doesn't look like there's any new updates yet, so let's kind of have some fun here. Let's clear this off. Let's do a Padres, or actually let's do the Pete Alonso trade, since we've been mentioning that a couple of times now, just so you guys can kind of see where his value sits for the Mets. Now, right now, as far as total value, only a 12.4. It's got a year of control after this year. It's going to cost a pretty penny to bring him in. That's why I'm not sure you move Alonso. If you move Verlander, then you can have conversations about Alonso. But if you're not moving a guy like Justin Verlander right now, I think there's absolutely zero chance that Pete Alonso gets moved. John Heyman just tweeted, the San Diego Padres are one mystery team that's in on Justin Verlander. That would be an interesting move. He would have the control, of course, because he would be under contract for next season. If they get the Mets to eat him, maybe they trade a piece like a Snell, use those pieces, and get the Mets to eat some of the money on Verlander and get them to bring in Verlander. That would be a very interesting type of trade. So let's kind of do that one. Since we were just talking about Alonso, we already got the Mets up. Let's just see what would have to happen. Let's do a 3-team trade, actually, because that's what it'll ultimately take. We'll do the Mets first, because that's obviously where Verlander's coming from. Padres. And then let's say a team that needs some starting pitching. Let's do the Reds, since we just looked at the Reds. Okay, so looking at the trade deadline here, Snell has about an 8.7 value. We send him to the Reds. He's obviously not going to the Mets right now. You look at the Mets, you include let's flip to the bottom here. There's Verlander. You send him to the Padres. That takes over the spot for Snell in the rotation. 36.5, we'll call that basically what the Scherzer money was. That's going to go to the Padres. Add cash. And then you go to the Reds and you say, okay, you're getting Blake Snell. What are you going to give up in return? This would solve some of their starting pitching needs here. Let me pull this up here. That's exactly what we were just talking about, JG, is the Heyman tweet about the Padres in on Justin Verlander. So we're literally trying to build a trade real quick of what it could cost. Let's say they want to go after... They really like top prospects anyway, it seems like, in return for their pieces right now. So let's say the Mets go after another prospect like Marte, who could be their third baseman of the future, shortstop, etc. So let's say he goes to the Mets in exchange for Verlander. That's the big piece they get, and then they include, let's say, Phillips, a lower-level starter. He could end up going to the Mets as well to kind of polish off this type of a trade. Mets are made whole on the Verlander thing. They get overall value there, looking pretty good there. 25.5 is what they're sending out. They're bringing in 31.5, so the Mets would be getting a better end of this type of a deal. Mets probably say yes to this, maybe some tinkering around the edges. Padres, all they're selling here is Blake Snell. They're getting Verlander and cash. Now, would the Reds do this? I don't think so. They'd need a little bit more than I think just Blake Snell. So what else could they get? Let's look at the Padres, because I think that's where the surplus really is coming from. And I'm going to include Lugo in this trade to go to the Reds, give them another pitcher here at the deadline. I'm not going to include Hader in this because I think Hader would have to be moved in a separate type of trade. But that's a trade I think that would look a little bit better on paper. Reds sending out 31.5. They're bringing in 14.1. I would still probably say no right now. Let's go back over to the Reds and let's remove Phillips. I think this is a trade that the Reds would probably say yes to right now. I think the Padres would still say yes to this. The Mets, I think, would need one more piece. Let's go to the Padres. Just kind of playing around with the trade right there. When is the trade deadline, Charles? It is 5 o'clock Central, 6 East. Waka would be another piece that could be interesting to move. Grooms had some value before. I'm going to go with... I'm going to go with Suero. Kind of a young guy. The Mets did a little bit of lottery. The time, 6 East, 5 Central. Okay, so there's a trade there. Mets get a top prospect and a lottery ticket like they did in the David Robertson deal and the Scherzer deal. Mets, I think, are made whole there. Padres, of course, get the best player in the deal in Verlander, while the Reds, I think, get a pretty good deal there, get a couple of pitchers there, one of the best starters on the market right now in Blake Snell. And they get another guy that can either add to their bullpen or add to their starting rotation, at least until Hunter Green gets back and Ashcraft. So that's a pretty good deal. Let's actually see what it would look like. Let's validate the trade. Need one more high-value player. I think it's because of the way this calculator works is the cash really doesn't work. I think the Padres are bringing in too much. Even still, maybe less money, I guess. Might make sense. Let's go to the Mets side of things. go ahead and do 30 million instead of 36. Validate trade. We're a little closer there. I think the Reds would still need another piece. They're giving up a lot there. Mets could give up another position player, I suppose. That's on an expiring deal. Looking at the Mets. Let's look at their majors roster. There we go. Pham could be a piece. Raley could be a piece. Let's say Raley goes to the Padres, allows the Padres to then trade off Josh Hader from their bullpen. Pham would go to the Reds. Let's just say something like that. Validate trade. Still doesn't think the calculator's right, but this is pretty close. I think it still needs some more tinkering, but right off the top of my head, just going off of that John Heyman tweet as far as what could happen with Justin Verlander being rumored to the Padres, that would be a very interesting trade. Reds would get 3 pieces here at the deadline to really help them. 2 starters / 1 long reliever. And then an outfield bat there in Pham. Padres get a bullpen piece, get Verlander, the best piece in the deal. And I think this would allow them to trade a guy like Hader, recoup some of the prospect value that they're giving up. Not a bad trade overall. I think the Reds would still be getting the short end of the stick, but they're getting 3 major leaguers for the stretch run. You think Raley could get you a top 10? I think that's a little rich. Raley has a high walk rate. Sure, he has 1 year left on the deal, 2-point-something ERA if I remember correctly. For him alone, I think you could get probably a top 20 prospect, but he doesn't have a lot of money on the deal. He's a lefty reliever. Left-handed relievers right now are in demand. I just don't think it'd be worthy of a top 10. Like, for instance, as a Ranger fan, we need bullpen. I'm not giving you a top 10 guy for Brooks Raley. I might give you a top 25 and maybe a lottery ticket, but I'm not giving you significant assets for a guy that's, might get me 3 outs, best case scenario, in a playoff game. For a starting pitcher, I might give you a little bit more, or even for a, more dominant, relief pitcher like a Hader, a Bednar, something like that. I think it's going to be, ultimately Raley goes for is going to be a top 20, top 15 type prospect at best. Top 10 is a little rich. And relievers are notoriously mercurial, as I've said multiple times before. This year he's going to be great. Next year, who knows? John Heyman kind of continues on the Verlander to Padres rumors. No idea how likely a deal could work out. No word on if there's any real progress in the talks or if Verlander would even approve San Diego. But interesting, the Padres even investigate this right now. Again, Verlander would still have to say yes to the deal. So if they trade out Snell, are they really that much better of a team by bringing in Verlander, or are they just kind of trading one asset for another and getting more control with it? Because I don't think they're going to be able to re-sign Snell this offseason. You've seen Scott Boras actually be in San Diego lately. I think that's kind of helped San Diego shepherd his players in free agency or towards free agency this offseason. So we'll see, what ultimately happens with his client in Blake Snell. You look at what they got for Robertson combined with not as many relievers being available as expected. You never know. There's plenty of relievers that are available. As far as lefty relievers specifically, there's like 4 of them that are on the market right now. As far as, the return that they got for Robertson, that was 2 lottery tickets. 2 lottery tickets. Good return for David Robertson, but it's not a top 10 guy. And he's the best piece out of that bullpen. You think Raley's going to get better than what they got for Robertson? I don't think so. All right, let's check in on some of these rumors. Still waiting on that Bo Bichette news as to whether or not he's going to be out for a significant period of time. The Giants were willing to trade some of their pieces in their rotation before the injury to DeSclafani. Sounds like they're going to stand pat there unless they add somebody like a Verlander. They have been in on his market before. They have not touched base in a while, though. So we'll see, what the Giants decide to do here at the deadline. They're in a tough spot. They added a couple of guys, Pollock and Matthias, kind of just helping veteran help around the deadline here. Good addition for them, but I don't think it really moves the needle. there's the news that the Dodgers are in, quote, hot pursuit of Eduardo Rodriguez. I think they're just trying to get one of these starters nailed down. With the market kind of being held up by Eduardo Rodriguez, I think the Dodgers probably checked in on his market and were kind of surprised that he was still available this late here. I thought Eduardo Rodriguez honestly would have moved already by now. But the Tigers have really stuck to their high price, and so the Dodgers seem like they're trying to take advantage of this opportunity. We shall see. I'm not disagreeing with you there, Charles. Padres are out of it. I don't think that they're necessarily going to be one of the wild card teams, but if you look at their numbers, their peripheral numbers, they look pretty good. They just can't get out of their own way and get the results they need. That's why I think they're in such a tough spot. I think the series against the Rangers really muddied the waters for them. If they got swept by the Rangers, I think they're clear sellers. But since they swept the Rangers and then lost inexplicably to the Rockies last night, they're still kind of in this turmoil of should we buy, should we sell, should we stand pat, should we just lose Hader for nothing in the offseason if we don't make it to the playoffs. They got a lot of question marks, and we'll see what direction they ultimately decide to go. A.J. Preller, I think, will make some moves. I don't think he's a guy that's just going to stand pat at a deadline and just let it go without making some type of addition or subtraction. We've seen that every single offseason, every single trade deadline. Preller is right in there in the thick of it, and I think the Padres are going to be right there again. So I think they could do a little bit of buying and selling here. If they did go out there and buy a guy like Justin Verlander, maybe they turn around and recoup the prospects in a Snell trade. I was just cooking up a 3-team trade to do both, send out Snell, bring in Verlander, and eventually then they could turn around and trade Josh Hader, I believe, to either the Rangers or Braves. Why don't the Padres just trade their stars? Because they're right on the precipice. They're a good team. They have the third best run differential in all of the National League. They're right behind the Braves and Dodgers anyway, but everybody's behind those two teams. Then you get into teams like the Padres and the Cubs as far as run differential, and those teams are better than what their win-loss record suggests. Meanwhile, teams like the Reds, the Diamondbacks, the Marlins all have had their scuffles as of late. A lot of young teams ahead of them that they could certainly leapfrog as they get into August and September. The season starts to get long. Those rookies who had great great Aprils and Mays aren't going to have the same August and September. So they have an opportunity. David, what can the Cardinals get for Jack Flaherty? I think they're probably going to get a package similar to what they got for Jordan Montgomery. I think Flaherty might be a little bit higher of a return because he has a higher ceiling, though. So you might get, instead of a top 12 prospect, you might get a top 10 prospect, but just a little bit better top-end prospect, but a similar package overall. I think the prices for starting pitching are certainly high, but I think Flaherty is probably the most gettable out of all the starting pitchers on the market right now, outside of maybe Michael Lorenzen. I think Lorenzen's price is probably a little bit lower than Flaherty right now, but the Tigers are playing hardball on all their pitchers right now. So we'll see as we get close to noon here on the East Coast what they ultimately decide to do. I think Verlander's market, if it's going to move, it's going to have to move right now. So if Verlander, the news for Verlander the trade possibility to the Padres comes at just about the time we should start seeing some Verlander trade talks really start to come to a head. So keep your eyes peeled. We could see a Verlander move here in the next half hour. And again, we're still waiting on that Bo Bichette news as to what they're going to do. Fine Sand says Eduardo Rodriguez's name continues to be hot on the market. The Padres are said to be high on him. Shocking. And could make a push to land him. Padres, again, literally in on everything. It's what A.J. Preller does. But we'll take a few seconds to get a drink real quick here for just a moment. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Gained quite a few subscribers last year's trade deadline. Gained 221 last year. Let's see if we can beat that number today. So if you're new here to the Upside, hit that like button and subscribe. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Welcome into the trade deadline, everybody. A lot of crazy movements expected today. We've already seen a lot of trades before today happened, but we're getting up to almost noon East Coast time. We're going to see some news on Bo Bichette and Justin Verlander here, I believe within the next half hour to an hour at the latest. Then we could really see the market really start to move. We're seeing Padres headlines left and right now. Seems like they are in on literally everything, it seems like. They were unveiled as the mystery team in the Justin Verlander sweepstakes, and now John Heyman says they're checking in on Eduardo Rodriguez. I think it was him, or was it Feinstein? It was Feinstein who said he was checking in on him. Let's go ahead and refresh our page here just to see if anything's happening right now. Not yet, but looking at the market right now, what could we see here within the next half hour? I think we're really waiting on that Bo Bichette news from a position player's perspective, and then the pitching market really needs to get that logjam cleared up around Justin Verlander and Eduardo Rodriguez. Then we could see the rest of it go with Jack Flaherty. You look at the other top-end starters that are on the market right now, Dylan Cease. I think with the starting pitching prices being so high right now, we could really see a decent trade out there for Dylan Cease really start to materialize. We put one together not too long ago with the Cincinnati Reds because they need some controllable starting right now, starting pitching. They have the prospects to do so, to be able to make that type of a trade. Their young players have really started to come on for the Cincinnati Reds. They hit good pitching. They've got a really deep lineup as well. They're expected to get healthy in that starting rotation with Hunter Green and Ashcraft coming back, or Lodolo coming back. They've got some nice pieces coming in that rotation, or nice pieces in that rotation as well with Abbott, but they really need somebody to kind of crystallize that rotation for them. They need a little bit of reinforcements here, and that's what I think they're really looking for. Jack Flaherty, kind of a lower end option for them, I think. I think the high end option here at the deadline would be a guy like Dylan Cease. But make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe, and we'll keep you guys updated throughout the entire deadline. So let's kind of check in on some of the rumors here. To answer your question, Sub-Zero, is Teoscar Hernandez going to get traded? I believe he will. As to where, just kind of depends on what the market ultimately holds for guys like Lane Thomas and other corner outfield bats. Teoscar Hernandez is a good power hitter, but he doesn't offer much from a defensive perspective, and he doesn't offer much from an on-base percentage type of perspective as well. So teams that need a power hitter in their lineup, DH, corner outfield type, that's where Teoscar will ultimately go. But the market really is moving right now on the Justin Verlander news that the Padres are in there, and the Eduardo Rodriguez news that the Padres are in there, and the Dodgers are in the market. I think the Orioles really kind of played with their food a little bit too much on this one. Same thing with the Diamondbacks, and now these other teams are saying, hey, these guys are still on the market. We're on the periphery of being in a wild card spot right now. Or in the Dodgers case, we're in the catbird seat. We already added Lance Lynn and Joe Kelly. If we add one more starter at the front of this rotation, we really could be one of the top contenders for the World Series. Dodgers already are at the top of the market in my estimation. I still think they're a step behind the Atlanta Braves. If they get a guy like Justin Verlander, they close the gap that much more. But we'll see what ultimately happens here. The Dodgers, I think, are trying to still maintain that financial flexibility to be able to sign a guy like Shohei Ohtani this offseason. So if they're going to make a trade for Shohei, they're going to have to get the Mets to eat a significant portion of that salary, probably in the neighborhood of what they ate on the Max Scherzer deal. Plus, they're going to have to figure out the vesting option. Prospect package going to be a little bit rich compared to what they got for Scherzer as well. Fernando, any update on the Dodgers? Well, they're in the starting pitching market, and they're in there heavy. They're in there looking at Verlander. They're in there looking at Rodriguez. It's said they were also looking at Flaherty at one point. I think they'll walk away with at least one more starter at this point and probably a bench bat of some type. They were connected to Mark Canha for a while. I wonder if they circle to Tommy Pham since Canha's already been moved to the Brewers. Remains to be seen what they ultimately do, but I think they walk out of there with a starter and a corner outfield bat. Appreciate you guys joining us right now. We got over 30 of you guys with us. We gained quite a few subscribers last year, so make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Tell your friends, join the stream, hit that like button. It really does help us out. We've been live for about 2.5 to almost 3 hours now, and we'll be live all the way through the deadline for you guys, keeping you guys updated. I know a lot of you guys are at work and don't have time to check your phone all the time, can't be at home watching MLB Network, so make sure you join us. We'll keep you guys updated on what's going on. I'll be on the stream all day, one of the best. Thank you, Fernando. Really appreciate that. If you guys feel like supporting the stream, I know we have the super chats up. We had a couple of them the other day. So if you guys feel free to do that if you want to as well. But really appreciate all of those of you who just hit that subscribe button. So if you haven't done so, just hitting that subscribe was really, thank you guys. I really appreciate that if you haven't done so already. But let's refresh it one more time. Rangers beat reporter talking about Salvador Perez and David Bednar. One person said, "Great piece, Evan," and I agree. Unless somehow there's a way to away David Bednar, do you think the Rangers would go for Salvador Perez since the Royals supposedly are dangling him? If so, salary dump, or do you think they offer money or for lower tier prospects? I would not trade for Salvador Perez at this point with the money owed him. At 33-year-old catcher whose numbers appear to decline over 2+ years of salary. No, I'm looking for a short-term fit to split time with Garver or a third catcher if Heim returns. I would agree with that one. Evan Grant's correct on that one. I think that Sam Huff is a decent prospect who's really not had any time to latch on with the Rangers team this year. Jonah Heim's really grabbed that position by the horns, and Mitch Garver's a really good backup catcher for them. Heim, of course, suffered that injury against the Houston Astros on Wednesday last week. It sounds like he's going to miss at least 3 weeks. Sound like they could even miss him for the entire season. So that's why the comment here about Jonah Heim about possibly bringing in a catcher. Salvador Perez would be great as far as being able to handle the pitching staff, as far as a catcher who can be a better option as far as a third catcher if Jonah Heim comes back, or a bat off the bench, or a DH type person. I think guys like Wilson Contreras, Elias Diaz, pieces like that would be nice fits for the Rangers. I just wonder if they could handle the catching duties that the Rangers are going to need him to do if Heim can't catch the rest of the way. The other question on Contreras is the money right for them. I'm sure the Cardinals would love to get off of that contract. Rangers would really like the bat, but I'm not sure they would like the money. I think if they brought in a guy like Contreras, if he was still able to hit, no matter how good or how bad he handled the pitching staff, I think they could turn around and trade him after the season if they ate a little bit more money as well. But the Rangers are certainly all in. I wouldn't put it past them to go after a catcher here at the deadline with the injury to Jonah Heim, with all the question marks around him. There's no real solution as far as Jonah Heim for right now. The All-Star American League catcher, anyway, is out right now with a wrist injury, strained tendon. Sounds like he's going to need surgery, and it's just a matter of how much pain is he going to be able to tolerate. Because remember, every single time he swings, that's going to be pressure on his wrist, and that's how he hurt it in the first place. Is he going to be able to even catch if he comes back? Is he going to even be able to grip the bat? Those are big question marks that are not going to be answered before the deadline. So the Rangers really going to have to play a little bit of poker here, a little bit of roulette, and see if they make the right decision with the catcher spot. Garver, I think, is a good stopgap, at least currently. But do you really want him catching every other day, 3 out of every 5 starts? I'm not sure he's that type of catcher anymore, and in either event, Sam Huff would be the catcher on the other days. Is he ready for primetime pennant race baseball? I don't think so. He's never proven it that he's been able to do it at the major league level. He was hitting pretty well at AAA before he got the call up to the majors. So I don't know. It's a risk at the catcher spot, and I'm not sure the Rangers are willing to take that risk at least this level into the season, especially with the commitment they've already given to Max Scherzer, Jordan Montgomery, the trades they've made there. The offseason they had, bringing in Nathan Eovaldi, bringing in Jacob deGrom, last year bringing in Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. I don't think they're in a position right now to afford that level of risk. So a team that has a catcher like Elias Diaz could be a good fit. Narvaez from the Mets, Grandal from the White Sox. But I think the money on Contreras would probably be the biggest deterrent in that. Otherwise, he might be the best bat available to fill in for Jonah Heim if he can't catch the rest of the season. But thank you guys for joining us. We've got over 40 people right now, jumping up a little bit here. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. I know there's a little heart button they have on here now, so if you guys wouldn't mind hitting that, I know that bumps up our viewership as well. See how high we can get those numbers. I think last year we got to a high of 200 viewers simultaneous, really close to the deadline. So we are still, 6 hours away from the deadline right now, and we're already at 40. This time last year, we only had about 20 viewers. So thank you guys for making this channel so much more successful. It's because you guys like the videos, because you guys subscribe to the channel and join us for these lives is why we are so successful. So thank you guys so much for making this so much fun. Can't tell you guys how much fun it is actually having a community like this to talk about baseball and enjoy the trade deadline with you guys, as opposed to just sitting there and watching, MLB Network. And as good as that is, getting to actually enjoy the conversation with you guys that are fan bases. We've got Cardinals fans, Mets fans, Phillies fans, Marlins fans in here. Fans from all over the place. We got Cobra, who's a Padres fan. There's going to be a lot of trades out there today. A lot of your fan bases are going to get good pieces in return, either to buy or sell. And it's going to be a great day of baseball. Wander Peralta to Giants for Rainer Arias could be a good trade, possibly, but as far as the Giants go, I'm not sure they're doing anything significant this year. I think they need to do something to show that Shohei Ohtani that, hey, we're trying to win. I think the Giants are going to be right in there for the Ohtani sweepstakes. As of right now, I'd probably put them in the also ran category for Shohei Ohtani. They need to win right now if they're going to convince Shohei to come there. They've really struggled to be able to sign the top-level free agent. Maybe they're a team for Julio Urias after the season. If Shohei goes to L.A., maybe they wouldn't have the money for Urias, so Urias could go to the Giants. But Giants need to do something. I'm not sure if that's the right move for them, though. Nick, Michael, you do a really good job. The numbers are well-deserved. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Really appreciate all the support you guys give us. Thank you for all those hearts right there. Appreciate those as well. See if anything's breaking here in the last couple of minutes. Probably more interest in Grandal, according to Evan Grant, if the White Sox paid down what's left on this year, I guess. Sounds like it's kind of a piecemeal thing. Evan Grant kind of answering some fans' questions on Twitter right now. Be kind of cool if we could get him as a guest, but again, we're just starting out as a YouTube channel. We're only a year old into this. If we could get something like we gained as far as YouTube subscribers, I'm sure we could reach out to some of these beat reporters and see if we could get one of them on as a special guest for you guys at some point. Hit that subscribe and like button. I'd really like to be able to do this for you guys regularly, more full-time, and we're going to try to do that for you guys even after the deadline, bring you guys some live baseball games after the deadline as well. Let's see if we got any news on Bo Bichette as of yet. Jays reached out to the Cardinals about DeYoung this morning, according to Derek Gould of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. Shocker! We nailed that one a few hours ago. We said DeYoung was probably the most likely candidate to fill in for Bo Bichette, and boom, there's the tweet only 3 hours after we speculated that. So I guess we're on the right track there, thinking about the Bo Bichette injury being significant. DeYoung would at least give them a stopgap filler for right now. Paul DeYoung, while he's not necessarily the bat or even the player that Bo Bichette is, he's at least serviceable. I don't think that Tim Anderson is likely to be moved from the White Sox in a down year. I think they're going to try to hold on to him and get better value for him in the offseason or at the trade deadline next year. He does have a club option for next year. DeYoung, meanwhile, the Jays and the Cardinals just had discussions about the Jordan Hicks trade. They can immediately go back to their notes on that and see what prospects each side liked and were willing to move to be able to get a deal done for DeYoung here. So trades are going to have to come together quickly. We're only 6 hours away from the deadline. They don't exactly have time to sit there and hem and haw and posture and all those kinds of things. They're going to have to get right down to it and say, hey, this is what we're really looking for. We're willing to do it. Are you going to say yes or no? And if you say yes, great, let's do the deal. If not, we're going to move on and go elsewhere. There are other shortstop options available, not just Paul DeYoung, and the Cardinals want to move on from DeYoung. I think if they give him a decent package back in return, DeYoung is gone and will be a member of the Jays. The deadline has been so slow. I think it's really started to pick up in the last couple of days, though. You look at the Scherzer deal, you look at the Montgomery deal, there's a lot of other starting pitchers that could be moved here at the deadline. But thank you guys for joining us. Welcome in, Dodger Blue. I think your Dodgers are going to see some movement. They've already made a few trades, though, in Dodgerland. I don't know what you're too worried about. I mean, you brought in Joe Kelly, you brought in Lance Lynn, you're talking about Justin Verlander, you're talking about Eduardo Rodriguez. I don't think it's been a slow deadline. I think the Dodgers are just kind of stuck in the position that they made for themselves to try to make a run at Shohei Ohtani. You lose Trey Turner, Scherzer, Seager, Jansen over the last couple of years. You haven't really brought anybody back because you're trying to save money. You don't really want to trade your top end of your prospects, and that's kind of what you're getting right now to make your team a little bit better. But if you want to play at the big end or at the deep end of the pool, you're going to have to provide some of those top prospects for Justin Verlander in that type of a move. If the Mets are willing to eat the money that you need them to eat in order to allow you to go out there and get Shohei Ohtani this offseason, you're going to have to part with at least two premium prospects. Likely Sheehan and Stone was a package we floated around a couple of times, while the Mets eat about $36 million of that Verlander contract. Then you have to discuss with Verlander, will he accept a trade to LA? And then what are they going to do with the vesting option? Do they turn that into a guaranteed year? Do they wipe that off the books for a chance to go to play for a pennant in LA? There's a lot of questions around that type of trade, which is why we're expecting to see some Verlander news here very, very, very shortly. I think that we're finally getting some news about Bo Bichette. I think the Jays reaching out to the Cardinals about DeYoung is very telling about what their expectation is for the news on his injury. We shall see what happens. We're 10:58 Central Time, 10:59 Central, almost noon on the East Coast. I'm expecting to get some news here on Bo Bichette as far as the long-term severity of that injury. I'm expecting it to be at least marginally significant, at least putting him on the 15-day IL. The question is this the end of the season for Bo Bichette, and thus being a big hindrance on the Toronto Blue Jays' hopes of making the wild card? Or is he out for only 15 days and all they have to do is tread water? If that's the case, DeYoung's the perfect move. Get him in there. You fill in a role there for him as far as keeping that team afloat for a couple of weeks while Bichette is out. And you probably still end up winning the wild card in my estimation. But Bo Bichette, if he's out on the 60-day IL, I think it's a very uphill climb for you guys, even with the lack of talent on the teams around you. The Yankees really struggling to win games. The Red Sox have been up and down all season, but they're playing way above their heads and are expected to drop a little bit. The Mariners have already decided to be sellers. The only team that really could come up and catch you is the Angels. I think they will if you're without Bo Bichette for any extended period of time. Check in one more time, just to see if there's anything else happening on the market right now. Trade deadline, MLB Now, they're about to get started there. Steve Phillips, Jason Stark, Brian Kenny. Going to be a good show there. Catching market hasn't really moved as of yet. There's not really anybody of impact on the catching market, but we could see some moves there. We did a trade package earlier that would send Dylan Cease to the Cincinnati Reds for a package of 4 prospects. Reds absolutely need to bring in some type of starting pitching. Dylan Cease with a high price for prospects or a high price for starting pitching right now. I wonder if teams start to circle to the Dylan Cease market. The White Sox have been very, very quiet so far this morning. I find it hard to believe that there will not be a move coming from Chicago today, at least for Middleton, one of their middle relievers anyway. I think he will be moved today. But I would not be surprised at this point if Dylan Cease starts to see his name in the trade rumors rather heavily in the next hour or two, especially with the prices around Verlander and Eduardo Rodriguez. It's 11 o'clock hour. Let's go ahead and get a reset here at the Upside. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. Let's get started. Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Trade deadline day is here. 11 o'clock Central, 12 on the East Coast right now. We are going to see some big trades start to happen here. JG, Tucker Davidson to the Royals. There is the trade right there. We've acquired Tucker Davidson from the Angels for cash considerations. Davidson is added to the 40-man roster. Remember, Davidson was the odd man out of that lineup after the trade for C.J. Cron and Randall Grichuk. So already at the 11 o'clock hour, first trade that we've seen in a little while now. Tucker Davidson goes from the Angels to the Royals. Royals kind of adding some guys who really haven't latched on in the big league level yet. And they added Taylor Hearn the other day for Nicky Lopez that went to the Atlanta Braves. Now they add Tucker Davidson. They did the same thing in the trade for Aroldis Chapman, bringing in Cole Ragans and a 17-year-old outfield prospect in Cabrera. Royals are certainly sellers here at the deadline, but they could also be buyers for guys who have underperformed at other stops. Maybe they can get something out of them and develop those players in Kansas City. But here at the trade deadline, we're really focusing on guys at the top of the market. Justin Verlander, Dylan Cease, Eduardo Rodriguez, Pete Alonso, Nolan Arenado. Are those aircraft carrier type pieces going to be moved here at the deadline? The surprising team on the Verlander discussions is the San Diego Padres. Now, the Padres are always in on pretty much every conversation, buying and selling. I think this is more due diligence on that part, but let's just say, for instance, they're really interested in Justin Verlander. I can see the argument for them to go out there and get him. Why? Verlander's already under contract for next year and has a vesting option, which is likely to be picked up for that following year. You look at a guy like Blake Snell, they're likely going to move him if they bring in Justin Verlander anyway. They're not going to be able to re-sign Blake Snell. I don't think they have the money to do it. I think if they moved Blake Snell, the prospects that they could get from him and in a trade for Josh Hader, I think would pay for a guy like Justin Verlander. And which one's a better pitcher? Right now, over the last 10 starts, Blake Snell has been better. but which one would I rather start game one of my postseason series? Justin Verlander every single time. Verlander has that acumen, has that pedigree, brings that cachet, might be able to shake up this team, bring some leadership to that team. Padres have played pretty well as far as a team overall. Third best run differential in the NL. They just haven't gotten the results that they need to be in a wild card spot. And that's really where the rub is. Is this the right move for the Padres? Now, they're also interested in looking at moving on from guys like Josh Hader here at the deadline. Teams like the Rangers, the Dodgers, the Braves are all fits for Hader, but I don't think they'd trade him within the division to the LA Dodgers. As far as Atlanta and Texas go, the second Hader's really put on the market, I think the Rangers would overwhelm them for an offer. Same thing with the Braves. And it's just a matter of what type of package the Padres really want for their closer. So a lot of interesting headlines here right at the 11 o'clock hour. Let's double check and see if we're seeing any other trades here at the moment. Not at the moment anyway, but as far as the other piece of news that we're following at this hour is the Bo Bichette injury for the Toronto Blue Jays. Sounds like he's going to miss at least some time. We speculated 3 hours ago that they could circle around to a guy like Paul DeJong, and certainly seems like they have. St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Derek Gould is reporting that the Blue Jays have indeed reached out this morning about Paul DeJong and his availability. They already came to a trade for Jordan Hicks. I imagine they immediately go back to their trade notes, and a trade could come together very quickly once they get the official diagnosis as to what the outlook looks like for a guy like Bo Bichette. If he's only going to miss a couple of days, you don't need to make the trade. If he's going to be out 15 days, I bring in Paul DeJong. If he's going to be out 60 days, you absolutely need to bring in a guy like Paul DeJong. But is it really going to be enough to put you over the top and keep you guys afloat in that wild card contention for the American League wild card spot? Remains to be seen. I think Bo Bichette's a really big cog in that offense. I think the Blue Jays would certainly miss his presence in that lineup, and I think the Angels would ultimately overtake them if Bichette is out for 60 days. But thank you guys for joining us here today. Let's kind of run through some of the other headlines that we're seeing right now. There's the trade for Tucker Carlson going to the Royals. We haven't talked too much about the Pittsburgh Pirates yet. Let me get that pulled up on the screen for you guys. There we go. There's the Royals headline there. We haven't talked too much about the Pittsburgh Pirates. I want to discuss the David Bednar aspect to this trade deadline. If Hader ultimately is not made available, let's say David Bednar is. They want to go ahead and add some starting pitching prospects. Bednar's the best way that they can do it. So what would it ultimately cost for a team to bring in Bednar? Trade value around 26.8 according to this site. So teams that are interested in top of the end relief market, you're looking Rangers, you're looking Astros, you're looking Braves, you're looking Orioles, Dodgers, teams that need top-end relievers. Braves, I think, are in the most need for a back-end reliever right now. They've got a good team. A player like Bednar would really set them over the top, in my estimation, unlike a starting pitcher. They've been rumored to be in on Justin Verlander. I'm not buying that they'll ultimately get him, which is why I think they're holding out for some bullpen additions. I think the starting pitching market's going to start to move here in the next half hour, and then once that starts to go, relievers are going to fly, and I mean fast. We're less than 6 hours away from the deadline right now. It's 11:07 Central, so hopefully we get some news here on Bo Bichette here momentarily. Same thing with Justin Verlander. I think we're going to get clear indication as to whether or not the Mets will ultimately move Justin Verlander here in the next 30 minutes, or if they will trade him. I think the trade has to really get agreed to here shortly, because then they're going to have to figure out, is he going to waive the no trade? Is the money going to work? Are they going to pick up the vesting option? We've mentioned that a few times, but that's a very long process to take. I mean, we saw that with the Max Scherzer deal. It took about 18 hours to go from players are agreed to deal officially done. So they're going to have to do that in a much tighter window with a bigger contract, bigger prospect, probably heading back the way of the New York Mets as well. It's going to be a difficult trade to try to get done even in this shorter time frame. That's why they're going to have to get this trade agreed to here very, very quickly in order to figure out the rest. But as far as the Bednar situation, 26.8, let's say you want to look at the LA Dodgers, for instance. The Dodgers need some relief help. I don't think they're going to be able to get Josh Hader if he is moved. So this might be the one-time Bednar, or the one piece that they could really move, one piece they could really get to really help out their bullpen for LA. So what could they move? Well, they're looking at some starting pitchers for Verlander as far as trading those guys. So we'll steer away from guys like Sheehan and that kind of a thing. But they're still going to need some starters there in Pittsburgh. So let's say instead of including Sheehan, we include Stone, We include Bush, who's already on the Major League roster, and we include Lux, guys with club control, etc. Just throwing a package together really quickly there. I don't think this trade would get done. I think this is a little much for what the Dodgers would be comfortable with. But that's a pretty darn good package for David Bednar. Let's take out Lux, because he is injured. Let's go a little bit lower on the food chain to a couple of starting pitchers. Let's go with Kopp and Hubeck. Low-end starting prospects anyway. That gets you a package of 4 for the price of David Bednar. This is a trade that could get Bednar out of Pittsburgh. So just think of what this trade could look like with the Texas Rangers, with the Atlanta Braves, with the Baltimore Orioles. It's going to take a package very similar to this. 2 top-end prospects, that's what you're getting in Bush and Stone, and then a couple of lottery tickets for the Pirates to really hope on for their starting rotation. So not a bad option here for the for the Pirates to be able to add some starting pitching depth to their minor league ranks. So Pirates are looking for some starting pitching here at the deadline. The Bednar piece is the best way that they have to do it. We'll see if they ultimately get a trade done. Check in one more time, see if anything else is happening. Looks like Seager is expected to be back here in the next couple of days. Is going to try to start swinging today. Atlanta is expected to be quiet at the deadline today with Max Fried, Dylan Lee, Jesse Chavez, and Kyle Wright expected to return. That's going to really be their deadline edition according to Bob Nightingale. I still think they could use a back-end reliever like David Bednar. Meanwhile, the Astros are heavy favorites to land Justin Verlander if he is traded. I'm not sure if they're heavy favorites at all. I would put the Dodgers as the heavy favorites purely because they have the ability to send the prospects the other way to get it done. Would he accept a trade for it? Remains to be seen. So, for me, if I'm the New York Mets, I want top-end talent for my guy Justin Verlander, especially if I'm going to eat the money necessary for the Astros to even consider it palatable. I'm still not sure if Justin Verlander gets traded at this point, but if he does get traded, I would say the Astros are not the favorites in that case, purely because of the money aspect of it. Prospects as well. Then you have to concern yourself with the ownership of Jim Crane having to, apologize to Justin Verlander, smooth things over with him. That's a lot to all get done in 6 hours. And so that's why I think that if, in Nightingale's statement there, I think that if there is more telling than anything else, sounds like Justin Verlander may not get moved because we're really starting to run out of time for that deal to get made. That's going to take a lot as far as money. It's going to take a lot as far as prospects. It just takes a lot. And then Verlander's got to waive his no trade. I just find it difficult that with 6 hours to go, if we don't get news here in the next half hour, that Verlander gets moved. So by 11:45, we'll kind of set the clock. If Verlander is not announced as a trade getting close to being done, as far as the prospects agreed to at least, then it's probably not going to get done. So 11:45 Central, 12:45 East. Set your clock and let's see if we're right. Another trade here, Cubs and Rays, small deal, Adrian Sampson, Manny Rodriguez, and money go to the Rays for minor league pitcher Josh Robertson. Again, if the Rays are interested in your pitcher, you might want to hold on to him. Sampson's been up and down anyway throughout his entire career, has had his good moments. Rays hoping on that, I suppose. Maybe they see something there with their analytics department, and they have the best pitching coach in all of baseball in Tampa Bay, so we shall see. Kind of a contender-to-contender type trade there. Still waiting on that Bo Bichette news. Here's a new headline anyway. Diamondbacks listening to trade offers on Andrew Chafin and Joe Mantiply. Little interesting because Mantiply was their all-star representative a year ago. They just brought in Paul Sewald to help it bolster their bullpen, and now they're looking to trade some of their relief core. Seems a little interesting because I guess they're expecting Sewald to really solve some of their deficiencies back there. Maybe they're trying to take advantage of the market and the high prices right now for starting pitching and the top-end relievers not being out there. Maybe they could move one of these guys and get decent prospect return back. But if I'm the Diamondbacks, I would hold on to those guys. There's no reason for me to sell them at this point. I want to try to compete this year, and those guys help me to compete. I think they need to add a starting pitcher. Maybe their thinking is the prospects we get for Mantiply, we could turn around and trade for a starter out there. Maybe a 3-team trade, send Mantiply one way, bring in a starter the other. But trades are about to pick up. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you guys for joining us. Got about 40 of you guys with us right now. Nick, Orioles would be a great spot for Bednar. I agree. They have the prospects to make their bullpen really, really scary for the playoffs and going forward. Absolutely agree with both sides of that argument. The question is, are they willing to give up those top-end prospects? This is a team on the up-and-come. Do they want to go expensive here at the deadline? Bednar would be one of the few pieces, along with maybe a guy like Dylan Cease, that I actually would trade impactful starting or future pieces for if I'm the Orioles. I'm not trading it for a rental-type piece like Lorenzen. I'm not trading impact for guys like Eduardo Rodriguez. Declan trades are about to pick up. Absolutely. We're finally starting to see a couple of minor moves be done. I'm still not buying that the Astros perceived as a more likely landing spot than the Dodgers. More likely than the Padres or the Braves? Sure. More likely than the Dodgers? No. But Padres and Braves in on the market there. Just checking out to see if there's anything else. I'm waiting for that Bo Bichette news more than anything else right now. I don't think anything else is particularly close at the moment as far as trades. Justin Verlander would be the only other one that's really close at this moment. If there's going to be some movement on Justin Verlander, it's going to have to happen here shortly. As we said, 11:45 is kind of my deadline right now for any Justin Verlander news as far as the trade goes. I think if he's got a deal at least getting close there, then we could really see something being done. Welcome in, Auto Parts. This is the best YouTube channel for MLB trade deadline. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you. If you haven't hit that like button and subscribe already, like Auto Parts, like Declan, make sure you do. It really does help us out. Hit that little heart if you want in the chat. Really helps us out as well. Interact with the channel. Subscribe to our YouTube. Subscribe here at the Upside Sports Network. Follow us on Twitter, Upside SN. Double check and see if anything else is happening on Twitter. Really trying to wait for that Bo Bichette news. They're a little late on the news right now. They said it would happen before noon Eastern time. It's 17 minutes after the hour now, and we still haven't gotten the update yet. So I'm wondering if the news might be a little bit more serious than what Toronto Blue Jays fans might have been hoping for. I'm wondering if Bo Bichette might be out for an extended period of time, in which case LA Angels, sounds like you might have made the right decision as far as making a push for that last wild card spot. But I'm still not sure you shouldn't have traded Shohei Ohtani anyway. Years ago, let alone at this year's deadline, and still tried to make a wild card push. But as things stand right now, you might actually have a chance to make that final wild card spot if they do miss out, or if the Blue Jays do not have Bo Bichette for the remainder of the season. Yeah. One note there from David, like you mentioned there's no longer the waiver trade that you can do either anymore. It's going to be straight trade deadline this year. There's no like, hey, if we pass him through waivers, then we can trade him after the deadline until September rolls around. No, that's not the case. If you're going to make an addition, it has to happen right now. So teams have less than 6 hours to get these deals done. Just kind of looking around Major League Baseball as to where the standings are on the American League side. You look at the wild card situation here. The top three have been the top three for a while now. Baltimore, Texas, and Minnesota. Houston nipping at the heels of Texas right now, but that's going to be a dogfight all the way to the end. Tampa Bay and Baltimore are going to make it. It's going to come down to Toronto, Boston, LA, and New York for that final wild card spot. I know we've got a few Yankees fans out there that are watching our channel right now. I'm just not sure you have the ammunition to be able to get up there and win that final wild card spot, which is why I think you saw Brian Cashman hedging his bets the other day, saying, "Hey, we're going to go ahead and possibly trade some guys that have that are rental options here at the deadline." I think that's really the route the Yankees will ultimately take. I don't think they're going to really add here at the deadline unless it's for a controllable piece like a Carlson. So we'll see what happens with the Yankees, but right now they sit 3.5 games out. Funny thing, the Seattle Mariners are 3.5 out, and they already decided to sell. Fernando, if Verlander goes to the Dodgers, Mets would want top prospects like Bobby Miller. I don't like that trade. I'm not sure they would get Bobby Miller per se. I think they would still get some decent starting pitching prospects back in return. I think Sheehan would probably be the most likely one to go. Because they would be getting Verlander a starter. They wouldn't have a rotation spot for Sheehan at the moment. They're looking at Ohtani in the offseason. So after the season, you'd be looking at a starting rotation: Walker, Buehler, Ohtani, Verlander, if you got all three of those. Then you've got Dustin May, possibly bringing back Urias, possibly Lynn, possibly Kershaw. I just don't think there's really a spot for Sheehan after that. So I think they would probably include Sheehan as the top prospect in that type of a trade for Verlander. Is that enough for the Mets to say yes to it? Remains to be seen. I think they'd probably have to include a little bit more, like another starting pitching prospect like Stone. If they did that, I think the Mets probably say yes. Now, at that point, say they get that agreed to. They say, hey, Mets agree to trade Verlander and $36.5 million to the Los Angeles Dodgers in exchange for Riley, Sheehan, and Stone. Now it becomes, is that money enough for the Dodgers to say yes to it? Do they need more money? Do they need to figure out the contract for Verlander? Does Verlander say, hey, if I'm going to accept this trade to LA, I want my $35 million vesting option to become automatically guaranteed? And then at that point, do the Dodgers say, hey, we're not going to eat $35 million contract for a 43-year-old pitcher at that time? So the Mets then would have to include more money. If they do that, do they have to include another prospect? That's why the Verlander conversation has to get done fairly quickly here. So looking at the wild card picture as to what it does on the NL side of it, teams that are in the discussions for him, the Padres have been mentioned. They're 5 back of that final wild card spot. But you look at the 3-way tie they have for that final wild card spot right now. It's just bananas on the NL side. San Diego's 5 games back right now. They should be selling. They've invested so much in the season, I get it. But the San Diego Padres absolutely should be selling right now. Josh Hader would get them an absolute haul. Blake Snell would get them a haul. They're not going to be able to trade Juan Soto at the deadline here. But the Padres absolutely should have sold, and they should have started selling a couple of weeks ago. The Cubs, meanwhile, they should have sold a few weeks ago, but because they didn't, they got on a hot streak, and now they can't sell. They had to add. They brought in Candelario. They brought in Quas. Now they've made another trade here with the Rays. They're 3.5 back of the final wild card, but look at this huge glut of teams all trying to duke it out for that final wild card. How many of them are young? Let's count them off. Cincinnati currently sits in the number 1 spot in the Central. They're technically still in that wild card mix because I think Milwaukee, as currently constructed, wins the division. So that's one young team. You got another young team in Arizona, another young team in Miami, another young team in Chicago. That's 4 young teams in that wild card race. Then you look at the experienced teams like Philadelphia. San Francisco's got a lot of veterans on it. You look at teams like Milwaukee. If they don't win the division, they're a veteran team. Then you got San Diego with the most star power out of any of those teams, aside from maybe Philadelphia. You can see why. You look at the run differential of 62 right here. Sorry. Let me get my finger in the right spot. There you go. Right here, 62. Run differential, 62. Third best in the NL. 56 for the Cubs. Their record hasn't reflected that, though, and they've really underperformed. We shall see what they ultimately do. Anthony, why do you think the Marlins wouldn't go after Justin Verlander, and what do the Mets want in a trade? Do they want elite or great pitching prospects or elite hitting prospects? I don't think the Mets really care as far as hitting or pitching prospects. I think they want to get elite prospect, period. As for the Marlins specifically, I just don't think the Marlins need Justin Verlander. I think their starting pitching right now is good enough. They could add a guy like Flaherty, but I think their biggest need is going to be on the offensive side, which is why I would rather trade for pieces on that side of the ball rather than for a pitcher right now. You've got some good pitching prospect or pitching right now on your roster. Alcantara needs to figure it out. It looks like he may have started to do that a little bit. Perez has been good for you. Luzardo's been had his good moments for you so far this year. Cueto's back and healthy. He's going to be up and down a little bit, though. They could use a number 3-4 type starter, in which case that at that point I would go for a guy like Jack Flaherty, somebody you can really hope on. Verlander is just too much money in that market. We've seen how money works in that market. You'd have to part with top prospects for the Mets to eat a lot of that money. I'm just not sure it's the right move for them, though. But as for the San Diego Padres conversation here, again, they're 5 back in the wild card. 5 back, 3 games under 500. They just swept the Rangers and then promptly lost in 10 innings on the road to Colorado. It's just not the year, I think, for the Padres to really push their chips to the center. They're 5 games out. Their run differential says they could be better. I know I'm making the case for both sides of the argument a little bit here. You know, how good their run differential is, yet they're 3 games under 500. But they have all that star-laden talent, and it just hasn't worked towards, getting wins and losses. Could they figure it out in the second half? Absolutely. But I think they could still figure it out, even if they traded pieces like Hader and Snell off of that team. Now, are they a better team without those 2 pieces? Probably not. But maybe just shaking up that clubhouse chemistry a little bit unlocks guys like Xander Bogaerts to take a little bit more of a leadership role and gets this team to kind of start getting those wins, getting those late-inning wins, instead of coughing them up against teams like Colorado. So I wonder if they make a trade here at the deadline. They are interested in Justin Verlander. I don't think they're likely to get him, but I thought it was very interesting that they were unveiled by John Heyman as the mystery team that was in the market for Justin Verlander. Let's check out Twitter, just see if anything else is happening at the moment. There's the trade for the Rays acquiring Samson Rodriguez and money in exchange for Robertson from the Cubs. From Fine Sand there. Doesn't look like anything else is breaking. Still waiting on that Bo Bichette news. That news looks like it's a little late right now, which leads me to believe that the injury to Bo Bichette might be more serious than not. So, Paul DeJong, Cardinals fans, looks like you might get your wish. DeJong might get traded to the Toronto Blue Jays today. We'll see what kind of a package they ultimately get back. Nick, you really have to respect the Mets for understanding the writing on the wall no matter what the preseason expectations were. Exactly. Actually, I really respect what Steve Cohen has done here. He's not just going out there and trying to buy major league talent. He's willing to pay down contracts of major leaguers on his own roster to let them play for another team. He's going to be paying in taxes and money to the Rangers over $70 million in taxes just on Max Scherzer's contract alone for him to play in Texas for the next year and a half. That tells you the flexibility, the financial wherewithal Steve Cohen has to bring in a guy like Luis Angel Acuna. Great trade for them. I believe it really kind of helps their farm system that absolutely needed somebody like this in their system. I think he's going to be an everyday player for them eventually. I just wonder if they do the same thing with Justin Verlander and then really go out there in the free agent market again for starting pitching, because that's the one thing the market does have next year is starting pitching. Doesn't really have a whole lot of offense, but there is some starting pitching that could be had out there on the market next year. Julio Urias comes to mind. Shohei Ohtani, obviously, and then of course you got Blake Snell, Eduardo Rodriguez, guys who are going to be moved here at the deadline that won't have qualifying offers attached to them either. You're going to have Jordan Montgomery, who won't have a qualifying offer attached to him. He's probably going to be a $100 million pitcher. The Mets could sign him after the season. I don't think the Rangers will be able to retain him because of all the money they've already tied up in the rotation for next season. Martin Perez, who's had a down year this year but had a really good year last year. That's why he got the qualifying offer. He might be due for a bounce-back season next season. Andrew Heaney could be available from the Rangers if he opts out of his deal. The Giants have a couple of starters that are going to be available. There's going to be a lot of starting pitching on the market. That's why I think there's a chance, a really good chance, that the Mets could restart their entire pitching rotation if they decided to trade Justin Verlander, if they really went in on the sell side of things here at the deadline. I know Billy Epler, before he even took a question for a reporter the other day, said, well, this is not a rebuild, this is not a retooling, this is a complete repurposing of the investment Steve Cohen has in this team. Basically what he was trying to do is say, hey, Verlander, we're here to try to win in 2024. I believe him. I believe they want to try to win in 24. But I think the best option for them to do that would be to get the prospects for Justin Verlander, maybe not trade Pete Alonso depending on the package that they could get back for him. Remember, I floated the idea of Justin Verlander, Pete Alonso, and $36.5 million to Texas in exchange for their top prospect, Evan Carter. That would be the type of trade I would do if I'm the Mets, because that would get me a star player, a superstar level player with all kinds of control. That high of a prospect is very hard to come by right now in Major League Baseball. And if you're able to do it for a guy who's a year and a half away from free agency, and for a 41-year-old pitcher that has a vesting option when he's going to be 43 for $35 million, you're telling me you wouldn't do that for the future of a future star player in Evan Carter? I think the Mets would be crazy not to do it. The question will be, that's going to be a discussion between Cohen and Davis, the owners of both teams, to be able to get that done. I don't think the GMs would be able to make that type of a move. That's too big of a move to not have the ownership really get that type of a move off the ground. Chris Young for the Texas Rangers has been fantastic for them, acquiring talent, bringing in Scherzer, bringing in Jordan Montgomery, Stratton to help out that bullpen. They still need a bat, which is why Alonso would fill that role. They're still in the market for Justin Verlander, according to Ken Rosenthal, at least after the trade of Jordan Montgomery and Max Scherzer. Sunday night, they're checking in on him. Monday morning, they're checking in on him. We haven't seen too many headlines since then about that, though, but it still seems like the Dodgers are favorites, so don't get me wrong. But I think it would be a great move for the Mets to move on from Justin Verlander, wherever they move him to, and reset their pitching next year in free agency, get the top prospects back. Welcome in, Tina. Appreciate you joining us. Haven't seen you in our chat yet. If you haven't hit our like and subscribe, those of you who just joined us here on our live, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Where do you see Erod going? Right now, I would probably still say the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think they need a starting pitcher pretty desperately. They're supposedly thinking about moving some relief pitchers now that they have Paul Sewald in the fold. I'm not buying that. But if I had to handicap it, I'd probably say Diamondbacks 1. I'd probably say Dodgers 2 if they don't get Verlander. And 3 would probably be probably Baltimore. I think Baltimore would rather have Michael Lorenzen, though, the flexibility there. But if the Astros outbid them for Michael Lorenzen, then they might be left with Eduardo Rodriguez. So that's kind of where I see Eduardo Rodriguez going at the moment. But again, to kind of recap that, Diamondbacks 1, Dodgers 2, O's 3. Let's refresh our page here to see if anything else is happening in the world of Major League Baseball's trade deadline. I like this tweet from Anthony Kastrovich. Miles Straw, probably their number 9 hitter on the Guardians team, has as many plate appearances with the bases loaded as Jose Ramirez this season. Pretty sure you summed up the Guardians season in 17 words. I would agree. That's why the Guardians haven't been able to get anywhere, even though the Twins have kind of had a horrible offense and might even make the postseason with a losing record. Guardians haven't been, anywhere near that level even. They've struggled in their rotation. They've struggled to get hits as well. And now they've traded Aaron Savali, arguably one of their best pitchers so far this season, to the Rays in order to get a prospect back. So the Guardians are not trying to win this year. They're trying to rebuild for next season. Just double checking everything, seeing if anything else is happening. Still waiting on that Bo Bichette news. The more time that passes until we hear something, the more and more I think it's going to be bad news for Jays fans. Verlander is the one we're still waiting for. Got about another 13 minutes before my deadline as far as the Justin Verlander news, as far as getting something to get the ball rolling in that direction for a trade. Ultimately don't think they're going to move him, even though I think it'd be the right decision for the franchise. There's so many starting pitchers that are going to be on the market this offseason. You can get a very good starting rotation, led by Kodai Senga, led by Julio Urias, led by Shohei Ohtani, led by Jordan Montgomery, led by Blake Snell, led by Eduardo Rodriguez. You bring in Michael Lorenzen. There's a lot of options when it comes to starting pitching after this season. James Paxton's going to be available. There's a lot of starting pitching options available. Martin Perez is going to be out there. Now, all these pitchers are, different levels of effectiveness, but Kodai Senga and Urias would be a great 1-2 punch. The question will be, Cohen this year said, I don't want to spend long-term money, so that's why he went with Verlander instead of DeGrom. I wonder if they do the same thing next offseason, or this offseason anyway, whenever they get to the free agent market. Are they willing to give that 5, 6-year, 7-year deal to a starting pitcher to be able to bring in a guy like Julio Urias, who's absolutely going to take a long-term deal? Shohei Ohtani, who's absolutely going to take a 10-year deal. I think Ohtani's kind of the outlier for the rest of the market, just because he is both a middle of the order bat, greatest hitter in all of baseball this year, and then he's also a frontline starter, a number one, if you will, game one starter in a postseason series. That's what you're getting in Shohei Ohtani. That's what you'd be paying $50-60 million a year over 8-10 years. Welcome in, Scarlet and Blue. Hello. Sorry if I asked if it was already asked. Flaherty going to get traded today? Absolutely. Flaherty will be traded today. What do you think the Cards are asking for? I think they're looking for a very similar package to what they got for Jordan Montgomery. I think Montgomery was a little bit better pitcher so far this year, but I think Flaherty has a little bit higher ceiling, which is why I think they'll get very similar packages back. I think they might ask for a better first piece of the deal, and then get a little bit lesser, lower level pieces back in return. So looking at where he could possibly go, Marlins makes sense, Reds makes sense, Diamondbacks makes sense, Dodgers makes sense. If I had to handicap where I would think he would go, I'll go ahead and put Cincinnati 1. I'll put Miami 2. I'll put Arizona 3 and Dodgers 4. JG, I see Mets fans on Twitter saying they're getting Hunter Brown and Gilbert from the Astros. Yeah, that's not happening. We have one Astros fan in here that's continually trying to offer up Hunter Brown. The Astros and GM Dana Brown are not trading Hunter Brown. Read my lips. Hunter Brown will be a Houston Astro after the trade deadline. Period. There we go. Was I clear enough? I think I was. Now, Gilbert, sure, I think that would be a great get from Houston. Again, the question is money, prospects, organizational relationship between Verlander and Crane, the owner. Will they be able to sort all those things out? I find it hard to believe that they can solve all of that with 5.5 hours left until the deadline here. Do you believe the Dodgers are the team for Verlander or for Flaherty? I would agree. I think they're probably the favorite for Verlander. I think Flaherty would be a great fit on the Cardinals. They're talking about Eduardo Rodriguez as well. Dodgers don't like to make noise, keep under the radar. I'm not sure about that. I think the Dodgers try to keep everything in-house, but with every team, leaking everything about what the Dodgers are interested in, I think we get a pretty good idea of what the Dodgers are really looking for. I know that the trade that they had a few years ago with the San Diego Padres for Max Scherzer, etc., they really got in there once they heard the Padres were really right there and on the doorstep of making the move. They're like, we can't have that happen within our division. We might lose our spot in the division. So they turn around and make the trade, get the deal done, and basically send the Padres to kind of a little bit of a tailspin. I think that was part of the reason why the Padres made the move for Juan Soto, because they wanted to say, hey, this is it. This is our piece. This is what we're going to build our organization around. It hasn't really worked out so far. They're hoping to get at least 2 or 3 postseason runs out of Juan Soto, and they got a decent run last year, even though they underperformed right after the trade. But they're hoping to really get back into wild card contention, at least at the moment. Sounds like Andrew Chafin is getting some movement anyway, according to John Heyman. That tweet just coming across. We'll go to that screen here in just a moment. Verlander to Dodgers, a smokescreen, possibly. I still think the Mets really want to hold on to him, even though I would trade him if I was in the front office for the Mets. I would use Cohen's flexibility financially and say, hey, let's do something other teams can't. Let's buy some prospects and go out there and buy free agents and do both. So we'll see. There's the news on Andrew Chafin. Again, they brought in Paul Sewald for the Diamondbacks, so they could move one of these relievers to kind of rebuild a little bit of that prospect capital to then turn around and deal more prospects for a starting pitcher. I know the Cubs could move a guy like Marcus Stroman, add a bullpen piece. Stroman's not been good over the last 3 or 4 starts, has a 9.11 ERA in his last 3 or 4 starts, but I don't think the Cubs will trade him. Brewers, as I said, could be a surprise team making a surprise type of move. Twins do have some starting pitching that they could deal. They are looking to make a buyer-for-buyer type trade. I think they're looking for offense more than anything else, though. But if I were to make a guess, I think Chafin probably goes elsewhere. Bullpen help is pretty much needed across the board. He literally could be a fit almost anywhere here at the deadline. All right, let's take a moment, catch our breath here, grab a drink. We'll be back in about 30 seconds, but again, still waiting on that Justin Verlander news. Hopefully we get that here in the next 7 or 8 minutes. Same thing with Bo Bichette's news. That's now 38 minutes late for what they told us we would get the Bo Bichette news. Again, that has me very, very worried. Scarlet and Blue, if I were the Dodgers, I would only take Verlander if the Mets would cover his full salary in 25, his vested contract year. Well, again, that's going to be part of the discussion. If the Mets are willing to do that, I think you'd have to include more than just Sheehan and Stone. I think you'd probably have to include Bush as well. And you're talking about a 43-year-old pitcher at that point. So is it worth giving up that level of prospect capital for the Mets to eat $60 million of Verlander? I don't know. That'd be a tough decision to make if I'm the Dodgers. I mean, it's an organization that is notorious for wanting to hold on to their prospects. We'll see. But as of right now, I would say the package around Sheehan and Stone, with the Dodgers probably having to eat all of that $35 million vested option, or talking to Verlander and saying, hey, are you willing to wipe out that entire year and just come to the Dodgers and try to compete for a title this year and next, because we're going to be after Ohtani. We'll give up the prospects that we need for you for your age 41 and age 42 season, but age 43, nobody knows if Verlander is still going to be very good or not. Is he Tom Brady and is going to be able to play until he's 45, 46 years old? We'll see. How effective is he going to be at that point as well is another question. But let's grab a drink. We'll hopefully get some more news here in just a moment. But give us 30 seconds and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. In case you guys are new here, we're covering the Major League Baseball trade deadline today. Deadline 5 p.m. Central, 6 East. It's going to be a great day for some trades. We've already seen a few of them already consummated today. Still waiting on some of the big fish. Justin Verlander is probably the biggest starting pitching piece on the market right now. Eduardo Rodriguez, Jack Flaherty, other pieces that could be moved. Dylan Cease, another guy we're keeping an eye on, and Corbin Burns. Make sure you guys join us. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button as well. Scarlet and Blue, that's why you think Verlander is a smokescreen for what they could possibly be going for. I would agree. I think there's a little bit of that to it because, again, are they really going to be able to pry Verlander away? I think is more of the question mark there. I don't necessarily think it's a smokescreen. While I think Verlander is their preferred choice, the question about whether or not Verlander would accept the trade, whether they'd be able to get the trade agreed to, is all a question mark. I still think they'll probably end up with one or the other starters. Like I said, if I put the odds right now, I'd probably put the Mets right now at about a 45% chance of retaining a guy like Justin Verlander. I'd probably put the Dodgers around a 30% chance, and then everybody else, smaller chances after that of acquiring him. But as for who they ultimately could get, I'm looking at Flaherty, I'm looking at Rodriguez as the most likely starters that are going to go to the Dodgers. They will get one of those three starters before it's all said and done. I think they'll also add a bench bat like a Tommy Pham, somebody of that ilk, to their platoon situation out there as well. Let's check in on Twitter, see if anything else is breaking here in the last few minutes. Andrew Chafin's name has come up the last few minutes as a possibility to be traded. The the Diamondbacks are in a contender's position, at least for a wild card spot, a position they have not been in years. And the NL West is kind of in a weak position right now. They don't really have any top behemoths. The Dodgers aren't necessarily as good as they were. They're still a very, very good team. They're probably the second best team in the National League, but they're not the same Dodgers when they had, Corey Seager or Manny Machado, Trey Turner, Kenley Jansen, Max Scherzer. They're not the same team. They're still probably the best team outside of the Braves in the National League. But there's a chance, there's a path for those types of teams that get in the wild card, like we saw for Philadelphia last year, to make a serious run. All they have to do is win and get in, and then see what happens. That's a team that hasn't made the postseason in a long time. A postseason berth would mean a lot to that franchise, even if it's just for one series. So, the Diamondbacks, I think, really need to make a starting pitching addition. They already added to the back end of their bullpen, bringing in Paul Sewald. The Mariners are expected to trade another piece in Teoscar Hernandez today. Maybe he could be a piece for the LA Dodgers as they try to kind of fill in platoon roles in their outfield. But teams that also could be in on Hernandez are the Phillies. Could use a corner outfield bat. The Rangers could use a DH corner outfield option as well. Maybe even going back to Toronto, but getting back to some friendly surrounding and see if he can rebuild his value before he hits free agency this offseason. But starting pitching is the name of the game right now in Major League Baseball here at the trade deadline. We've been live with you guys for about 3 hours, 45 minutes right now. Make sure you say hi in the chat. We appreciate all you guys joining us today. We'll be live with you guys through probably about 6:30 Central Time, so make sure you guys hit that subscribe and stay with us. We're going to keep you guys updated as to everything that happens around the trade deadline today. So let's go ahead and refresh our screen once again. Going to be doing that a lot today. While the Braves checked in on Verlander, according to Heyman, they don't appear to be very involved at the moment. They do seek pitching, however. I agree. I think the Braves are at least looking for some pitching. As to whether or not they'll pay at the top of the market for some starting pitching like Verlander, I don't think so. Remember, the Mets would then have to face Verlander within that division. He would be a potential Game 1 starter type of pitcher for the Braves, even though they have a couple of other guys that they could have do that, in Strider and Fried. Kyle Wright's been very good for them as well. Those guys are getting back healthy. Verlander would certainly help lengthen out that starting pitching, but I think their biggest need is in the back end of that bullpen. I think they're going to get enough depth out of that starting rotation, especially with the guys that they're coming back. They don't need to spend at the top of the market for a pitcher to take a rotation spot. I think they need to go after a closer, a setup type pitcher, guys like David Bednar, Josh Hader, those level of pitchers. That's what I think the Braves will ultimately go with. With the market around Andrew Chafin right now, maybe they opt to go that route as well. But got about 40 of you guys in here right now. Make sure you say hello. Hit that subscribe button, like the video, send us some hearts if you want, like or participate in the chat. Send us some super chats if you have a question. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys have. Again, we're still waiting on that Bo Bichette news. Here's the update on the Andrew Chafin and Joe Mantiply. John Heyman adds the Cubs and Twins as fits. Cubs have Anthony Kay as their only traditional lefty in their bullpen. Twins have Moran and Thielbar, the latter of whom just returned from the injured list. Like I said, the Twins are buyers here at the deadline. Still curious that they have Sonny Gray and Kenta Maeda on the market to some extent. I still think they need bats more than anything else here at the deadline. They've really underperformed offensively. Is this the year that the Twins should really go in at the deadline? I don't think so. There's too many good teams in the American League that are significantly better than anybody in the Central right now. I don't think they have a chance at a World Series berth anyway, so I would hold back as far as trading my top options. But if I have an option to trade a rental pitcher for maybe a bat, maybe that might be something I would do and still try to gut it out. For instance, the Guardians are in second place in the Central. They traded arguably their best pitcher this season, Aaron Savali, to the Rays for a prospect. So tells you where the AL Central is. Welcome in, Adrian. Appreciate you for joining us once again. I know a lot of you guys are working, not able to watch MLB Network and see what's happening in the world of baseball here at the trade deadline. So we appreciate you guys joining us here at the Upside Sports Network. If you guys want to share the video on Twitter, we'd really appreciate that as well. Draw some more people in here. We're still above where we were last year around this time. Last year, this time, we had about 25 viewers. We've really grown this channel over the last couple of years. Now we're at 40. I know our high point last year is we got really close to the deadline. We're around 220 consistent viewers. For the last couple hours of our live, we'll see if we can get to those type of numbers once again. We're going to be live for you guys all afternoon long, breaking down every single trade, every single rumor as they happen. For instance, the San Diego Padres reportedly are the mystery team in on Justin Verlander. Now remember, they have a couple of guys of their own that they could actually trade here at the deadline, some rental options in Josh Hader and Blake Snell. Verlander would solve their rotation need for next year, so maybe trading Blake Snell, getting some pieces back, trading them in a deal to the New York Mets, getting the Mets to eat some of that money might make some sense. There was some discussions over the last couple of years about some trades possibly going between the Mets and Padres. I'm sure they're very familiar with each other's farm systems at this point, but I'm sure the Mets really want a haul for Justin Verlander at this point. That's, I think, what's really the holdup for the Mets. They haven't really found anything to their liking to really convince them to move on from Justin Verlander, even though I would do that in a similar move that what we saw with a Max Scherzer type move with the Texas Rangers. If somebody comes along with that type of an offer plus some, I think that Verlander could be moved, but that's going to happen here like right now, honestly. We put the clock on at 11:45 Central. It's 11:48 right now. It took about 18 hours from the time that the Max Scherzer deal was agreed to as far as the players to get Max Scherzer to waive his no trade, to figure out what he's going to do with the option, to pick it up or not, to figure out the money in both years of that deal. That process took 18 hours. They don't have 18 hours to do that with Justin Verlander, and the prospect package is going to have to be better, and you have to deal with the vesting option at the end of it for his age 43 season. That's why this deal is going to be so hard to get done right now, and I don't think it's going to get done. We put the deadline right around 11:45 when we'd have to start seeing something as far as some movement on Justin Verlander, and I just don't think we're seeing it right now. The mystery team at least was unveiled, so I guess that could be considered movement, quote unquote, but I'm still not buying it. I think there's still going to have to be more movement here very, very quickly if we're going to see something happen. There's Feinsand monitoring things at the MLB network there. We just talked about the Heyman tweet talking about Justin Verlander, how they had checked in on his price. They are looking for pitching. My guess is they will look for some back-end bullpen help. If, say, the market comes together for Justin Verlander, say the Padres are like, hey, we're going to need another starter. We're not going to want to pay long-term money for Blake Snell. We're going to lose him in free agency anyway. Let's see what we can get for Blake Snell on the market right now. Turn around, use that return for Justin Verlander or the pieces that we already have and try to recoup it with a Blake Snell trade and try to get something done. We'd have Justin Verlander for this chase and next year. We could try to make our team a little bit better. I think Verlander would be a marginal upgrade, at least in a postseason series, over Justin Verlander, even though Snell has been the better pitcher over the last couple of months. I have more trust in a guy like Justin Verlander than I do in a guy like Blake Snell. Remains to be seen what happens here, but them being unveiled as the mystery team, not exactly a surprise because A.J. Preller likes to have his fingers in literally everything here at the deadline, and I do think he'll do a little bit of buying and a little bit of selling. I think he's dabbling in both markets, which is confusing a lot of the teams out there and holding up a little bit of this action. So again, as I mentioned, Justin Verlander's market's going to have to move here very, very quickly within the next few minutes. Here's the tweet from Mark Feinsand about Justin Verlander and the Astros. Mets and Astros appeared to be closing in on a deal for Justin Verlander late Monday night, per source. But things have really cooled down today. Sticking point appears to be about the players that would be going back to the Mets, not the money in the deal. Okay, so this is at least some movement that I would be looking for if I'm in the Justin Verlander to stay camp. The Astros are going to have the New York Mets have to pick up a lot of that money. It seems like the Mets are more than willing to do that. Here's the issue, though. Do the Astros have the prospects, the ability to trade the pieces to go back to the Mets to be able to get it done, and are they willing to trade them in the first place? They've pretty much got very little prospects left in their system. Drew Gilbert would have to go in this deal. Baez, who's had one of the hottest prospect status right now on the Astros system, he would have to go as well. And you'd figure another prospect, maybe a pitcher, would have to go in there as well. Then you get to the Justin Verlander situation. Will he waive his no-trade clause? I think a conversation would have to happen at that point between Jim Crane and Justin Verlander. Reading this tweet from Mark Feinsand says that at least the GMs understand the money aspect of it. So that's progress. But that was Monday night, and there hasn't been any progress today. So if I'm an Astros fan and I'm hoping for Justin Verlander, I think this pretty much kills any hope for me of getting a guy like Justin Verlander. I just don't think it's going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen just because of the relationship between Jim Crane and Justin Verlander. Not that it couldn't be overcome, but it's another impediment other teams don't have to deal with, like the LA Dodgers. So I think if Justin Verlander is going to be moved at this point, it's going to have to be the Dodgers, and it's going to have to be here, like right now, to be able to get some traction here. Good afternoon, Mark. Welcome back. Scarlet and Blue, do you think there will be a surprise trade by some under-the-radar team? I think we're going to see a handful of those types of trades. I don't think anybody's expecting to see a Dylan Cease trade. That would qualify as a surprise to me, even though I would put the odds for a Dylan Cease trade because the asking price for starters right now is so high. I would put the Dylan Cease trade possibilities right now at around 30 to 40% possible that he gets moved. I still think it's more likely that he stays, but with the prices being so high for rentals, a controllable starting pitcher, even for Dylan Cease having a down year, to a team like the Reds, we did that trade earlier, that would make a lot of sense for both teams. Even in a down year for Dylan Cease, I think something could happen there. Brad Hand to the Braves. I don't see that one yet. Heyman tweets that the Braves are involved on Verlander and not strongly considered in the mix. Are you seeing that as a trade, David? I do think the Braves do need to add some back-end bullpen help. If they don't feel like Bednar or Hader are going to be made available, Hand would be a good guy to add to the back end of their pen and kind of solidify things for them, give them some depth. There we go. Okay, so Fine Sand tweets out the trade here. Braves are getting Brad Hand for a Double-A player, Alec Berger. Let's go ahead and pull up the MLB Top 100 for you guys. We're going to go with top 30 by team. The team here is the Braves. They're getting Berger, so what are they getting? Is it a top 30 prospect? Doesn't look like it. So they're getting a lower level, or somebody who's not exactly high on their list of prospects here in Barger. Double-A pitcher, though, tells you at least they're somewhat close. Rockies always struggle to get good pitching, get consistent pitching. But there's another trade. This one of the first major league trades of the day. Brad Hand, a depth reliever for the Braves. I think that takes them out of the mix for guys like Bednar and Hader at this point. I think they're set with what they've got right now, and we shall see. I would have thought that the Braves would be in on Dylan Cease. Sorry, you can tell the Dodgers are my team. Hey, it's okay. I try to be upfront with who my favorite team is anyway. I try to tell you guys up front, hey, my team's the Rangers. You know, take that with a grain of salt, everything I say with the Rangers. But I have a pretty good feel for what the Rangers are looking at right now. I think they're really happy with their rotation, the additions they've made. I don't think they've shut the door on literally anything. They could literally still do anything from adding a guy at the starting rotation to adding a bat to adding a catcher to adding a bullpen piece. So, just like you, Scarlett, I try to be upfront with it. Nick G, is this the third deadline in a row Hand has been dealt? I believe so. Hand has kind of bounced around. Rockies earlier. Watching the ugly late game for the Padres last night. Manny Machado dropping the ball. All right, let's see if there's anything else happening. Remember, we're getting close to 5 hours left until the deadline. We shall see. I found it interesting that Evan Grant was taking questions from people this morning on Twitter from fans. A couple of people that were brought up were guys like Salvador Perez, Yasmani Grandal. Now he has an article about the catching situation, about the Rangers possibly considering catchers. Tells me they might want some insurance for Jonah Heim in case he's unable to come back. Notice the pieces that he's talking about here. Sounds like Salvador Perez, the money is involved. It sounds like he's not going to be moved here at the deadline. But pieces like Yasmani Grandal on a team that's looking to sell might be moved. Austin Hedges. These guys might not move the needle for them, but would give them a good guy back there behind the plate instead of Sam Huff to kind of alternate days catching with Mitch Garver. I like that ballpark in Arlington. Well, that was before. The ball doesn't really fly. It's more of a pitcher's park lately, over the last couple of years anyway. But I think it's not necessarily a pitcher's park or a hitter's park now. The jet stream, quote-unquote, that they had across the street isn't there because they play with the roof closed 90% of the time because it is Texas. It's 103 on the average day in the summer down here. And then the heat index is another 10, 15 degrees higher than that. So we'll see what the Rangers ultimately do here. Rangers seem like they're all in on any pitcher. I would agree with that, actually. I still think that they could use one more pitcher, whether they go after Justin Verlander or if they go after a Bednar or a Hader. I still think they're in the market for at least one reliever. Middleton makes some sense from the White Sox as kind of a lower option, more realistic option. But I think pie in the sky, they're looking Hader and Bednar to help out their bullpen. Sources: Twins are among the teams to inquire of the Mariners about Teoscar Hernandez and Ty France. Minnesota wants right-handed hitting. They've struggled so far this year. Teoscar Hernandez has struggled so far this year. They're not high on base guys, and are these the right fits for the Minnesota Twins remains to be seen. Heyman, hand goes to Braves. Robert Murray first. Let me see if I can add him. Let's add him to our baseball list, shall we? There we go. Refresh our page once again. They should go all in for bullpen and go for Verlander. If I'm I am a Rangers fan, but as a Rangers fan, I would definitely go all in for bullpen right now. If Hader was made available, I would be very, very willing to part with some upper-level prospects that other teams probably wouldn't, just because I really believe in this team once we get Josh Hader. I still think we need a bat. There's some discussion about Brent Rooker being the DH type that we bring in. That might solve the need there, I suppose, but the starting pitching is going to be significantly better. If they bring in a guy like Hader, I find it hard to believe that any team has a better pitching staff than the Rangers. I mean, if they were to do something like bring in Josh Hader, wow. We're about to hit the noon hour here. Let's go ahead and take just a moment and catch our breath. We'll be back live here in just one moment. So make sure you stretch your legs, grab a drink, and then hopefully here in the next couple of minutes we'll get some more trades. Appreciate you guys joining us, but we'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back to our live coverage of the MLB trade deadline here on YouTube. Thank you guys for joining us, making us a part of your day. We just crossed the 4-hour mark of our live stream. Really appreciate those of you who have decided to join us and make us your destination for the MLB trade deadline. We've started to see some trades here over the last couple of hours. Finally, a major league trade here in the last 5 minutes. Brad Hand goes to the Atlanta Braves, kind of solves their need for a back-end bullpen piece. We're expecting to get some news on Bo Bichette. It's about an hour late at this point. Hopefully we get it here shortly. We're also looking at the Justin Verlander news. What will ultimately happen with the Los Angeles Dodgers? Are they going to be able to go out there and bring in Justin Verlander? Or do they go for some other starters like Jack Flaherty, like a guy like What was the other one off the top of my head? Eduardo Rodriguez. That was the two names that they've been connected to so far today. Scarlet and Blue. Curious if the Padres are going to wave the white flag if they trade Hader, especially with all the money they gave out. I'm not sure even if they move a guy like Hader, if that would be considered waving the white flag, because I think Preller is going to both buy and sell. I think if he sells Hader, he could just as easily go to the New York Mets and say, hey, give me Brooks Raley to be my setup guy, or Adam Ottavino for my setup guy, and I'll move Suarez to the ninth. That way, at least I still capitalize on the value of Hader in this market while still giving myself a legitimate bullpen for the remainder of the season. Is my team better without Josh Hader? No, let's be clear about that. But they're still not a horrible bullpen if they did something like a buy and sell, selling Hader high right now and bringing in a guy like Ottavino, who's got a lot of money left on that deal, who's pitching okay, not great. He's usually a Northeast Coast guy, but maybe the Padres do something like that to kind of help out their bullpen and help out their long-term future. Padres were revealed as the mystery team as well on Justin Verlander. Biggest reason why I think that's interesting is because it could actually could happen, and it makes sense. Why does it make sense? Well, they got Blake Snell, who's on an expiring deal right now. If they decide, hey, he's not exactly a long-term fit for our organization, which it sounds like Scott Boras is already in San Diego talking with A.J. Preller about his future, that they may not have a future there for Blake Snell. If they move him at the deadline, get some prospects back, they could turn some of those prospects around to the New York Mets for Justin Verlander to have the Mets eat a significant portion of that salary. Why is that important? Snell expires this year. Verlander expires next year, but has a vesting option for 2025 as well. That's the big question mark right now on the market is what will the New York Mets do with Justin Verlander? Are they willing to eat significant money? It sounds like they're willing to do so, at least by the tweet we saw a few moments ago about the discussions they had with Houston. They were willing to eat the money for Justin Verlander. The question was the Houston Astros didn't want to give up the prospects necessary to bring him in. Then there's always the question about the relationship between Verlander and the team in Houston. That's not the issue that they would have with LA. That's not the issue they'd have with Atlanta. That's not the issue they'd have with Baltimore, Texas, San Diego. Verlander would have to approve all the trades to any of those places, but he wouldn't have to have a conversation with the owner of the team he formerly played with to be able to smooth things over and figure out, hey, do I really want to go back to a team that said, hey, I'm not worth $25 million on a one-year deal after I just won you a World Series? That's the question for them. But Mark, Padres get Rich Hill and Ji-Man Choi. That would be an interesting move. Let's see. Did they actually just get him? There it is. Jeff Passan. San Diego Padres are finalizing a trade to acquire left-handed starter Rich Hill and first baseman Ji-Man Choi from the Pittsburgh Pirates. I thought Rich Hill would be a nice piece for a team like the Cincinnati Reds, kind of a depth option if they couldn't get a guy like Flaherty or anything like that. Let somebody veteran get in there and see what they could do. But the Padres make the trade here, get two players. Let's see what the return ultimately is. Very curious to see what the return is here. It's not going to be a whole lot, but this could possibly be the type of trade that allows them to go out there and say, hey, we have a starter to take the place of Blake Snell. We have a DH to take the spot of Matt Carpenter. If they decide to move Matt Carpenter to the Yankees, which was rumored about 3 hours ago that he has been discussed about possibly going back to the Yankees. Remember, he signed that 2-year deal with the Padres before the season began. Let's see here. Batting in the 2-hole today. I like that tweet from Evan Grant. Foul territory. Ken Rosenthal, of course, going to be all over the trade deadline today. He kind of started up his own YouTube thing, Foul Territory or whatever. AJ Przinsky, I think, is leading that one. But we try to keep you updated with every single insider from all around Major League Baseball. Blah, that's not the position moving. Reds need make more sense. Well, I would agree with you there. Reds do make more sense for Hill, but I do like Hill as an addition for the Padres. Why? Because I think this gives them somebody who can at least be a productive starting pitcher for the Padres. So if they decide to sell Snell, now would be the time to do it because you got somebody to take this spot in the rotation. You need somebody to take his spot in the rotation if you did that trade. So this could tell me that maybe the Padres are thinking about selling their rental pieces. This type of a trade, not going to cost a whole lot. G-Man Choi kind of helps them out at first base. Cronenworth could now be moved a little bit all over the diamond. Not saying that he's going to be, moved off of first base entirely or, that he's going to be traded. I'm just saying this gives them some additional flexibility. Good move here for the Padres. I'm just curious. I like John Heyman's tweets. Look at what he typed. OASRES. Not even sure what that's supposed to be, but they were traded to the Padres. Good old arson judge. Evan Grant having fun with him. Evan Grant and John Heyman kind of like to kid each other back and forth. They have some fun tweets in the offseason. You might want to check or give them both a follow on Twitter if you haven't already. Besides their great baseball knowledge, they'll give you some good laugh every now and again. Just in case anybody wondered if the Padres were going to go for it or surrender, they provided an answer. I still don't think this is an answer, Bob Nightingale. Rich Hill doesn't move the needle for me as far as a buyer here. Neither does G-Man Choi. I think this just gives them cover if they decide to turn around and trade Blake Snell right now. I think that's all we see. Let me pull up the screen for you guys. Mark, thank you for that one. Here's the tweet from Bob Nightingale. Just in case anyone who wondered if the Padres were going to go for it or surrender, they provided an answer. Again, I don't think they did. I really don't. John Morosi just put a tweet out. Let's see if we can refresh our page and see what it says. There it is. Blue Jays in advanced talks to acquire Paul DeJong. Saw this one coming 4 hours ago. You can call it here first. Come on, guys. Come on. John Heyman, John Paul Morosi. Everybody, where's the credit? Paul DeJong, right here. We called it first, right here. 4 hours ago, we called this one. Just saying. It was pretty obvious after the injury last night that it was pretty significant just how he went down, stayed down to be tagged out at the end of the inning. He was in some considerable pain. The injury news today, they were expecting to release earlier. But come on now. We were expecting them to at least announce this stuff an hour and a half ago as far as the health of Bo Bichette. It's very troubling to me as far as what his future is the rest of this season because they haven't announced it as of yet. It's an hour and a half late. Now, sure, there could be traffic of Bo Bichette getting to the doctor. There could be other issues. But them not releasing this news this long tells me it's a significant injury to Bo Bichette, and it's not going to look good. I'm not expecting him just to miss a couple of days. I'm not expecting him to be, it's tightness, whatever. He needs a few days rest, so we're going to go ahead and bring in DeJong as insurance. I'm expecting minimum a 15-day IL stint right now, probably longer. At this point, if I'm a Jays fan, I am absolutely terrified that this is a 60-day IL stint for them, and that this very well could cost you that wild card spot. So, yes, absolutely. Mark, Nick, credit right here. 4 hours ago, called this one. Told you guys it wasn't going to be Tim Anderson. It was going to be Paul DeJong. Michael. I am Michael, by the way. Appreciate you guys for joining us here at the Upside. Again, I want to see it. Come on, John Paul Morosi. Come on, Nightingale, Heyman. Right here. Paul DeJong. Right here. Sarah, I know you're probably working right now, not able to chat, but hope you're watching anyway. The guy you were hoping to get off your St. Louis Cardinals has finally been traded. It looks like Paul DeJong is going to the Jays. Let's see if this thing actually gets across the finish line. It looks like that'll probably be the one that easily gets done. Main prospect going back from the Padres looks like Jackson Wolf. Let's look at the Padres' top prospects and see where he ranks. Thank you for all the hearts. It really does help. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wolf. Let's see. Where is he? Jackson Wolf, the number 16 prospect in the Padres system. A very thin Padres system, by the way, after that Juan Soto trade and all the other trades that they've made. That's the return for Rich Hill and Ji-Man Choi. There is your return. What does DeYoung offer offensively? Not much, pretty much. He's not going to be a fire starter for you guys. Think of what Bo Bichette does for you guys, how much he does for that offense. But Paul DeYoung's not going to be that. He's going to be very dependable defensively, but he's a good fill-in position player for a 15-day IL stint. If you're expecting him to carry your offense for a week, not happening. If you're expecting him to carry your offense for a day or two, not happening. He's not the type of guy who can hit 3 home runs in a game or have 4 stolen bases in a game. He's not that type of a player. But he's a very stable, consistent player, which is what the Blue Jays are going to need without Bo Bichette right now. So Bo Bichette was hurt bad, yes. He was rounding first base, kind of went down, looked like a knee issue more than anything else, and he stayed down on the ground on a base hit to the outfield. And the reason why it looked significant at the time is because the out for him ended the inning. It wasn't like he tried to get up and limp back to first base. It was so painful to him, he stayed on the ground, and he wasn't that far from either base. So, I mean, it's only 90 feet between base paths, so all he had to do was literally crawl back to first. He was in too much pain. He couldn't do that to keep the inning going. Tells you how significant of an injury it was in a very important game for the Blue Jays, because every game right now for those wild card teams is very, very important. But there we go. There's the return for you guys for the Padres, or the Padres are sending back to the Pirates. Let's refresh and just see if anything else is happening, see if we're getting any news on what the return could be. Remember, we told you guys 4 hours ago that DeYoung was going to be ending up going to the Blue Jays. The return was going to be something on the smaller side. They were not going to be able to get a guy like Tim Anderson. They'd already gotten the discussions done for their trade for Jordan Hicks. They already were very familiar with each other's prospect systems. They knew what each other was willing to give up and what they weren't. And so they already had that rapport that what they wanted to do, what they were not willing to give up. And so that's why we called it 4 hours ago, DeYoung to the Blue Jays. So come on, guys. Let's see it. Heyman, credit at Upside Sports Network. Right here. Let's see that credit once that trade breaks. Blue Jays frontrunner for Teoscar. I mean, I wouldn't say anybody's necessarily for a frontrunner for a guy who's hitting on 238 so far this year. Teoscar's a good piece, or at least he was this year, or at least he was this offseason. He hasn't hit much. He's not on base. He doesn't play great defense. Going back to Toronto anyway would at least help with the loss of Bo Bichette, in my opinion. But is it really going to move the needle that much? Would you rather have Bo Bichette or DeYoung and Teoscar Hernandez? Bo Bichette all day long. Come on now. But Blue Jays are going to have to weather the storm at least until he's able to come back, if he's able to come back. To me, this looks a lot like the injury to Jonah Heim for the Texas Rangers, where right now Jonah Heim's in a splint, literally immobilized right now. If he's able to grip a bat and be able to grit his teeth enough and be able to bear the pain, he might come back and be a DH for the Rangers. I don't think there's a prayer he comes back and catches at this point. Same thing for Bo Bichette, the knee injury. Best case scenario I think you're hoping for is a 15-day IL, but we shall see. Just refreshing the page here again. Doesn't look like anything's happening here in the last few minutes. But again, a couple of trades we've seen in the last 10 minutes. Brad Hand goes to Atlanta. We see the Pittsburgh Pirates have traded Rich Hill and Ji-Man Choi to the Padres. I think this is a little bit of a cover anyway for them to be able to, trade a guy like Blake Snell out of the rotation and still have a productive major league starter in that spot in return. And then you see the trade that's likely going to go down here in the next couple of minutes. Paul DeYoung to the Toronto Blue Jays. Why is Seattle considering getting rid of Teoscar Hernandez? He's in the final year of his deal. They already decided to sell. They started that with Paul Sewald. They are not going to add here at the deadline. They could retool, trade one of their young starters to bring in multiple young pieces. But Teoscar Hernandez, the writing's on the wall. He has not been a good fit for Seattle. And going back to Toronto, a place where he's comfortable, might be just what the doctor ordered as he tries to rebuild his value before the deadline. Or before the end of the season when he hits free agency. But Teoscar Hernandez, big power, but he really hasn't been able to, tap into that in Seattle. Maybe going back to Toronto or somewhere else might ultimately jumpstart his season for him. But Seattle is looking to go with a couple of their younger guys in the outfield. Kelenic, Rodriguez. They got the outfielder they just got in the trade for Sewald as well. Can something. They're going to try to go with that outfield going forward, and there's no room for Teoscar Hernandez. They want to move him out. They want higher on-base percentage guys anyway. Hernandez is absolutely not a high on-base percentage guy, so he is the odd man out of that outfield mix. Aye. Pirates not just getting Jackson Wolf, they're getting more. They're getting Suarez and Rivas. Wow. Let's look at where Suarez and Rivas are. Lower level prospects, I'm guessing. Yeah, it looks like lower level prospects there. Jon Heyman, the White Sox don't generally designate anyone as completely untouchable, but word is the package it would take to land Dylan Cease is understandably enormous, to the point rival teams predict he stays on the south side. Okay, so that's the first kind of a red flag here for the White Sox as far as their ability to trade Dylan Cease. I thought a week ago there was almost no chance Dylan Cease would be moved. With the market being so high right now for starting pitching, the price being so high, I thought they might turn to the White Sox and Dylan Cease and try to get a deal done for a controllable starter. I thought that we could see a trade up to 30-40%. Now with Jon Heyman's tweet, it sounds like the market might be cooling on that the White Sox just have such a high price on him that it might not happen. The trade that we worked out earlier with the Cincinnati Reds, I thought that would have been a great trade for Dylan Cease. Maybe the Reds aren't willing to part with that type of a package, or the White Sox would even want more on top of that package in return. In which case, I would understand the Reds saying, let's hold up and rather just go for Jack Flaherty instead. So maybe the White Sox ultimately don't move Dylan Cease. I don't think they'll move Robert, but if they did, he would probably be the best offensive piece moved here at the deadline. I'm still looking for a team to take advantage of this market in what really there's no big offensive piece here at the deadline anybody's talking about. A team like the Mets, if they put Pete Alonso on the market right now, they would get a top 100 prospect right now for him alone and probably some additional pieces. I'm very curious to see if a team jumps out there and says, hey, there's literally nobody on the market right now as far as a great offensive player. If we put our guy up there who's only got a year and a half left on his deal, like Alonso, Goldschmidt, 2.5 years, makes some sense as pieces who, if you really want a big trade package back, now would be the time to try to put those guys on the market. If you wait till the offseason, when there's more pieces that could be moved, all 30 teams are in there trying to move, offensive pieces around because the market is really thin on the free agent market this offseason as well. I think that right now is the time to capitalize on your piece if you're going to trade in this offseason anyway. So, not that I think Alonso would be traded by the Mets, but if you have that type of player, Robert, Goldschmidt, Arenado, Alonso, those are some of the names that have been bandied about over the last couple of days on the trade market. Not to say that any of them are to be moved, but if you have one of those pieces and you want a big return, now is the time to put him on the market. D-backs among the teams that have discussed Michael Lorenzen. We expected Eduardo Escobar could be the fit for the Diamondbacks, but it sounds like now they're at least checking in on Michael Lorenzen as far as what it would cost to get him. I wonder if the price is so high on Eduardo Rodriguez that the Diamondbacks might be rethinking, recalibrating what exactly they're willing to give up. Lorenzen might be more in their price range. Orioles, I still think, are the favorite. The Astros, I'd probably put second for Lorenzen. Third, I was going to put the Reds, but if the price is still that high on Eduardo Rodriguez, then maybe I'd put the Diamondbacks in there with the Reds tied for third. Eduardo Rodriguez might be the starting pitcher ticketed to go to the Dodgers if Verlander is not moved. I think we're after the deadline now to where Verlander probably will not be moved here at the deadline. It'd be really great to see, but we got 4.5 hours now to the deadline. That's way too much that has to be sorted out between now and then. There's the full trade there. Rich Hill, G-Man Choi for Jackson Wolf, Suarez, and Rivas. Update, John Paul Morosi. Blue Jays and Cardinals are close to finalizing a Paul DeJong trade. Come on! John Morosi, come on, where's the credit? At Upside Sports Network had it first. Come on. We picked that one 4.5 hours ago. Sounds like Toronto is the front runner right now for Teoscar Hernandez. Understandable. He had a lot of success there. It's very understandable as to what the Blue Jays see in him. They really need some offense with Bichette going on the injured list, very likely. DeYoung would be the guy they'd add at the shortstop spot. And now adding Teoscar Hernandez back would at least give them some more offense without Bo Bichette right now. So remember, they traded and tried to make their lineup a little bit more even. I think that was the wrong way to go, honestly, because I think they gave up more talent than they got back. Varsho's a good fit, don't get me wrong. And the reliever they got, Swanson's been good for them. But I think their team overall as a lineup was better last year, even though it was severely right-handed. I thought they should have gone out and added some left-handed pieces, but I'm very, very curious with what they'll ultimately look like after the Teoscar Hernandez trade if they get it done. Hit us with another prediction, Michael. You're going 1 for 1 with DeYoung. Well, that one I think was a little easier. That one was very point and click. DeYoung obviously needed to be moved. Cardinals and Jays had already worked on some trade discussions to get the Hicks deal done. Natural fit there. Didn't see Tim Anderson moving, and there's not really a shortstop outside of that would move the needle enough for the Jays to really make the type of trade. So, what's another type of a trade that we could see? I'm going to throw this one out there, and it's going to be a little bit of a surprise for those of you who are Padres fans. I'm going to say Blake Snell gets traded. That's going to be my projection. As for where, starting pitching prices are so high, I think they could get a decent return for him. Just look at the return that the Pirates are getting for Rich Hill and Ji-Man Choi. We're talking about Blake Snell here. You're going to get way more than that than what you gave up for Rich Hill. Rich Hill slides in the rotation spot vacated by Blake Snell. I think the Padres would be able to recoup something nice. I told you guys at the beginning of the day, I thought Preller would be a little bit active here at the deadline because he always is. He's going to do a little buying. He's going to do a little selling. I think we could see them go out there and trade a guy like Blake Snell. I think the Reds would be an interesting fit. I think the Diamondbacks would be a good fit. American League wildcard contenders. The Angels could be a fit as they try to make a push here for the postseason. Not that they have the pieces to be able to get it done. But as far as a team, I still think Flaherty is a really good fit for the Reds right now. Snell, as far as where could Snell go, I'll go ahead and say the Reds. They're having difficulty finding a trade partner as far as being able to get the Eduardo Escobar deal done. They're having difficulty getting the Michael Lorenzen deal done. I still think that's 50-50 that they get Jack Flaherty. But I think Flaherty could ultimately end up going to Miami as their kind of rotation addition, as well as Gleyber Torres down to Miami. So I'll say Blake Snell is my prediction to go to the Cincinnati Reds. I think Snell is the next big starter that will surprise us that we see a trade from. So we'll see what happens there. I think Verlander's market is just not going to materialize in time. I think Eduardo Rodriguez probably ends up going to the Los Angeles Dodgers as well. So Rodriguez to the Dodgers, Snell to the Reds. But that's where that's where I end up seeing things happen right now. I think the Rich Hill addition allows the Padres to go ahead and sell Blake Snell. Not trade related, not going to pay attention. Rockies are trading Justin Bruihl to the Dodgers for cash considerations. Dodgers add another piece. Remember, the Rockies have a number of borderline pieces that could help out, kind of middle relief at a number of different spots. They have Elias Diaz, but they have nobody who's really going to change a team's fortunes. But they have some pieces that could round out a team's roster here at the deadline. So you will see them in trade discussions pretty much throughout the entire day. In case you guys missed it, Rich Hill and Ji-Man Choi have been traded to the San Diego Padres. They sit 5 games back in the NL wild card. Let's go ahead and show you that right now, where they sit right now as we speak. 5 games back in the wild card, but look at all of these teams ahead of them. So many difficult things that the Padres are going to have to overcome. I don't think they want to give up on the season, but bringing in Rich Hill, I think gives them the flexibility to now move Blake Snell and be able to get a decent return without losing too much production the rest of the way. I thought the fact that they were in there for Justin Verlander that late as the mystery team gave us a little bit of a sign that they were looking to buy and sell here at the deadline. I thought Snell would have been an interesting piece to go out, rebuild some prospect capital, and then trade it immediately for Justin Verlander, have him for one more year after this season. But if they want to do it the other way, get more prospect capital back, keep that, and be able to trade Blake Snell in that to be able to get some nice pieces. But I really like the Rich Hill addition for them because it gives them some flexibility now to move a guy like Blake Snell. I wonder if they do the same thing in the bullpen, maybe bringing in Adam Ottavino from the Mets, give them a piece to at least take the place of Josh Hader in the back of the bullpen, and trade Josh Hader here at the deadline since the prices are so high right now for both pitching on the starting pitching side and the relief side. I think the Padres very well could do both buy and sell here. I think they're going to capitalize on the market right now. Blue Jays in advanced talks on Paul DeJong and Teoscar Hernandez. Yes, they are. Joel Sherman cleaning up his earlier tweet on Taylor Hearn being traded to the Royals. Padres need to keep fans coming to the ballpark. I don't think they'll have any trouble still coming to the ballpark. I still think they'll be a very good team. I just think that they're going to trade, some of their pieces that they don't think they'll be able to retain. Josh Hader, I think they could re-sign in free agency. Blake Snell, I don't think they have a prayer to keep. So I think that's part of why Scott Boras was there in San Diego over the past weekend. We saw that being reported by the Texas Rangers beat reporters that they were actually seeing Scott Boras around with A.J. Preller. And I thought that was very telling because I think he was trying to get a gauge for what it would ultimately cost for Blake Snell on the open market, what they're ultimately looking for, to at least get an idea of what it would cost in free agency. And I don't think that the front office there in San Diego liked what they heard. So they bring in Rich Hill here. He takes the spot of Blake Snell in the rotation. He's a good number 3, 4 type starter when he's right. But that's the question, when will he be right? I really like the front two in that rotation for San Diego with Musgrove and Darvish. They still have the pieces, even if they lose Snell, with the addition of Hill, that they should still be able to win games. They're not going to go into a full sell method. They're not going to go ahead and sell Juan Soto. But I could see them moving Blake Snell very easily right now. My prediction, he moves to Cincinnati. Hank, welcome in. It's our fault they swept us and got proud. I'll put it this way. It would have made it much easier for the Padres to go out there and sell Snell and Hader to the fan base as being, hey, we really don't have a chance. If the Rangers had done the reverse and swept them, the Padres would then be sitting at, 8 games out of the wild card right now? At that point, I think it'd be very easy for Hader to be moved and Snell. They wouldn't have probably added Rich Hill. But since they're only 5 out, they add Rich Hill to replace Snell in the rotation. I think they could add a guy like Ottavino to take the place of Hader in the bullpen, some other type of reliever, maybe a Middleton from the White Sox, and to at least stay in contention in that wild card race without giving up on the season, but still recoup value for Snell and Hader. You're going to see those types of conversations all over the teams that are in the wild card race right now. Seems like Eduardo Rodriguez getting more traction with the Dodgers here with Ken Rosenthal tweeting it here. John Heyman had mentioned it earlier as well. Sounds like there's more heat around that Eduardo Rodriguez rumor than we originally thought. And maybe the Verlander rumors to the Dodgers are really starting to get on the back burner. With it also being on the back burner with Houston, I think it's very unlikely Verlander gets moved right now unless it's to an absolute surprise team like the Padres, like the Rangers, like the Orioles, or like the Braves. The market seems to be moving in that direction. Rodriguez seems to be a fit now for the Dodgers pretty solidly. Saying that the Padres need to appear to be competitive, as I think ultimately the current owners are trying to drive up the Padres' value for a franchise sale. Maybe, possibly. I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense, though. Look at what Artie Moreno did this offseason with Shohei Ohtani. All the trade rumors around him, they were trying to, make a franchise sale at that point. They ultimately said, hey, we're not going to sell the team. We're going to hold on to Ohtani, make a run. I think if that's what your thinking is, I think it's the wrong time to do it. I don't know the situation around the ownership group of the Padres, but I think that would be the wrong type of injury, or wrong type of time to do the sale. Jordan, looks like Bo injury is serious if Jays are going to do Teo and DeYoung. Yes, I think it is. We were supposed to get the news on Bo Bichette 2 hours ago now. 2 hours have passed, and we still haven't gotten news on Bo Bichette. That tells me the injury to him is very serious. It tells me that the need for a shortstop is strong, and it tells me a need for an offensive production to replace Bo Bichette is strong as well, is why they're in on Teoscar Hernandez. I agree, Moreno is absolutely a nutsy owner. I would not have done what they've done with Shohei over the last couple of years. I would not have gone all in on this year for Shohei Ohtani. I don't think you're going to be able to retain him. I think the Dodgers are going to outbid you. I think the Rangers, even after all their additions, are still going to outbid the Angels for Shohei Ohtani. I think the Mets are going to outbid him. I think the Giants are going to outbid him. That's 4 teams that are going to have a better offer on the table as we speak than what the Angels are going to put out there for him. And Artie Moreno was just about to sell the team as well. Tells you where that organization is. Jays won't say till after the deadline. Well, they said they were going to release it before noon East. That was the Blue Jays saying it to their beat reporters, that they were going to release the injury status on Bo Bichette by noon East. We're now, 1:30 East Coast time, an hour and a half, almost 2 hours after, and we still haven't gotten the news. That tells me the injury is very serious, plus the news that they've been touching base with Paul DeYoung over the last hour and a half. We called that one 4 hours, 4.5 hours ago now since we started our stream, that Paul DeYoung was going to be the piece going to the Jays to fill in for Bo Bichette. So I'm still waiting for the credit once they announce the trade. I want to see at Upside Sports Network had it first. Come on, Ken Rosenthal. Come on. John Heyman, right here. We had it first. Come on. Angels need to change their name back to the California Angels. I don't think so. Welcome in, Sarah. I was wondering where you were today. I mentioned you a couple of times about your Cardinals and Paul DeYoung. When the trade news came out for Paul DeYoung about half an hour ago, I was like, hey, the guy you wanted off of your roster the most looks like he finally might be moved for the Blue Jays. I told you earlier as well, the Cardinals might move 4 people or make 4 trades today. DeYoung is going to be first. Flaherty is going to be off of the roster. Then you're going to trade probably Tyler O'Neill. At that point, then I think you're going to get a Carlson or some other type of trade as well, maybe a Contreras. But I think the Cardinals are good for 4 trades today. It is 1:35 East. We're under 5 hours until the deadline. We're about 4.5 hours until the trade deadline right now. On MLB Network right now, they got Joel Sherman and Steve Phillips talking right now, talking about some of the trade market. Paul DeYoung deal is done. Let's see what it is. Working on your lunch. I figured you were working today. There it is, the tweet right there from John Paul Morosi. Come on, where's at Upside Sports Network? Had it first. At Upside SN is our handle on Twitter. Come on, man. Katie Wu, come on. John Paul Morosi linked the two originally. Who had it? Right here. Come on. All right, let's get back into some of these other rumors out there. It's going to be a very interesting day now that we're getting underneath the 4.5 hour mark for the trade deadline. There's Feinsand reporting it. There's Nightingale reporting it. There's Jeff Passan as well. Still not having any news on the injury to Bo Bichette. Hopefully he's able to get back in time for a playoff, or for the final couple weeks of September before they get into the playoffs. I think if Bo Bichette's injury is as serious as I'm beginning to think it is, I'm wondering if he's going to be on the 15 or 60-day IL. At that point, I wonder if the Angels leapfrog Toronto for that final wild card spot, and then hopefully once you get Bo Bichette back at the end of the season, hopefully there's enough time that you can win a few games and get over there. Check your notifications. I made sure to mention you on their DeYoung Suites. Thank you, JG. Appreciate that. Really is very helpful. Trying to get things started here. Been here at the Upside for a couple of years now. Been live on the air since 8 a.m. this morning. Been on the air for 4.5 hours right now. We'll be live throughout the entire trade deadline for you guys. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. It really does help us out. If you guys haven't already hit that like button and subscribe here on the channel, make sure you do so. Hit the heart button, comment to us, participate in the chat. But we really appreciate it when you guys do participate. We try to interact with you guys as much as possible. If you guys, want to support the channel, feel free. There is super chats out there if you want to. I know Connor did that the other day. If you guys want to support us, we would really appreciate that. We'd really like to be able to do this for you guys a lot more on a full-time basis for you guys. The more you guys, interact with the channel, the more you guys subscribe, the more you guys like the video, the more it helps us to get to those types of goals. So thank you guys for that. Thank you, JG, for shooting that out on Twitter. We really do appreciate that. Although, is it still called Twitter? Or is it called X at this point? Anyway. Jordan, final couple weeks for Jays is vital. We play the Rays twice and the Yankees twice. I would absolutely agree with that. If you're able to get Bo Bichette back for those two series, I think you'll probably be on the outside of the playoff picture looking in at that point because of how impactful Bo Bichette is to that team. You're going to really have to rely on Vlad Guerrero Jr. You're going to have to rely on DeYoung really coming through and giving you solid defense up the middle. Matt Chapman's going to have to get back to the way he was playing earlier this year. Your pitching staff is really going to have to carry you. The addition of Hicks is going to have to help you out. But I think you're going to be on the outside of the playoff picture looking in if Bo Bichette gets back, say, around September 15th. Say you're 2 games back at that point of the final wildcard spot. I think that would be best case scenario without Bo Bichette. Once you get Bo Bichette back, hopefully you can regain that ground and in the final days of the season overtake the Angels once again. But if Bichette's going to be out that long, like I'm beginning to worry he is, I'm wondering if the Angels are just cheering right now and might add one more piece here at the deadline to kind of give them the coup de grace here. There's, again, more tweets on the injury. Dodgers are on Rodriguez's 10-team no-trade list. Really? That's an interesting move. A lot of momentum had been growing around Eduardo Rodriguez over the last couple hours for him going to the Dodgers. For him to be on the 10-team list, that throws a wrench into things as far as my thinking for Eduardo Rodriguez. Will he actually approve a trade to the Dodgers? I believe he will, but will he want something in return for it? I think he would. I think he might ask for a little bit of a raise. I think he could ask for pretty much any number of things. He might even say, "Hey, you can't give up too much of the future of the Dodgers because I want to stay there I want to stay there for the long term. So I don't want them to be impacted too much by giving up too much to the Tigers in return." But do I think it's a huge impediment to a trade? Probably not. But at least is another thing to think about if you're the Dodgers front office going after Eduardo Rodriguez. Do I think it forces you to circle back to Verlander? No. But I think the time for Verlander has come and gone. And I think that trade possibility is almost zero now. And so Eduardo Rodriguez to the Dodgers makes the most sense at this time. Thankfully, we go on a run of Guardians, Nationals, Rockies, A's, and Royals all in a row. Holy smokes. That's a very nice schedule. Are you saying hopefully you go on a run, or that is the schedule? That would be exactly what the doctor ordered if that's the schedule for the Blue Jays. Cardinals are receiving right-handed pitcher Matt Svensson in the Paul DeYoung trade. Reds are looking at controllable starters over rental options. Gilbert, Keller, Quintana, Singer. Singer, I think, might make the most sense as far as the cheaper option of those people there. I don't think the Pirates are going to sell Keller. Quintana, I don't think really helps them or moves the needle. Gilbert, I think the cost is too high, but a trade could be made with Jonathan India. Flaherty, I think it is time for Flaherty to be traded. I think we're going to see him probably to the Miami Marlins, if I had to guess. Maybe the Reds or Diamondbacks. If the no trade, 10-team no trade that Eduardo Rodriguez has, maybe they circle around to Jack Flaherty. Royals taking calls on Barlow, Yarbrough, Clark, and Olivares. 'Cause, 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 'c Cardinals are getting a 24-year-old reliever in return. This should be a nice piece for the Cardinals, actually, to fit into their bullpen. Remember, they got John King from the Rangers in that trade for Jordan Montgomery. Now they get Svensson. I wonder if they immediately call him up. 1.11 ERA and 26 relief outings. Seems like a very good, promising reliever for them. They have a number of good relievers in their system already. A couple of them are injured, but sounds like a piece that they could really hope on. Maybe take over a closer role at some point. With that level of production anyway. Full trade, Jays get DeYoung in cash, Cards get Svensson. Let's look at the prospect status for the Jays and see where he ranks. Remember, they got the number 7 prospect in another one from the Jays for Hicks. Now they get this one here. Where does he rank? Not in their top 30, it looks like. Sounds like a pitcher that probably was going to be in their top 30 by the end of the year with the pieces that were coming out. So good on the Cardinals for a good scouting of the Blue Jays farm system. Don't think the Jays need Bo Bichette for that run against those teams. I agree. I might need that page actually for later in the day. Come on, Fine Sand. Credit to Morosi and Wu. Ah, well. It would have been very cool to get a mention there, but we'll take it for now. At Upside SN. Credit to at Upside SN. Come on, man. Had that one 4.5 hours ago. There's the Rockies acquisition of the reliever, or excuse me, the Rockies trade of the reliever Breuil to the Dodgers for cash. Breuil was designated for assignment to make room for the pieces that or going the other way. Rockies got Breuil. Sorry. Blech. Tied myself up on that one. There's the trade of DeYoung. Twins looking in on Teoscar Hernandez and Ty France. We mentioned that one from Morosi. Thank you, Alfonso. Appreciate that. Trying to get more people into our channel here. Really appreciate all the support we've gained over the last few days anyway. If you guys are new here to the Upside, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Got about 40 of you guys strong right now. So if you guys want to, or head over Twitter, follow us at UpsideSN. You're more than welcome to as well. We're going to be live for you guys all afternoon long. We're about 4 hours away from the deadline right now. There's kind of the standings right now. You'll take credit for the influx of followed. Hey, as long as we get more people to follow, more people to subscribe, hey, bring them on. More the merrier. Here's kind of your standings again. Once again on the NL side. Our next prediction anyway, I know one of you guys asked what was our next prediction after the DeYoung one, is going to be Blake Snell. Now that the Padres have added Rich Hill to their stable of starting pitchers, I think this gives them the flexibility to trade a starting pitcher like Blake Snell in a very high market right now for starting pitching. A rental like Blake Snell, they should be able to get a very nice haul for him in return. After all, the Padres gave up the number 16 prospect and a couple other farmhands as well for him. I think that they could get an even better prospect return for a guy like Blake Snell, maybe even a top 50, top 75 type prospect, and a couple of other pieces as well, and still remain in contention for the NL wildcard because they have Rich Hill. Not saying Rich Hill is going to help them win it. I'm just saying that they've got two really good horses at the front end of the rotation who pitched really well against the Rangers, Musgrove and Darvish. They have a really good bullpen, even without Josh Hader. If they decide to move him, maybe bring in another middle relief guy, let Suarez take over the closer role for the San Diego Padres. They retool their bullpen a little bit, and they're still in just as good of of a position to make a run at the wild card. Are they in a better position? No, but they still have the pieces there that could get it done in a very weak National League wild card race. You're looking at teams that will probably add starting pitchers, like the Reds, like the Diamondbacks, like the Miami Marlins. Unless they add those pieces, and even if they do, you still are the team that controls your destiny as far as you have the star power on your team already. You have players who've been there before and do it and have done it before. Shaking up that locker room, shaking up that clubhouse could be exactly what the doctor ordered by trading away guys that are on expiring deals, resetting your prospect pool a little bit, and still remaining in contention. Still not saying they win the wild card. Still not saying they're going to be better than what they were. But I'm saying from an organizational standpoint, they're not going to be worse than what they were right now. Are they going to finish beneath the Mets after they make a trade for Blake Snell by bringing in Rich Hill, by bringing in a guy like Adam Ottavino? I still think they finish right where they are right now. But I think they recoup a little bit of value, and if their team can finally start getting those W's by shaking things up, performing more winning baseball, working together as a team, you see their run differential, third best in the NL. I think even by trading those two pieces, they'd still be right there and be on the cusp of a wild card spot. And even if they get into the wild card, say they keep Snell, say they keep Hader, I still don't think they're going to make any noise in the playoffs. So that's why making a trade like this for Rich Hill allows AJ Preller to do what he always does, buy and sell at the deadline. And I think the San Diego Padres would be wise to do so. I think Josh Hader has way high of a value right now. I think you get a top 50 prospect for Hader right now if you decide to trade him right now. It might cost you a little bit more if you decide to trade Hader. You might have to eat the money, whatever you decide to do. But I think you have a chance at getting a really solid return for him. Same thing with a guy like Blake Snell. I think you could really get a top 100, top 50 type prospect back if you package them together. Say the Rangers say, hey, we're in on Verlander, but hey, Snell is available here, and we could get him at a cheaper cost, and we get Josh Hader. Say we give up a guy like Acuna level package going back to the Padres and maybe another couple pieces. That would be a great trade for the San Diego Padres. Resets their farm system quite a bit. Just looking at what a trade could look like between the Padres, let's go ahead and reset this trade here as to what they could get. Padres and Rangers. Padres there. Rangers there. As I mentioned, they just made the acquisition of bringing in Rich Hill. They could trade Snell. There we go. So there's Snell, 8.7. Not a huge trade value. Same thing with Hader. But you package them together, you could get a really nice package back in return. Where is Hader? There he is. 4.3. They bumped him up a hair from last night as far as what his value is on the open market. Now, what could the Rangers give up? Acuna level piece would probably be the headliner. So you're looking at pieces like Owen White. You're looking at pieces like a Foscue, something like that. Let me take it from this to the level. There we go. So I don't think they would trade a guy like Sebastian Walcott, but you could get a piece like Justin Foscue, who has a really high ceiling right now as an offensive piece. He would probably take over your second base spot on your team. A little bit of an upgrade over Kim. So let's go ahead and put Foscue in there and maybe include Zavala. You get two higher quality pieces, borderline top 100 guys that would be able to headline a package back. Or if you want more talent in return, maybe you start with Owen White and then go with a lower prospect like Harris or Morabel or Figueroa or Wynn, something like that. Sarah, what you tell me about DeYoung? Yeah, Sarah, tell us a little bit about Paul DeYoung. I know you don't like him on the Cardinals, but tell us a little bit about the player. But let's look at what this trade would look like right here. Look at that value you'd get for Hader and Snell, probably a couple other lottery picks later or lower in the minor leagues for the Rangers. This would be a great type of trade for the San Diego Padres, resetting their farm system. Both of these players would probably end up in the top 10. Foscue probably in the top 5 for the Padres system and really resetting their farm system. They only gave away their number 16 prospect and a couple of lottery pieces to bring in Rich Hill. Still remain competitive this year while resetting their farm system here. So this, I think, would be a great trade for both teams. Rangers, I think, would be more than willing to pay that prospect package. May even be able to include a little bit more than that if the Padres ate a little bit of that money. So Really curious to see how things work out. But let's check in on the trade deadline here, see if anything is happening. Joel Sherman tweets out White Sox are taking more serious offers for Dylan Cease. No sure thing he moves, but at least considering it now. Really? So right after we get the John Heyman tweet that, hey, they might pull him back, they aren't getting anything real, boom, Joel Sherman, White Sox are taking more serious offers for Dylan Cease. Still not sure he moves, but again, the market for starting pitching is so white hot right now. That's why I think Snell moves. That's why I think earlier today I thought Dylan Cease could move. Apparently that tweet by John Heyman, he might have gotten it from a White Sox source that was trying to drum up better offers, in which case Joel Sherman is telling us they're getting better offers now for Dylan Cease. Middleton is almost certain to be moved. They're listening on Tim Anderson too. I think they're just listening on Tim Anderson, though. I don't think they're going to move him. I think they'd like to rebuild his value. He's a good leader for that team, and I think they'll move him after the deadline, after the season anyway, or at the trade deadline next year. He is under club control for one more year, has that club option. So again, we shall see. Matthew, all Sox players except Robert are on the block. I think Robert they're even listening about is what the report was from Ken Rosenthal as of a couple of days ago, and we saw again this morning. Do I think they move him? No. The Astros need to put a package together around Gilbert and try to acquire Cease. I would agree, but I just don't think they have the prospects to do it. I think if they had the prospects to get Verlander, he would have been the player they go for instead. Would have cost them less than for a package of Cease. Eloy Jimenez, I don't think a trade really materializes there. His offensive numbers are better, but he's still not the player everybody thought he would be here at the major league level. You're really hoping and wishing upon a star if you're acquiring him. Maybe a team that's on the periphery of the playoff picture, a wild card team, might take a chance on an Eloy Jimenez. Maybe a team also like the Philadelphia Phillies who need a corner bat would be a fit there. I just don't think Eloy moves here at the deadline. Just an hour ago, they said he was no longer available. Yeah, that's what they were saying about Dylan Cease. And now we're seeing that, hey, maybe they're getting better offers and could actually move him. Teams are still looking at Cease, Keller, and Gilbert as controllable starters that are on the market. I still don't think Gilbert moves, and I don't think Keller moves. Cease, I think, could be the guy that moves because that could really move the franchise forward for the White Sox if they get the package back that we showed from the Reds earlier. So we shall see. I'm going to laugh hysterically if the Cincinnati Reds ultimately get Dylan Cease for that exact package we talked about earlier. If you guys want to watch it back and check it out, it was around the 1 or 2 hour mark when we put that package together. Just checking to see if anything else is breaking. White Sox are asking for the moon in Cease talks. But apparently they're starting to get offers that are at least getting close, into the upper stratosphere at least, according to Joel Sherman. Go ahead and refresh one more time, see if anything is happening as of yet. There's the official announcement. We have acquired Paul DeJong and cash from the Cardinals in exchange for a minor league reliever, Matt Swanson. So there is your Bo Bichette replacement for the Toronto Blue Jays. I think he's going to look good in a Blue Jays uniform. I think he'll perform well for them, especially defensively. I think he'll shore up that spot for them until Bichette is healthy again. And then once Bichette is healthy, DeJong can literally be the next Whit Merrifield and flex him literally all over the place. You could probably put him at second. You could put him at third if Matt Chapman's not hitting offensively. If DeJong's playing better, you put DeJong over there. If Teoscar Hernandez comes in and just does not hit, maybe you can put DeJong in the outfield for a day or two. I think he's going to be a very similar player to Whit Merrifield after Bichette gets back and healthy. But a good addition here for the Toronto Blue Jays. Let's go ahead and refresh one more time. We mentioned Anderson's had a down year overall. Joel Sherman adds that he's hitting .344 so far in the second half and really beats up against left-handed pitching as well. Teams do need right-handed hitters who crush lefties right now. So Anderson does have that pedigree, has that impact type of a player that you're hoping for, but he hasn't been that so far this season. But I don't think he gets moved still. I'd be surprised, but not completely overwhelmed if he gets moved, but it would be a little bit of a shocker. Good defender, average hitter. That's pretty much how I sum him up there, Sarah. Go ahead and refresh our page here for just a moment. Diamondbacks and Tigers have discussed Michael Lorenzen. That coming from about an hour ago, honestly. They're a little late on that uptake there. Got 42 of you guys with us right now. Why don't you, if you all could go ahead and hit that like button, go ahead and hit that subscribe if you haven't already. It really does help us out. Go ahead and interact in the chat. Hit the heart button on there if you'd like. The more you guys interact, the better this channel does. So, if you really like the channel, you want to support the channel in some way. If you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. We'll be able to find us whenever we do go live in the future. We'll be doing some baseball games for you guys in the second half of the season, some lives for you there, and we will have a recap show for you guys this afternoon after the trade deadline at 8:30 once again as well. Go ahead and take just a moment here just to get a drink. Go ahead and stretch your legs just a moment. If you guys have been with us since we started at 8 a.m., we're about to cross the 5-hour mark of our live. Woo! Is there any news on the Marlins? I would say Marlins are still looking at Gleyber Torres and offensive additions in addition to one starter possibly. I think they've already made their bullpen additions, but I think they're still going to be looking for one starter like a Jack Flaherty type. Gleyber Torres, we still haven't heard anything as of yet today to update that type of thing. So thank you guys for hitting those hearts. Really does help us out. The more you guys like the chat, the more you guys like the video, the more you guys hit that subscribe button. But we'll be back here in just about 30 seconds. Go ahead and stretch your legs, and we'll get set for the 1 o'clock hour Central Time, 2 o'clock on the East Coast, as we hit the 4-hour mark until Major League Baseball's trade deadline. Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. If you're new here, we're covering the MLB trade deadline. We've seen a number of trades already go down today. We called the Paul DeJong trade first thing this morning. Still waiting for that credit, John Heyman, Mark Feinsand, Ken Rosenthal, John Paul Morosi, Joel Sherman. Waiting for that credit. Come on now. But we're going to see a number of trades here this afternoon. I think the trade window for Justin Verlander has closed. I don't think there's any way a Justin Verlander trade gets done at this point. The Houston Astros really were close on Monday night, according to a number of reports out there, but they really couldn't agree on players. They got the money figured out as far as what they wanted to do there. I'm still not sure that Justin Verlander would have waived his no trade to move to Houston. So I don't think Verlander gets moved. Just too many balls in the court there to try to get that one wrangled in before the deadline. There's not enough time. Look at the Scherzer timetable from the time they agreed on the players, which they hadn't already agreed on players yet, to agree on the money, to agree on the vesting, or to the player option, to agree on all of that, to get the no trade waived. All of that for Max Scherzer took 18 hours. And you're talking about getting all that done, plus a vesting option for a 43-year-old pitcher in 2025 for the Dodgers or the Astros. It's just not gonna happen. So Verlander will not be moved at this year's deadline. At this point, I would be absolutely floored if a team gets it done. If the Astros get it done, great on them. I just don't think it's going to happen. Same thing for the Dodgers. I think they've moved on to the Eduardo Rodriguez market and the Jack Flaherty market. I think the Texas Rangers, who had touched base with them on Sunday evening, even after acquiring Scherzer and Montgomery, I think they're looking at relievers right now, possibly trying to get the San Diego Padres to part with Josh Hader. I think the Padres are about to shock us all and start to sell some of their pieces because they brought in Rich Hill. Now, he's not going to move the needle as far as trying to win-loss record, but he is a capable veteran that can step into a rotation void. There is no rotation void right now for the Padres unless they move Blake Snell, which tells me they will likely move their starting pitcher. With these sky-high starting pitching asking prices, they're going to try to capitalize on that market. We just created a trade a moment ago on the simulator here that the Rangers could add another starting pitcher and Josh Hader, they get 2 top 10 prospects that would go into the top 10 system for the San Diego Padres. Foscue would immediately go into their top 5. Zavala would go into their top 10. That's great prospect return for 2 great pieces, and I still think the Rangers would be willing to add even more to that trade if they got that done. Then look at what the Rangers really have. They'd have one of the best bullpens in all of baseball after having the worst bullpen, in my opinion, in all of Major League Baseball for the better part of the entire first half of the season. Then you look at their pitching staff. DeGrom is out for the season injured. Evaldi's a Cy Young candidate on the American League side. However, he's injured right now. Who knows as far as when he'll come back? If I had to guess, about a week and a half. Sounds like the Rangers are being very protective of him. But now you've got Scherzer at the top of their rotation. Montgomery's pitched to a 2.5 ERA over the past 5-7 starts. You got Blake Snell, who's pitched to a sub-1 ERA over his past 11 starts. Then you got a shutdown closer at the back end of that bullpen with Josh Hader, who's pitched to a sub-1 ERA. You've got Aroldis Chapman back there. And you've got Will Smith as far as legitimate options in that bullpen. Fine Sands just tweeted about Justin Verlander. Let's check it out. Let's see. The Astros are still viewed as the favorites to land Justin Verlander from the Mets per source, but the two sides need to agree on players who would go back to New York. I'm still not buying it. This is the same spot they were 3 hours ago. I mean, at some point, they're going to have to come to some type of an agreement. I think they're going to come, if they could get into an agreement on players, it's probably going to include Gilbert, Baez, and a couple other pieces. Let's say that's the package that ultimately gets agreed to. They need a starting pitcher. They need to get him now. I'm sure Houston is still working the phones on other starters like Michael Lorenzen. Then you have to figure out the money, the vesting option for a 43-year-old pitcher. You have to deal with an owner who said even after he just won you a World Series, the starting pitcher that did it for you is not worth $25 million on a 1-year deal. You're going to have to kind of mesh all of that together within 4 hours. I don't think it's going to happen. So, again, Verlander, I don't think is going to get moved. I think there's a better than equal chance that the Padres now are going to start selling some of their expiring contracts, like Josh Hader and Blake Snell. So keep your eyes peeled for that happening. Preller likes to be involved on both sides, buying and selling at the deadline, buying and selling in the offseason. He's done that every single trade deadline, every single offseason. He's making big, dynamic type of swings, and we saw him do that when he first came into the job, bringing in Justin Upton, Craig Kimbrell, etc. Then at the trade deadline, he realized it didn't work out. He traded Craig Kimbrell. He traded all those other pieces that he had just acquired. I think we could see something similar after they brought in Xander Bogaerts this offseason. I don't think they'll move Bogaerts or Machado or Tatis Jr. or Soto. But I think those rentals, those values are going to be so high right now on the market. I think it would be great for them to go ahead and reset some of their prospect status with those guys, bringing in a guy like Foscue and Zavala, like we mentioned, from the Rangers, or whoever they ultimately trade them to. I think it would be the right move for the Padres organization. I think they'd still be able to add a middle reliever that could be a setup guy for them, like Middleton from the White Sox, Ottavino from the Mets, and be able to still get a premium prospect package back for a guy like Josh Hader. So we'll see what happens. Astros still the favorites to land Justin Verlander. I still think the Dodgers are, but I don't think Verlander moves at this point at all. I think most of the teams have already moved on. I think the Astros, just because of their connection to him, I think that's the one organization that's probably still talking about it. But if they're still talking about players at this point, I just don't think it's going to be able to get done. It's too big of a deal. There's still time for a last-minute type of deal for Justin Verlander to Rangers or Astros. Now, the Rangers make more sense as being able to get that type of trade done because Verlander doesn't have to deal with the owner of the team being able to figure out if he wants him on the roster to begin with. Justin Verlander is going to have to waive his no trade to go back to Houston. This offseason, Verlander had no interest in going to Texas because he didn't see them as a contender. That's changed. I wonder if Verlander's view of the Rangers has changed as well. Dodgers, rightfully so, passed. I agree. I think the Dodgers at this point realize that there are too many options on the trade market to just sink all of your eggs in one basket for a guy like Justin Verlander. Even though he's probably a game 1 or 2 starter for them, I think there's other options out there on the trade market that need to be considered first to avoid missing out on opportunities. You don't want to be the team that's sitting there at 4:59 Central Time and not being able to get the deal done because you spent all this time on Justin Verlander. The Mets ultimately say, We don't want the pieces you're giving back to us. Justin Verlander doesn't want to go to your team. We ultimately just want to contend in 24, so we're going to hang on to Verlander. All that time you wasted on Justin Verlander. Meanwhile, Flaherty's traded, Rodriguez is traded, Snell is traded, Clevenger's traded, Lorenzen's traded, and there's nobody for you to go after. And you're left holding the bag and nothing to show for it. So we'll see what happens here at the deadline. It's going to be a fun one. Still waiting on some more information here. Harrison Bader drawing interest according to John Heyman and Joel Sherman. Remember, the Yankees are thinking about dealing some of their rental players. Bader is one of them with some value. Donaldson fits in that category as well, but of course, injury you have to worry about right now with him. Is he the right fit in your locker room as well? Money is a concern. Yankees don't have a whole lot to sell, but they have a little bit of pieces that they could move. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is one of the pieces I thought could be moved. For instance, if Paul DeJong ultimately did not go there, I thought IKF could have been a nice fit there, but again, that's an in-division trade, both teams competing for the same prize. I don't think there's any way the Yankees would have ultimately added a piece to the Blue Jays to help them withstand a loss like Bo Bichette. So DeJong was always the piece that it was going to be. And remember, you heard it here first. Thank you guys for tweeting at FineSand about it and all those other guys. But you heard it here first. Paul DeJong was going to be a Toronto Blue Jay. We told you that about 5 hours ago now. So appreciate you guys joining us here today. Here's the Dylan Carlson news. Player of interest for the Yankees while they're open to trading a former Cardinal, Harrison Bader. Yes. Are the Yankees willing to take on controllable players, but I think they're still going to be looking to offload rental options and maybe Gleyber Torres and try to get that deal done with the Marlins before the end of the day. Oh, there's a tweet. Let's see what it was. Player of the month, Nathaniel Lowe. There you go. Remember, he won the Silver Slugger Award for first baseman in the American League last year. Really kind of took off in the second half of the season. He's having a great second half. Kyle Tucker is up there as well on the American League side. I think those guys were 1 and 2 offensively in almost every category for the month of July. August 1st, trade deadlines today. It's going to be a crazy day, so we're going to see some different trades that might not have been contemplated a week ago than we might see in the next couple of hours. Remember, there's not pretty much anybody on the offensive side who's a difference maker available here at the trade deadline. So teams that might want to take advantage of this marketplace, teams like the Mets who have Pete Alonso with a year and a half left, teams like the St. Louis Cardinals could put out there a guy like Goldschmidt. You look at the White Sox who could put out there guys like Robert. They could take advantage of this market and really try to get a nice haul back for those types of players. Not saying any of them are on the market right now, but I'm expecting at least one surprise name to enter the trade market here in the next couple of hours because there's literally nobody of an impact of the type to really make an impact here at the deadline. So we'll see who ultimately gets moved and who ultimately is put on the trade block. Let's refresh the page once again. More news from former Yankees beat writer Mark Feinsand, now with MLB Network and MLB.com, says that Dylan Carlson is still on the Yankees' radar for the better part of the last 2 weeks. We'll see if they ultimately get a deal done. As I said, the Cardinals are. I'm expecting 4 trades from the St. Louis Cardinals today. We just saw one with Paul DeJong. I'm expecting at least one for Flaherty, so that would be 2. 3 would be O'Neill. 4 would probably be Carlson. So, Sarah, I know you're a big Cardinals fan. Hopefully, you get to see a lot of activity and rebuild your organization rather quickly. I still think if the Cardinals really wanted to jump out there and reset their pitching staff, they could go out there and make a move for Nolan Arenado to the Dodgers. I think that would be the most impactful offensive piece that moves here at the deadline. And they could get at least 2 impactful starting pitchers for next year's rotation if they did it with the Dodgers. Arenado said he would waive his no trade to go to the Dodgers. I think the Dodgers would really love to have a player like that. The question is, would the Cardinals eat enough money to allow them to stay within, allow the Dodgers to stay under the tax, allowing them to go out there and reset their tax this year, so they can really go out there and make a big offer for Shohei Ohtani next season. So That's kind of the reason why the Dodgers didn't re-sign Trey Turner, Corey Seager, Max Scherzer, Kenley Jansen, among others. I don't think they want to reset that or give up on that goal right now. They literally let multiple A-plus level players go in the hope of getting Shohei Ohtani and resetting their tax. Arenado would have to have some of his contract eaten by the Cardinals in order to make that type of thing happen. Be interesting to have him be paid by the Colorado Rockies, the St. Louis Cardinals, and be playing for the LA Dodgers. Jays have done 3 trades with the Cardinals in the past week. Yeah, kind of crazy. 2 teams very familiar with each other, working together to fill each other's needs. Familiarity breeds trades here at the deadline. So trades are teams that have done trades with previous teams before. For instance, like the Rangers and Mets have gotten together on the Scherzer deal. If Verlander was really of that significant of an interest to the Rangers, that would be a conversation that already know the prospects each team's interested in. They could move quickly. Like I said, though, I don't think Verlander's moves. If the Mets, though, decide, hey, we want to move Pete Alonso, that's a different conversation. Alonso has a year and a half left on the deal. You don't have to worry about options vesting or extensions or aging veterans or anything like that. Just be more of a straight-up baseball trade. I still don't think it'll happen. I think the Mets ultimately hold on to Pete Alonso. But if the Mets really want to step out there and get a really nice package back here at the deadline, really reset their farm system, that would be the way to do it. Dodgers won't consider Arenado until the offseason. I would agree, at least at this point, unless the Cardinals ate a significant portion of the salary for Arenado to allow them to stay underneath the tax. If they don't, then there's no point in having the conversation because Shohei Ohtani is the most important target for the LA Dodgers at this point. Ratings are up across baseball, as most of the baseball reporters have been stating for the past month. Baseball's in a really good spot right now. All the changes they've made. Royals fielding offers on all their players. I want to read or see this Padres article here. There's the Padres getting Rich Hill and Ji-Man Choi for 3 prospects. Too much upheaval midseason for the Dodgers? I don't think there's any such thing as too much upheaval for the Dodgers. They've done it year after year after year after year after year after year after year. They don't care about upheaval. They've kept a really good core intact for years, and they still would, even if they did bring in a guy like Arenado here. It would only cost them a few prospects here if they were to give up some of those upper-end pitching prospects. If they did the Verlander thing or the Eduardo Rodriguez thing, I think that would help them as well. You're skeptical the Dodgers are 100% in on Ohtani? I'm a little bit surprised that you are, honestly, because the Dodgers literally have signaled for the past 3 years Ohtani is their top target. They've made financial decisions, $100 million free agent decisions, based on that being their goal and objective. Part of that being getting underneath the tax so that it resets their tax table, so when they offer $50 million, $60 million per year for Ohtani, that it's not going to completely hamstring them on the tax side of things. Losing Corey Seager, losing Trey Turner, Max Scherzer, losing Kenley Jansen. The Dodgers are absolutely all in on Ohtani in my estimation. But let's kind of dig back in on the San Diego Padres a little bit here. Remember the trade they just made for Rich Hill and Ji-Man Choi. I really like the addition for them because it gives them options here at the deadline, because I believe Preller wants to do both here at the deadline. He sees their 5 back, and if this team is going to make a run, it's not going to be because of Snell. It's not going to be because of Hader. It's going to be because the team as a whole starts playing winning baseball. That's the bigger thing for the San Diego Padres. So for them to get to that point, what are they going to have to do? Well, Bogarts is a leader on that team, or at least should be. Machado, same thing. Musgrove and Darvish should be the same thing. Soto and Tatis should be the same thing. They have the pieces in-house that they should already be a good team, even without Blake Snell, even without Josh Hader at the back end of the bullpen. Now, are they a better team? Probably not. Are they still able to compete for a wild card spot? Absolutely. Which is why I think they made the trade for Rich Hill here to give them some options to go out there and fill a spot in the rotation if they move Blake Snell. I think that's the whole reason why they made this trade. They're upgrading their talent in their prospect pool by trading a guy like Snell and Hader while still giving them a chance at a wild card here. They're not giving up on the season. They're still going to be competitive, but they're going to try to maximize the value on the trade market here with Blake Snell and with Josh Hader. So I'm curious to see. The Rangers have been too quiet here today. I have yet to hear their name in any real conversations outside of Jim Bowden, basically saying they're in on Brent Rooker, or Rooker from the Oakland A's. That's not a huge type of move, but I'm very curious to see what the Rangers are working on. They are so far all in on this trade deadline season. I don't think they're going to pull back now. I think they're going to add at least one bat. I still think they could use one more relief pitcher. And if they really want another starting pitcher, they were said to be interested in Justin Verlander even after Montgomery and Scherzer were added. We haven't heard anything as far as rumors as to what they could be in. The only thing we've heard is Evan Grant putting out an article about maybe they could look at some catching possibilities. I'm wondering what he's hearing on that front. He mentioned specifically Grandal and Austin Hedges being a fit. There has been conversations about David Bednar and the Texas Rangers in the past. The Rangers seem to be willing to include premium assets here, so we shall see what ultimately happens. Looks like we just had another tweet pop out here. Several Mets minor leaguers are at the ready at the team's KC hotel, waiting to take them to the place for the players they expect to move. Really? Sorry, there's somebody calling me in the middle of my live. Sorry, I'm live on the air. Can't do that right now. But the Mets are expected to move some bullpen pieces. They got some corner outfielder, Tommy Pham, they could move. They got all kinds of options here at the trade deadline. If they move Justin Verlander, they're going to need somebody to fill his roster spot. If they decide to put the best offensive piece out there at the deadline here with Alonso, they would need somebody to fill his spot. So Mets, rightfully so, bringing up some minor leaguers to the Kansas City hotel for at least having them available in case they need him after the deadline. We've been live with you guys for almost 5.5 hours right now, so really appreciate those of you who stuck around. We've been at least 30 strong all day long now, so thank you guys for hitting that like button, subscribe, hitting the heart button in our chat. It really does help us out when you guys participate. Join us in the chat, hit that heart, send us the 100% symbol, the emojis that you guys send in that chat as well really does help drive traffic, and we really do appreciate the support that you guys give us. We told you guys we were going to be live for you guys all day long here at the trade deadline, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We started at 8 a.m. We're going to take you all the way through the deadline till probably about 6:30 Central. So deadline's going to be at 5 Central. We usually get about a half hour to 45 minutes of trades that sometimes break that are in that queue at the Major League office that get released later. We shall see something like that happen again. There's going to be a lot of relief pitchers that are going to be moved. Rockies still have another relief pitcher that they can move. White Sox have a few. Tigers have a few. Mariners have some that they could move out. But we should see a flurry of activity here in the next couple of hours. We are about 3.5 hours away from the deadline as we speak right now. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe if you guys are new here. Share us on Twitter if you haven't already with your folks out there, and see how active we can get this community. I remember last year we got up there pretty high as we got closer to the deadline. Right now we're sitting around 30 to 40 viewers pretty consistently. Let's see if we can get that number bumped up a little bit, shall we? Come on, guys. Hang around, join us. I know you guys are probably working on a Tuesday, but hang with us here on YouTube, and we'll keep you guys updated with the latest from the MLB trade deadline. Here's some news from Rangers Blake. Moment of silence for a former employee who passed away. Okay. All right. So 3.5 hours here till the deadline. What could we see in store here? The 50 trade deadline candidates here from MLB Trade Rumors. Link to an old story from the 2018 LA Times. Okay. I think I know what you're getting at here as far as their goal for Ohtani. I think is what you're trying to get at there, Scarlet and Blue. But looking at the trade deadline list here from MLB Trade Rumors anyway. Let's start at the top. Jordan Montgomery already off the board, gone to the Texas Rangers. Candelario to the Cubs. Lorenzen's had his name bandied about. I think that's still very likely he ends up going to the Orioles or to the Houston Astros. I don't think the Astros are going to get Justin Verlander's deal ultimately done, so I think Lorenzen, they might ultimately outbid the Baltimore Orioles for him, at which point the Baltimore Orioles are going to have to figure out something for their starting rotation. I thought Rich Hill could be a fit there, but he has since been moved on to the San Diego Padres. Maybe Blake Snell gets moved there because of his availability, but they're looking for controllable starters. The Reds and Orioles, I think, are the two teams probably most in on Dylan Cease's market right now. Tommy Pham of the Mets is 4, kind of an outfield bat. Not really going to move the needle, though, in my estimation. Flaherty is the top Cardinals starting pitcher on the market right now. If I had to handicap his market, I would say Marlins, Reds, Diamondbacks, and Dodgers all in the mix for him. Jordan Hicks has already moved on to the Jays. Eduardo Rodriguez seems to be destined right now for the LA Dodgers. About whether or not he's going to waive his no trade, if they can get the deal to be agreed to. Tigers are playing hardball with their starters right now, but they will move those two starters. Dylan Carlson makes the list at number 8. I think he's probably one of the outfielders that they might actually hold on to for St. Louis. I think they'll move Tyler O'Neill first, but if the Yankees decide to go ahead and add that corner outfielder, if they decide to go ahead and make that investment right now with the injury to Bo Bichette, if they see an opportunity, maybe Dylan Carlson is that opportunity to improve themselves before the deadline. Number 9, Scott Barlow, high walk rate. ERA is a little bit high as well. Good strikeout numbers, though. He's going to be moved here at the deadline. I'm just not sure it's going to be for the return the Royals fans would like. But he's expected to move here at the deadline. Mark Canha already been moved on to the Brewers. DeYoung's been moved to the Jays. Stratton to the Rangers. Paul Sewald, anyway, has been moved to the Diamondbacks. And then you get to the two Padres. These two guys are going to command a healthy return if they get moved, and I think they actually will here at the deadline. There's too much smoke around what the Padres are doing as far as buying and selling for me not to believe that they're going to be doing something significant. Rich Hill, while a nice move, is not significant. He's kind of a fill-in, kind of back-end type of a starter. He would fill in a rotation spot for Blake Snell without having them lose too much production. He hasn't had a great year, Rich Hill, anyway. And, that's why the prospect return wasn't exactly great. The return for Snell, the return for Hader, would really help the San Diego Padres reset their farm system after basically having it gutted with all the trades they've made over the last couple of years. They can't afford to lose Blake Snell for nothing except for a compensation pick in free agency. Same thing for Hader, although I think there's a better chance that Hader ultimately re-signs with the Padres. But if I'm the Padres, I try to get those two pieces to stay on my team. Teoscar Hernandez, that's been the piece that's been linked heavily to the Toronto Blue Jays over the last hour. We'll see if they ultimately get that deal done. Seth Lugo's drawing some interest, but I don't think they'll move him. I think they're going to try to trade those guys at the top of the market. Keenan Middleton, that's been mentioned now by Joel Sherman a couple of times in the last 30 minutes. I'm sure his market is starting to get going, but I'm wondering if the White Sox are trying to get that Dylan Cease thing done first, if they're going to trade him, and if they don't, or if they trade him, then they'll move on to the other guys on the roster like Grandal, like Middleton, like Anderson, those types of pieces. I think Cease is the biggest fish that they could move here at the deadline, and they're focusing all their attention on that right now. Grichuk and Crone have already moved on to the Angels. Hand has already moved on to the Braves. Suter is the one piece that's been linked to the Texas Rangers as a bullpen piece. If Hader is not moved, maybe other teams will circle around to Brent Suter. He's not exactly the most impactful piece here at the deadline, but can help out any bullpen right now. Brooks Raley has been mentioned as a trade target here for the better part of a month now. He had a better ERA, say 3 weeks ago. He's had a few too many walks. His ERA started to climb. He's got 1 year left to control. I think a team like the Padres makes some sense as kind of that buy and sell thing we were just talking about with Blake Snell and Rich Hill. I think something similar could happen there with Brooks Raley or Adam Ottavino. Tim Anderson, I think, has had a nice resurgent second half, but he's been brutal in the first half. I think they'd be better off holding on to him and getting better value for him in a trade after the season or at the trade deadline next year. Gallegos for the Cardinals could be one of those, surprise type moves that, maybe a team overwhelms him for Gallegos. He's got good talent, but the Cardinals have invested so much in him, and he's got some control left. It's going to cost a pretty penny to get him. Blackburn doesn't really move the needle for me at all. I don't really trust pretty much any of the Oakland A's starting pitchers. Sorry, I just don't think they're going to help any team aside from maybe get them middle relief. Those types of things, save their top-end bullpen options. Then you get to the Mets guys, Verlander and Scherzer. Scherzer's already gone on to Texas. Verlander, as I said, I don't think he's going to be able to be moved. Way too complicated of a trade for it to happen right now. If by some miracle the Astros figure out the money, they figure out the prospects, they get the ownership to sign off on it, Crane and Verlander speak. Crane smooths things over with Verlander, and Verlander finally waives his no trade to go to Houston. That's a lot to have happen in 3.5 hours. But if they get it done, great on them. I just don't think they will. Welcome in, Rebel. I try to be pretty clear about my favorite team. My favorite team is the Texas Rangers. Two links as to why Ohtani bid for Rangers is 100% for sure. Could end up worthless now, but who knows? Yeah. All right. Moving on, Cubs are not trading Bellinger. They already said as much. They're not going to trade Stroman. Tigers have a couple of relievers to move here as well on top of their starters. I think they could be moved as kind of a package deal. Include Rodriguez and Shreve going to L.A., or maybe Lorenzen and Cisneros go to Houston because they're looking for some bullpen and starting pitching. Rich Hill goes to the Padres. We just saw that one. Quintana, I don't think, has been healthy enough to be moved and has too much money left on his deal. Finnegan will be moved. I think a package deal of Lane Thomas and Finnegan would be great for the Philadelphia Phillies. I know we got some Phillies fans among us. So if you guys get a package like that, I think it solves your need at the back end of the bullpen. I still think you could use a fringe type of starter, but Lane Thomas would be a nice get for you, help you out defensively, at least in a corner outfield spot, allow Schwarber to DH, Harper to play first, and get healthy that way. But I think that would be a great package for the Philadelphia Phillies. I think the Phillies, because they have Dombrowski as their GM, they would overpay for that package, which is what it's going to take for Lane Thomas, because he had a great April, not so great May, June, July, and that's why we've seen some regression, and other teams are not going to value him the same that the Nationals will. But however, when you're looking at the Philadelphia Phillies, they're trying to compete, they're trying to win right now, and so that's why I think a trade where Finnegan and Lane Thomas end up being sent to the Phillies makes a lot of sense. Like the Padres, are you thinking any trades for them? I'm thinking the Padres are going to sell here at the deadline now that they've made an addition of Rich Hill. I think it'd be great for them to go ahead and capitalize on this market. I think it'd be fantastic for them to recoup some of that value. I think Snell's value is really high on the market right now. A sub-1 ERA over 11 starts. He's been dominant. And the Padres are certainly going to feel his loss, but Hill at least would take his spot in the rotation, at least keep them competitive. And if this team can actually get out of their own way, maybe a trade of one of their top pieces would shake that locker room up to be able to get them moving in the right direction. Bummer is another piece that could be moved from the White Sox, but it sounds like they want to hold on to him. Same thing for Alex Lang for the Tigers, but both teams could be overwhelmed for those pieces. I was thinking about Alex Lang possibly going to the Atlanta Braves since they're very familiar with each other's systems. But after the trade for Brad Hand, I don't see Lang getting traded to the Braves, and I don't see Lang getting moved at all at this point. On to the Mets. We look at Carlos Carrasco. It hasn't pitched well enough, and there's too much money on his deal. Maybe a trade back to the Guardians if the Mets eat all of it, and the Guardians don't have to give up literally anything of serious value. Literally just a homecoming for Carrasco is the only thing I could see happening on Carrasco's front. As for Ottavino, I think he could be one of the candidates to go back to the Padres. If they trade Josh Hader, they can put Ottavino in that setup role, and Suarez could be their closer. Lane Thomas, we just talked about him, possibly as a package deal with Finnegan. Elias Diaz, we've talked a little bit about the catching market today, but not a whole lot. There's not a whole lot of movement there. Salvador Perez is probably the biggest name that you guys might recognize. Sounded like there was going to be a fit with the Miami Marlins, but the Royals have said they're not going to trade him. That leaves you with catchers on the market, Omar Narvaez, Elias Diaz, possibly a Wilson Contreras if the Cardinals can get somebody to bite down on that contract. I'm sure they would love for literally anybody to take that contract off their hands. And Yasmani Grandal of the White Sox, who are a seller at this point. Aaron Savali, 43 on their list, should not have been this low. Guardians decide to go ahead and sell here at the deadline and capitalize on his value. They acquire the number 37 prospect in the game for him. Joey Bart from the Giants just needs a change of scenery. He's not going to move the needle for anybody. Cubs aren't trading their relievers. Jonathan India could be the key piece in a return for a guy like Logan Gilbert, Mitch Keller, Dylan Cease, etc. Reds are going to add a starting pitcher. They're looking at those controllable starters before they circle back to the rental market. And that's part of what I think is holding up the trade market right now. I don't think it's Justin Verlander anymore. I think it's turned to guys like Eduardo Rodriguez. I think it's turned to guys like Dylan Cease. those types of pieces. And I think that's what we're seeing is the trade market start to turn towards. We're 3.5 hours less, 3 hours and 28 minutes now until the trade deadline. We shall see what ultimately happens. Duval, we've mentioned a few times, Braves and Phillies, the most likely opportunities there. Had a pinch hit at bat against the Mariners in what was probably his final at bat as a member of the Red Sox. They need to free up some roster space for the pieces they're getting back from within their team that are coming off the injured list, like Trevor Story, like Chris Sale, etc. Then you get to the Pirates guys. I don't think there's any chance Mitch Keller gets moved unless they're absolutely blown away. I don't think that'll happen. But David Bednar, I think, has a legitimate chance to be traded. I'm basing this strictly on the fact that the Rangers are absolutely all in right now on this season. And they need some some relief pitching still. They need a really good right-handed reliever. They've got two top-end lefties. You've got Will Smith and Aroldis Chapman from the left side. I believe that the Josh Hader addition, while it would be great for them, he's another lefty. He's different enough to where it's three different looks on the left-hand side, but David Bednar would give them a different look from the right-handed side. They have had, or according to Evan Grant, there would be interest anyway in the front office from the Texas Rangers in Austin Hedges as well. The Rangers have the talent to be able to make that type of a move and it not hurt their farm system for the long term. They got international bonus pool money back in the trade for Jordan Montgomery as well, so they can replenish that farm system a little bit as well. So if I'm a Rangers fan, I'm holding out hope that they get one of these top-end relief options out there. Bednar and Hader are the two top ones out there. The question is, will either of them be moved? If I'm the Padres right now, the addition of Rich Hill gives me the flexibility to go out there and make a move and capitalize on the market for starting pitching for Blake Snell. I think they could do something very similar for a guy like Josh Hader. Maybe bring in Rayleigh, Middleton, or Ottavino, something like that to help fill that bullpen spot that Hader had. But Suarez would then become their closer. But really curious to see what the Pirates ultimately do. I think Bednar, now's the best time to capitalize on his value. I don't think it's going to get much higher. I think it'll be very similar value in the offseason. The trade deadline next year, I think at that point they're going to be a winning team, and then they're not going to want to trade him. So we'll see. Appreciate you, Rebel. You have a great time. Thank you guys for joining us today. We're going to be live for you guys, though, all day long through the MLB trade deadline. Trade deadline is 5 o'clock Central, 6 on the East Coast. So make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe. If you guys got to step away for work, I understand. I know it's a busy Tuesday around the world. It's not just baseball going on, so there are other things going on. I'm very curious to see what this deadline ultimately shakes out as here at the deadline. Other pieces to watch around the trade deadline, we haven't really touched on these guys. The A's have some smaller pieces that could go. Seth Brown could help a team as a bench bat. Tony Kemp, same kind of thing from a speed perspective. Ramon Laureano, don't think he moves. Sam Moll, we saw moved as well to the Reds. Joe Adell, his prospect status, maybe the Angels need one more piece. Odell could be the piece that goes. With the rise of a guy like Chas McCormick, a guy like Jake Myers could be the odd man out for the Astros. Looking at the Blue Jays, I don't think that they move Espinal. Brewers could move a backup catcher in Caratini, not really going to do anything there. You look at the Cardinals, Helsley's injured right now. Burleson could get you something decent, I suppose, but I'm not really interested in any of those pieces right now at the top of the market for the Cardinals. I'm looking at Flaherty. I'm looking at O'Neill. I'm looking at Carlson for trades first, and then maybe even to the extent of a Contreras type of a trade. The Cubs are not going to move these guys right now. The Giants are not going to move their starting pitcher, Alex Wood, after the injury to DeSclafani. The Mariners have some controllable starting pitchers and a catcher who would be right at the top of the market if they decided to move him. Another controllable starting pitcher here. Mariners, if they decide to go the route of trading one of those controllable starters to a team like Cincinnati, they could really reset some of their infield prospect depth, really get some high on base guys there. The Mets are in sell mode right now. Narvaez makes some sense as a backup catcher. Nationals are going to make some trades here. Trevor Williams may be a backup, or may be a fifth starter for somebody, a spot starter, a long reliever out of the bullpen. Padres have a couple of guys that they could move in addition to Snell, Lugo, and Hader. Nick Martinez, they mentioned, and Luis Garcia. I don't see Garcia being moved at all. Martinez, I think he's kind of the prototypical San Diego Padre for what they like right now. Seth Lugo kind of fits in that same category. Guys who can both start and pitch out of the bullpen. Pirates, we just saw that they moved G-Man Choi. We just talked about Austin Hedges. The Texas Rangers have been connected to him, at least through Evan Grant. And Holderman has been getting some calls as well from the Pirates. The Red Sox, we talked about Adam Duvall. We haven't talked about James Paxton, though. I think he could be another piece that could be added here at the trade deadline for a team that's looking for a depth option out of the bullpen or a number 5 type starter to get some length out of. You turn to the Reds. They got a couple of middle infield guys, Senzel, Kevin Newman, and then you got all their prospects that they could deal from. Rockies have a number of pieces that could be, into the bench type guys. Jurickson Profar was with the Padres last year, performed very well. The Royals, we've already seen them move on from Nicky Lopez. I don't think Matt Duffy moves the needle for anybody. Brady Singer could be a controllable starter somebody would have interest in. Tigers, I think pretty much anybody on the Tigers outside of Riley Green has a chance to be moved if the right deal comes along. Twins, Kepler and Larinich. We talked about Sonny Gray and Kenta Maeda as well. They put them on the block. They're looking for offense right now, and I don't think they consider themselves a World Series favorite. So I think this is more of a retooling for the Twins, trying to get some control back for the pitchers that they have on the market. Then you get to the White Sox, who are absolutely in sell mode. Yasmani Grandal for the catching market. We mentioned his name as a fit for possibly going to Texas to fill the void left by Jonah Heim. Michael Kopech, I still think the White Sox have too much invested in him to really trade him. And then Santos, they could move as well. You go to the Yankees, we've talked a lot about the Miami Marlins and Gleyber Torres. That seems to be the best market there. Maybe Wandy Peralta would help them get the piece they want from the Marlins in return in Cabrera. But we shall see what the market ultimately holds. But that's where we are at right now. Let's go ahead and refresh our page here and see what's happening. Royals entertained offers for Salvador Perez, according to Joel Sherman. It's not completely dead, but it's not likely that he is moved. Marlins are said to be one of the most interested teams. Orioles are working hard to acquire a starting pitcher. If anyone has the prospects to get it done, it is them. Very, very true. But again, it's the Orioles. They're looking for some starters. They don't want to trade the top of their prospect pool unless they're getting control back. That's why the Tigers played such hardball with them, because they want those top prospects from the O's in return. John Heyman, a little late on this one, buddy. Blue Jays checked in Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, but DeYoung was acquired. Presumably IKF no longer fits. Jays sought shortstop depth with star Bo Bichette out. Okay, so this is the first time we're actually hearing some news on the health of Bo Bichette. They're saying he's not expected to be out too long. So breathe a hefty sigh of relief anyway if you're the Jays. That's the first sign of any news as far as the health of Bo Bichette. I thought maybe you're looking 15 to a 60-day IL stint. With that news, I think you're looking more of a 15-day. DeYoung fills that perfectly, and I think the Toronto Blue Jays still considered the favorites for that final wild card spot. So good news there if you're a Blue Jays fan. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was never going to go to the Blue Jays. It was never going to be Yankees helping out the Blue Jays beat them for that final wild card spot. Teams calling about Carlson, but unlikely to move unless they get young starting pitcher back that's already Major League ready. Let's refresh once again here. Nothing there. And once again here. White Sox listening to offers on Dylan Cease. Let's go ahead and do another Dylan Cease type of trade. We made one earlier with Dylan Cease going to the Reds. Let's do one with him going to the Orioles. The Reds and Orioles both looking for controllable starting pitchers. So White Sox and Orioles, what would it take to get this deal done? First, looking at the White Sox. Let's get Dylan Cease in there. There's Dylan Cease. You go to the Orioles. What would they have to give up in order to get a prospect or to get Dylan Cease in their barn? I think you're going to have to include one of these young players. Like Hurstad has been one of the names they've held out of the Eduardo Rodriguez talks. Cowser's another. I don't think they move Cowser. I think Hurstad is probably the best prospect you could hope for Dylan Cease right now. So let's go ahead and include him as kind of the headliner of the package. And then you're going to have to get some more young guys here. Let's go ahead and get the catcher, Basayo. Now, the White Sox have already gotten a couple of catching prospects in the deals they've made over the past couple of days. I don't think they care about position right now. I think they just want talent, period. So what else could they get out of this? I think you're probably going to have to include another top prospect here. I don't think they have the lower level prospects to be able to get it done. Where's Hall? There's Hall. So let's look at what the trade package looks like so far. Not a bad package here. You get a top-end catching prospect, you get Hurstad as well, and you get DL Hall. That's 3 really good prospects from a deep Orioles system for Dylan Cease. I think you'd have to throw in one more prospect on the Orioles side to be able to get this deal done, but that's about what it would take for the Orioles to make this type of a trade. Now, based on our package that we made earlier with the Reds, which package would you rather have if you're the White Sox? Position player, middle infielder heavy package with the Reds, or would you rather go outfield, catcher, and starting pitcher with the Orioles? Really curious to see which way the White Sox ultimately decide to go, but it's going to be a very active deadline. Even still for the White Sox, I think Cease is holding up the market as far as the controllable starters, but it's also holding up the rental market as well, because the Orioles would rather have one of these controllable starters than Eduardo Rodriguez, than a Michael Lorenzen. But in case you guys are just joining us, we've seen a few trades go down today. Brad Hand goes to Atlanta. We've seen the San Diego Padres pick up Rich Hill. We've seen the Jays pick up a guy like Paul DeYoung. Sounds like the Jays are also going to get Teoscar Hernandez as well at some point. But the biggest trades have yet to come. We haven't seen Justin Verlander move. We haven't seen Dylan Cease move. And I don't think we're going to get a Justin Verlander trade at this point. There's only about 3 hours and 15 minutes left until the trade deadline. I just don't think there's enough time to really get that type of a deal done, unless they're really working at it underneath, behind the scenes. And I just don't think that the prospect packages are going to be able to get agreed to. The money's going to get agreed to in order for Verlander to get traded here at the deadline. Shohei Ohtani would have been the biggest piece that would have been available here at the deadline. I still think it would have been the right decision for them to trade him 2 years ago, a year ago, this offseason, even now. But they're going to go ahead and hold on to him. They would have gotten a massive prospect package back, but the Angels organization decided to spend from what's left of their farm system and basically just put it all on rental guys and Shohei Ohtani, who might leave after the season. I just don't think that strategy is going to work. I think the Angels will be what the A's are this year for the next 5 years if Ohtani does not come back. And that's a really big if right now because, again, other teams are expected to bid more than them for Shohei after this season. The Dodgers have been basically planning for Shohei's free agency for the better part of 3 years. The Mets have Steve Cohen. They're going to outbid pretty much everybody on the market anyway for whatever free agent target that they want. And I think Steve Cohen would make an exception for Shohei Ohtani as far as the length of the deal because they would rather go for short-term options. But for the Angels side of it, I just don't see the math as far as why it makes sense for them to make a run, even if they make it to a wild card spot. Best case scenario, say that happens, I'm still not sure that Ohtani ultimately stays. And with as valuable as a piece as he is, you can't risk just losing him for a compensation pick. So that's where we stand here with the Ohtani market. Let's check in, see if anything else is breaking at the moment. Holy smokes! Justin Verlander. Literally, I just finished talking about Justin Verlander probably not getting moved. And boom. Bob Nightingale says Justin Verlander has been traded to the Astros. Wow. They hadn't agreed on the players yet. I'm curious to see if this is actually a done trade or not. Wow. Justin Verlander to the Astros. Wow. I mean, they were the team that was at least discussing Verlander the most among the teams out there. I thought the Dodgers all along would have been the favorite just because there's more hurdles to clear with the Astros to try to get that deal done. But what a move this is for them to be able to bring in Justin Verlander. I think this is a great answer for the moves the Rangers have done. It's going to be a dogfight now in the AL West. I still think the Rangers have one more move in them for either a bullpen arm or a bat. But what an addition to the Astros this is. Let's go ahead and refresh it and see if we're getting anything here. Verlander deal is done. Wow. They must have really been working behind the scenes to get this type of a deal done because they had not agreed to the prospect package going back. Just thinking off the top of my head what it's going to have to be, Verlander is going to have to be traded for something that includes Gilbert, Baez, and a couple other prospects. The Mets are going to have to eat something like $36 million. Verlander, are they going to have him pick or go ahead and have that vesting option become guaranteed? All of those things we're going to have to see how they flushed out. But wow. Really curious to see what the package is and how much money they're going to get done. Wow. That's the first shocking trade of the day for me is Justin Verlander to the Astros. A few days ago, I would have said this is a possibility, but I still consider the Dodgers the favorite. Before the Rangers made the trade for Scherzer, I would have said Verlander more likely for the Rangers. They go and get Scherzer, they add Montgomery. They were still in there, supposedly, according to Ken Rosenthal, at least checking in on him as late as Sunday night and Monday morning. Verlander, they supposedly were talking about this deal late last night with the Houston Astros. They hadn't agreed on the players that would be done, but it sounds like the money they supposedly had somewhat worked out. Did they have the Verlander consent already agreed to as well? Did he waive his no trade? What did they figure out about the vesting option? All big things that had to be resolved with that Justin Verlander contract. I'm wondering a couple hours ago when we got the news that Verlander, and they hadn't, or according from John Heyman, I think was the one who sent out that tweet, that they hadn't agreed on the players yet at that time. I wonder if they were already working through back channels with Justin Verlander's camp about, hey, would you be willing to waive your no trade to come to Houston once again? I'm wondering if the ownership group from Houston, Jim Crane specifically, reached out to Justin Verlander to see what the deal is here. The trade for Justin Verlander here, though, makes me wonder what else is going to go from the New York Mets. I wonder if this opens up the floodgates now for the rest of the roster, thinking specifically of Pete Alonso. He would be the biggest offensive piece available here at the deadline. I wonder if he now becomes available with the loss of Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer, David Robertson, and Canna. More pieces are expected to go, like Rayleigh, Ottavino. They could really clear the decks there in New York and really start from scratch in free agency this off season. Told you the Dodgers weren't interested. Well, I think the Dodgers were interested, but I think they realized, the prospect cost there, that they'd rather just go with Eduardo Rodriguez instead. Do you think the Brewers will try to get a veteran second baseman? Sure. I think they'd try to get a veteran middle infielder type player. Second base specifically, probably not. I think they'll try to get a multi-utility player more than anything else. Think Jace Peterson type of player. Does this make Dylan Cease's value rise? No, I don't think it actually increases his value overall. I still think the White Sox had a sky-high value on him anyway, but Verlander to the Astros. Verlander to the Astros. Still waiting on the return, still waiting on the numbers. Everybody tweeting about it now. I'm very curious for what this means for Pete Alonso. Does Pete Alonso immediately go to his nearest reporter and say, hey, give me your camera. Look directly into the camera and say, trade me. Get me out of here. I wonder if that's what's next for Pete Alonso. I did not think they would have traded both with this close to the deadline, as close as we are. The Mets may really try to reset everything at this point. I'm just curious what the return is. I'm still waiting to see. Let's look at the prospect package that the Astros could even offer. Top 100 guys, they have one, Drew Gilbert. That would at least give you a headliner for the package. Let's look at the team. Drew Gilbert's your number one, Melton is your number two, Barber's your number three, Clifford your number four. Outfield, 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 outfield. And their hottest prospect is Baez, another outfielder as well. So I wonder what prospects they ultimately gave up here. Did they give up the future of Forrest Whitley, who is a former top prospect, really struggled over the last year or so? He's one of the few prospects that hasn't worked out. There's the Baez prospect I mentioned. 2 minor leaguers is what you're saying, JG. Let's see. There it is, the return there. 2 minor leaguers, according to Bob Nightingale. What 2 minor leaguers? I'm guessing Gilbert and Baez, if I had to guess. I want to know the money, though, here, and what are they going to do with the option as well. So 2 minor leaguers has to include, in my opinion, Gilbert and Baez. I wonder if they were able to do it with something less, or if they go Gilbert and Whitley. Let's refresh it again just to see if we can get that return. Nobody has the return yet. But this is Major League Baseball's trade deadline, everybody. Justin Verlander actually does get moved. I think this kind of puts the ball back in Texas's court as to what they're going to do here at the deadline. They've really made some nice additions, but Verlander, I think, stabilizes that rotation for them. I think that gets you some comfort with Valdez, Framber Valdez, with having somebody that he's familiar with to kind of lean on in that rotation. I wonder if Valdez is the ace or Verlander is the ace, but in either event, this really solidifies that staff in my estimation. I still think Houston could go out there and add one more bullpen arm as well. Still waiting for the return. No comment yet on it. But I'm with you, Declan. I can't believe that Verlander got traded, let alone to the Astros. I'm just curious to see how much money they're eating. I'd imagine with Jim Crane saying before the season that he's not worth a one-year deal on $25 million. I'm wondering how Jim Crane smoothed that over with Justin Verlander to accept the trade to Houston, and I'm wondering how much money the Mets had to eat to make it palatable for Jim Crane. Wow. Holy smokes. Verlander goes to Houston. I think the World Series right now probably runs through the AL West. I really like what the Rays did by bringing in Savali. I just don't think their power is going to hold up. I really like the pitchers that they do have. I just think their lineup's really not going to have enough once we get to the postseason, even though they played well over the last few days. But I just don't think they have enough offensively for Baltimore. I liked them more than I do the Rays. I thought they would have to add a starting pitcher, and I still think they will. But for right now, I think the American League West is where the World Series is going to be played through. I think it's either going to be Texas or Houston at this point. Before the Houston Verlander trade, I would have said Texas probably the most likely World Series team. But I think it's got to be neck and neck now with Verlander going back to Houston. MLB Network showing the list of players the Mets have traded away. Verlander, Scherzer, Canha, Robertson, Escobar. And they're still going to trade Rayleigh. I expect they'll probably trade Ottavino as well. Pham has interest around the league as well. But I'm wondering, if I'm a guy like Pete Alonso, I'm looking at my screen on MLB Network, and I'm like, we traded our number one and our number two starter. Sure, we have Kodai Senga, but we have Steve Cohen as our owner. Do I want to be here for as rough of a second half as this is going to be? Let's see if we got the return yet on Twitter. It is Drew Gilbert plus one other prospect, and it's still not known how much is going to the Astros for him as well. Drew Gilbert is the top 100 prospect that kind of fills that quota for them. I think that the Astros we're going to have to include a secondary prospect because Acuna is a better prospect than Gilbert was, at least in the Scherzer trade. So that's why I thought they would have to include somebody else in here, like a Baez or a Whitley. I'm still curious how much money they ended up eating as well. But Drew Gilbert is one of the pieces going back in the trade. Yes, JG, Drew Gilbert is one of them. Appreciate you guys joining us here at the Upside. We're going to be live for you guys for at least the next 3.5 hours as we break down the entire trade deadline, every single deal as it happens. Right now, let's just assume about $30+ million is eaten from this deal. I'd say this is an absolute home run for the Houston Astros to be able to get this deal done. Plus, they're going to have him for another year after this and probably to his age 43 season. But how much money is really going to be eaten up by the Mets here? That's my biggest question. Because this is probably the last bits of the title window right now for Houston. They're trying to pry that window open a little longer. Hold it open as long as they can. But this is certainly a step in the right direction, at least for this pennant race and probably next year as well. I'm not sure how good of a pitcher. I don't think anybody knows how good of a pitcher Justin Verlander is going to be after this. Thank you for the hearts. Make sure you send those. Interact with our chat. It really does help us out. Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already. But Drew Gilbert is part of the return for Justin Verlander, number 68 overall according to MLB Pipeline. Still waiting for the second player in that return and the money. Verlander and Scherzer allowed not to like each other again. What a Game 7 that would possibly be for an American League Championship Series. Scherzer for the Rangers and Verlander for the Houston Astros. That would be fantastic. Must-see TV. Wow. MLB Network changing out the crew right now in their home stretch for the trade deadline here. I have not changed out crew. It's a one-man show here. We'll be live with you guys all day long. Wow. I'm just surprised that the Astros actually got it done. Okay, I take that back. I'm almost floored they got it done this late. Surprised if they would have gotten it done, say, Sunday or Monday. I'm floored they got it done this late to this close to the bell. Now I think this could really get things going on the starting pitching market as well. Houston's one team off the list for these other teams to try to use as leverage in negotiations. So I think the prices might finally start dropping now for guys like Michael Lorenzen, for guys like Eduardo Rodriguez. I think now we're quickly going to see stuff on guys like Eduardo Rodriguez to the Dodgers, Michael Lorenzen to the O's. Wiping the ledger clean. David Stearns possibly being the new Mets boss. Possibly. I like this tweet from Evan Grant. The Astros up the stakes. Do the Rangers react to it? I'm not sure if it's so much of as a reaction. I think the Rangers were already in. The question is, do you think you've still done enough now that Houston's upgraded their team as well? We knew Houston was probably going to add a starter. We figured it'd probably be of somebody of the talent level of Michael Lorenzen or better. But I still think the Rangers were still in the market for a bullpen arm, and I still think they're in the market for a bat. Do I think this changes things for the Rangers? Probably not. I do think it creates greater impetus for the Rangers to be able to get one of those things done and not just bide their time. But Chris Young has not been one to just shy away from making a deal as of yet. He's done a great job getting this team all the way into contention from where they were a year and a half ago, bringing in Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, Andrew Heaney, Aroldis Chapman, Max Scherzer, Jordan Montgomery, Chris Stratton. Curious to see what the next move is Chris Young makes. Sending their best prospect to the Mets and a fringe prospect. So maybe not a great return for the Mets. I wonder if they didn't include all the money that they originally thought. So maybe not $30 million going back to the Mets. You might be looking at something like $20 million going from the Mets to the Astros here. But yeah, Gilbert was going to be your center fielder of the future. You've had a lot of great success developing from that pipeline. And now that pipeline is almost completely barren at this point. It's going to be a few years to rebuild that system. You're going to have to hope Verlander's good for this year, next year, and for his vesting option year of 25. Still waiting for the finishing numbers on this, what the actual trade looks like. Drew Gilbert is the key piece going back to the Mets here. Just looking at where the Mets currently are. Let's go to the top 100 here. And you can just see where the Mets franchise ranks with some of their prospects here. They got Pareda, Acuna. They just got in the trade with the Texas Rangers. They got Mauricio. They got Jet Williams. Outside of that, they really didn't have much in their farm system. So this really jumps up their farm system. They add another top prospect here. That gives them 5 top 100 prospects in the game. I wonder if they trade Pete Alonso, if they could add another top 100 prospect here and really reset things and then go into free agency and spend to make that major league team look really good. So we'll see what ultimately happens. Looking at the Mets prospects as a whole, there's your prospect pool for the Mets right there. And what they're going to be adding to it is Gilbert. And let's refresh and see if they got that fringe prospect that they're adding here. First round selection, 22 overall in the 22 draft. Yes, we knew that. Come on, give us that second prospect and the money already. I think the industry is kind of waiting to see, what the price was here, and then they're going to move very quickly after this. There's only 2 hours and 57 minutes left until the MLB trade deadline. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe button on the video. Comment in the chat if you'd like. Participate in the chat. Like some comments. Send some hearts. Those kinds of things. It really does help generate some buzz here. So we appreciate those of you who stuck with us all day long. We just crossed the 6-hour mark. And yes, I've been sitting here for 6 hours. It feels like it. We're going to take just a minute, kind of stretch our legs, and kind of track down the rest of this Verlander news. We'll be back in about 90 seconds for you guys. But what a trade deadline it is. Justin Verlander traded to the Houston Astros. Seen a few other trades today. DeYoung goes to the St. Louis Cardinals. Brad Hand goes to the Atlanta Braves. Dodgers have made a couple of moves as well. They're expected to add another one. Let's see if we got the second piece of this. Ryan Clifford is the second piece going the other way. So looking at the Astros board here, they said minor prospect. That's the number 4 prospect in the Astros system. Fringe. Come on, man. Come on. Fringe. You gave up 2 premium prospects out of your system. 2 of your top 5. Come on. Who said fringe? I want to look at who said fringe. Come on, Nightingale. I'm disappointed. Fringe? He's 20 years old. Fringe? Wow, that's got to give you some motivation. He was another draft pick from the 22 class for the Houston Astros, 11th round pick. Let's see, look at his numbers here. Played for 2 teams so far this year, absolutely crushing the ball. In high A right now, he has a 547 OPS, or slugging, and a 903 OPS. Fringe? Astros gave up some premium talent and really are emptying out what's left of the upper echelon of their farm system right now. Mets get a couple of really nice prospects here for Verlander. Wow. Wow. Just what a move. But as I said, we'll be back in just a moment. Let everybody kind of stretch our legs, rest a minute, and we'll be back in about 90 seconds. Do you think Houston is done trading? I don't. I still think they're going to be looking for one bullpen piece. They would like a bat as well, but I think they're looking for a bullpen piece. They could go out there and add both of those on the fringes right at the deadline. But right now, I think the big shopping for the Houston Astros is done. But I think we're going to see a flurry of activity here in the next 30 minutes. Let's kind of stretch our legs and prepare ourselves for the stretch run here for the deadline. We are 2 hours and 55 minutes away from the deadline. We've been live with you guys for 6 consecutive hours. So we appreciate you guys joining us here today. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe button on the video. We'll be live with you guys through the deadline till about 6:30 Central Time, breaking down every single deal, trade grades, and then tonight at 8:30, we will have a recap show for you guys as well. But again, we'll be back in about 90 seconds. See you shortly. And welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. Major League Baseball's trade deadline is right now, pretty much. We got 2 hours and 52 minutes left until the deadline, and we have our biggest surprise here at the deadline. After we had told you here at the Upside that the window was closing for a Justin Verlander trade, that they weren't likely to get one done, it'd be an absolute flooring trade if it got done. Well, I'm floored. The Houston Astros have gotten the trade done and done the impossible and convinced Justin Verlander to return to the Houston Astros. What a division the AL West has really become. It's been an arms race here at the trade deadline. Astros see the Rangers go out there and add Max Scherzer, Jordan Montgomery, Chris Stratton, and are still looking for bullpen upgrades, maybe even another starter and a bat. Meanwhile, the Houston Astros have been sitting idle. They're a very good team. They're climbing in the rankings, finally getting healthy as well. They are the defending World Series champions, so they do have that pedigree. You're going to have to beat the man to beat the man, as they say, or beat the man to be the man. Sorry about that one, but been live with you guys for 6 hours. Cut me a little slack, but we're having a great day here. Upside Sports Network. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Verlander goes from the New York Mets. I'm sure the Mets are going to eat a significant portion of that Verlander money. Curious to see what that vesting option on Verlander's contract is. Nightingale originally said it was going to be for one of the top prospects out of the Astros system and a fringe prospect. It's not a fringe prospect. They're getting the number 1 and number 4 prospects out of that Astros system. Astros really trying to cash in their chips on this title window right now. They realize their title window might be closing with other teams in the division gaining a little bit of ground on them, like the Texas Rangers. The Angels seem to be a little bit better. And if the Angels are able to retain Shohei Ohtani after this year, who's to say that in a couple of years' time that the Angels wouldn't be able to pass them? The Mariners look like they have some pieces that are really looking good for them. Luis Castillo looks like a horse for them. Robbie Ray is out for the year right now. He will be back. Jacob deGrom is out for the year. He will be back in the division. So things are going to be tougher for the Houston Astros than they ever have been in that division. It's not going to be as easy as it has been in the past. But what a trade for the New York Mets. They've really reshaped their entire their entire farm system with the trades of Scherzer and now of Justin Verlander, getting 2 top 100 guys in Luis Angel Acuna for Scherzer. They get a couple of really high-end prospects out of the Astros farm system as well. And I'm curious just how much money they're having to eat. I do like the comment that one of them makes here what was it they said here? About David Stearns, that they might be clearing the books for David Stearns to allow him to go out there and get the guys he wants in the offseason this year. I'm wondering if David Stearns ends up going to the Mets as well. This is more of a team that David Stearns could work with, a better farm system for the Major League team. He can build to whatever he sees fit. He doesn't necessarily have to go for the aging veterans like they did this year with Justin Verlander and like they did last year with Max Scherzer. Now they can have kind of a free, clear stretch here. No news, no Bo news. Yeah, we haven't seen any news on Bo Bichette, but according to John Heyman, it's not expected to be serious, so I'm expecting a 15-day IL stint for Bo Bichette. Do you think Houston is done trading? No. Thank you, Declan. I appreciate that. Do you think Houston is done trading? No. Did Bo die? No. All right, let's check in on some of these comments here, see if anything else is breaking at the moment. Let me flip the screen for you guys. There we go. Wow. Jim Callis of MLB that does the that helps with the MLB pipeline rankings. I said 1 and 4 out of that Houston Astros system. Guess what? When they do the updated systems for next week for the top 30 for the Houston Astros, guess what? It was going to be number 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1 and 2 out of that Houston Astros system. So great job by the New York Mets. I'm still curious how much money they're ultimately eating here. I still have yet to see the money. Royals and Marlins have talked again about a Salvador Perez trade. More sources saying it's not going to happen. I'm sure the Marlins would love to have something like that happen. It's not happening. But there's your big trade of the day. Justin Verlander goes from the New York Mets back to the Houston Astros for the second time in his career. The Houston Astros have traded for the veteran starting pitcher. Wow. Wow. I really like the assets that they're getting back as well. You look at Gilbert, you look at Clifford. They had Marte really regress this year, really showed a lot of his age this year. He's not going to be a long-term fixture of that team any longer. I think one of those pieces probably fits in the outfield for them at some point next year. I think there's a chance that they could even move another one of their outfielders here at the deadline like Pham. So there's going to be some openings, playing time for the Mets outfielders here with Clifford and Gilbert. Could have added another prospect and got Cease. Well, I don't think you could have gotten Cease for those two, though. I don't think even if you added a third piece, you would have been able to get it. Trade Values website says $32 million going back to match up the trade. I think anywhere between 30 and 35 eaten is a good guess. That's about what I was expecting as well. Welcome in, Evan. Welcome in, Shush. Who can the Rockies trade for? I don't think they're going to be trading for anybody. I think they're going to be trading away pieces more than anybody else and just hoping they can get lucky on some lottery tickets. It's going to be a while until the Rockies can be competitive. No Bader in the Yankees lineup. Not really worried about that one yet, but Bader is a piece that could be moved at the deadline. Could just be the way the lineup fell today. Alrighty. But wow, what a blockbuster to really get this trade deadline going now. Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer, both gone from the New York Mets. All that money they spent to rebuild that rotation and gone. What would it take for the Dodgers to get Mitch Keller? I think you're looking probably 3 premium starting pitching prospects and probably Bush as well. So Sheehan, Stone, another top-end starting pitching prospect, and a guy like Bush there would probably be enough to at least get the Pirates interested. Do I think it would ultimately get the deal done? I don't. I think the Pirates right now would rather trade a guy like David Bednar than Keller, and that's strictly because of the value of the position. Bednar could be a part of the next winning team for the Pirates, but I think they could capitalize on his value right now and really accelerate their growth. I don't think they'd be able to trade him once they're in contention, and so I think now might be a good option for them. You want them to get a guy like Javi Baez? I don't think anybody wants to touch that contract. You trying to recreate the 2016 Cubs with Chris Bryant and Javi Baez? No. Not happening. Not a chance. Not a good trade for either team. But wow, what a trade. Would have been number 1 and 2 in the Astros system next week when they release their new updated rankings. I'm wondering if they got 2 top 100 guys in Ryan Clifford as well. I'm wondering if they bumped him up that far. Wow. Let me flip it over here to the trade simulator here. Let me clear this off. Remember earlier today I was talking about Rich Hill and the acquisition that the Padres made, bringing him in would free them up to make some trades here at the deadline? I'm wondering with this addition, if the Rangers say, hey, we absolutely have to add to our bullpen. We need Bednar. We need Hader. One of those two has to be in our bullpen. If that's the case, would they do that trade we had made earlier? Let me put it up on the screen for you guys. Padres would move Snell to the Rangers. They would move Hader to the Rangers. And in return, the Rangers really overpay in my estimation, but they could afford to do so with this type of a trade. They would include guys like, let me get this flipped over there. They would include guys like Foscue, who doesn't have a future on this team as currently constructed, and Zavala. We'll go ahead and throw in a lower-level starting pitching prospect. They really decreased Cole Wynn's value over the last week or so anyway. Let's say they give up Cole Wynn. That's a lot of value. I mean, you're talking almost 3 times the value right now if you did something like that. Say that the Padres ate a little bit of this money so that they could stay underneath the tax and really go out there in free agency after the season and possibly re-sign Jordan Montgomery or whatever they decide to do. That would be another interesting move for Texas. But look at that trade package that they could do with still holding on to their top guys. Foscue, Wynn, and Zavala. Looking at the Rangers' top 30 prospects, let me pull them up. None of their top 5 would be touched in that trade. They would trade 6, they would trade 8, and they would trade 12. They just traded 11 and 14, and they traded Acuna, who was in their top 5 earlier, for Max Scherzer. But they wouldn't have to touch these top guys if they gave that good of a package back as far as volume. Foscue looks like an everyday second baseman in the major leagues right now. He could hit right now, major league pitching, wouldn't be a question. You could put him in there and start over Kim right now, and that would be an upgrade here at the deadline at second base for the Padres. Zavala, he would fill in one of those outfield spots that they've really struggled to find anybody besides Soto to fill out there, besides Tatis as well. Could he be your center fielder? Possibly, but I think he's more of a corner outfielder at this point. Cole Winn probably fills in at the back end of your starting rotation, and if you don't re-sign Rich Hill, maybe you start Cole Winn next year as your number 5 starter next season. But Justin Foscue would be the piece you'd be getting here. He's a fringe top 100 guy right on the outside of the top 100 looking in. Same thing with Harris, Zavala as well. Kumar Rocker's a top 200 guy in all of baseball. Wynn really was in that same top 100 as recent as a year and a half ago. Was in that top 150 as recent as this offseason. But he's really started to lose a lot of that steam as far as a prospect status. But we shall see. But look at that trade. I think if the Rangers do this as an answer to that Verlander trade, I think that would be a great move for them. You think Houston might still get a legit first baseman to replace Jose? Jose's got 3 years on that deal. You ain't going for a first baseman. Maybe if Pete Alonso gets to the market, it'd be a race between the Rangers and Astros, Dodgers to see who could get him. If San Francisco trade for Josh Bell, I think they're contenders for the series. What? Josh Bell does not move the needle that far, even in that division or in the wild card race, let alone for the World Series. Josh Bell's a good piece. At least he was with the Nationals before he was traded to San Diego. But I think he'd be a good addition for San Francisco, sure. Is he enough to clinch them the wild card? No. Is he enough to clinch them the division? No. Is he enough to clinch them a World Series berth? No. He's a good player, but he's not moving the needle for me. How do Americans react to ultra football fans in Europe, South America, and if all Americans have heard of such crazy fans, do they know how crazy they're? Okay. It's trade deadline, my friend. We can answer those types of questions after the deadline. Nightingale's story on the Houston Astros going all in here, and which is really what they did. They're trading their number 1 and number 2 prospects in their system, according to MLB Pipeline, to the Mets. I think Gilbert probably breaks camp with the Mets to start the season next year. I think this allows Nimmo to move off of center field. Gilbert goes into center. Clifford could be a corner outfield bat around trade deadline season next year. Joel Sherman says the team's looking at some catchers. Here, let me pull it back up here. I'll show it on the screen. Among teams looking at catchers, Rays, Diamondbacks, and Marlins. Austin Hedges sounds like a guy that's going to be traded. Not a good hitter at all, but is a very good receiver of the baseball. So teams who need some catcher, somebody who can handle a pitching staff, he might be a great fit for those teams. But wow. I like the way Bob Nightingale phrased his tweet here. The Astros are all in, trying to continue their dynasty by trading for Justin Verlander. The Mets are all out, gearing up for 2025 and beyond. I don't know about that. I still think they're still interested in competing in 24. Free agency, I think, is going to go crazy. Like I said, right when the trade broke, if I'm Pete Alonso, do I find the nearest reporter after I talk to the front office and say, hey, trade me? Come get me. I think right now the Mets front office would actually accommodate that trade request and would trade him if Alonso made the request. So we'll see if he hits the market. He instantly would be the biggest bat available and would net them another top 100 guy. Morosi tweets that the Mariners are not engaged in discussions on Logan Gilbert. Sounds like he is going to stay with the Mariners. We expected that all along. The Reds were really the only team that had a chance to get him, in my estimation. They had the pieces at least the Mariners were at least looking for. Funny how it works. 1 year after you trade away your middle infield prospects for Luis Castillo, and 1 year after you trade Luis Castillo to get your middle infield prospects, now the Mariners need those middle infield prospects back, and now Cincinnati needs a starting pitcher back. Do they just undo the Luis Castillo trade? But obviously not. Luis Castillo's found a home in Seattle, and now Cincinnati wants a younger starting pitcher. So kind of funny how 1 year later, Seattle goes from the buyer to the seller at the trade deadline with the same team. And the needs are literally the reverse of what they just gave up. I like this article here from Evan Grant. The Astros get Verlander. Do the Rangers answer with another big move at the deadline? I think it's very possible. Michael Marino. Whoa. So they're going to vest okay, so here's the news. I like that one. Good job, JG. They're going to pay the majority of the $93 million. That's why they get the 1 and 2 prospects. Verlander is going to be 43 when he's in that 2025 year. That's why they get the 1 and 2 prospects. But the interesting thing is, from what he's reporting here, is they're not going to be contending until 2025. 2025. Literally a couple of days after saying, this is not a rebuild. We are building for 2024. Posturing. That's literally what that means at this point. Wow. Here we go. Tigers are close to trading Michael Lorenzen to the Phillies. Infield prospect How Yu Lee is proposed as part of the proposed return heading to Detroit. Phillies adding a bullpen / starting piece here. I thought they'd be in on a bullpen piece, maybe a back-end starter. Lorenzen can be a bullpen piece, but he's kind of more of a 3 at this point. He's played that well. Tigers and Phillies, Dave Dombrowski's connection, of course, there. He was with the Tigers for all those years. Let's look at the Phillies prospects real quick. They're trading the number 5 prospect for them. Let me see what he was. Looks like an international sign from 2021. They still hold on to Painter, Abel, Crawford, and McGeary. I imagine they're going to include other pieces from that 5 to 10 group. But Michael Lorenzen, finally the rental starting pitching market is moving. We have a trade. Justin Verlander goes to Houston. Michael Lorenzen to the Phillies. I still think Philadelphia is going to have to add one outfielder here. We'll see what they do. But that information from Michael Marino, if true, that they're eating almost all of that 93 owed to Justin Verlander, to get the 1 and 2 prospects, what a great way to build your farm system and clear the books, at least from a 25-man roster perspective. Cubs getting Brooks Raley. Cubs do need some bullpen. They added Quas. I have not seen the tweet yet on Brooks Raley. Let me refresh once again. Not doubting you there, JG, but waiting for it to pop up here in our stream. I'm sure the Mets, now that they've got Justin Verlander off the books, that once that trade actually becomes official, they will move quickly on Raley, Pham, pretty much anybody else with a 1.5 years left on their contract. In fact, let's look at it real quick. Let's clear the books of this trade. and just see what the Mets have right now on their roster. We'll look at the years of control left on their team. We're going to look at the major league level. So you're looking at guys that are on expiring deals. Rayleigh, although he has an option left. Pham, Carrasco, Canna's already been moved. That's kind of what you got there. Narvaez as well. Senga's got a year and a half left, but he's got those options, if I remember correctly. He can opt out, but he looks like a fixture of that rotation going forward. Alonso's got a year and a half left. Is he willing to stick around for a team that's not contending next year? Ottavino, is he willing to stick around for a team that's not contending next year? Quintana, same thing. Gott, same thing. Vogelbach, maybe they can move a lot of these pieces off of this roster. Verlander just got moved. And then you get to their controllable guys. Marte, that deal looks horrible right now. He's got 2.5 years left on that deal. He does not look like he's going to be able to retain his value right now. If he's able to get those wheels back, maybe he can reclaim some of that value after the season. But right now, it doesn't look thin, or it doesn't look good. He looks the future looks thin for him. The Braves have been involved in the starting pitching market, but now there is skepticism that they will land a starting pitcher with Fried and Wright due back, according to Buster Olney. Look at the Mets trade deadline from Anthony DeComo anyway. Scherzer, Verlander, Robertson, and Canna out. They brought in Acuna, Gilbert, Clifford, Vargas, Hernandez, and Jarvis. And they've still got more pieces to move. JG, like you said, the Cubs might be getting Brooks Raley here. They could be getting more pieces back there. If they really want another top 100 guy back, that would be Pete Alonso they could move. And remember, Rhys Hoskins is going to be a free agent after this year for the Philadelphia Phillies. He's probably going to be looking for a one-year deal. That's not going to cost a whole lot. They could steal a guy like Rhys Hoskins, and if he has a really great platform year, that could be something that would look fantastic at the trade deadline once again and allow the Mets to add one more piece here at the deadline next year. Philly's working on the Michael Lorenzen deal. Bo Bichette, as we speak, may be... No, he's not. Bo Bichette, according to John Heyman, said it's not a serious injury, according to Toronto. So, it sounds like he's going to be out at least a little bit of time, but not the 60-day IL like we all were worried about when they first acquired Paul DeJong. Bruce Levine anyway, has the information on it. I think I follow a Bruce Levine already for hockey. Is there another one for baseball? There it is. I like this one from Bruce Levine from a couple hours ago. Hottest name not being reported on much, or not reported, is Dylan Cease. He will bring back a boatload considering you have him for 3 playoff runs. Contract has 2 years of arbitration left. Baltimore's best prospects and players White Sox can project to big leagues. We did do a trade proposal there of what it would look like, a return package. And it looks like Robert is indeed going to stay there in Chicago. Looks like the Mets are literally about to hit their fire sale button. Pham is about to go. Rayleigh is about to go. Narvaez could go as well, according to John Heyman. Fire sale is what Billy Upler said. This is not what it is. And yes, that's exactly what it is. But they definitely extracted some value from the Houston Astros for it. Come on, Jordan. He ain't that far gone. Welcome back, Fabio. Prediction is the Angels. We're going to get a last-minute trade to get a starting pitcher I don't think you really need another starter. I think you could use another bullpen piece, however. I think the starting pitches are prices are so high, I'm not sure that the Angels could afford it right now. There's the Phillies news on Lorenzen. He's been very good. Pitched to like a 3.5 ERA over his season with the Detroit Tigers. Will definitely be a nice addition to that Phillies rotation or bullpen, however they decide to use him. 80% sure the Astros are done trading. Well, they traded their 1 and 2, so I think this is their indication that we are all in the next 2 years of Justin Verlander, and with this core. I think they're going to add probably one more bullpen piece at this point, maybe somebody smaller like a Middleton or a Shreve, somebody like that. I think that's where things are at with the Houston Astros. I don't think they're done, but I think they're going to add one more bullpen arm. As a Phillies fan, I wanted Cease from the get-go, but I wonder what we have to give up. Well, you're not getting Cease. It sounds like you're getting Michael Lorenzen. Here's the announcement from Jeff Passan. Phillies are in agreement to trade for Michael Lorenzen. Curious to see what the overall piece is coming, or what the pieces are coming back. Chafin would be a good bullpen arm, I agree. Looks like the trade deadline is getting closer, starting to heat up now. Big starting pitcher arms are finally moving. Joel Sherman tweeting, it is a done deal. Michael Lorenzen has been traded from Detroit to Philadelphia. Looks like they're kind of lagging behind a little bit here. Hand, Mole, Candelario, Pollock, Matthias, Canna from yesterday. Today, you got the DeYoung, Rich Hill, G-Man Choi. You got the Robertson trade. They don't even have the other trade on here. There's the other one, Brad Hand. Let's refresh here. I think I just got another tweet. The Tigers are receiving a minor league second baseman. Is that it? They're just getting the number 5 prospect from Philly? In that case, I would say the Phillies certainly did a lot better job than the Astros did. I know Verlander's a better pitcher, but I would rather have given up my number 5 prospect in my system rather than my number 1 and 2. I don't care how much money the Mets are eating on that deal. Jim Crane was already kind of cash strapped. That's why he let guys like George Springer, Carlos Correa, Garrett Cole, Verlander all walk previously, and that's kind of where they're at right now. Now with Verlander, I'm sure they're going to have to pay a little bit of his money, but maybe this frees up some free agent dollars for the Astros after the season to stay in contention, to add a starting pitcher. But I would have rather gone after Lorenzen, who's both a relief pitcher and a starting pitcher. Yeah, he is a little bit of a hitter too. I forgot that he's had some home runs in Major League Baseball. You've been covering the Angels every game this season with your blog. Their starting pitching is the most horrendous part of their team. I would agree, but I think the trade of Lucas Giolito and Ronaldo Lopez at least solves your issues from the starting pitching standpoint. I know Lopez is a really good bullpen arm this year, but he has starting experience if you need him in that role. I'm not sure you want him in that role if he's going to be pressed into service. You have to count on Detmers being better. You have to count on Sandoval being better. You have to count on Giolito being better. You have to count on Anderson being better, and a guy like Ohtani. Maybe you do what the Rangers have done and add so many starting pitchers. One of them is bound to do well for you, and then the other ones you move to the pen. But we'll see. See if we're getting more information on the trades here. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Sub-Zero, can the Yankees do something, please? I think they're going to get something done at some point with either selling some of their pieces, but it looks like the trades are starting to tick up here. I think the next piece to go could be Eduardo Rodriguez, Dylan Cease, or Jack Flaherty. I think if Cease is going to go, we could see that trade done here probably in the next 30 minutes to an hour, especially with the Orioles really looking for some controllable starting pitching as opposed to a rental option. Lorenzen, I kind of pictured for them as their best option, but I'm really curious to see if they ultimately get the deal done for Cease instead, rather than going for Lorenzen. Carlson would be good for the Astros switch hitter, and Young, 3 years left to control, true. I don't know if you have the prospects after the trade for Verlander to get it done, though. I don't know. Looking at the Astros prospects after trading those guys, you got Melton, Barber, Leon, Baez, Whitley. You'd probably have to package 2 or 3 of those guys, and none of those are starters, so you'd have to go down to the starters that they'd want. Colton Gordon, 24-year-old prospect. You got Miguel Ulala, 21-year-old guy. This might be the first guy they would have interest in. A-ball guy, but he's got a 6 ERA. Not really that promising. You go down here, got maybe a 23-year-old starter, 21-year-old starter in Melendez. Let's see if he's been any good. Double A, 5.5 ERA, no. 21-year-old at A-ball, 3.88 average, starter and bullpen guy. Strikeout numbers look fantastic. Okay. So Andrew Taylor could be a piece that might be of interest to the Cardinals if you did that type of went that trade route there. But again, that's not exactly enough to get Carlson. You'd have to include a number of prospects now that you've traded your number 1 and 2. Nightingale a little late to the party on Lorenzen. He was trying to report on the Verlander news, trying to get that flushed out for him. In case you guys are new here, we've been live for 6.5 hours covering Major League Baseball's trade deadline. And we shall see who ultimately makes the best moves here after the season is over, of course. We'll see who ultimately wins the trade deadline based on the performance of those guys they acquired. For instance, the Rangers brought in Scherzer and Montgomery. Was that the right move? Did they do enough? Astros bring in Verlander. They give up basically their future that's left in the farm. Did they do enough here at the deadline? Was it the correct move to go after a guy like Verlander rather than Lorenzen? Can you please go to Baseball Trade Values to see what the Phillies can give up to get either Alec Burleson or Dylan Carlson? Burleson's not going to cost you much. As far as what they'd have to give up for Carlson, my guess is probably a couple of their younger pitching prospects in the minors. It's not going to cost a whole heck of a lot, though, for Burleson. The Phillies have finally woken up. Yes, they have. You're fine with Baez and Melton. I think it's going to cost you more than Baez and Melton, though. I think it's going to cost you Baez, Melton, and probably a couple other pieces. Who did the Phillies give up for Lorenzen? So far, it sounds like their number 5 prospect, the second baseman, Ha-Yu Lee. Verlander deal is apparently just waiting on medicals. Clifford and Gilbert are the prospects. Money goes with Verlander to Houston, and it sounds like they've at least straightened out the money. Just literally waiting on medicals at this point. We've seen the medicals trip up deals, though, before with the New York Mets, so hold your breath, everybody. Who did the Phillies give up for Lorenzen? That was the number 5 prospect. What else do you recommend the Phillies do next? Corner outfield bat. Guy like Lane Thomas makes a lot of sense. Adam Duvall makes a lot of sense. Thought I just saw another tweet come up, but I guess not. Alrighty. So, Mets are doing their fire sale now. What are they going to be able to get? What's the most value that they could get for the pieces that they could move? Well, you look at what they have. Senga's got probably the most value on their team as far as pieces that they could likely move, or that they could move. Not that I think they will. I think he's got too much value, and they're probably going to try to build their rotation around him. He's got option years after that. I think he's going to be a part of their future. Same thing with Nimmo, 7.5 years left. He ain't going anywhere. Alonso's got a year and a half left. He is not going to be a part of that 25 team, at least as currently constructed. He's going to have to either sign an extension or sign as a free agent after next season. Is Pete Alonso willing to stick around for a very difficult year next year with the Mets as they try to rebuild and recuperate from this season that was just an absolute disappointment for the entire fan base and ownership and the front office of the New York Mets? Or does he say, "Hey, New York Mets front office, I have the most value for a trade right now. You trade me now as opposed to in the offseason or at the trade deadline next year. You're going to maximize your value for me right now. You get another top 100 prospect for me. I want to be in a team that's going to win. Trade me. Trade me, trade me, trade me," is what I would be saying if I'm Pete Alonso right now. Sorry, Mets fans. I know he's a fan favorite, but if I'm Pete Alonso, as much as I love playing for the New York Mets, I don't want to be on a team that's not going to win. What about a possible Angels-Phillies trade, and a rental for a relief pitcher? Not going to happen. I think the Phillies are pretty much set with their roster right now, outside of a corner outfielder, and I don't think they're going to trade from their major league team to add a corner outfielder. I think they're going to trade from their minor league pieces. Alonso to the Phillies. Remember, they don't have Rhys Hoskins. They got Schwarber going to the DH spot. They've got Harper going over at first base. I'm not sure there's a spot for Alonso if they move Schwarber to the left and leave him there. Their defense suffers, but then they have a spot for Alonso on the roster, moving Harper to the DH and Alonso as your regular everyday first baseman. Would the Mets be willing to trade him in the division? Well, they've been willing to do so for David Robertson. He wasn't a career Met, though. It'd be tough to play him 13 times next season and watch what could have been with Pete Alonso. So I think a trade to the AL makes the most sense for Pete Alonso. But again, I think he would be the most impactful offensive trade piece here at the deadline if they move him. Joel Sherman tweeting that the Rangers are in on the catcher market. We have a trade. The Mariners are trading Bazardo to the Orioles for Logan Reinhart. Small deal there. But trades are starting to come in. Welcome in Jay, Flaherty, O'Neill, and Carlson. Go get them before time runs out. Well, I know you're a Cardinals fan by your logo there, so Flaherty, I think, will be moved. I think O'Neill has a very high likelihood of being moved. If I had to put a chance on it, I'd say Flaherty 100,000%. O'Neill, I'd probably put the trade possibility at like 70, maybe 65%. Carlson probably around 25 to 30% chance that those guys get traded. Looks like it might be a 1-for-1 trade here. Lorenzen for the number 5 prospect, How-Yu Lee. Phillies likely going to a 6-man rotation temporarily since their next day off isn't until August 14th. Then they'll reassess. Makes sense? The Yankees are in on Carlson, yes, but I'm not sure they're that far in. I think other teams in the American League wildcard race have basically made the decision for the Yankees that you don't have the talent to hang, even if you did acquire Dylan Carlson, so I just don't think they're going to move it. They're going to do something like that. Cubs are removing Mancini from the roster. Don't know if it's a release or a DFA. Hey, maybe he goes back to the Orioles. Might be a bench bat for them. Played for the Astros last year. Cubs need to create some flexibility. They have lots of first base options. Remember, the Cubs started the year with like 4 guys on the roster that were first basemen, and their top prospect at the time was a first baseman. Bellinger's on the roster, of course, can play first base and the outfield. They bring in Candelario, who's probably going to take some time over there at third, but also has DH time. That takes away some more at-bats for first base, or for guys like Mancini. Really like the discussion they're having on MLB Network right now. Should the Padres be buyers or sellers? Well, they've already made an addition. I'm not sure if it's necessarily a buy, but they do trade away their number 16 prospect and a couple of other pieces for Rich Hill and G-Man Choi. I think this frees them up to go ahead and trade a guy like Blake Snell in a white-hot starting pitching market. I think some of the trade possibilities out there are being held up by the Dylan Cease market right now. I think that could be the next big domino to move if he is traded. We saw that tweet from Bruce Levine that there's a lot of heat right now on Dylan Cease. Have yet to see it from some of the major reporters out there like Stark, Rosenthal, Morosi, Heyman, etc. But the Cease market is certainly hot right now. I think it's just a matter of whether or not the Orioles or the Reds are willing to give up the pieces necessary for it. We shall see. Astros focusing on a bat, according to Michael Schwab. Makes some sense. They do need a corner outfield bat. They have had a lot of injury issues this year, so making sure that they at least have somebody to cover for when they do have another inevitable injury, kind of good for them that they should be adding to their lineup a little bit. Wouldn't mind Goldschmidt getting traded either, yet highly unlikely, only 1 year left on his deal, could get a lot back in return. I would agree. I would picture him and Pete Alonso in a very similar light. They would be the instant best offensive piece available. Why these teams aren't taking advantage of an absolute dearth of talent on the trade market from an offensive perspective and getting them out there and see if they can get another top 100 guy for those types of pieces. Mets are sending $54 million. Oh my God. Oh, 54. If the option becomes vested. If it doesn't, wow. 54 if it becomes vested. So that's kind of on par with what we saw with the Scherzer deal. This is 1 more year on top of that, so $54 million. Think about the tax on top of that now, too, for the New York Mets. They're going to be paying roughly $100 million for Justin Verlander to play for the Houston Astros. They're going to be paying $70 million in salary and tax combined for Scherzer to play for the Texas Rangers. That's $170 million on those two guys alone in tax and salary. I get the money was already spent, but at least they would have been on your roster. But holy smokes. And now you have to go out there and spend in free agency next year to try to replace their production? Wow. Tim Anderson to the Giants yet? Or soon? No, I don't think Tim Anderson is likely to move at this deadline. I wouldn't be shocked if he moved, but I think they'd be better off holding on to him here at the deadline. Astros were Verlander's first choice. He might have approved the Dodgers too, but it was a very short list. He has the right of a player with a full no trade. Yes, he does. Still waiting on the medicals. Welcome in, Kurt. Appreciate you guys for joining us. Yeah, it is kind of funny. Just think of the tax money alone and the salary you're paying just on Scherzer and Verlander. That's more than half the teams in Major League Baseball spend on their roster, period. Wow. Just mind-blowing numbers. Absolutely mind-blowing numbers. $170 million in salary and tax they're going to end up paying for Scherzer and Verlander to play on other teams' rosters. Wow. Warren, could you please let me know what the Phils have done? They have added Michael Lorenzen for their number 5 prospect, Hao Yu Lee, second base prospect. He goes the other way to the Tigers. I wonder if this kind of spells the beginning of the end for the experiment of Javi Baez there in Detroit. I think they're kind of moving on with their middle infield situation. I wonder if they're going to continue to do the same with their starting pitcher, Eduardo Rodriguez, as they try to build for the future in Detroit. I think they realize the mistake of the contract. I think if they can pay down similarly to what the Mets could do with the contract for Scherzer and Verlander, Tigers are in better shape. If they can get a prospect back for Baez, I think they would love to do it. Sad part is Baez is nowhere near the player of those two players. And I think the Mets are just going to be stuck with it, and it's going to be an eyesore on that organization until that deal is finally done. I guess Cohen doesn't feel all this money. That's a lot of money to give up. Yes, it is. $170 million for guys who are not on your roster. Wow. Now, sure, that number could be decreased a little bit by how much money he's spending on the actual team that he actually has on the field, but that means literally gutting the rest of the roster. Alonso gone, Nimmo gone, literally anybody else who makes any money, Marte, etc. I think you'd love to get rid of Marte's contract at this point. They've invested so much in that team over the last year and a half, and it's now going to be completely stripped down, I think, over the next year and a half. $170 million, folks, for Scherzer and Verlander to pitch in the AL West. That's how much Steve Cohen just committed to doing. To be able to bring in those top-level prospects. It's great, don't get me wrong. The money was already a sunk cost. Thank you for all those hearts, really appreciate it. But $170 million. I'll just take one of that at this point. Holy smokes. 170. Must be nice to be rich. Oh my God. Phillies, after landing Lorenzen, remain in play for a right-handed hitting corner outfielder. Sounds like Tommy Pham could be there. Maybe a guy like Adam Duvall could be interested. Phew. According to John Morosi, Eduardo Rodriguez and Jack Flaherty have strong markets with little than 2 hours to go. Dodgers, Braves, Reds, Orioles, Marlins, D-backs all looking for rotation help. I think the Orioles are really strong in there right now on a guy like Dylan Cease. I'm curious to see if they get that deal done. If they don't, I think they would then turn to Eduardo Rodriguez. However, I think Rodriguez could be the guy that goes to the Dodgers. Flaherty, I think his market looks like the Marlins, Reds, Diamondbacks, or Dodgers. Then you look at guys like Blake Snell. I think the Padres now could capitalize on some of these starting pitchers coming in off the market, and they could move one of those, or they could move Snell and Hader. We shall see. I think the Rangers are at least going to make one move today. I'm curious to see what they decide to do, either at the backup catcher spot, if they add a bat for their DH spot as well. Bullpen could be in addition as well. And then you look at their starting rotation. They were looking at Verlander as recently as Monday morning after they had already acquired Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery. I'm curious to see if they still have an appetite for more pitching, even after all they've already done. I still think they need a bat, though. I think a stack of Hader and Snell would be fantastic for the Rangers, but I think they still need a bat. So a team like the Mets with Alonso, I think they could get a pretty package back for Pete Alonso right now in the open market. I think it'd be a very interesting competition between the Rangers, the Braves, I think would be in there for Alonso. I think the Dodgers would be in there for Alonso. A lot of teams out there could use some help at the designated hitter spot. The Twins, I think, could be in there for a guy like Alonso. Mets could get a pretty penny back for him. But yeah, I'm still like $170 million. You're paying $36.5 million to Max Scherzer specifically. And then you're basically doubling that money in tax to basically pay to the league. Then you're paying another $93 million left on Verlander's money. You're paying 54 of that if that option vests, which it very likely will, assuming he pitches 140 innings next year and passes a physical, basically. That's very likely. Verlander, it looks like, is going to be able to at least do that through next year. Then what is he going to look like in 25? That's another question altogether. But holy smokes, the Mets and money just... They do not know how to manage their money, I guess, in New York. You got, just like you mentioned there, JG, they're still paying Bobby Bonilla. That's why they have the Bobby Bonilla Day. $1 million once a year he gets. He's still got multiple years left on that he's getting. And now you get the Steve Cohen Mets, where they're trading away these players and paying $170 million in tax and salary just on those two players alone for them to play in a different league altogether. They're not even on the roster. Ouch. Fine Sand put one out. As it was explained to me today, for luxury tax purposes, any money the Mets send to the Astros to pay down the Verlander contract is treated identically as having money on their payroll. So if they're sending $54 million to Houston as reported, those are taxable dollars to the Mets. That's what we're talking about there. Roster moves not yet announced. There's their lineup for tonight for the Rangers. They don't have Seager back in there yet. Sounds like he's still kind of a game time decision, at least over the next couple of days. Welcome back, JC. Appreciate you for coming back. But yeah, there's kind of where the Rangers are right now. They need a lineup addition. This right here, Brad Miller should not be in the Rangers starting lineup. Period. Then they have called Bubba Thompson up. They've got Sam Huff. 3 guys they were not expecting to count on are taking up roster spots on this team. Seager will be up at some point. Hopefully Jonah Heim is okay, can at least grip a bat and be a DH bat for them down the stretch. I don't think he's going to be able to catch again this season. So Mitch Garver's going to get a lot more playing time. Ezekiel Duran's played well this year. Tavares has played well, but they're both struggling in the second half. This team needs a bat. DH is the biggest weakness on this roster right now, so I think they need to go out there and add one offensive player here at the deadline. But let's kind of update everybody here, just kind of what's been happening here around the deadline. Justin Verlander has been traded to the Houston Astros in exchange for the number one and number 2 prospects out of the Astros system. In exchange, the Mets are going to pay about $54 million if the vesting option is picked up anyway by the Houston Astros for that 2025 season. Mets will end up paying $170 million total for Scherzer and Verlander to play for the Rangers and for the Astros respectively. Now, as far as what's left for the Mets to do, well, they've added a couple of top 100 prospects to their system. I don't think they are done. I think they could add some more pieces to the, here at the deadline as far as pieces they could trade. Tommy Pham seems like he's going to be sent out at some point. I think they'll likely trade away guys like Rayleigh. Ottavino seems like a guy who likely could be out of there. Maybe he could go to the Phillies. We shall see. I'm with you there, JG. It looks a lot better now that you see the money. They're getting $54 million from the Mets, and they basically bought 2 prospects here for that money. Expensive cost, and it does clear some roster spots to at least get some of the young guys to develop that they already have on their roster. But the Mets team that they have this year is expected to compete. It's not going to compete. It's not going to compete next year. And so now is the time to go ahead and move on from there. So Joey Bart has been mentioned in trade talks. Yes, according to Morosi. But the Mets really need to reset the rest of that roster as well. I would look at trading Pete Alonso. You would get another top 100 prospect back. I think you'd even be able to swing a top 50 prospect for Pete Alonso. At least the Mets owner at least tries and spends, unlike the owner in St. Louis, which he calls a mid-market team, which is laughable, especially when they're a top 5 or better in fan attendance. St. Louis always draws and always has drawn. They've been a very good team for a very, very long time. It's very rare for them to spend in free agency. That's why when we saw them do it for Wilson Contreras, it was kind of a little bit of a surprise, but they needed to bring in a catcher after losing Yadier Molina to retirement. That move obviously hasn't worked. They don't spend money. When they do, they get burned. So you can see why the owner is a little hesitant to spend money. The trade route certainly worked a lot better for them. Jordan Montgomery was fantastic for them last year. Down the stretch, they get a nice return for him at the trade deadline this year. So we shall see. So this means Ohtani isn't going to the Mets. I would almost guarantee it. Now, of course, the Mets could throw down $70 million on the table per year over 10 years. $700 million and just throw crazy money around. But if they did something like that, that kind of reset, or that would kind of, undo the purpose of what they've done right now. I think trading away Verlander, if they were going to go after Ohtani this offseason, I think they could have gone after, or they could have, should have kept Verlander to at least convince him that they're trying to compete. It's not just about money for Ohtani. He wants the money, obviously. But it's also about a chance to win, which is the part of the problem for the Angels. They're not going to give him money, and they haven't given him a chance to win, so they're trying to give him that chance to win right now by going all in. Dodgers, meanwhile, are going to have all the money in the world. They're going to have the best possible team that he could sign on to, although I still think there's some other teams that are dark horses that we could talk about as being really good fits for Shohei Ohtani, but they don't necessarily have the money that the Dodgers will as well. But it'll be a very interesting couple of hours. We are now 1 hour and 56 minutes away from the deadline. We'll step away for just a moment, stretch our legs for just a moment, see if anything else breaks here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and refresh the page, see if anything else is happening. But not at the moment, but we'll go ahead and get a drink real quick. We'll see you guys in just a moment. Appreciate you guys joining us here on trade deadline day. 7 hours into our live. We're only a couple hours away till the deadline now. So make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. Send us those hearts. I know a lot of you guys have some questions for your favorite team, what they could add, what they've already done, who they could subtract, what's up with the Padres. They've gone quiet since that Rich Hill trade. Are they done after that? Was that what the only thing they're going to do here? Angels are aggressively pursuing bullpen help. That's exactly what I think they needed. I don't think they were going to go after a starter. They've already addressed their their lineup now with the injury to Taylor Ward, bringing in Randall Grichuk and C.J. Cron, role players. I think they've done the wrong thing, though, as far as an organization. But as far as what they have left to do to kind of make this team better, bullpen's really it. I don't think they're going to do too much else. What outfielder would you pick if you were the Phils? Just because I think they're going to overpay for him, I would pick Lane Thomas, but the smart money would be on a guy like Adam Duvall, pieces like that aren't going to cost you as much, but I think they'll overpay for a guy like Lane Thomas. But we'll see you guys here in just a few moments. Going to stretch our legs and get ready for the stretch run. Hour and 55 minutes now until the deadline. Let us know in the comments section if you have any trade ideas, anybody you have a question about. Send us a super chat if you'd like. Support the channel. Hit those like buttons and subscribe if you haven't already. Hearts, all those kinds of things. Interact with the channel. Interact with the chat. We would love to hear from you. But we'll see you in just a moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. My name is Michael. Appreciate you guys joining us for Major League Baseball's trade deadline. We've been live with you guys for 7 straight hours. We're going to take you all the way through the deadline, break down every single deal this evening at 8:30, so make sure you join us for that live as well. For those of you new here to the Upside, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. It really does help us out. We appreciate those of you who have decided to make the Upside Sports Network part of your sports watching enjoyment. We really do appreciate it. But for those of you who have missed the big headlines from today, Justin Verlander, when we said that they were not going to trade him, when we said there's no way they could possibly figure out all the machinations of the deal, the money, how they're going to get everything to work. We're still waiting on that deal to become official, by the way. The medicals have not passed as of yet, and we've seen issues with the medicals with teams like the Orioles and Mets in the past. There is some issues to work through there. But if those medicals are passed, what a big boost for the playoff hopes for the Houston Astros. Verlander kind of solidifies their needs in the starting rotation. Mets are going to pay $35 million if the vesting option does not vest for the 2025 season. If they do, the Mets will pick up roughly about half of that option. Total, they'll end up spending, it's like instead of $54 million, it's $52.5. So still about $100 million in tax and salary that they'll be spending for Verlander to be on another team. They're spending about $70 million in tax and player salary for Scherzer to play for the Texas Rangers. So $170 million that the New York Mets are eating in order to add a few top 100 draft picks. Very expensive, something other teams absolutely could not do. Ownership groups would not approve. And we'll see what else the Mets are going to do here at the deadline. I do think there's a chance that the Mets throw out their Pete Alonso here at the deadline. I'm kind of shocked nobody's mentioned it on the national scale as far as the absolute dearth of talent on the offensive side of the trade deadline here. And yet here we are 2 hours, less than 2 hours here to the deadline. And he would absolutely be the number one piece on the trade market right now as far as an offensive perspective right now if they said he was available. The Rangers would give you premium prospects. Braves, the Dodgers. I think the Twins would even give you some premium assets for him. He would be the biggest deadline addition offensively any team could make. Now, on the pitching side, we are expecting some big-time trades here in the next couple of hours. The ones that we have seen, of course, we've already seen Verlander move. The Phillies have added Michael Lorenzen for their number 5 draft pick, or excuse me, their number 5 prospect anyway, and how Yu Lee, anyway, the second base prospect, goes to the Tigers. Let's see if there's another trade. Brewers possibly making a move here. They get Andrew Chafin, according to Ken Rosenthal, from the Diamondbacks. A small move here for the Diamondbacks to add to their back into the bullpen. Still keeping my eye out until that clock strikes 6 o'clock on the East Coast for what the Brewers ultimately decide to do. It seems like they might not make that big-time trade out of nowhere like we saw last year with Josh Hader. Seems like they might hold their roster as currently constructed. But they add another piece around the periphery of their team after bringing in Santana and Canna to help out their roster as well. But overall, we've seen a couple of big-time trades, but as far as what we're looking out for, Dylan Cease from the Chicago White Sox. I'm looking for, a smoke signal one way or the other, whether or not they get a trade done for him or if they go elsewhere. Let me pull up the screen here on Twitter, so that way you guys can kind of follow along here. Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it anyway. There's the Ken Rosenthal announcement anyway for Chafin going from the Diamondbacks to the Brewers. I'm guessing a small prospect return going the other way, but the Diamondbacks might need that small prospect return in order to get the starting pitcher that they want. Flaherty is expected to be moved. David Bednar to the Braves for A.J. Smith-Shaver. Ooh, that would be very tempting. Welcome in, Mr. Grinder. I'm just not sure that the Braves would do that for that level of prospect. It is going to cost them a pretty penny. And I'm not sure that Braves really have the wherewithal to really make any, demands as far as what they would give up. But as far as Bednar goes, it's going to cost them, and it's going to cost them some really nice pieces. They might have to include their number 1 prospect in that type of a trade. I think the Braves would probably be a little hesitant to do so after they just saw what he did as a starting pitcher for them. But Bednar and Rich Hill, I don't think Rich Hill's already been moved, by the way. He's already on the way to the San Diego Padres in a 5-player trade. But as far as what else we're looking for, we're looking at Eduardo Rodriguez possibly going to either the Baltimore Orioles if they don't get the Dylan Cease deal done, or to the LA Dodgers. It seems like they want to add a starting pitcher. If the Orioles get Eduardo Rodriguez, I expect the Dodgers to pivot to Jack Flaherty. Could be a little bit of a domino effect here. Jack Flaherty probably the next best starter after Eduardo Rodriguez on the market. Then you get into guys like Blake Snell. It sounds like the Padres could be willing to buy and sell here at the deadline. I'm very curious to see what they decide to do now that they brought in Rich Hill. It's kind of a depth option for their starting rotation. They can still be competitive even by trading Hader and Snell by bringing those guys in. But as far as who the Braves could get, I think you're pretty much done right now. I think the front office of the Braves really likes Pilar as the outfield bat. I think they really like his production out there for him. I think they really like him in their outfield mix, rather than going out there and getting Adam Duvall. They already brought in their middle infield kind of bench guy, Nicky Lopez, yesterday from the Royals. And then we saw today they bring in a reliever like Brad Hand. I think the addition of Brad Hand signaled the Braves were pretty much done on all the other relief options out there. So for the Braves, the best team in the National League, I think they're pretty much set. They don't really need to add a whole lot. I thought they could go out there and add a guy like Bednar or a Hader, but it doesn't sound like it's going to go. Orioles have an offer for Cease, according to Jack Curry. Makes sense. They should have a legitimate offer on the table by this point. Who the Pirates going to get? As far as prospects, they got number 16 prospect Wolf from the Padres, in addition to a couple other flyers in exchange for G-Man Choi and Rich Hill. I think they're going to get some starting pitching talent back if they decide to make the move for David Bednar to be traded. We shall see. Mark, no significant structural damage for Bo Bichette. Exactly the news you wanted to hear, but it sounds like he could miss at least a little bit of time, and they got DeYoung in there now to at least keep them healthy. No significant structural damage. IL stint has not been ruled out. There's the Chafin news, pending medicals. And we're still waiting for the medicals on the Verlander trade. But I'm curious to see, if Cease, that offer that the Orioles have on the table for Cease, if it's legitimate, if they have a real offer on the table for Cease, it's going to have to include some of their top prospects. Just looking at the way the Orioles are set up. Let's just look at the top 100 ones alone. Just by themselves. Top 100, they got the number one overall prospect in the game, Jackson Holliday. Colton Cowser's already up there on the big league club. I don't think they're going to move him. Then they got Westberg, who's already on the big league club. I don't think they move him. Then you're left with these guys here that they could move. Hurstad, I think, is one of the best options they have here to trade here at the deadline as far as a prospect, outfield prospect. Then you got Ortiz, Norby, Mayo, and Basayo. I think those guys all could be in discussion in that Dylan Cease type of trade. If I were building a trade for them, I would go probably something like Hurstad, Basayo, because he's so young, maybe Mayo, and kind of build the rest of the trade from there. You still keep your top, 3 prospects here who are already on your big league club, and you keep Ortiz and Norby. But I think that would give you the controllable starting pitcher that you're really looking for. DL Hall, we mentioned, as a pitching prospect that could go back the other way in that type of a trade. Say you do DL Hall, Hurstad, and Basayo. Let's check in, see if there's anything else breaking here. I just told you who the Padres or the Pirates could get. I think they're looking for some starting pitching in return for David Bednar. I think they're going to move Austin Hedges. I think they'll be lucky if they get a lottery ticket type player back for him. Outside of that, Bednar is really the only other piece I expect them to really get calls on here in the final hour or two of the deadline. As far as what they could get, again, starting pitching, starting pitching, starting pitching, starting pitching, starting pitching. That's what they need. They have plenty of outfield and middle infield prospects coming through the minors. They need starting pitching talent, and I think now's the time where they should think about moving a guy like Bednar, because if they don't, then they get to a winning team next year, hopefully, is what the best case scenario is for the Pirates. And if they are, at that point, they're not trading Bednar, and so the opportunity would have passed. This is the year, right now, and this offseason, to trade Bednar if I'm a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates front office. You don't want to get into a position where you're trading your closer on a young team that's already showing some signs of success. Say next year if they are at, say, 500 around the trade deadline, then you're trading Bednar. That sends the wrong message to your team at that point. But trading him now, trading him in the offseason, I think your last 2 opportunities to trade Bednar. So we'll see if they move him. Let's see. Chafin is moved. MRI came back clean on his knee. Both described as the best case scenarios. He isn't in the lineup today, but he is day to day. They're still determining if an IL stint is needed. My guess is they'll put him on the IL just to be on the safe side, much like the Texas Rangers are doing with Nathan Eovaldi. But yes, that is absolutely the best news that they could have hoped for right now. But we got, what, an hour, 41 minutes now until the trade deadline. We're watching a few teams right now. The Chicago White Sox probably have the best starter on the market in Dylan Cease that could be moved here at the deadline. We're looking at the San Diego Padres as to whether or not they're going to both buy and sell here at the deadline. But we shall see. He will be dangerous. Yes, I agree, Mr. Grinder. But really appreciate you guys joining us today. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Big news of the day, Justin Verlander to Houston. With the Mets literally eating $170 million to trade Scherzer and Verlander to have them not play for his team, and they get a couple of top 100 guys back. So very interesting type of move out of New York. We'll see if Pete Alonso hits the trade market here in the next hour and a half. Don't know if you answered. Are you going to stay live after the deadline for the trades trickling in? Yes, I will be. I'll be live for probably about 30 minutes to an hour, maybe an hour and a half after the deadline, depending on how many trades we see trickling in. Last year, after the deadline, we saw a few trades trickle in the first 10, 15 minutes after the deadline. We thought we'd be live for an hour and a half afterward, but that pretty much was it. So after 45 minutes, we called it. If we see that the trades are still coming in 30, 45 minutes after the deadline, we'll be live for you guys probably for an hour and a half. So we shall see. If the Jays get Teo, I'll be over the moon with the deadline. I think the Jays have had a really good deadline. They've filled a lot of their holes based on injuries. They haven't really done anything from change the outlook of your team by adding a major superstar level type player. There really wasn't that level of player out there on the market this year. It was a little bit thin. Ohtani was probably the one top-end option that would have been available for teams, but the Angels decided to buy here at the deadline, inexplicably. But yeah, Scherzer going to the Rangers is absolutely crazy. I agree there. Let's go ahead and refresh our page just to see if anything's happening at the moment. Sounds like the Pirates are getting enough hits on Austin Hedges. They will move him. Maybe a team like the Marlins could be a fit there, since they're not going to get Salvador Perez. Check over on MLB Trade Rumors, see if anything's happening there. Just an update on Bo Bichette. Rays, Rangers, and Diamondbacks interested in catchers. There's a few other teams also in the market for some catching. Yikes, the Yankees. To be a Yankees fan right now, yeah. I'm not sure it's a good time to be a Yankees fan. I mean, you still have Aaron Judge, so is it really all that bad? But you're still in contention for a wild card spot. You're not necessarily going to buy here at the deadline. If Aaron Judge goes off like Aaron Judge can, they have a chance to win the wild card. If he doesn't and the lineup continues to still, suck, then the Yankees aren't going to go anywhere. I don't think they will. I think they're going to finish third in that wild card race right now. I think Toronto wins it. I think the Angels finish just outside of the playoff picture, and then the Yankees after them. Exactly, yikes, because they're not exactly at the top of the market anymore. They spent all the money on Judge, they spent the money on Rodon, Cole, and yet here they are. They're kind of locked into their roster right now. After that trade for Giancarlo Stanton, that really kind of hamstrung the organization. The Joey Gallo trade didn't do them any favors. I think they'd love to redo that one right now. Brian Cashman got a little bit of a reprieve from how bad his trade deadlines have been the last couple of years. Trading away Montgomery improving vastly after the trade with the St. Louis Cardinals. Trading for Montas, who was great with the A's before that, and then literally him cratering. I think Cashman got a little bit of a reprieve because Aaron Judge decided to stay with the Yankees. Now, if they fall flat on their face again, which I expect them to miss the playoffs right now, and if they fall flat again next year because they're not going to be able to make any major significant additions to that team and address a lot of the issues that they have because the money they have already sunk into the team is pretty much set, I just don't really see a path forward that says, hey, we're best in the American League. We're even best in the American League East at this point. So after, not this year, but next year, if they miss both of these playoff runs, if they miss the postseason this year and next, I think this could be finally the end of Brian Cashman in New York. Just checking out, see if we get any other trade deadline hits here. I'd trade away Carlos Rodon right now because he can't stay healthy. Well, you got to be able to find somebody who's going to take that money. He can't stay healthy. He hasn't pitched well. He's only pitched, what, 3-4 times so far for the Yanks? And he's got all that money still on that deal. Who are trying to trade for Hedges? Teams that need some catching help, Marlins, Diamondbacks, Rangers, and Rays are the teams that have been mentioned. Are they getting anything back of any serious consequence? No. You're not getting a top 30 guy back in my estimation. He's a good defensive catcher, don't get me wrong. He's a really good defensive catcher. But offensively, an absolute black hole. Yankees need to reconfigure their whole team to fix their problems. I agree. They can't because Yankees fans are crazy. Well, I think that's also a little bit true because Yankees fans are part of the impetus to try to constantly stay competitive. They never want to fall back onto the back page like they should. They've never gone through a true rebuilding phase, at least since I've been alive. You look at the 1 year they did sell at the deadline, the next year they were right back in contention, re-signing Aroldis Chapman. But I don't necessarily think Yankees fans are crazy. I just think they've gotten so used to being in contention every single year. It's stopped them from really stopping and reassessing what they need to do as an organization to make themselves better for the long term. They're always so short-sighted in their goals. The Joey Gallo trade, short-sighted. The Giancarlo Stanton trade, short-sighted. Garrett Cole, short-sighted. Regular season champs, I don't even know about that. They're not in a wild card spot, let alone a division champion right now. Looks like the market might be reassessing here. I'm sure those reporters are setting out their articles right now about the trades that have already happened. But I'm still waiting to see that Dylan Cease trade. I'm waiting to see that Jack Flaherty, Eduardo Rodriguez. And I'm still waiting to see if the Mets decide to go ahead and trade Pete Alonso. I'm very curious to see if he hits the market. Right now is by far the best time to trade him if you're going to trade him. After the when you get to the offseason, you're not going to get nearly that high of a package for him, even though the talent that's available on the free agent market after the season is not great. You're going to have all 30 teams willing to trade their pieces as well. And right now, nobody's willing to offer a top end offensive option here at the deadline. So if I'm a team that's in need of a bat, if you offered me a guy like Pete Alonso, I might overpay even more than I would normally, just because there's literally nothing else out there right now. And I want to get the one guy that can really impact my winning on my team more than any other team can right now. So for instance, say the Texas Rangers added him, and he would be starting in place of Brad Miller in their lineup at DH right now. That would be a significant upgrade for Texas that I think would again vault them back in front clearly of the Houston Astros, even after they brought in Justin Verlander. Pirates had biggest fall off this year. Well, they got off to that great start. They were playing well above their heads, but don't expect them to play at that level. That wasn't expected for them. They're looking for progress out of their young players in the second half, and losing over the last couple of months really allows them to do that. Getting those older veterans off the roster, getting some young guys at the very back end of their roster kind of coming filtering back through helps out them in the long run as well. I still think they'll add some guys off of waivers to help out this roster from a veteran leadership perspective. They'll lose a little bit of that without having Rich Hill or having Carlos Santana there, but they still have McCutchen, and we'll see what ultimately happens for them. Hedges seems like a good catcher for a young pitching staff. I agree. That's why I think the Marlins might be a great fit, even though they can't get anybody to really hit on that roster right now. Stallings, if I remember correctly, actually came from the Pirates originally. He's their catcher at the moment. Welcome in, Joe. I thought we were looking for a starting pitcher. Which team are you referring to, my friend? We're about to 92 minutes, 91 minutes and change left until the deadline here. Pirates are a nice young team, but just stuck in bad financial situation. Yes and no. I think they have the right steward at the helm with Sherrington as the GM. I think they're going to develop that young talent, but that's the way the Pirates are going to have to do it. Think of how the Brewers have managed to maintain their level of success, making the right trades, investing at the right times. I think that team is a model for what Pittsburgh should do once things fall off the wheels fall off the bus, as they inevitably will for the Brewers. I think that's when the Brewers start their descent, when they trade Corbin Burns or are unable to re-sign him in free agency in a year and a half. That's when I think you could really see the Pirates really take a nice step forward in that division, compete with the Cardinals, who I think will be right at the top of the division next year. The Cubs, I think, are on the rise as well. The Reds are on the rise. I think the Brewers, within the next year and a half, are going to be in the cellar like Pittsburgh has been the last couple of years. Source: the Cubs are planning to remove Trey Mancini from the roster. Sounds like they are going to actually do that. We actually discussed that earlier. I think JG, you brought that one up, so good on you. Wow. Just looking at this quote right here, the GM, according to Scherzer, said the Mets were open to trading players who would become free agents after 2024. So when Epler took to the mic, even after trading Scherzer, this was after he had already had this discussion with Scherzer, they were already looking at trading guys on the 2024 team. Whoa. Mets fans, I'm not sure how you're going to react to that. I know teams like to hide things and hold things back and try to get the best price for their players, but it's not often that they just flat out lie to you. I mean, if you don't think you're going to hold on to Verlander, or if you don't think you're going to compete in 24, strictly say no comment. Or, hey, we're considering all options. We still haven't decided we're still dealing with 2023 season. We can't deal with 2024 yet. When they ask you about players that are on that 2024 team, again, we're dealing with 2023, not 2024. That's all they had to do, instead of do what they did, which Billy Appler came out there and said, hey, we will be a contending team. We're repurposing our assets, the investment Cohen's made in this team for 2024. Not sure that's the right move that Epler did going that route, with the way he handled that press conference after the Scherzer trade. I'm wondering if that might be the writing on the writing on the wall for him to go out of town. I think the fan base might turn on him rather quickly after this article just came out from The Athletic about Max Scherzer and the discussion he had with ownership and the front office. Because remember, this was before that press conference, impromptu press conference after the trade. So we'll see. Maybe David Stearns will ultimately happen for the Mets. What trades are happening? Well, we've seen Michael Lorenzen go to the Philadelphia Phillies. I still think they need a corner bat. They ended up giving up their number 5 prospect, Hao Yu Lee, anyway. 90 minutes away from the deadline. Here are some players to keep an eye on. Rodriguez, Flaherty, Quintana, Paxton, and Cease. Relief pitchers Barlow and Suter. Outfielders Hernandez, Pham, Carlson, Duvall, and Profar. I would agree. I think the best one right now of all those players that could be traded is Dylan Cease. Jack Flaherty and Eduardo Rodriguez close behind them. You're thinking Hedges to Marlins for Stallings? Maybe. Braves are your team. Well, I don't think they're going to add a starting pitcher. I think they're pretty much set with what they've got. I think the addition of Brad Hand solved their need for a bullpen piece as well. I just don't think they're going to go out there and trade at the top of the market for a guy like Verlander, who's already gone to the Astros, or Eduardo Rodriguez. I don't think the need is there for them. I think they have enough pieces and enough pitchers already of that ilk that there's nobody really that moves the needle for them to make a trade for a starter. bullpen, if Bednar or Hader had become available, I thought those guys would have been perfect fits for the Braves at the back end of their bullpen. But they decided to go a little cheaper and bring in a guy like Brad Hand, who has been a closer in the past, and when he gets right, when he is pitching well, he's one of the best pitchers in the game from the back end, but he hasn't been that guy in years. It's hard to say that he would become that guy again, but they decided to go a little bit cheaper option here and give them at least another arm who's been there, done that for a bullpen that, while it's good, doesn't necessarily have that lockdown guy at the very end outside of Iglesias. Alrighty, let's have a little bit of fun here with a couple of, or about an hour and 26 minutes now until the deadline. We're going to go ahead and clear off our page here. Let's go ahead and refresh it, actually. Alright, first team, let's go ahead and do the Mets. Mets seem to be willing to trade a lot of their roster right now. Let's look at what Pete Alonso could do. Let's say the Astros are like, hey, we want to steal this guy from the Rangers. We don't want to let him go we don't want him to go to the Rangers. So, what would it cost for them to be able to get Pete Alonso? I think they'll be outbid, but what would it cost? Well, you look at what they've got to give up. They've already traded the upper levels of their minor system right now. They already traded Gilbert. They're not going to be able to put him in the trade. They already traded Clifford. Then you're left with putting a package together around guys like Melton, Baez. Where's Whitley? Let's go ahead and put Urquidy in this type of a deal. And where is Whitley? Whitley. A young pitcher there in Ulala. Where is Whitley? I don't see him. But just looking at what this trade could do. Prospect package headlined by Baez and Melton gets them a great corner outfield bat, or excuse me, a great bat that could fit in there at DH. They put Alvarez back out there in the outfield and let Alonso play first or DH. They use Jose Abreu in a similar light as well. That would be an interesting trade for the Astros to make to block the Rangers from getting him. Now let's say that the Rangers are like, we want the bat, we need the bat, we're really all in at the deadline here. So what would we like to do? Just checking in to see if there's anything else. Not yet. Let's go ahead and clear this Astros out of here. And we're going to go with the Rangers. So Alonso 12.4. Rangers, just with one prospect, could overwhelm for Alonso. Say they want to get a middle infield prospect like Foscue. I think they already got one in Acuna from the Rangers, so if they get both of them, that's another top 100 talent coming back the other way. Just to kind of finish this trade off, let's say they go for a pitcher. Let's say they go for, where is he? Colwyn. I know they really dropped his value lately. They dropped it all the way down to 2.2, so I think let's add one more player just to kind of round things out. Let's give you a 19-year-old shortstop as well. That's a trade package that would be a good start for the Rangers there. If they really wanted him, I think they could take out Cueva and win and put in a guy like Zavala to really get this type of deal done. Very similar package to what I proposed earlier for them to go after Snell and Hader. About an hour and 20 minutes now until the deadline. We're going to start to see some movement on those starting pitchers. Usually you see those guys move first for about an hour before the deadline, and then you'll start to see the relievers move about 30 minutes before the deadline. Mancini DFA'd, makes sense. I'm expecting him to probably latch on with the Baltimore Orioles once he passes through that DFA process. Let me know what you guys think here in the chat here. Which starting pitcher would you rather have? Dylan Cease, Eduardo Rodriguez, Jack Flaherty. If you're the Orioles, are you willing to give up the prospects necessary for Cease, who has the control? Are you willing to give up the prospects necessary for Rodriguez, who is on a expiring deal? Welcome in. Thank you, Grinder. Appreciate you for the sub. Thank you very much. Really does help us out. For Cease, I think it's going to take 2 or 3 top prospects out of that Orioles system, plus another prospect or two. I think that's the right move to make here at the deadline for the Orioles. Really shows the Orioles team that they're really interested in getting this thing across the finish line. They do have a really good team. I think they need more pitching. Their hitting, I think, is going to be just fine once they get to the postseason. I'm just curious about what the cost is going to be for them long term. If they ask for one of the guys that's already on their major league roster, like Kowser, I probably say no. But if they're centering the package around Hurstad, Hall, and a couple other prospects, Basayo, etc., that would be something I'd have more interest in if I'm the Orioles. Now, as far as Eduardo Rodriguez, I think if they aren't able to get a deal done with the White Sox for Dylan Cease, if they turn to Eduardo Rodriguez, I don't think they give up. I don't think they give up Hurstad. I don't think they give up Hall. I don't think they give up Basayo. I think they'd give up a package of smaller level prospects to Detroit for Eduardo Rodriguez. I don't think he's going to command anywhere near the value of a package for a guy like Dylan Cease. That's why I think they ultimately go the Dylan Cease route, because I think they want that controllable pitcher. In which case, Eduardo Rodriguez goes to the LA Dodgers, waives his no-trade clause, and probably gets a decent return coming back to the Detroit Tigers for him. Jack Flaherty, I think, could be a very nice addition for the Miami Marlins. I'm still curious as to why the Gleyber Torres trade hasn't become final yet there. They've been discussing it for so long. Curious to see if they ultimately get that one across the finish line, or if it's one of those trades that while they talked about it and talked about it and talked about it, ultimately doesn't come to fruition. But the Yankees have a ton of middle infield guys. They need to trade one of them. IKF makes sense. Gleyber Torres makes sense for them to move. But they need to move one of those guys here at the deadline. I still think the Yankees could look at an outfield bat here at the deadline to boost their roster, corner outfielder guy. We've talked about Dylan Carlson a whole bunch. They've had a lot of interest in him over the last week or two. I'm just curious to see if the Yankees ultimately decide to punt on this season and just stick with what they've got, maybe make some small trades around the edges of this roster. But we'll see what happens here. We are literally 1 hour and 19 minutes away here from the deadline. Waiting to see if that starting pitching market starts to move. Hasn't been nearly as crazy as we saw last year as far as the trade deadline, but we are seeing some really unique type of trades with the Scherzer deal, with the Verlander trade, all the money that the Mets are eating on those types of deals. Verlander trade actually coming to fruition long after I thought the chances of a trade for him were long since gone. But ultimately he is moved to Houston, kind of getting them set up for at least the next year or two to at least still stay in contention in that American League West. They still are the defending champions, and until they're actually knocked off the top, I still think they're right up there with the Texas Rangers as far as the best teams in the entire American League. I think Baltimore, if they get Dylan Cease, could join that same argument. I like the move for Aaron Savali for the Rays. I just don't believe in their offense. I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think they're going to be able to make that type of a run. On the National League side, I think it's Braves and Dodgers are bust right now for the World Series. But we'll see what happens. Maybe one of these wild card teams gets hot like the Phillies did last year and beats one of these 100-win teams like the Braves or the Dodgers are bound to be. Salvador Perez would consider waiving his no trade for the right contender at different points. The Marlins and Padres checked in on Perez. Also the White Sox, according to Joel Sherman. Again, I just don't see a trade happening there. The Royals have said all along they're not interested in trading Salvador Perez. They want him to be there to help develop some of their young pitching. The money on the deal for Perez doesn't make sense for the Royals to eat, and I don't think another team's willing to take on the money for Salvador Perez. There's other catchers out there who give you similar levels of production for a lot less cost. Thinking of Austin Hedges, Narvaez, Grandal, etc. Elias Diaz of the Rockies as well. But getting closer and closer here to the deadline. Marlins are acquiring Jake Berger. Good bat there for them to acquire. Heard the Rays have been trying to find a bat-first outfielder, concurrently open the spot by trading Margot. Owed $10 million, $12 million with a $2 buyout. Unlikely to find a lineup both to make it happen. We'll see if the Rays are ultimately able to get a move done. The Marlins adding another hitter there is a very good addition for them. I thought they would add a bat there. I thought Tyler O'Neill would be a good outfielder for them. Gleyber Torres, of course, has been rumored to them for a while now. We'll see if they get something done, but it sounds like the Marlins are at least moving in the right direction to get some trades happening here. Looks like the right-hander Peter Strzelecki, I guess, is going back to the D-backs. Jake Eder for Berger. That's a better name to pronounce than the one I tried. Craig Mish reported, yeah. Wow. They're trying to wipe the financial side of the slate as clean as possible. Wow. They're expecting to hire David Stearns this winter, and they're trying to clear as much money as possible for 25-26. I wonder if that came from David Stearns, the reason why they're trading away guys like Verlander, like Scherzer. They want to clear as much of that money as possible and give him some prospects to work with once he takes over this team. I think it's a different type of front office that's going to be coming into place there in the Mets, but they're going to be bad next year by the sounds of it. They're going to want to try to add as many prospects as they can. I think they might do some one-year deals this offseason to try to, build at least a contender for a wild card spot, and then when they realize, hey, it didn't work out once again, they'll trade those pieces and then really build forward after that. But this offseason, hiring David Stearns probably be the best thing for that Mets organization anyway. You just saw the job he did with the Milwaukee Brewers all those years. Hopefully he can do something similar with the New York Mets. With an hour to go essentially until the trade deadline, I'm still shocked we have not seen one of these major reporters mention Pete Alonso here at the trade deadline. He by far would be the best addition anybody could make offensively, and there's nobody on the market right now that would even compare. He would make that big of an impact right now on the trade deadline, and I think if a trade comes together, it's going to have to come together quickly because they haven't even announced it on anybody as even him being available. The best line we've gotten from anybody as far as the 2024 free agents for the Mets is that they're willing to discuss anybody who's a free agent before that time. So we'll see what they decide to do. Pete Alonso is one of the best power hitters in the game. It is going to be very difficult to replace him, but I think you have a ready-made option right now with Rhys Hoskins, unlikely to go back to the Philadelphia Phillies next year. You sign Rhys Hoskins. He's not going to be Pete Alonso, don't get me wrong. But the prospect that you get for Pete Alonso, and you don't have to eat the money, if you do eat the money, you could even get something better than that. But if you get the prospect for Pete Alonso, you bring in Rhys Hoskins this offseason, he rebuilds his value, you trade Rhys Hoskins at the deadline next year, and then you're really cooking with gas at that point. At that point, then you could say, hey, Pete Alonso, we're back to being in our winning ways. Maybe you want to come back with Cohen's money. Who's going to really turn it down if he really gives him a legitimate offer and if he really likes playing in New York? But for right now, it's going to be a really tough place to play for the next year and a half if you're Pete Alonso. Do you want to stick around for a tough second half of the season? And for a 2024 team, they're not expecting to be a contender for a World Series. I mean, they got a good taste of postseason action last year and the disappointment that they had against the San Diego Padres. That's kind of the feeling they're going to have the rest of the season, that disappointing feeling. A team that could have been, a season that could have been, and that's where the New York Mets find themselves. There's the trade from Craig Mish. Jake Berger going from the White Sox. The White Sox still have Middleton that they can trade out of their bullpen. I expect him to be moved here. I wonder if they stack that with Yasmani Grandal and trade him to the Rangers. Rangers could use a backup catcher, maybe send Sam Huff going the other way. White's all spot will really help his development because he hasn't really gotten any playing time on the Major League roster for the Rangers. He played well at the AAA level, kind of knocked the cover off the ball there, but hasn't really done much of any note here at the Major League level aside from the one home run against Houston last week. But he needs regular at-bats, and he could get them with the Chicago White Sox. So maybe there could be a trade that happens there. Maybe send Brad Miller back the other way to clear off a 40-man roster spot and an active roster spot as well. Bob Nightingale just tweeted out that the Marlins are going all in to clinch a wild card berth. I wouldn't call that all in. Berger is not exactly, the best player in the world. I'll put it that way. Let's look at the Marlins as far as what they're giving up. They're giving up Eder, which is their number 4 prospect. It's a good prospect, don't get me wrong, but they're not going all in. John Heyman tweeting the same thing, Berger to the Marlins. I really do like what the Marlins have done. There's Max Scherzer in a Rangers cap, taking questions. Wow. Who thought they would have seen that a week ago? Who thought they would have seen that at any point in Max Scherzer's career that he would be playing for the Texas Rangers? And he's going to be there not just this year, but next year as well. Wow. Get an eyeful of that, everybody. Uh-oh, sorry Cardinals fans, you're about to get some bad news. Brendan Donovan undergoing season-ending surgery. Not that the season mattered for you. I suppose this keeps him healthy for next year, gets him back and better than ever. Hopefully sooner, that he'll be ready for spring training and all that. But he is out for the remainder of the season. Ouch. But a good return there on Jake Berger for the Chicago White Sox. We'll see if they can really make something happen. They really hadn't gotten any top-end pitching talent yet, but they get the return there for Jake Berger. I wonder if they now feel a little bit more comfortable about their future as far as starting pitchers, that they can go and make that trade with Dylan Cease right now and be able to bring in some of the position player prospects that the Orioles have in their system, and maybe DL Hall as well. But White Sox, I think, are going to hold the keys to the starting pitching market right now, at least for the next 15 minutes. After that, I think that's when teams just immediately go to what they've already negotiated with all these other teams. Eduardo Rodriguez will move. Jack Flaherty will move. I think if there's a deal on the table for a guy like Clevenger from the White Sox, he will move. I think the price on a guy like Snell, I think there's a chance he could still be moved. I thought they would have moved him already by now, but with about an hour to go towards the deadline, decisions are having to be made. And speaking of Eduardo Rodriguez, the LA Dodgers and Detroit Tigers had a trade in place for Eduardo Rodriguez, but Rodriguez invoked his 10-team no-trade deal and is not going to go to LA. The deal is now dead. Ouch. So that hurts the Detroit Tigers as far as their asking price for Eduardo Rodriguez. I wonder if they now have to circle back to the Baltimore Orioles with their tail between their legs and see if they can get a deal done. This might hurt the trade talks for Dylan Cease as well. I think this actually helps the possibility of a guy like Jack Flaherty going to the LA Dodgers. So big news there from Jeff Passan, saying that Eduardo Rodriguez says, no, I don't want to play for the LA Dodgers. I can get why he would do that too. I get your point there, Jordan. It seems, hey, they're the Dodgers. They're second best team in the NFL or in the NL. Why would you want to do that? Well, because he's not guaranteed starting time there. I mean, you're looking at a whole bunch of starters in that rotation now. Lance Lynn figures to be one of their starters. Kershaw, you got Buehler, Urias, you got May, and then you'd have him. You'd have their young guys and Sheehan as well. There's no guarantee that you'd get consistent starting spots every 5 days, depending on where he goes, he could really drive up his next free agent contract. So we'll see what happens with Eduardo Rodriguez. I think to a team where he's guaranteed to start every fifth day is more like what he's looking at right now. But if you're looking for a reason as to why he would turn down a trade to the Dodgers, that's it. The deal is now dead. Wow. Nothing more definitive than something like that in a tweet from one of the top baseball reporters. Hopefully Jeff Passan heals quickly after having a tree literally fall on him. More news from that Scherzer press conference. Scherzer talked with DeGrom about Rangers and said DeGrom's words made it easier for him to put trust in Rangers' vision. So, good on Jacob DeGrom and his previous relationship with Max Scherzer, getting the Rangers one of the top starting pitchers at this year's deadline. But again, we're still waiting to see the trades that might actually happen here. We're almost 1 hour away from the deadline right now. So Eduardo Rodriguez, I think, is very likely to be moved. I think the Diamondbacks have to be considered real threats for him now. And the Orioles, I still think the Orioles probably consider the favorites now for him. I wonder if Dylan Cease conversations now will be moved to the offseason with the move that Eduardo Rodriguez will not be moved to the Dodgers, but now a lower cost rental might be available for the Orioles. If the Orioles are dead set on getting a controllable starter, then the Cease move might actually get done. But we're about an hour away from the deadline. We're going to see a flurry of activity, so keep your eyes peeled for what ultimately happens. Remember, these trades are not official as of yet, so they still have to get medicals done for that Verlander trade. We're still waiting for that announcement to happen. If they don't get the medicals done in time, Verlander might end up being with the Mets after all. So they got to get these types of things done. Glad Erod nixed it, saved the Dodgers the headache. I still think you need a starter. I think you might go a little bit cheaper, though, now with Jack Flaherty, even though I think Flaherty would still be a great starter for you guys out in L.A. Technically important how the Mets are likely to do with a lot of the rest of the way. If they get a top 6 pick in next year's draft, they keep it. If it's in the 7th or later, it'll fall 10 spots. Okay, so that's just kind of news if they decide to go out there and spend in free agency. For those of you who are Mets fans, we shall see. See if we get any more news. I'm hoping we get some more starters being traded here in just a moment. One of the teams that has been asking on Margot is the Yankees. That would fit kind of the corner outfield need for them. Put Margot out there, gives them some athleticism, something they really don't have. Would the Rays really trade with the Yankees? I don't think they would worry about that. Would the Yankees trade with the Rays? I think that's the more of a bigger hindrance there. I think the chances are the Dodgers are getting someone else. I would agree with you there. If I had to put my money on somebody right now, I'd say the Dodgers get Flaherty. Good old Jim Leland. Apparently he's part of that Tigers contingent right now, trying to get things done. What happened while you're gone? Well, we've seen the Eduardo Rodriguez not get traded to the LA Dodgers, and that's pretty much it. We got the news that Verlander was traded earlier. Lorenzen's been moved. We're getting Jake Berger to the Miami Marlins for their number 4 prospect, a really good pitching prospect by all accounts. And now we're wondering if we're going to get some starting pitching movement with Dylan Cease, Eduardo Rodriguez, Jack Flaherty, Blake Snell, just to name a few of the starters that we're waiting on here at the deadline. MLB Network currently discussing the decision by Eduardo Rodriguez to turn down the trade to go to the Dodgers. It's not often you see a player turn down a chance to play for a pennant, but he's not going to be pitching every 5th day, I don't believe, on a team like the Dodgers. And I think that's really going to hurt his free agent dollars this offseason. And so I think that's the biggest reason why he nixed the trade. So if he goes somewhere else like the Diamondbacks or Orioles, I think he gets the opportunity to start every 5th day, which is going to make him look better and better and better for teams this offseason when he tries to get a free agent contract. And then I think he's going to get a playoff start if those teams make the postseason, which they'll see how he performs down the stretch. You got to have a lot of faith in yourself to be able to do that. But you're really passing on a chance to go to a World Series for free agent dollars, family comfort, those types of things. And we'll see what the end result is for Eduardo Rodriguez. Remember, he played with Baltimore before. Maybe they go back that route, and kind of circle back to that type of move. Eduardo Rodriguez had a 4.74 ERA in 21, and an agent got him 5 years, $77 million with a 10-team no trade. That's pretty good agenting, yeah. One burger to go, Jason Stark. Oh my God. Gotta love sports reporters sometimes. They come out with really good one-liners. Who do you think the Pirates would get for starting pitchers? I don't think you're going to get anybody of impact. I know you're hoping, beyond hope, that Austin Hedges brings you back something good. I don't think you're going to get anything other than maybe a top 50 type prospect from a team. As far as for David Bednar, I think the best case scenario right now for you guys would be to trade him, get the best you can at the value right now, but that trade might wait until the offseason because I think you're going to get very similar type of prospect packages back. Even though I think you might be able to get a hair more just because of the scarcity of back-end relievers right now on the market. Josh Hader would be a free agent after the season, obviously. But as far as trade targets, he might be the best one available on the trade market this offseason. Scherzer added the Mets told him, same, that has become public. They were looking to transition rather than reload, and we're looking at a 2025 as a return to contention past his contract. So unlike Epler, where he said in the news conference after he said these things to Scherzer, he said 24. Scherzer said he was told in that meeting 25. So I think this is kind of the writing on the wall for Billy Epler to be out, David Stearns to be in after this season. Time to be an Oakland fan. Ouch. I don't think you need to do that. I think the Pirates are still going to be very good. I think they're going to be very good in the next couple of years. I think they're going to get some starting pitching at some point for Bednar. And I think they're going to be a very similar team to what we look at the Milwaukee Brewers are right now. I don't think the Brewers are going to be able to maintain the pace that they've held for the foreseeable future. I think their time is up here in about a year and a half when all those guys hit free agency and they have to start paying them. They're either going to have to trade them and reinvest that talent in the roster. There's no guarantee that that talent that they get ultimately hits. And then the other option is if they spend the money on those guys, are they going to be able to retain, say they spend the money on Woodruff, are they going to be able to keep Burns and Adames? Probably not. If they keep Adames, are they going to be able to keep Burns and Woodruff? Probably not. If they keep Burns, are they going to be able to keep Woodruff and Adames? Probably not. So some decisions need to be made for the Milwaukee Brewers. Pittsburgh, I think, should be in a position to be what the Milwaukee Brewers are and have been over the last 6-7 years. We are officially within 1 hour of the trade deadline, everybody. 1 hour until the trade deadline. Starting pitching is going to start to fly here in just a moment. Let us know in the comment section who you think is the first of these starters to go. Cease, Rodriguez, or Flaherty. I'll go ahead and throw Snell in that group as well. Which of the starters do you think is going to move first? I think Cease's argument to be traded is pretty much starting to get very slim right now. And so I would probably lean towards Eduardo Rodriguez being moved to a team like the Baltimore Orioles. I think the Dodgers may move quickly on Jack Flaherty and see if they can scoop him up before the Marlins, before the Diamondbacks can really get in there and make a real serious offer for him. What's your thoughts on the Chafin trade? It's an okay depth trade for the Cubs, I believe, is where he went. I think that's exactly the type of trade they were really going to do here at the deadline. I don't think they were going to really trade for anybody at the top end of the market, of the relief market, like a David Bednar, but Chafin does help their back end out. Cease is your pick to be the first pitcher moved. Do you like the trade the Marlins made for Berger? I don't like what they gave up. Sounds like, by all accounts, the pitcher they gave up has a really bright future ahead of him. Berger, I just don't think is that impactful of a player, but he is an upgrade over whatever the Marlins have been using as an offense or calling an offense for the past 3 years. Cease to the Reds, that's your shot in the dark prediction. Okay, Nick. I think if Cease is going to move, it's going to have to happen like right now. because you still have to get all the medicals done on all the prospects in the deal, and that has to be done before you place the trade call, which, by the way, the Verlander deal is still not official. More tweets on the trade between the White Sox and the Marlins. Any news on Teoscar Hernandez? Not as of yet. That talk has really kind of stalled out a little bit. Marlins going after Dylan Cease. I don't think that's realistic for them, honestly. I think the Berger trade actually cost them more than I was expecting it to. And we'll see what they ultimately decide to do the rest of this deadline. Do they add more pieces like Gleyber Torres? Do they go out there and add a guy like Jack Flaherty, or are they done? Do I think Buxton would get traded? He's underperformed all year. He has really high ceiling as far as a player, but he hasn't played well so far this year. I wonder if the injuries are starting to catch up to him. As far as do I think he'll get traded? No. I don't think he's been good enough to be traded so far this year. But I'm very curious to see after the season if he's able to rebound in the second half, if Minnesota revisits the idea of trading Byron Buxton. If he recaptures some of that talent that he's had in the past, has a little bit better of a bounce back in the second half, then we could see Buxton be moved. But I think the Minnesota Twins are counting on him bouncing back and helping their offensive their offense in the second half to help them make a run at a postseason berth. But I don't think they're looking to trade him at any point now. Was there any truth to the rumor that the Pirates were seriously considering thinking of trading Mitch Keller? Zero. They had zero interest in considering the possibility of trading Mitch Keller. If you're willing to give up, say, Logan Gilbert and a couple other top pitching prospects from the Mariners, which would completely be a lopsided trade for the Pirates, I'm sure they would have accepted that type of a trade. That trade was not coming. GMs are not dumb nowadays. They see your prospects, you see their prospects, they realize what their value is on the open market. You're not going to get a trade like that nowadays. You're not going to see those, lobby of the, hotel at the winter meetings type of trades anymore, where, one GM's drunk and decides, hey, I'm going to go ahead and trade my best player for two prospects that aren't even in your top 10. That's not going to happen anymore. And so you're not going to trade for just a name either anymore. And so Mitch Keller, while he has a lot of value to the Pirates and has a lot of value on the market as well, he's far too valuable to the Pirates, and I think that's just where they're at. They need to trade for a guy that's going to come in and help Mitch Keller more than anything else, and that's where David Bednar, I think, comes in either at the trade deadline now or in the offseason. Phillies DFA Josh Harrison, that's kind of the corresponding move to bring in Michael Lorenzen there. Goldschmidt or Arenado, they would immediately become the best players on the market. I still think it's unlikely either of them move at this point with only an hour left until the deadline, but we've seen crazier things happen. Now that the Dodgers have rebuffed the Tigers for Eduardo Rodriguez, the asking price for Flaherty and Dylan Cease certainly rises. I don't know about the price for Eduardo Rodriguez, if that's going to go up or down based on the Orioles. I think they're strictly looking for a controllable starter more than anything else. And if they can't get a deal done to their liking for Dylan Cease, then I think that opens up the possibility for Eduardo Rodriguez. As for Flaherty, I think it does help his market a little bit, because now instead of waiting for Eduardo Rodriguez to be moved and then having the Diamondbacks, the Reds, the Marlins fight over you, now you have the best in the West right now in the Diamondbacks, or in the Dodgers trying to get you as well. Pretty good move. They weren't looking to trade Mitch Keller. They were listening on him just to see if anybody would go crazy and, offer him double the value of Keller. That didn't happen, so they didn't trade him. Same thing with Gilbert for the Mariners. Nobody overwhelmed him. Nobody even gave him a real offer from the sounds of it. They maybe exchanged one or two names, but that's about it. That's as far as the market got for Gilbert. Same thing for Keller. I don't think anybody was seriously trying to bring in Keller. I'm sure the Reds tried, but I don't think that got anywhere near serious as far as discussions to be able to get that type of deal done. Really curious to see when we start seeing these starting pitchers move. We're almost down to 50 minutes now before the deadline. Eduardo Rodriguez turns down a trade to go to the Dodgers. Verlander agrees to go to the Houston Astros, but it still remains to be seen if the medicals will clear. If the medicals don't clear, he could end up playing for the New York Mets the rest of this season. I find it very difficult to believe that they won't pass at this point, as much has been invested in it and as big as a trade as it is. But for right now, the medicals still haven't gotten done and it hasn't become official. I think that's really what the Astros need to focus on before they really try to go after a reliever. Get the deal done. Okay, there it is from Mark Feinstein. Mets and Astros deal is official per source. MLB had to approve the money the Mets were sending the Astros to pay down Verlander's salary, which is now done. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about another deal getting nixed because of medicals on the Mets side, at least. So Justin Verlander is officially now a member of the Houston Astros. I'm sure we'll see the tweet from them momentarily. But I'm curious to see what now is next for the starting pitching market. I'm sure the Astros will move quickly on to try to add a reliever. What pitcher, in your opinion, is more realistic for the team, a starter for Miami? Jack Flaherty or Dylan Cease? More realistic, Flaherty. You're saying you would trade Lamb, Drury, and Escobar? No, that's your depth. You're not going to trade those types of depth pieces right now, especially after you brought in the exact same type of players with Grichuk, Crone. You're trying to build a team that can make a wild card run, and with Bo Bichette's injury, the door's at least opened a crack now to where the Angels have a legitimate shot at that last wild card spot. They're not going to trade those types of pieces. I find it interesting that MLB Network is still talking about the San Diego Padres and what they did in that Juan Soto trade. Juan Soto is not getting traded. Let's hold the horses right there on that conversation. They invested way too much to bring him in. They got one pennant run, or they got one playoff chase out of it with him last year. They're hoping to get another one this year and next. They're hoping to get 3 full pennant races out of him. Do they want to short circuit that a little bit by trading a guy like Josh Hader and Blake Snell? I still think they'd be competitive, but they haven't played very well this year. I think they need to shake the team up a little bit, and a trade of Hader and Snell I think would send the right message to the team that you haven't played well. You're playing well as far as individually, occasionally, but you're not playing team baseball. Our win-loss record does not reflect the overall talent on this roster, and by trading Snell and Hader, bringing in Hill, they at least can resemble a competitive team. Are they worse than they were before a trade for Snell or Hader? Absolutely, but I still think they'd be competitive and would force those other pieces on that team to realize, hey, maybe we should figure a few things out here and start playing to the capability that we're expected to. So we'll see what happens. I still think that the Padres, White Sox, and Brewers are teams that you should really be paying attention to, along with the Cardinals here at the deadline. Those are the teams I'm looking for that have some very intriguing pieces to sell along with the New York Mets. Less than an hour till the deadline. As Joel Sherman tells us, 29 teams have made a trade since July 1. The one that has not, the Yankees. I still think the Texas Rangers are going to make one more addition to this team. It's probably going to be a bat, if I had to guess, and a bullpen piece, maybe a stack from the Chicago White Sox, Middleton and Grandal, kind of a smaller type trade there. Would not cost a whole lot as far as prospects. Probably talk about somebody in the 20 to 25, 30 range as far as a package that could go back to the White Sox in return. But I'm keeping my eyes peeled for what the Rangers do here at the deadline with about 45 minutes left to go. They're still looking for some bullpen options. I'm sure they'd love to go after some top-end options, but as of right now, it doesn't look like they're going to do anything major. So they might have to they might be stuck with a Middleton Grandal type of move. More information on that Verlander the Verlander trade. More information on Eduardo Rodriguez invoking his no trade to not be traded to the Dodgers. Shohei is going to wait for free agency. Yes, he is. Trying to keep these things updated because right around now is when we saw last year a lot of trades happen within a couple of minutes of each other. So we might get 1 minute to discuss one trade and then the next trade will break. So it's going to be a great day for some trades here in the next hour. Boss came into office, I had to jump off and I'm back. Any update on the Dodgers? Well, the Dodgers had a trade in agreement for Eduardo Rodriguez, but Eduardo Rodriguez said, no, I don't want to go to the Dodgers. He had a 10-team no-trade list, and the Dodgers were on that list. It's very difficult to see why he would not want to go to a team that's going to compete for a World Series, very likely on the NL side. But if you look at it from his perspective, he's going to be a pending free agent. He's not going to regularly get a start every 5 days. He's not guaranteed to start in the postseason. He may even come out of the bullpen once they get to the playoffs. What does that do to his free agent dollars once he gets to the winter meetings? That would be a horrible thing for him. So, best case scenario for Eduardo Rodriguez is to go to these other teams that need a number 1, 2, or 3 starter that will start you in a playoff series. That way you can best boost your value for a free agent contract after this season. Now, of course, it could always be about family concerns. Maybe he just doesn't like going to Los Angeles. Could be something like that. But for my money, I mean, you're turning down a chance to play for a World Series. How often is Eduardo Rodriguez really going to have that opportunity to do that, even after he signs with whoever he signs with this offseason? So, kind of an interesting development there for the LA Dodgers for him to turn that down. Manuel Marjol getting traded. I have no idea. Let's see. Bochy says Dunning will start on Wednesday. Montgomery will start on Saturday. Scherzer is probably going to start Thursday. But no word on if Perez is going to the bullpen or if the Rangers are moving with a 6-man rotation. All still under consideration. Michael, did you get a chance to eat anything today? No, I have not eaten anything since last night. I am absolutely starving. Literally been drinking nothing but tea to keep my voice from cracking completely because it's been hurting for 4 hours. We're 8 hours and 15 minutes into our live right now, and the only thing that's been fueling me over the last 24 is that. So we shall see. And no, I was not a tea drinker up until a week ago, so it's been different. 8 hours strong. Yeah, we're probably going to go a full 10 right now. I'll eat after the deadline. We're getting really close to the deadline right now. I've got my second, third wind at this point. I finished off some Domino's the other day. I don't know what I got left in the fridge. I probably got some Little Caesars pizza left from the other night. Might have some pizza. We'll see. I'll get some grub. Might make some steaks tonight to kind of give myself a treat for as long as I've been on here. Got a whole bunch of steaks on sale the other day. Rodriguez a hater. West Coast is the best coast. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's strictly about his money. I think they were being nice by saying it on the national stage that it's a family concern. It's him being available to pitch every 5 days. So we'll see. News from the Rangers. Rangers DFA Joe Barlow over the weekend. Wouldn't surprise me if they move him in a deal they might make right at the deadline. Makes sense. Barlow, I think, would make a decent addition to anybody's bullpen contender or selling team. He's not necessarily going to overpower you with his fastball or anything like that, but has a really good command when he's on. former closing experience as well. Who will the Rays trade? Sounds like Manny Margot is one guy they're trying to offload off of the Rays roster. They're trying to add another corner outfield bat, but they will not do so unless they trade Manuel Margot. The Yankees are said to be one team that has interest, but he does have some significant money left on his contract as well. $10 and then $12 million left, respectively, over the next couple of years. And then I think he's got an option year after that as well. So, do I think he gets moved? Probably not. We are 41 minutes away from the deadline. Starting pitching is really going to have to go here really, really quickly. Deadline is closing. You have to get medicals done. We aren't even seeing trades being hammered out yet in the headlines. So I think we're going to have to start seeing them if we're going to see something move. Evan Grant corrects his tweet from earlier. I originally thought Montgomery would start Friday, and that ultimately is. I actually have tickets for that game. I'm still not sure I'm going to go. But since Montgomery might start that one, might be tempting. Diamondbacks need a new bullpen. Well, they traded for a new bullpen already, so you got your wish. They got Sewald, they traded away Chaffin, and brought in another piece as well. Hearing the White Sox getting Luis Patino from the Rays for cash, but otherwise I'm taking this deadline off. Okay. Luis Patino, former top prospect of the Padres, bounced around a little bit, found some success in the bullpen for the Rays. I think he's started to struggle recently, if I remember correctly. For cash, might be kind of a value pickup here for the White Sox after they traded so many arms out of their pen. Kind of a buy low candidate. Think of the Joe Barlow news that we got from Evan Grant just a moment ago. Might be another buy low candidate that could fit into that bullpen. Guys who've had experience on major league teams before that maybe they could have, a bounce back season with them in the second half. More people getting that news that Luis Patino going to the White Sox. John Heyman tweeting that just a second ago as well, or at least retweeting it. Let's check in on MLB trade rumors, see if they've got anything fresh for us. There's the Patino one. There's the news that the Rays are shopping for Manuel Margot, looking for a bat-first outfielder. Already touched on that from the report from Joel Sherman. Still waiting on this starting pitching market. 40 minutes, 39 minutes to go now. These teams are really taking it all the way down to the deadline, aren't they? But deadlines force deals, but there's a lot to move here. You're not just looking at starting pitching. You're looking at relievers that really need to move as well. You're looking at offensive pieces that there really isn't a whole lot out there. But Tommy Pham, for instance, still is out there. Lane Thomas hasn't moved yet. Pham to the Rays would be a guy that would fit there. I don't necessarily think they'd need to move Manuel Margot to make that kind of thing happen. Will the Diamondbacks trade a prospect like Jordan Lawler or Brandon Pfaadt? Lawler, no. Brandon, possibly. I think Lawler's got too bright of a future, and I think he'd be just what the team needs. They need a middle infield prospect like Lawler to come up at some point. I think Lawler is just what this team needs next season, so I don't think they'd move him. But Brandon could be the guy if they decide to go for a controllable starting pitcher. Here at the deadline, though, I don't think they're going to need to do that high of a prospect for him. I think they could do a lesser prospect for a guy like Jack Flaherty or Eduardo Rodriguez, excuse me. There he is. Justin Verlander back in an Astros uniform. Getting the band back together. Don't get me wrong, Verlander in Houston I think is a perfect fit. As a Rangers fan, I was really hoping they would go the Michael Lorenzen route. Their future, though, for the Astros looks very, very bleak, though, as far as on the prospect horizon. You're getting guys coming up from the minors right now that you're really going to have to count on, like Hunter Brown. Chas McCormick certainly developing. You're going to have to count on Justin Verlander being Justin Verlander for the next 2-3 years if that option vests. Cobra, I think we did okay at this deadline. You added a bench bat in G-Man Choi. You added a relief or some link to that starting rotation, bringing in Rich Hill. I still would not put it past A.J. Preller to shock everybody and make a surprise move here, like moving a guy like Josh Hader and Blake Snell, or Blake Snell. Do I think Justin Verlander will make the Hall of Fame? Absolutely. He's a Hall of Fame pitcher. He was before he got to Houston. Erod is still available? Absolutely. I think he's probably going to be ticketed for one of the smaller market clubs. Thinking of the Reds, thinking of the Diamondbacks, thinking of the Marlins. I think the best team for him, though, is probably the Orioles right now. Do I think he'll be wearing a Houston Astros cap to the Hall of Fame? Possibly. If they've mended fences as much as they probably did in order to get this trade done, maybe he goes in there as a Houston Astro Hall of Famer. It would be an interesting decision to not go in there as a Detroit Tiger. But I think he's accomplished a little bit more with the Verlander, or with him being in Houston, than he did in Detroit. I think there's every chance they could win another World Series this year or next. You think the Padres could get Pham? Possibly, but I think they're looking at different things than that. I think they already got their bat right now in G-Man Choi that they can use. They could always move Kim to an outfield spot if they need to. Profar could be a bat for you guys as well. He's available from Colorado. More news on the Cardinals sending Brendan Donovan off to get season-ending surgery. Still waiting for that starting pitching market to finally get unclogged. I'm literally refreshing it every 10 seconds for you guys, because we're talking 34 minutes now until the deadline. We were looking for some starting pitchers to start going around noon, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. It's 4:25 right now in Central Time, 5:25 on the East Coast. Deadline's only 34, 33 minutes away. They're going to have to start getting to work and getting these medicals done. Profar isn't good. He's better than some of the other options out there on the market. There isn't much available offensively on the market right now. And he's familiar with playing in San Diego. You're somebody who could flex all over that lineup. If Kim gets injured, like he did injure his shoulder against the Rangers, if he busts it up again, Profar could take over that spot if necessary. But we're still waiting for some pitching moves here. Fire Cashman is trending on Twitter right now. Not sure if that's going to happen, obviously. I think he bought himself enough grace with the re-signing of Aaron Judge this offseason, at least this offseason and the next season, to see if he can at least get him to the postseason and then try to build from there. But it's a tough way forward right now for the Yankees. I really don't see what they're going to do outside of maybe go for Shohei and really, get really desperate this offseason and really spend in free agency. What are your thoughts on Wainwright retiring? Great player. Is he going to be a Hall of Famer? I would probably err on the side of no. He's in the Hall of very, 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 very good. Yadier Molina gets in. I don't think Wainwright gets in. Tough to see this be the way he goes out, though. Come on, let's get some trades, buddy. 32 minutes till the trade deadline. 32 minutes. I know we got 35, 36 of you guys in here right now. We're all waiting for the same thing. Something to pop up on that screen right over here that says, hey, starting pitcher traded to Team X. And no, not traded to Twitter, but traded to somewhere. Jack Flaherty, Eduardo Rodriguez, Dylan Cease. Probably the three biggest starting pitchers out right now. Will the Orioles trade Santander? I doubt it. Are you saying they're trading Santander? They've got a very good team. I'm not sure they would trade away pieces off of that roster unless they're getting something big like a Cease back. Now prospects, that's a different discussion. But pieces off of the Major League roster, I think would be very difficult for the Orioles to part with. Man, it's just a trickle right now of sports news. Oh my goodness. Will they trade Santander? No. They're saying Pham might have just been traded. We shall see. His name has been bandied about for a while. About a half hour left until the deadline. Now is when teams are finally going to start saying, all right, we've made our posturing. We've got everything done. This is what we're going to be left with. So either you agree to the trade or not at this point right now. I think Flaherty is going to ultimately get moved. I think Rodriguez will get moved. Cease, this is really late in the day. I don't think he will be moved. I think Snell still has a chance to get moved. Hader, I think, still has a chance, but very slim on those two. And then you get to the relief guys. Rangers are talking about Austin Hedges. Curious to see if they go a little bit bigger with David Bednar, but I don't think they will. Not at the moment anyway. I don't think Pittsburgh's ready for that. Heyman in there on Hedges. I think a guy like Sam Huff going back the other way for Pittsburgh would be a great get for Austin Hedges. Kind of aged out as far as his prospect status with the Rangers. Rangers don't give up anybody in their top 30 if they do that. And I think that the Pittsburgh Pirates would rather have Sam Huff anyway than Austin Hedges. Now, the Rangers offensively will certainly be hurting without the production of Jonah Heim, but Austin Hedges at least will be able to handle things defensively for them. Mitch Garver more the offensive complement to that duo if they get him. Mark Feinsand says they are getting Austin Hedges from the Pirates. Really good defensive catcher, not a good hitter. Probably going to easily slot in that number 7, 8, 9 spot in that Rangers lineup. Rangers do really like to have Leody Taveras and Ezekiel Duran in that 8-9 spot. Rangers are adding Austin Hedges. Confirmed, really. Let's see what the return is. Twins looking at righty bats. Pham a possibility. You did mention Pham is getting really close to be dealt, according to you, Cobra. So maybe that's where he goes. Twins are looking for offense. Teoscar Hernandez has still not been traded yet. Why is it odd for the Rangers to add a catcher? Jonah Heim's injured and probably out for the year. I mean, unless they really wanted to develop a guy in the middle of a pennant race in Sam Huff, which I don't think they were comfortable with, that's what ultimately has to happen. Seemed like they had a nice duo. Well, they did with Heim and Garver. Colton Wong is saying goodbye to teammates. Really? Austin Hedges, yes. Come on. What's the return? Looks like the Mariners might be moving on from Wong. I think he was with the Mariners. Got traded from the Brewers to the Mariners, from what I remember. Come on, what are these trades? We're going to start seeing a flurry of them. The return for the Pirates was international pool money. Ouch. That hurts. I would rather giving up Sam Huff than pool money, honestly, if I'm the Rangers. Pool money really is what they got from the St. Louis Cardinals to bring in Jordan Montgomery. That was one of the last pieces of that deal, because they've lost a few pieces now here at the trade deadline, but they were going to replenish their farm system with some of that pool money. Austin Hedges is a good veteran, defensive catcher. Doesn't really help you offensively. I would rather have given up the future of Sam Huff and see if he could latch on with the Pirates and see if they could really have a nice future there. But to bring in Austin Hedges, this tells me you still don't believe in Sam Huff. You're not going to be able to believe in Sam Huff anyway because he doesn't have playing time. And now he's going to get even less, if any at all, now that you made the trade for Austin Hedges. Tough for Sam Huff to go from somebody who was looked at as a top 100 prospect, had a great futures game, a couple of years ago, and now looks like he might be a guy that gets traded in the offseason for literally a bag of potato chips. And this also tells me that the Rangers believe that Jonah Heim's injury is considered significant. I told you guys I'm believing Jonah Heim is done catching this season. I don't know how he can catch with the injury that he has. It's going to be a sheer pain tolerance thing if he can even grip a bat. Catching, 9 innings every single day in a postseason series, that's asking a lot for a guy who's going to need surgery on that wrist. I just didn't think that Jonah Heim was going to be able to catch the rest of the season. Now, if he gets back to be a DH, great. But I still think they need a bat, and going for a defense-first catcher here in Austin Hedges still leads me to believe that they're going to try to add one more bat. So Rangers do get a catcher here to kind of help them out. Not sure if it's going to help them out enough. Curious to see what the return is. For Colton Wong and where he ends up going. I still don't think the Rangers are done, though. I'm very curious to see if guys at the back end of the bullpen end up going. Welcome back, DJ Shriz. Been a while since I've seen you in here. Who are the other 9 teams on Erod's list? Unknown. I know one of the reporters listed 5 of them earlier, but they did not have the full list of teams. Erod, I believe, turned down that trade to the Dodgers primarily because he wasn't guaranteed a start every time through the rotation. So, they were going to probably ride the hot hand. They had 6-7 starters that they could use. They didn't guarantee he's going to go to one of these contending teams for a wild card spot where he's going to be guaranteed starts, where he's going to be guaranteed a playoff start. Flaherty heading to the clubhouse. Sounds like he could be moving. Okay, Kenny. Welcome back. Been a while since I've seen you. Let's see where these deals are coming from. Nothing there yet. The deal for Verlander becoming official there. Rangers landing Austin Hedges. I think that's a good get for the Rangers, but I thought they should have traded a guy like Sam Huff instead of that bonus pool money. Let's see if we get that Flaherty trade here in a second, or that Colton Wong trade, or Tommy Pham. I doubt we'll get a Dylan Cease trade this late. I'm open to being surprised, though. I'd really like to see it, don't get me wrong. Expectation is that the Cardinals will still trade Jack Flaherty, perhaps in conjunction with an outfielder such as Dylan Carlson or Tyler O'Neill. The Dodgers still want to add starting pitchers, perhaps the Braves too. That would get them a decent return, I think. We talked a little bit earlier this offseason about them packaging their best trade chips together to get the best possible prospect back. I like what they got in return for Jordan Montgomery. That's why I thought a similar trade could be had for Jack Flaherty, and then still try to get something nice for Tyler O'Neill or Dylan Carlson. But maybe if they decide to package them, they want to get a better prospect, a top 100 guy back, and really kind of jumpstart things there. Really curious to see what they end up doing with Flaherty if they include Tyler O'Neill. I wonder if Joel Sherman's hearing something specific as far as a package as to where that might ultimately go. Yankees, as have been mentioned, are the only team that have not made a trade since July 1st in all of baseball. So maybe this could be the package for them. They get some starting pitching and a corner outfielder or somebody like that, like Dylan Carlson, this type of move. would be an interesting move for them. I don't think they're considered buyers, but that would be a controllable outfielder for them and somebody for their rotation to at least help them make a push for a postseason berth. Not that they're going to really be pushed over the top by that, but it would certainly help and at least help them down the road after the season with Carlson. Let Rodriguez know Puig isn't a Dodger anymore. He don't have to be scared. Puig hasn't been in baseball in a couple years now. The Cardinals already made a mistake last year trading Harrison Bader. They should not trade O'Neill. The Cardinals didn't make a mistake trading Bader. They made a great trade by bringing in Jordan Montgomery, who was absolutely lights out and got them to the postseason last year, single-handedly. He was that good last year, and then this year, Jordan Montgomery essentially got them what they got for Jordan Montgomery in trade for Harrison Bader. So basically, they turned Harrison Bader into 3 prospects that they can really hope on a playoff run out of it with Jordan Montgomery. Great deal for St. Louis. Sorry. That was a great deal. It's one of the few that have actually worked out for the Cardinals. Montgomery, one of the best trade deadline additions last year, one of the best trade deadline trades this year. And all you had to give up for it essentially was Harrison Bader? Sign me up. Still waiting for more of these trades to trickle in. We got about 20 minutes to go until the deadline. The biggest trade of the day, of course, Justin Verlander goes from the New York Mets along with about $54 million. So we shall see what ultimately works out for the Mets. They got the number 1 and 2 prospects out of the Houston Astros system, kind of choosing to rebuild their prospect system by using money. Rangers beat reporter Jeff Wilson retweeting the one from MLB Trade Rumors that they got Austin Hedges. Still waiting for that Jack Flaherty trade. Still waiting for the Eduardo Rodriguez trade. Those are the guaranteed trades right now. We're looking at Wong. You mentioned him saying goodbye to teammates on the field. Pham as well. And I still think we're going to get a few more trades here at the deadline as we get close here. But really appreciate you guys joining us. Had a lot of fun. We're about to cross the 9-hour mark of our live. Second straight year we've done live coverage here of the MLB trade deadline. Had a really successful time last year. Thought we'd do it again. Another successful time today. Really enjoyed discussing all the different trade possibilities with you guys. As soon as I get off of this live, though, I'm resting this voice. I had a lot of fun talking with you guys about it, and hopefully we get to see some more holes be filled on other teams here in the last 20 minutes of the deadline. Got 18 minutes now until the deadline. Remember, you will see some deals trickle in after that trade deadline passes. So, keep your eyes peeled. I'm expecting Middleton to be moved from the White Sox. Still looking out for maybe another catcher being moved, maybe a Grandal type trade. Do you think the Giants will trade Brendan Crawford in the future? No, I think he's actually in the final year of his deal, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I think he's in the final year of his deal. He seems like a career Giant, and I'm not sure there's a lot of talent left in him. There's Evan Grant confirming the Finance and report. The Rangers are getting Austin Hedges from Pittsburgh. Beat reporters like to be very thorough in their investigations of trades, so they're always the last ones, apparently, it seems like. At least the Rangers reporters are. Steak, medium rare, I hope. Medium rare or rare at this point. Starting to like my steaks a little bit on the rare side, because then if I like to cook a big steak, so sometimes I don't finish the whole thing. So if I cook it rare, the outside of the steak is perfect, and then the inside, if I even have to cook it again, if I have to take it to work and microwave it, it still has a chance to still be a good steak when I take it to work. So rare or medium rare definitely is the way to go. Gotta season your steak. Just waiting for this more trade talk to really get going here. Come on, people. You realize there's 17 minutes left till the deadline. Come on, guys. Flaherty, where's your trade? Rodriguez, where's your trade? Kike Hernandez back to LA. I think it gives them a good platoon option for them. Solidifies a little bit of what they lost over the last couple of years as far as free agency departures. Ahmed Rosario, I think, are in a nice spot. Yankees are staying put. I think they're going to stay put as well. I don't think there's any reason for them to go out there and make a big-time addition here at the deadline, but it sounds like there could be a big trade brewing with the St. Louis Cardinals. As for who it could go to, I'd expect the Dodgers would be right at the front of that line. Other teams that are top-end contenders I'd expect to be right at the front of that line. Teams like the Marlins, who I expected could be in on O'Neill and Flaherty, could be in on this as well. Diamondbacks do need a starting pitcher, although I don't think they would need a guy like O'Neill. They have plenty of outfield help right now. The Reds could use some starting pitching. Do they need another hitter in that lineup? It seems like that right now their lineup is pretty much set with really good pieces all over the place. We are about 15 minutes away from the deadline. 15 minutes from the deadline. Whew. Gonna be a fun one, guys. Hopefully the last 15 minutes get a little interesting here. According to John Morosi, the Mets are very active on multiple players. Makes sense. They have Ottavino, Raley, and Pham, who all could be moved in the next 20 minutes. Nobody has been talking about Pete Alonso. I think the Mets are missing a golden opportunity to trade what would be the best, most impactful offensive piece on the market by far here at the trade deadline. I'm kind of surprised nobody's even mentioned it as a possibility here at the deadline, but as things stand right now, it seems like they're going to just finish off the pieces that they have left that are guaranteed trades. Pham, Raley, and then Ottavino. Maybe they'll get a healthy Edwin Diaz back at the very end of the year, and maybe next year they would trade Edwin Diaz for the long term to try to save some money again. But we should see. What would he do if he trade? No, we're not going to discuss Judge and Stanton to the A's. Come on now. Really waiting for that Jack Flaherty connection. Where does he end up going? I think he's the most likely to go right now. As far as the pieces that are left to trade, we are 14 minutes from the deadline. 14 minutes from the deadline. Sarah, welcome back. Sherman had that piece about 8 minutes ago about them possibly tagging Flaherty and one of their outfielders together to try to get a better prospect return. They're talking about that right now on MLB Network Live. Remember, we'll be live with you guys through the entire deadline. We'll be with you guys trying to discuss every single deal here this evening as well at 8:30. So make sure you join us for that as well. Colton Wong being designated for assignment sounds like what's going to happen with him as opposed to a trade, as he is the odd man out, as they're going to make a bunch of moves here at the very last few minutes here in Seattle. Yeah, JG, just like we mentioned, Mariners are going to DFA Wong. I wonder if this is going to make some room on the active roster for some pieces coming back, major league talent coming back in a Teoscar Hernandez type trade. Greinke could be a piece that's on the move, but I think that would have had to have happened already. He would have basically had to tell the Royals that, hey, I want to go somewhere in my final year to try to compete for a championship. That's not happened. I think Greinke is going to end up staying. Where can Tommy Pham possibly go? Sounds like the Rays are a possibility. The Twins are a possibility. Pods could be a possibility. Pretty much anybody who needs a corner outfield bat could be a fit. Phillies makes sense. Greinke, retire or keep going? I think he retires and immediately joins the front office and becomes one of the hottest names to become a general manager within a year. Think of where Chris Young was when he retired to how good he is now as a general manager of the Texas Rangers. Zach Greinke's basically been doing GM stuff while he's been a member of the LA Dodgers, of the Arizona Diamondbacks, of the Kansas City Royals. He's going to be a great general manager when he decides to take that type of a role. So look for that to happen in the near future. Still waiting for some more trade discussions here. We are 12 minutes away from the deadline. I think there's a lot of calls just about to be placed to the league office, and I think that's why information is starting to slow, because those trades are going to have to get done first. They're going to let that information slip after they get the trade call already placed because they don't want to miss the deadline. Still waiting to see if Teo reunites with Toronto or if we pick up Pham or O'Neill. Pham to Arizona would make sense. Let's see if that's what's happening, JG. I think you're probably right. He would be a nice fit there, but again, they have a lot of outfield there. I'm not sure if that's the right piece for them to go for. And it looks like there's passing with the news. They're getting Tommy Pham. There are still executives who believe the White Sox could trade Dylan Cease. Many teams have collateral to get him, but perhaps the Orioles are best positioned. We'll know in less than 15 minutes. Yes, we will. Mets taking care of business there. Mike Trout said dry swings, he felt better. Sounds like he's going to be coming back soon. MJ Melendez moving from the Royals. I don't see that. I think Furman would be more likely there. Sounds like the Dodgers are pivoting to James Paxton from the Boston Red Sox after Eduardo Rodriguez, so maybe Jack Flaherty is not going to the Dodgers. That would be kind of a low-cost candidate. I think that would be a great pickup, actually, for the Dodgers right now. Paxton still has a little bit left in the tank. He can come out of the bullpen or start for you. The Big Maple, anyway, going back to the West Coast might help him out. The analytics department for the Dodgers helping him out as well. I kind of like this addition for the Dodgers. Save some prospect capital that you would have spent on Flaherty. Keep it for yourself. I like that. More news on the Tommy Pham thing. Things starting to leak out now. Buzz growing that the White Sox may trade Dylan Cease in the next 10 minutes. Dodgers and Orioles seen as favorites if he's moved. Wow. Growing momentum for a Dylan Cease trade. That's the first time we've seen anybody tweet anything like that. Mark Feinsand saying that there's a growing buzz. The White Sox may trade Dylan Cease. That would probably be the second biggest trade of the day behind Justin Verlander. If he goes to the Orioles, I think that's a great addition for them long term. I'm not sure if it helps them win a World Series this year because Cease hasn't performed that well. But if he goes to the Orioles, what a move that would be. Can you explain to me this one? Why does it seem like the younger generation of Yankees fans hate Red Sox, but when you talk to older generations, they hate the Cardinals and Giants more than the Red Sox? I don't know about that one. I'm focusing on the trade deadline. We'll discuss that after the deadline, my friend. Flaherty to the Orioles. Well, since he's not going to go to the Dodgers, he's got to go somewhere. There it is, passing. Looks like the Orioles are going to get Jack Flaherty. Wonder if that's kind of a twofer deal with Tyler O'Neill, etc. Maybe the Dodgers are getting Dylan Cease. Or maybe they're getting two starters. A lot of things being thrown around right now. I think the reporters are emptying their notebooks of things they're hearing. Jeremy Rodriguez, the return for the Mets in that Tommy Pham trade. Rodriguez, a 17-year-old shortstop, again going young, like they did with the Robertson trade. Baltimore getting Flaherty shouldn't cost them some of their top prospects, though. They should still have those guys available if they wanted to go after a guy like Dylan Cease. So, not too bad. Couple of guys with a 4 ERA, though, going to that rotation there with Baltimore. I wonder if that's going to be enough for this year, but I think next year they'll have a much better rotation. Flaherty and O'Neill for Rutschman and Cashner. Come on now. I know you're having fun, but this is the trade deadline. We got 8 minutes till the deadline. More news on the Orioles closing in on a deal for Jack Flaherty from the Cardinals. I think that's kind of the prospect pool that you were hoping for if you're a Cardinals fan. You wanted to get somebody from one of the best farm systems in all of baseball. Orioles have that. So you get somebody from the Rangers system, a really good farm system. You get somebody from the Orioles farm system, another really good farm system. and then a team you heavily scouted, the Toronto Blue Jays, you get exactly what you want, the pieces that you really prized out of there. So something very interesting out of each of those trades. I really like what the Cardinals are doing here. Let's see what the return is and if they actually get it done. Still waiting for all these deals to finally become official. They end up going the rental route. A little bit surprising. Thought they were going to go ahead and try to get a controlled starting pitcher, but prices didn't really drop far enough for them to be able to get it done, or they weren't willing to cough up the price tag necessary. And then we thought they were connected to the Tigers guys for the longest time. I wonder what this means for Eduardo Rodriguez if he finishes the season with the Tigers or if he goes somewhere else. Vikings fan, yes. Cowboys primarily, but Vikings as well. Grew up originally in South Dakota for a few years, so I am a Vikings fan. Still waiting for some more trades here. Pena traded in the future. I'm guessing you're referring to Jeremy Pena. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's just having a down year. Sophomore slump, if you will. We are 5 minutes from the trade deadline. Everybody's pretty much going to start making their calls right now. We're going to see Middleton probably be moved here in the last few minutes. We're going to probably see a catcher go here in the last few minutes, as always does at every single deadline. And then we're going to hopefully see Eduardo Rodriguez moved as well. I don't think we're going to get a Dylan Cease trade. I think that's too big of a trade to really get done at the very last second, especially with the number one team in there, the Baltimore Orioles, going with Jack Flaherty. Unless it's the Cincinnati Reds, who really need to get a starter. Flaherty, I thought, was probably going to be their guy. With the Orioles getting him, I wonder if they go with Dylan Cease. But, like I said, it's going to happen quick here. Got 4 minutes left here until the deadline. Let us know who you're waiting for. We still haven't heard anything on Snell, Hader, Bednar. Brewers still haven't done anything major yet. They always seem to throw a wrench in everything, but maybe they get something done at the very last second. John Heyman catching up on some of the trade here. Tommy Pham goes to the D-backs. Appreciate you guys joining us and spending so much time with us today. We're about to cross the 9-hour mark of our live. We have 3 minutes left to go until MLB's trade deadline. And as I said, we'll probably see a few guys traded after that when they're announced anyway. Remember, all you have to do is just get the call placed, medicals, players, all that agreed to beforehand. And as long as you're in the queue, the money, everything has to be sorted out before you place that call. But we shall see. MLB Network goes to commercial with 5 minutes left. Yeah, don't do that. I don't go to commercial break. We're going to be live with you guys. We're going to stick through it until we get the last of the trade deadline, and then we'll take a little bit of a break and then start our live once again at 8:30 to recap the deadline. 5 minutes till the deadline. Eduardo Rodriguez is still at the Tigers. If he isn't moved and opts out of his contract, Detroit can make him a qualifying offer and get draft pick compensation should he sign elsewhere. So all is not lost for Detroit fans. I'm not sure, if a team would give him a great offer if he gets a draft, or if he gets that qualifying offer, but we shall see. Prieto for Flaherty. Let's look at the Orioles system again. So they are giving up the number 16 prospect, an infielder at the AAA level for Flaherty. Interesting return. Let's look at his numbers real quick for Flaherty. What kind of price is he getting? $3.49 average. Nice. AAA, he's hitting .317, .471 slug. He's having a great year. He probably might even start, or he might even go straight into that lineup for the Cardinals in the second half of the year. Yankees got Middleton. They do add to their bullpen. They end their streak of not making a trade since July 1. Hopefully that'll appease Yankees fans. I doubt it, but we could see something there. Phillies are closing on a deal with Pittsburgh. Bailey Falter for right-handed hitting infielder Rodolfo Castro. Yankees getting Keenan Middleton from the White Sox. Unknown of the return there. Come on, dude. Calm down, Epic. More news on Middleton going to the New York Yankees. Still doesn't say what the return is. It's not going to be a whole lot, but he's a good reliever. Yankees got a nice option for them in the late inning. If they can at least hold water, tread water anyway, and at least get Aaron Judge healthy and stay healthy, Rodon gets back to his normal self. That's the best case scenario I think the Yankees could hope for in the second half. But we shall see if they get something else done. Literally 1 minute, 30 seconds right now. 30 seconds until the deadline. Flaherty's deal with the Orioles and Cardinals is done. Still waiting on the Eduardo Rodriguez rumors. See if we're going to get anything there. Tyler O'Neill as well. Dylan Cease doesn't look like he's going to get moved here at the very end. Blake Snell, Josh Hader, David Bednar all look like they're going to stay with their previous teams. Prieto is solid, I agree. We are seconds away from the deadline. Looks like Bob Nightingale says Dylan Cease is staying put. He will not be traded here at the deadline. Got a whole bunch of notifications everywhere right now, right at 5 o'clock. And we are at 5 o'clock. The deadline has passed. But remember, if you are in the trade call, if you are in the queue, your trade can still go through. So as I said, we will be live for you guys for at least the next 15 to 30 minutes, maybe even a little longer, as we wait for those final deals to kind of trickle out here. You got to wait for those deals to finally become official, the Keenan Middleton one, etc. I'm expecting to see a few of those, but as of right now, the deadline is officially over. As Bob Nightingale says, it's 6 p.m. East. The trade deadline is passed, but plenty of trades will start trickling in over the next 30 to 40 minutes. Sounds like a good thing here that we're going to have at least some opportunity for some trade discussions here over the next couple of minutes. I really hope that's not it for the Detroit Tigers. They really need to have moved on from Eduardo Rodriguez. It's a failed opportunity to not get that done. The Cincinnati Reds needed to add a starting pitcher. The Diamondbacks, I think, are going to miss an opportunity to add a starter. I think the Padres messed things up a little bit by winning against the Texas Rangers and then deciding to keep Blake Snell and Josh Hader. Pirates, I think, could have gotten a pretty penny for David Bednar. I think they'll move him after the season, though. Confirming Middleton has been traded. Let's go ahead and refresh everybody. Evan Grant, beat reporter for the Rangers, says he thinks that will be it for the Rangers. Getting Austin Hedges. Brent Rooker, I think, for the A's is a missed opportunity for the A's to try to capitalize on his value. Not sure they would have gotten a whole lot, but we shall see. Dylan Cease not traded as everybody's reporting there. And by the way, qualifying offer was put on Erod, so they cannot give him a qualifying offer this year. So I think Eduardo Rodriguez is going to have to be traded somewhere. The question is where? Rom also going back to Cardinals. Waiting for some of these trades to kind of trickle in here over the next 15-20 minutes. Let us know what you guys think was the best trade of the deadline so far. Verlander to the Astros, Rangers with what they did for their starting staff, bringing in Montgomery, bringing in Scherzer, adding Stratton to the bullpen, bringing in Hedges for the catching spot. I'm still waiting to see where some of these pieces end up falling. If they get, say Eduardo Rodriguez goes for a song to the Astros, that would really lengthen out their rotation. If pieces like Tyler O'Neill all of a sudden are going to the Texas Rangers, that would change what my World Series prediction is. So I'll wait another 15 minutes before I give you my predictions. He wanted to remain closer to his family on the East Coast, according to Dodgers beat reporters. I'm not buying it. I think he just wanted to be able to start every fifth day and start in a playoff game if there was an opportunity. East Coast sure might have been, at a consideration, but I don't think there was. If it was between, getting to start every fifth day on the Dodgers and getting a guaranteed postseason start with them, say as their number 2 or 3 type starter, then I think he probably would have accepted the trade. Looks like the Mets have made another trade. Mets have traded Dominic Leone to the Angels. Angels add another reliever to their bullpen. He's bounced around the league a little bit so far this year. Spent some time with the Rangers at one point this year. Small, low-cost addition for the Angels as they try to gear up for the last bits of the season here. Nightingale says 5 to 10 trades is usually what you see in the queue. They're saying the Twins decided to stand pat. They did not make a trade to buy or sell here at the deadline. So they decided to stick with their pending free agents in their starting rotation and not add to their lineup. So we shall see. White Sox have said that they are not trading Dylan Cease, so that possibility is gone. You get John Means back in a month or less. Take that into consideration when making your World Series predictions. I already think I know who I'm picking on the National League side. That one's pretty much set. That's going to probably be the Atlanta Braves. The only way I think I'd pick the Dodgers is if they make a crazy trade and if they had gotten a Flaherty and O'Neill stack. That would have at least made me think about it. I think even then I still would have picked Atlanta. On the American League side, I think it's a 4-team race. I think Tampa is clearly in the 4 spot for me. I don't buy into their offense. I just don't. We saw that one there. Phillies adding a bullpen piece kind of crystallized their moves for them, bringing in Bailey Falter. Oh, boy. What the heck are the Tigers doing? They didn't even try to get him for a song. What the heck are the Tigers doing? Do they think they can re-sign Eduardo Rodriguez? Is the only reason why they don't trade him. They are not going to compete. They are not going to be competitive next year. They are not going to be competitive the year after that. Come on now. Detroit Tigers, you really missed the boat. I get the Tigers nixed your trade. I get it. I get that you set a high price for him. But you're telling me you couldn't find a top 20 prospect somewhere from another team for Eduardo Rodriguez right now? Man. Whoever's the GM of the Tigers really needs to be taken to the woodshed by their owner immediately. Yuck. Still waiting for a few more of these trades to get released. Absolutely stunned they did not trade Eduardo Rodriguez. Biggest disappointment here at the deadline? Probably the Detroit Tigers not trading Eduardo Rodriguez. And then you have to consider the pieces that the Padres had to trade and didn't. I know everybody was expecting to see a Shohei Ohtani trade, and we didn't. That would probably be the other big surprise. But for just the last few hours of the deadline, biggest trade not to have happen, probably Eduardo Rodriguez. Then I'd probably put Blake Snell and Josh Hader right after that. But Eduardo Rodriguez in another class because there's no reason the Tigers shouldn't have done that. You can understand the thinking for the Padres why they didn't. I guess they think he'll either opt in or they can try to, give him more money to get him to stay. Yuck. More Dominic Leone headlines from the Mets trading him to the Angels. Getting him for Jackson. Let's look at the prospect the Angels are giving up again. They got the number 9 prospect out of the Angels for Dominic Leone. What are the Angels doing? I really don't know. That is not a good move for them. Let's look at his numbers real quick. Probably going to be in the bigs in a year or so, according to MLB Pipeline. 2018 second round pick. Looks like he hasn't done much. Double A. Looks like he's starting to have a little bit of progress here, but he's a little bit old for Double A now, though. 248 hitter, so I guess they're giving up on a guy who probably would have aged out of their system at some point. But this is a team that doesn't really have a lot of options when it comes to future prospects. And if you're looking at a lot of players leaving your team after the year because they're on expiring deals and Shohei Ohtani might leave, you're looking at, more top prospects leaving this organization. I don't consider Jackson to be elite by any means, but it's the best of what the Angels have left at this point. Ouch. Bednar and Keller do remain with Pittsburgh, it sounds like. Billy Epler selected Jackson in the second round of the 2018 draft when he was the GM of the Angels. Makes sense that he would at least be the piece coming back. I'm sure he has a lot of faith in him, but still surprising. Not too surprising to see that. Ooh, there we go. Trade. The New York Mets are acquiring Phil Bickford and Adam Kolarek from the LA Dodgers in a source familiar with the deal. Curious to see what the return is there. A couple of former high draft picks, high value guys previously. They have since seen their prospect value certainly diminish, but what kind of return could they get? I wonder if this is more roster clearing from the Dodgers more than anything else. I doubt the Mets would have had to give up anything of any consequence if it may have even been just cash. But Keller, obviously staying with the Pirates, never thought he was going to move. Bednar, I still think they can move him after the season and get the same package they would have gotten now, so I get why they didn't move him yet. Miami Marlins adding another bat, getting Josh Bell from the Cleveland Guardians. Guardians going full sell right now. Looks like they wanted to give up their second baseman, Gene Segura, in the deal. Ooh. And the Guardians got Khalil Watson, former top prospect for the Marlins. Really like that addition for the Cleveland Guardians. Good return on Josh Bell. So as I said, trades are going to start trickling in. We're starting to see some of those right now. Josh Bell goes to another pennant race. Not sure if this is the right move for the Marlins, but it does give them another hitter. They're going to be kind of a slug-heavy team now with Jorge Soler, Josh Bell, Jake Berger. They're missing some of that athleticism. Gene Segura, remember, signed that free agent deal with the Marlins this offseason, but the prospect Khalil Watson going to the Guardians is the piece to watch for them. Reminds me a lot of the trade that they made for Francisco Lindor when they brought back Ahmed Rosario and Chris Jimenez. I would look at this trade as kind of the Chris Jimenez piece in Khalil Watson coming back. I think he has really good potential, and now we'll actually have a path to some playing time at the major league level here with the Guardians. Gene Segura goes back to the Guardians. So he probably fills in that Ahmed Rosario role at least until the end of the season. Now we have... What? That doesn't make sense. Josh Bell is not on the Padres. And Garrett Cooper would be a different return. Looks like the Mets are not trading Brooks Raley or Adam Ottavino. Finally getting some smoke from all these other teams. Pieces that could have been moved. Somebody's got their information wrong. I think Rosenthal's probably got his information wrong. I think Passon's got it right here with Gene Segura and Khalil Watson. Couldn't be more accurate. Mets can put Kolarek and Bickford in their pen. They can put them in the starting rotation, however they decide to use them, bullpen days, whatever they want to do. But if they get Bickford to hit, then maybe this year isn't all lost, if they get some actual value out of those guys. Looks like Rosenthal deleted his tweet. The Padres are acquiring Garrett Cooper from the Marlins. I think that's ultimately what Ken Rosenthal was trying to say. So Padres have added a couple of first basemen here. G-Man Choi and now Garrett Cooper. I wonder what this means for them here at the deadline. Cronenworth is their first baseman. Does this mean they're moving Matt Carpenter? Does this mean G-Man Choi moves to an outfield spot? What does this mean for Trent Grisham? I don't know. Padres obviously weren't happy with their DH spot after Nelson Cruz really didn't work out. I guess this means that Bell is going to be the everyday first baseman for the Guardians, with them shipping out Garrett Cooper. Middleton goes to the Yankees for a high A prospect starting pitcher. Looking at the Yankees prospect pool. Where's the Yankees there? They got the number 29 prospect out of the Yankees for Middleton. So good get. What did the Marlins get for Garrett Cooper? I'm not entirely sure. Still waiting on that return. Marlins are going to get Ryan Weathers from the Padres for Garrett Cooper and Sean Reynolds. That's actually a decent return. I like Weathers as a pitcher. Garrett Cooper, I'm still not sure about the Padres' end of this. Why do you get Garrett Cooper? I suppose for the DH spot, but I don't know. You just got a lot of guys that fit a very similar profile. They would fit first base better, I think, than Cronenworth. But Cronenworth's a better first baseman because they have Kim at second base, and they really don't have a spot in the outfield for Kim. So why make the trade for Garrett Cooper? Why make the trade for G-Man Choi? Something isn't lining up here. There's got to be some other move coming for the Padres to kind of shake things up a little bit. Maybe Matt Carpenter back to the Yankees, something like that. Garrett Cooper to the Padres. Again, they're starting to report on that now. We'll hopefully get to see something else. Curious to see if the Rangers are indeed done, or if they indeed reached out to Oakland at the very end and said, hey, we'll give you our number 30 prospect for Rooker. Sounds like the Guardians are going to go with that first base prospect that they got from the Rays for Aaron Savali. They're going to go ahead and let him come up to the big leagues right now, and they're going to get their progress started right now and see if they can get something going. Josh Bell on the way out, according to Nightingale, because of the addition of that first base prospect and Manzardo. A lot of first basemen have been moved over the last 24 hours. Dodgers have acquired Ryan Yarbrough from the Royals, according to Mark Feinsand. So with the Marlins getting Jake Burger and Josh Bell, does this actually push Jorge Soler back to the outfield and put Jake Burger at DH? Probably. Or it might put Jorge Soler at the DH spot and push one of the other two out to the outfield. We shall see. Ryan Yarbrough, former top prospect of the Rays, went to the Royals, now on to the Dodgers. Again, more news. They're getting Ryan Weathers for Garrett Cooper. Still seeing some more trades being flushed out. We're about 19 minutes now after the hour. After the deadline has passed, probably see a few more trades here in the next 10-15 minutes that get flushed out. We're still seeing some pretty heavy names getting thrown around. So good prospect for the Guardians to be able to get in that trade for Josh Bell to get Khalil Watson. Really like that for them. Who do you think is going to be the top free agent besides Shohei? Probably some of the starting pitchers out there. Julio Urias comes to mind. A lot of these starting pitchers, Blake Snell comes to mind. Josh Hader comes to mind. As far as a hitter, there's not really anybody in the class of Shohei Ohtani. It's really thin on the offensive side. But Bellinger, I guess, would be one of the top options out there. He's going to get a nice pay raise. Red Sox are acquiring infielder Luis Urias from the Milwaukee Brewers. Remember, they had he was kind of playing kind of a utility third base role for them. Curious to see the Red Sox add another piece here at the deadline. Remember, they were trying to shed some pieces off their Major League roster to make room for guys coming back that were going to be healthy. Paxton, Sale, Story, etc. And they didn't exactly trade all those guys yet, and yet they're adding another piece here. So maybe they just really like the piece in Urias, or maybe they're trading somebody off of that Major League roster to go back the other way to Milwaukee, kind of a borderline wild card team to another borderline playoff team. Team has officially confirmed that Eduardo Rodriguez is staying with the Tigers. Appreciate you guys joining us. We've been live for you guys now for about 9 hours and 20 minutes. Really looking forward to finally getting some food after all of this trade deadline talk and getting some rest. We'll try to do that live for you guys tonight to kind of recap the trade deadline at 8:30. Make sure you guys join us then as well. Thank you guys for those of you who subscribed. Hit that like button, interacted in the chat, hit those hearts, send us some super chats throughout the entire process. It's been fantastic, enjoying this trade deadline with you guys. 2 straight years, we've really had a great time with the trade deadline here at the Upside. And more news again, Josh Bell to the Marlins, Segura and Watson to the Guardians. Nice trade for both. I really like the Josh Bell addition for the Marlins. Cost them a good prospect, though, in Watson, but it doesn't sound like they were going to have a spot for him at the Major League roster with the additions they wanted to make at the second base and shortstop spots. Still waiting for the return on that Yarborough deal for the Royals, and see if the smoke comes up from the Rangers as to whether or not they're ultimately going to make a move. The beat reporter, Evan Grant, for the Rangers said he doesn't think they're going to do anything else, but remains to be seen. You bet Luis Ariz falls apart next year? Why? He's done this for the last couple of years now. High on base guy, high average guy. I mean, that's why you traded the number 2 starter on your team, Pablo Lopez, for Luis Ariz. He is that good. He reminds me a lot of a guy like Tony Gwynn. We haven't seen anybody with the bat-to-ball skills of a Tony Gwynn since he was really in the league. The closest right now active player, a few years ago, I would have said Jose Altuve. He's regressed a little bit. Right now, I would say that's probably Luis Ariz. Although Tony Gwynn had a little bit more pop than either of them do. Although I think Ariz has a little bit more pop than Altuve did when he was at least doing this bat-to-ball thing. Altuve's added more power, but has started to lose some of that contact a little bit along the way as he's changed his approach over the last couple of years. Still waiting for the last bits of the trade deadline here, what the Royals are going to get back for Yarborough. Haven't gotten the all-clear yet on the Braves, even though I think they were done after the acquisition of Brad Hand. The Astros haven't given the all-clear yet on the bullpen for them. Are they going to add one more piece? The Tigers, as of yet, have not moved guys like Chase and Streve. We haven't seen the Red Sox, whether they moved guys like James Paxton or Adam Duvall. We haven't gotten the all-clear on the Nationals on Finnegan or Lane Thomas. More confirmation that Keller was not traded. Come on now, guys. Let's finish flushing these trades out. We were on a roll for a while there. Feinstein is on TV right now, so that's why he stopped tweeting. Altuve regressed when he didn't know what pitch was coming. Oh, come on. Altuve's still a great player. It wasn't necessarily just Jose Altuve anyway. I think that whole thing is Carlos Beltran, Carlos Correa, that group of Astros. Padres got Barlow. They added to their bullpen, really. They get Scott Barlow from the Royals. Ooh. Now I'm curious what this means for them. I'm wondering if there's one big trade that hasn't been announced yet. I think you guys know I've been hinting at it all day. About them possibly selling high on Josh Hader. You could put Barlow back in there at the closer spot. You've added to your DH spot. You've got a guy like Rich Hill to come in and take the innings in the starting rotation from Blake Snell. I don't know. And I know the Rangers had a huge appetite for Josh Hader, so I still haven't gotten the all clear from him or from the Rangers as of yet, and we're still getting news trickling in on the Padres. Not saying that they've traded Hader, but we're getting Scott Barlow now from the Royals. Things are going to get very interesting. They did need to acquire some bullpen help anyway, so maybe this is just another pitcher to put in front of them to help out in their bullpen, but he does have high walk rates, good strikeout numbers, high ERA though. Is he Josh Hader? No, but he can at least hold down the closer role at least for now if they decided to move Hader here. We're still 25 minutes past the deadline. We're still getting some interesting notes from around baseball. I'm really hoping for the Josh Hader news. That would be great trade right now just to see flash across the screen. Let's go ahead and refresh our screen, see what the return was for Scott Barlow. Probably not too big of a price because of those walk rates and the higher ERA. Royals really needed to get something in that bullpen. Hello. And we'll be network going to commercial right now. I want to see what the return is for Barlow. Again, we'll be live for you guys tonight, breaking down the trade deadline at 8:30 Central Time, so make sure you join us then. Probably stay with you guys for another 20-30 minutes here. We've been live with you guys for 9.5 hours. We'll probably hit that 10-hour mark and then hang it up. But as of right now, it looks like there's still some activity still trickling out, so we'll still be here for you guys right now. Scott Barlow looks like he's going to San Diego. The question is, what for? And still looks like we're waiting on the return. Imagine that trade call list is probably pretty long right now if they're getting this many deals out of this magnitude even this late. That tells me there might even be something else coming. Padres making a flurry of activity though. I think this, as far as what the Padres have done here at the deadline, I really like the additions of Rich Hill to give him some depth at the starting pitcher spot. Really like the additions of Garrett Cooper for a DH type of hitter. G-Man Choi's a little bit puzzling to me. Brian Weathers, the loss of him is a little puzzling to me. Barlow's a good addition for the back end of that pen. But all of this begs the question, if they could have done all these things and filled in some holes around their roster to make their roster a little bit better, are they making a push to make a push for the postseason, or are they just trying to retool their roster a little bit to make the most of the trade deadline season and trade guys like Snell and Hader, which I still think they would have been better off doing. I'm curious to see if we get something like that here in the next few days, or next few minutes. Bring home Teo, please. Seager traded. Come on now. Blue Jays, I think, do need to get some more offense. A guy like Teoscar Hernandez, maybe he recaptures some of the success that he had before there. About 5 minutes ago is when we said that things were starting to quiet up around the trade deadline. But then we got the Scott Barlow news, and we got a couple other trades. So, starting to get a little quiet here again. Still waiting for the return on Barlow, and then I'm sure there's at least one or two more trades still in the queue. Still waiting for the return on Yarborough. Royals trading a couple of relievers. Royals have done really well trading some of their bullpen pieces. They traded Quas, Chapman, Yarborough, Barlow, and I'm sure I'm missing a couple, but they've done a really nice job taking a team that hasn't been very good this year and doesn't look like it has a bright future, and at least getting some prospects in return. No Texas Rangers news as of yet. They did make the addition of Austin Hedges from the Pittsburgh Pirates, kind of a defense-first type catcher, really good defense-first catcher, but is not a very good offensive player at all. I'm still wondering if the Rangers have a offensive piece that's coming their way. Appreciate you for joining us, Epic. Have a good one. I'm still wondering if they get a guy like Rooker to be their DH here the rest of the way to help out if Jonah Heim is certainly out for the rest of the year, as I'm suspecting he will be. But they also could use a very nice addition at the back end of that bullpen like Hader with the struggles they've had back there. So I'm still waiting and seeing if the Rangers add one more piece, although they could be done. Evan Grant said they might actually be done, but they haven't actually given the all clear as of yet. Usually the Rangers are pretty quick as to say whether or not they get the all clear. Can we trade Sam Huff? He stinks. I don't think he stinks. I just don't think he's gotten a fair shake at the major league level. You see he gets regular at bats at AAA level, hits 277 and looks like the same old Sam Huff. But you get to the major league level, he doesn't play for 2.5 weeks, gets asked to pinch hit late in the game for one time a month, and it just doesn't work. I thought he would have been a great piece to go back to Pittsburgh in that type of a trade to give him the playing time that he deserves and see if he can really capture that futures game type of player we saw, top 100 prospect that we saw before. Here's a trade for the Texas Rangers. The New York Yankees are acquiring right-hander Spencer Howard from the Texas Rangers for cash. Spencer Howard was probably going to be DFA'd from the Rangers anyway, but Yankees do get a former top prospect in Spencer Howard. Remember, he was the big return a couple years ago at the deadline for Kyle Gibson and Ian Kennedy. Are you a Blue Jays fan? I'm not a Blue Jays fan per se. I am a Rangers fan first and foremost. Then I'd probably say the Twins and Braves and Cubs, etc. But Rangers by far my favorite team. Royals are receiving first baseman Devin Mann and shortstop Derlin Figueroa from the Dodgers in exchange for Yarborough. Looking at the Dodgers prospect pool, Figueroa. Mann was the 29th prospect in their system, so they kind of... Ooh, and he's 26 years old. Although he's having a really good year. AAA hitting 307, a 541 OPS, or 541 slug, a 943 OPS. That's pretty good. And he's already been playing in Oklahoma City, not too far from Kansas. Good return there for Yarborough. Like that trade for them. Right-hander Bradley Blaylock is going back the other way to the Milwaukee Brewers for Luis Urias. Let's look at Boston's system. Don't see him. All right, we're still getting a few trade announcements here. We shall see what happens. Toronto Blue Jays, please bring home Teo. Okay. Am I a Blue Jays fan? No, I'm not a Blue Jays fan. I do cheer for them occasionally. It was tough to cheer for them when they had Edwin Encarnacion and Jose Bautista back when they had the whole, the punch thing with all that kind of thing. Sam Dyson getting hit for that big-time home run, one of the biggest postseason home runs I've ever seen from Joey Bats anyway. That was a big moment for the Blue Jays. I'll give you that one. But it was just tough seeing against my Rangers. That was kind of the last real good Rangers team they had. But am I a Blue Jays fan? No. Jim Bowden going live. Come on now. Let's see if we can get some finishing touches on these trades here. What ultimately does Barlow go for? And do we see if anything else is on the trade queue? We're 35 minutes past the hour. Guardians are going to release Segura, really. He could be a good addition here after the deadline for a team that needs at least some experience up the middle if they have an injury. Cubs need a lefty for that bullpen. Well, they brought in Chafin, if I remember correctly. They've done a good job bringing in a couple of bullpen pieces, Quas as well. They've added around the periphery without really tinkering with the top ends of their prospect pool. And a team that's played well, but until the last couple of weeks, we thought was going to be a selling team. They've done a nice job adding to that team. Ownership wanted for them to add, and they did. Robert Murray saying he will be released. There you go. They're recapping the Justin Verlander trade. Big-time trade there. New York Mets eating $170 million between Scherzer and Verlander to have them play for the Astros and Rangers, all to get Luis Angel Acuna, the number 3-4 type prospect out of the Rangers system at the time. They get the number 1 and 2 guys out of the Astros system in a couple of outfielders in Gilbert and Clifford. And all they have to do is eat $170 million in salary and tax for those 2 guys. So, are all 3 of those guys going to be worth $170 million? Probably not. Yankees and Rangers make a trade. Yes, that's the Spencer Howard trade there. Royals are receiving Henry Williams from the Padres as part of the return for Barlow. Williams is the San Diego Padres' number 10 prospect. So maybe the Padres are just sheerly buying here at the deadline instead of buying and selling. Just very puzzling deadline for the Padres. Looking at their prospect pool, I mean, they traded away Wolf earlier. He was their number 16. Now they're trading away their number 10, Henry Williams, A-ball prospect, 21 years old. I mean, he's not had great numbers, but third-round pick in 2022. He's still very young. I'm not sure if this was the right move for the Padres here at the deadline. I thought they should have stood pat or done a little buying and selling, not just buying here at the deadline. I think that was a little bit of a mistake. Tweet there from the Rangers guys. Here's they needed to create a spot for Austin Hedges, and they do with moving Spencer Howard out. He wasn't expected to be a future or have a future with the Rangers anyway, much like Taylor Hearn was a few weeks ago. That's why you saw him get traded to Atlanta, and then subsequently in that deal for Nicky Lopez to the Royals. Looks like we're just about done here at the deadline. I think the Padres might actually be done based on the prospect package that they gave up for a guy like Scott Barlow. That's a pure buy type of move to give up your number 10. I don't think that's a sell. If you're trying to sell here high on guys like Hader or for Snell, I think you'd have had to have gotten Scott Barlow for less and then be able to turn that package around and be able to turn around and trade Hader for a significant upgrade to your farm system. So ultimately, it looks like we were wrong on that one. It looks like they ultimately do decide to hang on to Snell and Hader. I don't think Snell's going to be able to re-sign there in the offseason. I think he's going to be elsewhere after the season. As for Hader, I think there's a pathway for him to re-sign there this offseason. However, I think the Rangers, teams that absolutely are going to need some bullpen help after this season, I think are going to be very stiff competition for Josh Hader out there. We look at the Edwin Diaz as far as a trade, or as far as a contract anyway, 5 years at $100 million total. That's very possible for a guy like Josh Hader. He's got a sub-1 ERA for the season, and he's every bit worth that type of contract. So let us know in the comments section who you guys think was the winners and losers here at the trade deadline. Barring any major trades right now, on the NL side, I'm going to go ahead and pick the Atlanta Braves. I think it's fairly obvious that they're the best team on the National League side, maybe even the best team in all of baseball. On the American League side, I think it's a 4-team race between the Orioles, the Rays, the Rangers, and the Astros. I really like what the Rays did with Aaron Savali, but I don't think they did enough offensively, and I don't trust their offense to perform in the postseason. So I'm putting them at number 4 as far as likelihood to win the World Series on the American League side. At number 3, I'm going to go with the Orioles. I think a Dylan Cease type of trade might have helped them more long-term. Flaherty helps them probably more this year, but I really like their offense. I think they're still an arm or two away, even after the addition of Flaherty. Really like what the Cardinals did here at the deadline, but I'm going to go ahead and put the Orioles at 3. I think it's going to come down to the Rangers and Astros here after the deadline. If Jonah Heim comes back, if there's another trade here at the deadline, whatever the case might be, I think the Rangers are the favorite in the American League West, and I think they're the favorite to win the World Series on the American League side. For the Astros, though, Verlander is a big piece for them. They're right there with the Rangers. It's hard to ignore the success he's already had there. It's already proven. However, I really like what the Rangers have done with their rotation. I really like what they're going to have going forward in their bullpen. They're going to put a couple of guys back there out of their rotation whose stuff will play up. I think Heaney probably goes to the bullpen at one point, and I think Dane Dunning eventually will go back to the bullpen. Perez, I don't know what they're going to do with him. John Gray probably stays in the rotation, but they don't necessarily have to trust them for 6-7 innings like they've been trying to do for the past couple of weeks. So my pick out of the American League, I have to pick the Rangers. Like I said, I am a Rangers fan, but I can understand why people would pick the Houston Astros. They're right there. 1A, 1B for me. But for me, I like what the Rangers did overall. Max Scherzer, I think, will regain some of his form. Even if he doesn't, I still think he's good enough right now to be better than what the Rangers have had in that rotation. The offense for the Rangers will get improvement with Corey Seager coming back. I wonder if they call up Evan Carter after the deadline here just to see if they can get some lightning in a bottle here and just get him his feet wet in the major leagues. And if he hits, just leave him in the lineup. And if he doesn't, well, at least he got his feet wet, got to see what it's like in the big leagues. Now he knows what he needs to work on and try to break camp with the Rangers next year. But really like what the Rangers did with their pitching staff. I still think they could use one more elite reliever back there, but I really like the addition of Aroldis Chapman to help solve that problem. But we'll see if they did enough with that pitching staff, and if the need for a bat will hurt them if Jonah Heim ultimately can't come back. But thank you guys for joining us for a great trade deadline. It's been a fantastic time here. Looks like there's more news on the Howard move to the Yankees, of course, as they try to clear a 40-man roster spot. But it looks like all the trades have officially been flushed out. Haven't seen anything in the last 10 minutes. So I think that's it for the trade queue. I think Jeff Passan gave us the all clear. At least that's what it looks like. If there's a big trade that is on the horizon, if it's still being in the queue or whatever the case may be, we will try to post a video for you guys shortly. But thank you guys for joining us today. 9 hours, almost 45 minutes long live. It's been fantastic enjoying the trade deadline with you guys. If you're new here to the Upside, thank you guys for subscribing, hitting that like button, hitting the heart button. Really appreciate all you guys being with us for all 9.5, almost 10 hours here at the trade deadline. We had a lot of fun covering it for you guys for a second straight year. And as I said, we'll try to do our live again around 8:30 to break down the trade deadline as to what happens. Do I do any other sports? Yes, I cover the 4 major sports: MLB, NFL, NBA, and the NHL. We covered the NHL around the July 1st anyway, when a lot of the activity was happening for them. And then as far as the NFL season, we're going to try to do some fantasy football stuff in August, as well as covering some baseball games once again for you guys. But we'll get that schedule out to you guys over the next couple of days, make some videos about the trades that did actually get done. You're welcome, you guys. Thank you, Mark, for being so active in our chats. I know you've been around with us for a while now. Fernando, thank you as well. JG, it was fantastic having you in our chat. Hank, thanks for coming back as well. Really appreciate those of you guys who, I know you had to work today probably and didn't have a chance to watch MLB Network. Thank you for joining us here at the Upside and letting us keep you guys updated as to what was going on around the trade deadline. So as far as winners and losers at the trade deadline, I think Houston, Texas on the American League side, clear winners. Really like what the Rays and Orioles did. All four of those teams really improved. Outside of that, really some big question marks. Blue Jays did a nice job improving their roster with the injuries they had. I think they did enough to sustain themselves through those injuries, not really make themselves any better than that, but they did a nice job at least being able to withstand the injuries that they've gained. On the National League side, Dodgers, I think, are still clearly the second best team. The Mets, just absolutely puzzling moves, from going from all-in moves to Verlander and Scherzer the last couple of years to now you're paying $170 million for 3 prospects and allowing those guys to play for other teams. Not even it's just mind-boggling, the sheer money that Cohen is working with the New York Mets. We'll see what they do after the season. I thought the Mets missed an opportunity to trade Pete Alonso here and really get another top 100 prospect. But, for my World Series, as I mentioned, I'm picking the Rangers and the Atlanta Braves to make it to the World Series. That would be my great idea of a World Series. 2 of my favorite teams when I was growing up as well. So that'd be a great World Series. I'd love to watch it. But Ronald Acuna looks like he's on track for his MVP. Ohtani looks like he's going to get an MVP. And it's going to be a great final couple months of the season. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. And we'll be live for you guys later on this evening, kind of recap the entire trade deadline. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll see you guys next time.